Chapter 1. I really don't want to time travel. On the high-speed train from Ningxing to Hangzhou, Xiao Bei sat in seat 2A, looking bewildered. As he gazed at his surroundings, confusion enveloped him. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I just discussing the meaning of life with my secretary in my office? For instance, why do your black stockings have letters on them? Why do your high heels have studs? Why such a short skirt called JK? Eventually, the two of them were no longer satisfied with discussing the meaning of life and planned to put it into practice. Thus, Xiao Bei and his little secretary decisively entered the battlefield and battled for 3 rounds. When he opened his eyes again, the little secretary was gone, along with the lettered stockings. The luxurious office had transformed into a train compartment. Boom! At that moment, a surge of memories flooded into Xiao Bei's mind. Scenes flashed through his mind like slides. After a while, Xiao Bei let out a slight sigh and shook his head helplessly. Through the understanding of these memories, he realized he had time traveled. Moreover, he had arrived in a parallel world that was quite similar to his previous life. This world, although also called Blue Star, has similarities and differences, but overall, it's not too different. Chapter 2. Eye contact with a young lady. Exiting the system, Xiao Bei felt no attachment to his previous life, not even a hint of nostalgia for his little secretary. Instead, he was filled with anticipation for the future. Watching the scenery rapidly retreat outside the window, Xiao Bei knew that his new life had begun. This is a parallel world. Although it's also called the Summer Country, it is quite different from his past life. The Summer Country has continued from the unification by Emperor Qin to the present. In his memories, Xiao Bei was from Ningxing in Zhejiang province, but due to being an orphan, he couldn't determine whether he was truly from Ningxing. Today is August 31st, 2017, the day Xiao Bei is supposed to report to Hangzhou University. Dear passengers, the train will be stopping at Kuaiji City. Passengers needing to disembark, please move to the left side door of the train. Just as Xiao Bei's thoughts were wandering, the announcement on the high-speed train brought him back to reality. He still knew about Kuaiji City. After all, he was also from Zhejiang in his previous life. Kuaiji City is a culturally rich city, famous for producing many great figures, such as Zhou Shuren, yes, the one who said, "What does it matter if you catch Lu Sun?" Zhou Shuren has nothing to do with it. Although Kuaiji City is a city with a strong cultural heritage, its geographical location is extremely awkward, as it is right next to the provincial capital, Hangzhou, and it's uncertain when it was swallowed up by Hangzhou. Chapter 3. The plump man with malicious intent. Upon hearing this, the young lady smiled slightly, adjusted her skirt, and sat down. Xiao Bei looked at her, showing a row of white teeth, and said with a smile, "Hello, classmate, I am Xiao Bei. Since we've made a connection, we should seize the moment and take the initiative. That's how stories are made, right? Don't let her beauty intimidate you from saying hello. Many people think like you do. Even the most beautiful goddess is still human. If you really can't overcome the fear of talking to a goddess, just think, doesn't she also fart? Hey, I fart, and so does the goddess. We're not so different. Of course, you definitely should not directly ask the goddess, "Hey, goddess, do you fart?" Just see if you can handle it. The young lady was also a bit curious about the boy in front of her. When she saw Xiao Bei take the initiative to greet her, she responded politely with a smile. "Hello, classmate. My name is Lu Qingyan." A beautiful name. Lu family has daughters, stunning and charming, kind and beautiful. Upon hearing Lu Qingyan's name, Xiao Bei immediately thought of its meaning. Qing means stunning, which perfectly fits the young lady's current appearance, while Yin implies gentleness and beauty. Although he had not interacted much with her yet, she gave off the impression of a graceful and amiable lady, embodying kindness and beauty. Chapter 4. The rescue. Seeing this, Xiao Bei's brows furrowed slightly. He looked in the direction the man had left, which was the same direction Lu Qingyan had gone to the restroom. His intuition told him that something was off about this man. However, Xiao Bei did not get up immediately. Since Lu Qingyan was in the restroom, he was only going on intuition. His gaze remained fixed on the plump man's figure. Soon, he saw the plump man enter the restroom. Then he looked around. It seemed that because there were people nearby, he stood in the aisle playing with his phone. Xiao Bei knew it was time for him to take action. Although he didn't like to meddle in others' affairs, he had just met Lu Qingyan. Aren't newly acquainted friends still friends? Therefore, Xiao Bei got up and approached the restroom next to the train carriage. There was an empty seat at the front of the carriage, so Xiao Bei sat down, scrolling on his phone while keeping an eye on the plump man. After a while, the restroom door opened. Lu Qingyan had just come out when she saw the plump man grinning at her, scaring her momentarily. The plump man stared at Lu Qingyan. At that moment, Lu Qingyan was at the restroom door, wanting to come out, but the plump man stood at the entrance, looking into the restroom. Chapter 5. 3 parts passed. 7 parts company after Lu Qingyan finished speaking. She quietly looked at Xiao Bei, wanting to get a response from him. But the next second, Xiao Bei suddenly grinned. Senior, you study in Magic City, and I study in Hangzhou. Next time I go to Magic City, I'll look for you. You have to take me out to play. Lu Qingyan was taken aback, thinking to herself, this junior is really a big blockhead. I'm talking about where to go play, and you should be responding to me properly now. What kind of thinking is that? Lu Qingyan came back to her senses, looking at Xiao Bei with a hint of resentment. Xiao Bei smiled slightly, his gaze still calm, exuding confidence and clarity as he locked eyes with Lu Qingyan. If you come to Magic City, I want to take you out to play, Lu Qingyan said with a hint of pride. At that moment, Lu Qingyan suddenly felt a bit empty inside. Perhaps this junior was just a tad more mature than others his age. Besides, as someone in the arts, not only should I be professionally skilled, but I also need to maintain my figure. So unfortunately, I can't indulge in eating and drinking, which means I can't accompany you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly, looking at Lu Qingyan with a hint of appreciation. Beautiful, adorable, and disciplined. She truly is a treasure of a senior. Chapter 6. Shopping as the train started moving. Lu Qingyan made a gesture indicating she was leaving. Xiao Bei nodded slightly. Watching the train move further away, Xiao Bei took out his phone and snapped a picture, sending it to Lu Qingyan. Xiao Bei, picture, senior, see you in Magic City. Lu Qingyan, junior, see you in Magic City. Xiao Bei exited the platform with the crowd. Once outside, he couldn't help but marvel at the sight of long legs everywhere, thinking, youth is truly wonderful. College, here I come. Xiao Bei checked the time. It was 10 a.m., still early. He didn't plan to head to school immediately, but wanted to buy some things for himself. Looking at his clothes, he couldn't help but smile wryly. Hangzhou is a rapidly developing first-tier city in summer country, known as the internet capital and entrepreneurship capital. It is the city with the most influx of talent besides the 4 direct-controlled municipalities. As the capital of Zhejiang province, Hangzhou is quite large. Xiao Bei was not unfamiliar with Hangzhou, as he had fought in such cities in his previous life. But now, everything was different. Everything would start anew. Xiao Bei planned to find a nearby hotel and then begin his shopping journey. Chapter 7. AMG S63 Coupe Hangzhou Tower not only has top luxury goods, but also houses several luxury car dealerships. Xiao Bei did not plan to buy a supercar, mainly because supercars are custom-made and take a long time. At the moment, Xiao Bei didn't have that kind of time. So now, he could only choose a car for daily use and wait until he had the time and funds to buy a supercar later. Xiao Bei went directly to the first floor of Hangzhou Tower, to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. As soon as he walked in, a car caught his attention. It was a black 2-door coupe with a sleek and smooth body and a large sporty 3-pointed star emblem, prominently displayed in the center of the showroom. Upon seeing this car, a term popped into Xiao Bei's mind. Suit Tyrant. This car looks very elegant on the outside, but those who know it understand its wild nature, making it impossible for Xiao Bei to take his eyes off it. This car is the AMG S63 Coupe. It's not only Audi's RS7 that represents the Suit Tyrant. This AMG S63 Coupe is also synonymous with it. Xiao Bei walked towards the car, and soon a young saleswoman in a uniform and black stockings approached him quickly. Chapter 8. Peak of beauty. After getting out of the car, Xiao Bei returned to Hangzhou Tower to drop off the items he had purchased. With the help of the staff, everything was placed in the car before he headed back to the hotel he had just been at. After Xiao Bei returned to the hotel, he put all the clothes and other items he bought today into his new LV suitcase. As for the old suitcase and clothes, Xiao Bei didn't plan to throw them away, but intended to put them in his trunk instead. After organizing everything, Xiao Bei glanced at the time. It was already 2 p.m. He didn't leave immediately, but took stock of his gains. Xiao Bei had been suppressing his excitement, because when he bought the car earlier, he spent $5 million and received a rebate of 100 times that amount. At that moment, Xiao Bei's account already had $450 million. Even though he was a billionaire in his past life, that was just his net worth, not his actual assets. But on the first day of his rebirth, he already had $450 million in funds. Who wouldn't be excited? Xiao Bei's reaction was quite restrained. Moreover, the most important thing was that now Xiao Bei not only had over $1 billion in funds, but his God-level points had also reached a terrifying 10 million. Chapter 9. The terrifying senior sister not only did some volunteer senior sisters nearby see Xiao Bei being infatuated, but also some new female students who were in line with him were occasionally stealing glances at him. However, Xiao Bei was already used to it. After all, he was also the center of attention in his past life. Soon, it was Xiao Bei's turn in line. Senior, reporting in Finance Department Class 1, Xiao Bei. As soon as Xiao Bei's voice fell, a group of girls nearby let out gasps. Wow, it's actually the junior from Finance Department Class 1. Sisters, who has the class schedule for this semester? I do, but I won't give it to you. I won't miss out on such a good resource. Stop fighting. You bunch of flirtatious girls, this junior is mine. Although the girls were discussing in low voices, Xiao Bei still heard them. He smiled helplessly, knowing his looks were decent. But he didn't expect to cause such a big reaction. Hey, junior, you must be careful of those senior sisters, you know? At this moment, not only Xiao Bei heard the girls' discussion, but even the senior at the reporting desk heard it. He immediately shot Xiao Bei an envious and sympathetic glance. Chapter 10. Roommates. The three looked at Xiao Bei, and surprise immediately flashed across their faces. Handsome. So damn handsome. Girls admire him, and guys are jealous. Watching Xiao Bei push his suitcase, all three of them stood up, forgetting about their game. One of the chubby guys approached Xiao Bei and said cutely, "Hello, Xiao Bei. I'm your roommate, Hu Jilong." Xiao Bei politely extended his hand and shook hands with him. The other two also came up to Xiao Bei. "Hello, Zhang Zhibua." "Hello, Wang Wei." Xiao Bei shook hands with both of them. "By the way, Xiao Bei, the bed by the window is yours." Hu Jilong pointed to the window. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded, then pushed his suitcase to his bed. The bed arrangement at Hangsheng University is a loft bed with a desk underneath, in a 4-person room. It was already 4 p.m., and their parents had probably left. Xiao Bei opened his suitcase. He had already bought the bedding set and quilt when he came. When the three saw Xiao Bei preparing to make his bed, they immediately came over. "Xiao Bei, come on, let's help you," Wang Wei said with a smile. Chapter 11. Chatting with Lu Qingyan. After hearing Hu Jilong's words, Xiao Bei didn't feel much, but Zhang Zhibua and Wang Wei became interested. The two took out their phones and quickly found the campus network. Soon, they found a pinned hot post that Hu Jilong mentioned. The post had been published for less than 2 hours and already had over 10,000 comments. Opening the post, they saw a photo of Xiao Bei in line to report. It was likely taken by an upperclassman, as the angle was from Xiao Bei's left side and at a distance. But even so, Xiao Bei's looks were still striking. Wow, wow. Zhang Zhibua and Wang Wei exclaimed in shock. Alumnus 1. Wow, such a handsome junior. Which class is he from? I want to bring him breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Alumnus 2. The above is a love-struck senior sister, identified. Alumnus 3. Wow, he looks like a rich guy, dressed in all brand names. Alumnus 4. Hee hee. I just saw this junior, but his 3 roommates are not bad, except for one chubby guy. But for senior sisters who like plump boys, he has not to be missed. Picture, Alumnus 5, the above sister I saw. Their dormitory is like a fairy dormitory. Chapter 12. Qin Mingxue and Modu. At the music academy, Lu Qingyan saw the last message Xiao Bei sent, her cheeks slightly flushed. At that moment, someone patted her from behind. Lu Qingyan hurriedly put away her phone and turned around, her face red. "Ah, big girl, you scare me to death." The roommate who was called Big Girl looked at Lu Qingyan with a knowing smile. "Yin Yin, you're hiding something from us. You're not acting right. Are you in love?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan's eyes darted around as she replied, "No, I'm not. You're just talking nonsense." The big girl looked at Lu Qingyan's expression and smiled intriguingly. "Then why have you been holding your phone and staring at it since you got back to the dorm? That's not like you. Just now, I saw you seem to be chatting with someone on WeChat, and you were smiling." "No way." Lu Qingyan panicked and quickly covered the big girl's mouth with her hand. "Ugh. All right, big girl, let us go eat." On the other side, after Xiao Bei put down his phone, he finished his meal under the meaningful gazes of the other 3. Chapter 13. Class meeting begins. Xiao Bei looked at Qin Mingxue on the stage and smiled slightly. This teacher clearly had a strong personality, and her family background was not poor, wearing the latest Tiffany necklace and a Vacheron Constantine watch. After Qin Mingxue finished speaking, the students from Class 1 and Class 2 erupted in excitement. "Wow, isn't that the school goddess counselor, Teacher Qin? I didn't expect her to be our counselor. Such a powerful aura. She's so beautiful. I don't even dare to look her in the eye." While the discussions were happening behind, Hu Jilong looked at Qin Mingxue on the podium and gulped. He then excitedly grabbed Zhang Zhibua's hand under the table and whispered, "Wow, This is amazing. With a counselor like this, I won't be late for class. Zhang Zhibua gave him a roll of his eyes. Hu Jilong, however, was unfazed by Zhang Zibua's reaction and continued, I'm really curious. The man who was on top of her must have eaten a lot of dog shit in his past life to have such luck. Just moments ago, it was Zhang Zhibua who rolled his eyes at Hu Jilong. At this moment, Xiao Bei and the other two collectively rolled their eyes at Hu Jilong. Dragon brother, what on earth are you thinking about all day? Chapter 14. Recommended to be class monitor in his previous life, Xiao Bei dropped out of high school to enter society. After hitting walls and struggling for a long time, he finally amassed a fortune worth billions. If there was one regret Xiao Bei had back then, it was not attending college. They say high school is youth, but college is also youth. So now, Xiao Bei yearned for college life, especially now with the system support. He didn't want to be low-key at all, pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Not happening. With this kind of strength, why should he belittle himself? So, standing on the stage, Xiao Bei looked at his classmates below, all brimming with youth, and especially with so many girls. Such a great opportunity to show off. Anyone who misses it would be a fool. Xiao Bei didn't plan to be too ostentatious, but he wanted to leave everyone with a deep impression. Xiao Bei smiled, revealing his pearly white teeth. Exuding confidence, just standing there made many girls in the class excited. After all, handsome guys love beautiful girls, and beautiful girls love handsome guys. Hello everyone, my name is Xiao Bei. Xiao as in portrait, Bei as in north. I'm 18 years old, from Ningxing, Zhejiang province. First of all, I'm truly honored to become classmates with all of you. In this vast sea of people, it's not easy to meet. So let us cherish it. Chapter 15. You can't see me, although Xiao Bei was somewhat pushed into this position. A man remains a boy at heart. No matter how old a man is, he still has vanity inside. Regardless of age, everyone needs recognition and support, which is beneficial for mental and physical health. Xiao Bei admitted he was an ordinary person. So even though this wasn't his choice, he preferred this over the alternative. Thus, the first step to becoming a male god starts with being class monitor. When Qin Mengxue saw Xiao Bei's decision, it was also in accordance with democracy. Alright, from now on, the class monitor of Class Finance 1 will be classmate Xiao Bei. Let us give him a warm round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. The classroom erupted in applause, and the girls cheered as if they had won a battle. After all, this class monitor was recommended by them collectively. At this moment, Xiao Bei couldn't help but exclaim, being handsome really allows one to do as they please. This feeling is just fantastic. After sitting down, the three puppies all looked at Xiao Bei in unison. Then they all gave him a thumbs up. Their eyes showed a father's pride in his son's achievement. Xiao Bei thought to himself, damn, I brought glory to the dormitory. Should I go back and show some filial piety to my dad? Chapter 16. Girls' dormitory. Hu Jilong had just covered himself with a blanket when whoosh. The blanket was flung open. Hu Jilong squinted at Xiao Bei. At this moment, Xiao Bei had a slight smile on his face. Hu Jilong was confused. What's going on? Where did the previous killing intent go? Old four, you did a great job taking photos. Do it well next time. Xiao Bei looked at Hu Jilong with interest. At this moment, Hu Jilong transitioned from being curled up to a relaxed state, feeling relieved. Haha, old four, definitely. You don't have to worry about my photography skills. Well, that's good. So to reward you, later when we go to the girls' dormitory to distribute military training uniforms, you don't need to go. Hearing this, Hu Jilong panicked, quickly grabbing Xiao Bei's thigh with his big hand. Old four, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Let me go. I want to do it again next time. As he spoke, Hu Jilong's eyes even glistened with tears. Way to go. Xiao Bei teased it. Then promptly replied, receive in the group chat, before waking up the other two, who were fast asleep. Once all four were up, Xiao Bei directly called the dorm leader of class 1 in the group chat to go get the military training uniforms. Chapter 17. Flirtatious remarks. Haha. Actually calling me emperor is also fine. Haha. Class monitor, you're so middle schoolish. Come in. A female voice came from inside. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly and decisively walked in. The girls' dormitory beds had privacy curtains, but as soon as Xiao Bei walked in, they all poked their heads out, leaning over the bed to look at Xiao Bei with infatuated expressions. The way they leaned and their loose pajamas revealed a glimpse of fair skin. Xiao Bei thought to himself, the girls' dormitory is way too comfortable. He then began scanning around. Chen Ifei, Young Ifei, Zhang Ifei. So you guys share a dorm with Wang Ifei. As soon as Xiao Bei finished speaking, The three girls on the bed were astonished. Wow, class monitor, you recognized us so quickly? Xiao Bei smiled and said, No, I only remember beautiful girls. I have a unique impression of beauties. Upon hearing this, all three girls burst into laughter. Class monitor, have you really never been in a relationship? You seem so good at it. Exactly. You're so handsome and your words are so sweet. You must have had a girlfriend. I wish I could, but seeing so many beauties makes it hard to choose. Chapter 18. Office building in Bangkok. Xiao Bei quickly parked the car and then got out. He walked up to salesman Zhang. Hello, Xiao Bei. Hello, President Xiao. Zhang. So, President Xiao, shall we go check the venue now? After shaking hands, Zhang Ming smiled and asked. Sure, lead the way, Xiao Bei said lightly, his humor from school absent, replaced by a calm demeanor with no visible expression. Zhang Ming, upon hearing this, led Xiao Bei into the European and American Financial Building. President Xiao, the European and American Financial Building is a Grade A building in Future Technology City and one of the landmark buildings. The companies here have very good development prospects and are quite powerful. Oh, by the way, what industry are you in, President Xiao? Zhang Ming did not underestimate Xiao Bei because of his youth, mainly because Hangzhou is known as a city of entrepreneurship. He had seen too many young moguls. Additionally, he had checked the car Xiao Bei just drove. It was worth over $5 million, especially with Xiao Bei's license plate. Such a plate is generally unattainable for ordinary people. Of course, he didn't know that some luxury car dealerships offer related license plates for sale. This is a matter of perspective and recognition. Chapter 19. Qinglan Design Company. Hearing this, Xiao Bei realized that the other party wanted to win him over. In his previous life, Xiao Bei also did business, but had never seen a bank president be so flattering towards him. Mainly, although Xiao Bei is also a billionaire, his bank deposits are only in the tens of millions. If he were in some local branch, people might show him a bit more respect. However, at that time, Xiao Bei's bank was the headquarters of the construction bank in Hangzhou. His assets really weren't enough to be taken seriously. But now it's different. His assets have reached 700 million, which in financial terms can be valued at least 5 times that. After all, 700 million in any bank would make him a VIP. Xiao Bei smiled slightly and said, Mr. Fu, I'm sorry, but I'm not in Ningxing right now. I'm in Hangzhou. On the other end of the phone, there was a moment of shock, and the person, feeling flustered, quickly responded, Then, Mr. Xiao, when will you return to Ningxing? I'd like to visit you. I'm currently studying in Hangzhou, Xiao Bei replied casually. However, if Mr. Fu could be transferred to Hangzhou, perhaps we could have a collaboration. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Bei explained that his reasoning was based on the fact that, besides having money, his social status wasn't sufficient. To put it bluntly, he didn't have enough connections. Chapter 20. Ji Qinglan, a young lady knocked and entered the office. Xiao Bei followed her in, and the entire straw house had a unique charm. The modern minimalist decor, combined with the style of the Jiang and Watertown, made one feel relaxed and calm upon entering. Mr. Xiao wants to consult you on a design. General Manager Ji, the young lady, said to someone sitting behind 2 computer screens. Xiao Bei turned to look, but he couldn't see the person's face for the moment, as it was blocked by the computer. However, he knew that the person behind the computer must be a woman. Sure enough, just as the young lady finished speaking, a crisp voice came from behind the computer. Okay, you can go out now. All right, General Manager Ji. After saying that, the young lady left alone, and at that moment, the person behind the computer stood up. When Xiao Bei saw the girl for the first time, he was stunned. In his previous life, Xiao Bei had seen many beautiful women, but compared to this one, they really couldn't compare at all. The most striking thing was that the woman in front of him was very young, looking to be just over 20. Yet, she had a strong aura. Her light yellow long hair had some wavy curls, her clear and bright pupils, arched willow-like eyebrows, long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and her fair and flawless skin showed a hint of rosy hue, with thin lips like delicate rose petals. Chapter 21. How long are you going to hold on? Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan walked out of the Qinglan Design Company together. They headed straight to Xiao Bei's car. Ji Qinglan usually didn't drive to school, so she and T brought a car. Upon seeing Xiao Bei's car, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Junior, I didn't expect you to have such taste and still be so low-key. What did you expect? What kind of car did you think I would drive? Xiao Bei opened the car door for Ji Qinglan and then asked. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and said, I thought you were like other rich second-generation kids. Standard with a supercar. It was understandable for Ji Qinglan to think this way. After all, She had established the Qinglan Design Company by her junior year and had a certain level of fame. Her family background was definitely not simple. So the people she interacted with were among the top in Hangzhou. Those second-generation kids usually all had supercars, though there were exceptions. Some were outstanding without them. But they were few and far between. Xiao Bei smiled slightly. I wish I were a rich second-generation kid. Then I wouldn't have to work so hard. After Ji Qinglan got into the car, Xiao Bei casually said this, and then closed the door for her. Ji Qinglan was slightly taken aback. She was a bit at a loss for what Xiao Bei had just said. Could it be that he wasn't a rich second-generation kid? Chapter 22. Are Ji Qinglan and Xiao Bei together? Hearing Ji Qinglan's words, Xiao Bei suddenly realized that he was still holding her. But to be fair, after feeling the beauty in his arms, he was taken aback. If he was just looking at Ji Qinglan's figure earlier, now he was actually feeling it. It was incredible. However, Xiao Bei quickly let go of Ji Qinglan. At that moment, both of them felt quite awkward. Ji Qinglan's face turned red, and she was very flustered. She had never had such close contact with a male before. Xiao Bei, on the other hand, felt quite pleased. Sorry about that. It was Xiao Bei who broke the awkward atmosphere. It's fine. You were just trying to save me. Junior, I've already measured it out. I will have the first version of the design and the effect drawing done within a week. Ji Qinglan spoke a bit unconvincingly at that moment. At first, she had been looking into Xiao Bei's eyes while speaking, but now her gaze was flustered, not daring to look at him. Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Then I'll trouble you. Senior, by the way, let's add each other on WeChat for easier communication. Xiao Bei decided to take the initiative. A beauty like this surely wouldn't be uninterested. Okay. Ji Qinglan then took out her phone, and they exchanged WeChat contacts. Chapter 23. Trending on campus, Xiao Bei smiled at Ji Qinglan. He then turned and walked toward his car. Ji Qinglan watched as Xiao Bei walked to his car. Just as Xiao Bei was about to open the car door and get in, he saw Ji Qinglan standing there looking at him. He waved at her and made a phone gesture. Ji Qinglan smiled and nodded, then turned to leave. Xiao Bei got into his car, the engine roaring to life, and he drove away from the Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, heading to the parking lot from last time. He got out of the car feeling quite pleased. If there was anything to be happy about today, it was definitely meeting Ji Qinglan and successfully adding her on WeChat. With that thought, Xiao Bei took out his phone, opened Ji Qinglan's WeChat profile, and entered her moments. Ji Qinglan's moments were filled with design drawings or her own photos, all very beautiful. However, at that moment, neither Ji Qinglan nor Xiao Bei knew that the scene they had just had at the school gate had gone viral at 2 campuses. Hangzhou University, Dormitory 401. Longo, you're too much of a scammer. I told you to go to Area A where there's no one, and you still wandered around Area B. Chapter 24. Inviting Ji Qinglan to dinner, Zhang Zhibua grabbed the car keys and ran out of the dormitory under the astonished gazes of Wang Wei and Hu Jilong. Damn, you little brat, you don't follow the rules. Wang Wei shouted and followed after him. Seeing that both of them had left, Hu Jilong hurriedly put on his pants and ran outside. As for the matter of questioning Xiao Bei, it was long forgotten. Xiao Bei had just finished washing his face in the bathroom and stepped out to see the empty dormitory, smiling slightly. No boy could be uninterested in cars. Xiao Bei returned to his spot and took out his phone. He checked the messages in the group chat and the trending topics on the campus network. After a moment's thought, he switched to WeChat and found Ji Qinglan's contact. Xiao Bei, Senior, are you doing well right now? At that moment, Ji Qinglan, who was at Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, had just experienced the same thing as Xiao Bei. She had gotten used to it. Since she first entered university, she had occasionally made it onto the trending topics at Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. Lan, do you really have no relationship with Xiao Bei? Ji Qinglan's roommate had also seen the trending topic. One by one, they began to gossip. I already said it's a collaborative relationship. Ji Qinglan said expressionlessly as she sat at her desk and opened her computer. Chapter 25. Treating the senior to spicy hot pot bang. The door to room 401 was violently kicked open. Xiao Bei, who was showering in the bathroom, was startled. That bastard, if I get impotent, I'll definitely kill you. Xiao Bei's angry voice echoed from the bathroom. Ha ha ha. Old 4, you're not playing with Miss Five Fingers, are you? Hu Jilong pushed open the bathroom door, poked his head in, and leered at Xiao Bei. Damn, you bastard, that's harassment. Xiao Bei said as he splashed water from his hands at Hu Jilong's face. Wow. Old 4, your capital is quite large. Hu Jilong continued to leer at Xiao Bei. Get out, I'm showering. Ha ha ha. You're killing me, Old 4. Don't let Hu Jilong drive the car. You don't know, when we just started driving, me and the idiot were fine. But as soon as we got in, me and the idiot visibly saw the car go low. Wang Wei also poked his head in to look at Xiao Bei. Ha, dragon brother. This guy needs to lose weight. The idiot also poked his head out. At this moment, Xiao Bei felt like he wanted to die. He was being openly stared at by 3 bastards. Chapter 26. Do you seize the opportunity? Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and blurted out. And as soon as she said it, she regretted it. Why did she say such an ambiguous thing? After all, she had only just met Xiao Bei today. How could she have said that? Now that she had said it, what if Xiao Bei misunderstood? But since it was already out there, Ji Qinglan, although feeling a bit regretful and shy inside, still stared fixedly at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, hearing this, naturally replied, Goddess Ji, I admit you are beautiful. But if you want to charm me, you're still a bit short. At this moment, Xiao Bei wouldn't say something greasy like, of course. When pursuing a girl, one must maintain a bit of mystery and sometimes give the other person a sense of frustration, especially with a goddess. Just think about it during school. Those who like you would always tease you first, right? By the way, Sprite or Coke? Ji Qinglan continued to stare into Xiao Bei's eyes. Want to see if her previous statement would make him feel something. She believed that while a face could lie, eyes could not. But soon she was disappointed because Xiao Bei showed no sign of disturbance. There was not even a hint of panic in his eyes. Chapter 27. High emotional intelligence in interaction. By now, Ji Qinglan was in a relatively passive position, at least in the current game between them. She had been led by Xiao Bei. So, she decided to take a gamble, retreating to advance, wanting to see what Xiao Bei would do. Sometimes it's like this. When you face a situation and don't know how to handle it, you can cleverly retreat to advance. Xiao Bei smiled and said, As long as Goddess Ji is willing, I think I can seize the opportunity. Don't you think? Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan's face instantly flushed. All right, she had lost. Xiao Bei was truly not an ordinary guy. Ji Qinglan then lowered her head and bashfully said, Let us just eat well. Xiao Bei, seeing this, smiled inwardly, thinking, Little one, you want to compete with me? He then pretended to nonchalantly continue eating spicy hot pot. There was a saying, what was it? Have you eaten spicy hot pot? How many times? Ji Qinglan lowered her head, occasionally sneaking glances at Xiao Bei. This bad guy was indeed quite handsome, and he was also interesting and emotionally intelligent. Stop looking, or your food will get cold, Xiao Bei said directly to Ji Qinglan. Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan's face turned even redder, and she stubbornly replied, You're being overly sentimental. Who else looking at you? I'm looking at the food in your bowl. Chapter 28. Jin Yoer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei did not answer directly, but instead asked Ji Qinglan in return. So, Qinglan, do you have a boyfriend? Ji Qinglan felt a little shy when Xiao Bei asked her back, her face slightly reddening. Perhaps it was the spiciness of the hot pot, or maybe it was her inner shyness. I don't have one. After saying this, Ji Qinglan lowered her head, tugging at the hem of her clothes. In fact, regardless of the type of personality a girl has, during the period between not being lovers and becoming lovers, she will show a little bit of a feminine side, feeling nervous and shy. Xiao Bei smiled slightly and said to Ji Qinglan, I don't have one either. Just a pure big boy. Hearing this, Ji Qinglan raised her head, her eyes seeming to hold some determination. Then you be careful, because the two were now at a crossroads. They had been talking without noticing the vehicles nearby. Just then, when Ji Qinglan was about to say something, a delivery electric bike sped over. Xiao Bei reacted quickly and pulled Ji Qinglan back. Just like that, Ji Qinglan was pulled into his arms, and she felt the world spin around her, but Xiao Bei's outline was incredibly clear in front of her. Chapter 29. Not quite lovers, can you be serious? Ji Qinglan instinctively slapped Xiao Bei's arm, causing her hand to sting. At this moment, Xiao Bei naturally held Ji Qinglan's hand, and she did not struggle at all, allowing him to hold her. Xiao Bei knew that their relationship had progressed another step. Did it hurt? Just now? Xiao Bei pretended to look at his right hand and said, It hurts. Smack. Ji Qinglan immediately gave Xiao Bei another slap, leaving him a bit dumbfounded. Yik Vinglan, Shilit. Said, I just hit your left hand. Why are you saying it hurts in your right hand? Xiao Bei shamelessly changed the subject, holding Ji Qinglan's hand, and said, Your hands are really beautiful, just like you. At this moment, Ji Qinglan already knew that Xiao Bei was thick-skinned and didn't bother to argue with him, but still threatened him fiercely. Next time, if you dare to touch me without my permission, I'll break your dirty hands. Did you hear that? Xiao Bei just smiled and remained silent. She was fierce, and he was carefree. Let's see who can outdo whom. Ji Qinglan's hand was still being shamelessly held by Xiao Bei as they strolled through the beautifully lit park at night. Chapter 30. Is Hu Jilong a simp? Xiao Bei watched as Ji Qinglan's figure disappeared from his sight before turning to walk towards his school. Passing by a supermarket, he suddenly thought of something and went straight in. He headed directly to the section selling women's products. Yes, military training was starting tomorrow. Although Xiao Bei had never attended university in his previous life, he knew what military training was. It was a grueling experience that could take half a life. University military training was different from high school. High school military training was just an experience. Some places had you experience it for 7 days, and others for just 3 days, which was not a big deal. But university military training was a real challenge. It wasn't just a few days. It lasted a whole month. Considering the current weather, one had to be prepared. Xiao Bei stood in front of the sanitary napkin section, looked around, and then grabbed a few packs of Safi. Yes, a few packs, to use as cushioning. Wow, class monitor, what are you doing here? Just as Xiao Bei picked up 3 packs of Safi, a surprised voice came from his right. He turned to see Wang Meina and her 3 roommates. My beloved concubines. Xiao Bei joked playfully, only to be met with 4 pairs of rolled eyes. Chapter 31. Military training begins on September 2nd. The weather was as hot as ever. The students of Hangzhou University officially began their military training. Xiao Bei got up early at 6 a.m. because, as the class monitor, he had to help Qin Mingxue wake up the boys in the dormitory. The girls' dormitory was handled by Wang Meina. By 7 a.m., everyone from financial class 1 had gathered downstairs in the boys' dormitory. The main pathway of the dormitory building was lined with class formations, all dressed in Navy military training uniforms. Even so, Xiao Bei still stood out in the crowd. His looks were undeniable, especially as he held the flag at the front of the line. At 7:30 a.m., a group of handsome instructors walked over from the playground, arranging themselves by class. Zone 1. 78 Meter Tal-Instruktor in Militari Atira Approche Xiao Bei. Is this financial class 1? The instructor asked. Xiao Bei, who respected soldiers greatly, immediately replied seriously, "Yes, instructor." He stood straight and responded loudly. Chapter 32. The class monitor of other families, while everyone was still wondering where Xiao Bei was going, he returned 10 minutes later. An entire class 1 erupted in exclamations, because Xiao Bei returned with the owner of the convenience store, sitting on the owner's electric tricycle. Xiao Bei then addressed the boys of class 1. All boys from class 1, come over, carry the water and the watermelon. Yes. Xiao Bei had gone to buy water and specifically bought 5 large watermelons, all cut up. This amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for Xiao Bei. The boys from class 1 immediately got up and ran towards him. Even the 4 from room 404 were momentarily stunned. I'm impressed with this class monitor. Me too. Class monitor is awesome. This class monitor is great. Lin Haojie and Kai Chizhou exchanged glances and then stepped forward to help Xiao Bei unload. Xiao Bei bought a total of 10 boxes of mineral water and 5 large watermelons. Once everything was unloaded, Xiao Bei told the boys, "Now it's your turn to shine. Take a bottle of water and a piece of watermelon to each girl." Okay, ha ha ha. Thanks, class monitor. Class monitor is mighty. Chapter 33. Ji Qinglan arrives. The people in financial class 1 also noticed something unusual on the basketball court. Although they stood very still, their eyes were drawn to that direction. Suddenly, everyone in class 1 was surprised and looked toward Xiao Bei, as they all recognized the girl. After all, she had been trending on campus with Xiao Bei. Moreover, she was from another university, coming to their university, which meant she must be here to find Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei also saw Ji Qinglan and smiled. Earlier in the morning, he had wondered why Ji Qinglan hadn't come, but he soon got caught up in the afternoon's activities and forgot about it. While doing military training, he had even thought that she might flake out on him. Now it seemed that Ji Qinglan was smart, knowing that this was about the right time for military training to be wrapping up, so she came. Ji Qinglan looked very good today, wearing a light blue Chanel dress paired with white sneakers, holding a cup of milk tea, and carrying a sun umbrella. Xiao Bei had sent Ji Qinglan his location earlier in the morning. As she walked onto the basketball court, she quickly found the spot for financial class 1 and spotted Xiao Bei, who stood out from the crowd. Chapter 34. Military training confession. The crowd witnessed this scene, with the girls feeling envious and jealous, while the boys wished they could be Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei stepped into the center of the field. Class monitor, do 1. Class monitor, do 1. Xiao Bei, do 1. Xiao Bei, do 1. Ji Qinglan didn't expect Xiao Bei to have such high prestige among the freshmen. He was indeed an outstanding boy, excellent wherever he went. Xiao Bei ignored the crowd's cheers and looked at Ji Qinglan, softly saying, "Do you want to see my talent performance?" Ji Qinglan smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Xiao Bei said to her, "The next performance is dedicated to you." At first, Xiao Bei didn't know what to perform, but then he noticed someone from a neighboring class had brought a guitar. Xiao Bei directly spent 300,000 points in the system shop to purchase guitar proficiency. He wouldn't miss the opportunity to show off and win the girl's heart. "Hey, can I borrow your guitar?" Xiao Bei approached the guitar player from the neighboring class. "Sure, can you play?" The boy, wearing glasses, looked at Xiao Bei with a hint of arrogance. Chapter 35. The preciousness of youth. Ji Qinglan actually guessed that Xiao Bei was going to confess. But now, she really saw Xiao Bei confessing to her. She thought she would calmly accept Xiao Bei's confession, but she realized she was wrong. She couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. She had been listening to music peacefully, but now her eyes were red. Everyone present was looking at Ji Qinglan. With tears streaming down her face, Ji Qinglan suddenly laughed and then rushed to Xiao Bei's side. Grabbing his hand, in the astonished gaze of everyone, Ji Qinglan directly kissed Xiao Bei on the lips. Ji Qinglan was indeed different from others. Many girls would have answered first in such a situation, but Ji Qinglan was not the same. Her actions provided the answer. When her lips met, the scene erupted with various screams and cheers. The girls looked at the kissing couple with envy, while the boys, though envious, mostly wished they could take their place. After the kiss, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. "Wow, the school beauty has become bold. If it were me, I would do the same. There's no way around it. Xiao Bei is just too dazzling." Chapter 36. A kiss seals the deal under the astonished gazes of everyone. The two disappeared from the basketball court. Yikvinglan, being pulled by Xiao Bei, looked ahead at him, her lips curling into a smile. The slanting sun shone upon them, leaving a diagonal shadow. He ran, she chased, and he was hard to catch. Soon, they ran out of the campus. Xiao Bei turned to look at Ji Qinglan, who was smiling at him, and then took out a tissue from her bag. She extended her delicate hand and gently wiped the sweat from Xiao Bei's forehead, scolding playfully. "You just finished military training and you're running. Aren't you tired?" "Not all tired, because you're behind me." Xiao Bei let Ji Qinglan wipe his sweat. "What are we doing now?" Ji Qinglan asked, looking at Xiao Bei's silly expression with a smile. "Come on, I'm taking you somewhere," Xiao Bei said, pulling Ji Qinglan's hand and heading toward a nearby residential area. "Where are we going?" Ji Qinglan asked, puzzled. "Just follow me." Without explanation, they soon arrived at a fireworks store. "Boss, give me 5 buckets of fireworks." The boss, lying on his lounge chair and fanning himself, suddenly saw a handsome couple walk in, ordering 5 buckets of fireworks all at once. Chapter 37. Hu Jilung's oath. The two passionately kissed, neither wanting to let go first. Finally, they were both almost out of breath before they released each other. "Thank you, Xiao Bei." "Silly, no need to thank me." They gazed into each other's eyes. "You're really beautiful, Qinglan. You're also really handsome, Xiao Bei." They looked at each other, and their cheeks slowly drew closer, preparing for another hot kiss. Just then, someone in the distance suddenly appeared, running toward them with a flashlight, shouting, "Who told you to set off fireworks here? Run." Xiao Bei grabbed Ji Qinglan's hand and quickly ran toward the car. Soon, they got in the car, and Xiao Bei started the engine, drifting in place. He turned the car around and drove away. Inside the car, Ji Qinglan still looked a bit shaken. "Exciting, right?" "Diao, Bei smiled at Yvinglan." Ji Qinglan patted her chest, excitedly saying, "It was thrilling, but we can't do that next time." "Okay, are you hungry?" "Diao, Bei asket turning to Yvinglan." She nodded. "Let's first get you home, then I'll go take a shower, and we can go eat." Chapter 38. Military training ends while Hu Jilong was in a panic. Xiao Bei was already ready on site. He then shouted with full force, "All personnel, march in place." Xiao Bei's voice was clear and powerful, and as his words fell, all the students of the finance department, just like Xiao Bei, moved in unison. At the moment Xiao Bei's command was given, everyone transitioned from standing still to marching perfectly in step. Xiao Bei tilted the flag he held at a 45-degree angle, the front of the flag facing up and forward, while the flagpole pointed down. Then, in perfect synchronization with the formations behind him, he stepped forward, the movement smooth and without any hesitation. Each step he took, his thighs and calves were straight as arrows, the tops of his feet parallel to the ground. That moment of stillness was almost frozen, deeply impressed in everyone's eyes. Especially Xiao Bei, as the flag bearer, was the focus of attention. Each step he took was like a fierce tiger emerging, powerful and upright. Coupled with his stature and looks, he was truly one of a kind. The senior students on the command platform also noticed Xiao Bei, suddenly erupting in whispers of admiration. Wow, so handsome. Chapter 39. Ji Qinglan surprised Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan were showing off their affection on the side. And the student from Class 1 who hadn't left yet were once again fed a mouthful of dog food. Of course, it wasn't just Class 1 that felt the sting, but also the senior girls who had just noticed Xiao Bei from the command platform. Hu Jilong looked at the familiar girl and was suddenly stunned. Wait, was that just now my sister-in-law? The class leader's romance is something we can't envy. Wow, so my sister-in-law came today. She's definitely my sister-in-law. Her figure, her looks. How could she not be impressive? Wow, my goodness, sister-in-law is so beautiful. Doesn't she have any girlfriends? Yeah, bro. I suddenly want to find a beautiful art school girlfriend too. As long as she's good-looking. There are definitely more good-looking girls in art schools than in Hangzhou University. After all, that's an art school. There aren't many ugly people there. Watching Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan's affection, they even kissed in public. Suddenly, cries of lament filled the air. Wow, I suddenly envy the class leader. Why is the class leader so outstanding? Damn, I really envy him. What's it like to be with a goddess? I don't know what goddess smells like, but I do know what seaweed smells like. Bowly seaweed. Chapter 40. Ji Qinglan drying Xiao Bei's hair. Having finished a shower, Xiao Bei walked out of the bathroom. While drying his hair, he walked toward Ji Qinglan. When Xiao Bei reached his desk and bed, he suddenly noticed that the clothes he had left on the bed were neatly folded. Moreover, his slightly messy desk had also been tidied up. Seeing this, Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan. Wife, did you do this? Ji Qinglan rolled her eyes at Xiao Bei, smiling inwardly, but still said, you can't even tidy up your own bed. Hee, it's not like I have a wife to help me. Mainly because military training has been too exhausting lately. I used to be much tidier. Xiao Bei reached out a hand, grabbing Ji Qinglan's hand with a playful grin. All right, military training, but next time I come and see it's still this messy, I won't help you tidy up. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei with a flushed face. When Xiao Bei came out, he was wearing only a pair of shorts and a tank top, showcasing his muscles. Although they had been together for a month. Xiao Bei usually wore military training short sleeves or military uniforms, so she had never really seen his muscles. Chapter 41. Dinner in the end. Ji Qinglan crossed her arms and looked at Xiao Bei, nodding in satisfaction. My husband is really handsome. I feel like I've become your model. Xiao Bei teased it, but immediately sensed a hint of danger. Ji Qinglan was looking at Xiao Bei with the aura of a designer. All right, when my wife steps in her own field, she's truly formidable and cannot be provoked. Wife, you're really cool. Haha. Xiao Bei stood up and looked at himself in the mirror. Looking in the mirror was just an excuse. Relieving Ji Qinglan's tension was real. I know you're handsome, but if you don't want me to design for you, then I won't do it anymore. Ji Qinglan said lightly. No, from now on, it's all you, haha. I'll make you my model for life. Xiao Bei turned and pulled Ji Qinglan. Just then, the dormitory door was opened. Three friends looked into the dorm, seeing the two of them holding hands, and awkwardly smiled. We didn't interrupt, did we? We can wait outside for a bit. Yeah, we can keep an eye out for you guys outside. The three friends couldn't say anything clever. Hearing this, Ji Qinglan smiled slightly and said generously, it's fine. I was the one interrupting. Chapter 42. Making breakfast for Ji Qinglan in the morning, the two were under the same thin blanket. Under the blanket, they were playfully wrestling. After cuddling for a while, Ji Qinglan shyly said, it's time to get up. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan, who was curled up in his arms like a little kitten, her big eyes staring at him. Without saying much, Xiao Bei picked Ji Qinglan up in surprise and placed her on his lap. Bad guy, trying to misbehave again? Ji Qinglan blushed and looked at Xiao Bei, who was lying on the bed. Xiao Bei chuckled and gently leaned over to Ji Qinglan's ear, whispering, be good. Ji Qinglan shot him a glare. An hour later, Ji Qinglan was clinging to Xiao Bei like an octopus, her head resting on his chest, looking up at him. Husband, be good, get up. I have a class this morning. Ji Qinglan said playfully. Xiao Bei, feeling a bit gloomy, replied, okay, get up, but what about me? Ji Qinglan smiled slightly, looked at Xiao Bei, and wrapped her arms around his neck. How about you come with me to class, just for one class? Chapter 43. The dog by Ji Qinglan sighed. Ji Qinglan has now thoroughly understood Xiao Bei's thick skin. However, she still directly said to him, "Husband, you're delicious." Xiao Bei grinned, thinking, "This is my wife, how great." They both enjoyed their breakfast happily. After finishing their meal, they left Ji Qinglan's home. Just as they got into the car, Ji Qinglan seemed to remember something and said to Xiao Bei, "Husband, I'll send you the secret to my house." After saying that, she lowered her head and sent the password to Xiao Bei. Hearing this, Xiao Bei felt delighted, but although being a pretty boy was good, he didn't want to be one. Just right, taking advantage of the National Day, he planned to buy a house and also needed to get a new car. A rich man's car had to be impressive. At Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, Ji Qinglan had a big class in the morning, so she dragged Xiao Bei to attend with her. University classes are like that. Besides specialized courses, anyone could sit in on the big lectures. Xiao Bei didn't want to draw attention to himself by driving directly into the academy. Instead, he parked in the usual spot. Then, he and Ji Qinglan walked hand in hand towards the academy. In the A301 lecture hall at Hangzhou Academy of Fine Arts, one of Ji Qinglan's roommates, Zhang Yi, was sitting at the back chatting with a handsome guy. Chapter 44. Does brother have a system? Is brother proud? Himeng's tone was filled with chill. At this moment, Himeng's few brothers and Zhang Yi were all looking over. Zhang Yi walked over, pretending to be a good sister, and sat down next to Ji Qinglan. "Wow, Lan, is this the junior? So handsome. You two really match." Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan in confusion, asking with his eyes, "Who is this girl?" But soon, Xiao Bei found out. Ji Qinglan coldly replied, "My man and I definitely match." "Oh, what a pity for he Xiao, chasing you for so long, only to lose to a junior." After seemingly casually saying this, Zhang Yi looked at Xiao Bei again. "Junior, very handsome, where are you from? Is it a lot of pressure being with our Lan?" Zhang Yi's tone sounded very enthusiastic, with no ulterior motives. If it were Xiao Bei from his previous life at this age, he would have laughed it off, but now Xiao Bei was no ordinary person. This girl's every move seemed to show concern for him and Ji Qinglan, but from Ji Qinglan's tone and the current environment, Xiao Bei knew this girl had ulterior motives. Chapter 45. The terrifying Xiao Bei. At this moment, Xiao Bei was smiling calmly, as if he were discussing something trivial. Ji Qinglan looked at her man's profile, thinking, yeah, quite handsome. But in Himeng's eyes, there was immense fear. He knew that the Xiao Bei before him was not simple. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei continued to speak softly, "Lamborghini. It's indeed real, but it seems to be secondhand, right? Moreover, to put it nicely, your dad is merely a puppet manager put in place by Zhang Tianqing, with a bit of shares but not much. To put it bluntly, your dad is just a figurehead. However, you should be thankful that your dad has the ability to manage the Binjiang group well, and Zhang Tianqing trusts your dad. Himeng, to put it bluntly, if it weren't for your dad's slight abilities, could you live so carefree? So, to put it bluntly, your family isn't really a prestigious family in Hangzhou. You can hardly say you're from a high-income household. So, do you think you're worthy of Lan? I don't need to mention Lan's background. You should know it. Sometimes, when a person lies too much, they can get trapped in their own lies. So now I'm pulling you up to recognize reality. But you also need to know two things. Chapter 46. Private Assistant Services. This class is an elective course in economics. Although it's an art school, some aspects of art are indeed linked to business. Plus, Ji Qinglan is not only a design student at the art school, but also the owner of Qinglan Design. Therefore, it's quite necessary to understand these issues. Ji Qinglan is listening attentively in class, while Xiao Bei is playing on his phone beside her. Soon, an hour-long class is over. "Wife, I'm hungry." By now it's noon, and Xiao Bei, like a little child, says to Ji Qinglan, "Let's go, I'll treat you to a feast." Ji Qinglan looks at Xiao Bei affectionately, a smile on her lips. Hearing this, Xiao Bei's eyes light up. "I know the taste of soft rice." At this moment, Ji Qinglan's other two roommates walk up to Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan. Seeing this, Ji Qinglan grabs Xiao Bei's hand and smiles at the two. "Li Yan. This is my boyfriend Xiao Bei." Ji Qinglan generously introduces her boyfriend to her roommates. Hearing this, Xiao Bei feels delighted inside. "You and Xiao Bei, hello." Qianli looks at Xiao Bei and then at Ji Qinglan. "Wow, you really match well." Junior Bei, "Hello. You're even better looking in person than in the photos." Lian also greets Xiao Bei with a smile. Chapter 47. Almost at different levels soon, under the guidance of the reception lady, the group arrives at the VIP lounge. The entire VIP lounge is packed, contrasting sharply with the people who just entered. Since the VIP lounge is on the second floor and quite spacious, there are just a few tables of people. Xiao Bei and the others find a spot by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking up, they can see the entire Shanxiao district. It feels very upscale. As soon as they sit down, Li Yin and Qianli, who have never experienced such treatment, exclaim, "Junior, your strength is impressive. I always thought rich people just had a bit of money, but now I realize I've been quite ignorant." Xiao Bei doesn't mock them or act superior. Instead, he jokes. There's no difference between rich and poor. We all need to eat, drink, and take care of business. Yi Xinglan playfully smiled Xiao Bei's arm. We came here to eat, and after what you just said, I feel like we're about to have a meal with a lot of flavor. Haha, I was really nervous earlier, but after hearing Junior's words, I'm all for it. No wonder you could win over Longlon. You're really different from those rich second-generation kids at school. Chapter 48. School rumors. Seeing that the two girls seemed a bit shy, Xiao Bei directly takes the menu and starts ordering. A bottle of Romani Kani and a few desserts. Ji Qinglan doesn't react much, just watching Xiao Bei show off. Yes, in Ji Qinglan's eyes, Xiao Bei is just putting on airs again, but she doesn't mind. After being with Xiao Bei for over a month, Ji Qinglan has noticed that sometimes he is too mature, not at all like a young person. Seeing Xiao Bei show off now, Ji Qinglan is actually a bit happy. It turns out he can be childish too. After ordering, the four of them begin chatting. As they talk, Li Yin and Qianli gradually loosen up and start joking with Xiao Bei as well. Mainly, they find that spending time with Xiao Bei doesn't create much awkwardness. Setting aside their identities, Xiao Bei is just like many ordinary people, enjoying telling risque jokes. During their conversation, dishes start arriving one after another. Australian Wagyu ribeye steak, truffle mashed potatoes, 8 Australian black abalones, French foie gras, Hokkaido scallops, king crab, and some accompanying vegetables. Then come the sauces, of course, followed by desserts and French baguettes. When the food arrives, Xiao Bei doesn't overly flaunt his table manners. Chapter 49. Shopping with the goddess Li Yin was about to agree when Qianli said, "It's fine. We're just going to buy some art supplies anyway, so we won't interrupt your little world." Since Qianli said that, Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan didn't say much more. The four of them split up at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel. Xiao Bei takes Ji Qinglan and gets into his S63. After getting in the car, Ji Qinglan looks at Xiao Bei and asks, "Hubby, what are you going to buy?" Xiao Bei thinks for a moment, lifts Ji Qinglan's chin with his hand, and says, "Yesterday you gave me a gift, so today it's my turn to give you one." Being teased like this by Xiao Bei, Ji Qinglan smiles slightly, her face flushing a bit. "I don't want a gift." Ji Qinglan says, "Giving you a gift is my business. Whether you want it or not is yours." Xiao Bei says domineeringly, not giving Ji Qinglan a chance to refuse as he starts the car and drives out of the hotel. Xiao Bei drives directly to the Guanmao area. After parking, Ji Qinglan looks at Xiao Bei and says, "Although my husband isn't lacking money, you really don't need to go out of your way to buy me gifts. Many times, you say you don't want it, but as your man, I can't do that. Be good." Xiao Bei opens the car door and smiles. Chapter 50. F8 is good. But I'm buying La Ferrari. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan get out of the car and walk into a store called Dinghui Luxury Car Dealership. As soon as they enter, they see various luxury cars in the entire hall. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, McLarens, and so on. All are top-notch luxury vehicles. While they're looking at the cars, a voice comes from behind. "Longlon, are you here to buy a car?" The voice carries a hint of eagerness. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan turn around to see a young man in a suit with slicked back hair. Although he is very young and handsome, his hairstyle makes him appear somewhat mature. "Jin Yong, you're here too. Are you here to buy a car?" Ji Qinglan shows no significant emotional reaction to this man. Jin Yong's family has a long-standing friendship with Ji Qinglan's family. He also has a bit of admiration for Ji Qinglan, but keeps it well hidden. "Yeah, just came to take a look at the cars. I'm planning to switch to a new one since I've grown tired of the old one. By the way, who is this?" Jin Yong just noticed Xiao Bei, but after thinking, he realizes he has never seen this person in Hangzhou's circle. When Jin Yong inquires, his tone is polite, but Xiao Bei sees a hint of hostility in his gaze. Chapter 51. Getting the La Ferrari. Xiao Bei ignores Jin Yong directly. He turns to the salesperson beside him and says, "Can you take me to see the cars?" The sales assistant was slightly taken aback by the words. He actually shared the same thoughts as Jin Yong, believing that the young man in front of him was just talking big. However, judging by the current situation, it seemed like he was serious. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, the customer was a guest, and the boss had instructed him not to look down on any customer. After all, the boss had once encountered a foolish employee in his store who judged people based on appearances. That time, he offended an old man, which almost led to the closure of the boss's car dealership. Since then, the boss had repeatedly warned that anyone who dared to let a similar situation happen again would not be treated kindly. "All right, sir, please follow me," the sales assistant said, leading Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan to a showroom on the right. Jin Yong thought for a moment and decided to follow. He just couldn't believe that Xiao Bei had the ability to buy this car. He was waiting to see a joke. Anyone who loses face in front of a girl they like would want to regain it doubly. Jin Yong was no exception. Soon, the sales assistant brought the three of them to the display stand of a LaFerrari, which was surrounded by a security line. Chapter 52, Show of Strength. Seeing how young Xiao Bei was, yet able to independently manage 60 million. Most people might not understand what this meant, but as one of the second generation in Hangzhou, Jin Yong knew exactly what it represented. It meant that Xiao Bei, whom he had just looked down upon, likely had a family background that was far beyond his imagination. At this moment, his expression was extremely unpleasant. On the other side, Xiao Bei began to chat with Qin Shi. "Young Master Xiao, you really are quite accomplished at such a young age. You must not be a local from Hangzhou, right?" Qin Shi asked with a smile as he sat across from Xiao Bei. "No, I'm not," Xiao Bei replied directly. Hearing this, Qin Shi smiled slightly and continued. "Young Master Xiao, now that you're the owner of a LaFerrari, have you considered joining our supercar club?" After saying this, Qin Shi looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei thought for a moment. He was aware of the supercar club. It seemed like a gathering of supercars, but in reality, it was a place to network. After all, anyone who drives a supercar usually comes from a wealthy family, and through the platform of the supercar club, they become friends. Perhaps they could collaborate well in the future. For the previous life of Xiao Bei, this was also quite a significant platform. Chapter 53, Stirring Hangzhou. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Jin Yong felt speechless inside. He clenched his fists, but thinking of Xiao Bei's terrifying strength, he reluctantly followed the rules. "Young Master Xiao, I haven't bought my car yet, so of course I can't leave." After thinking for a long time, Jin Yong could only say this. "Well, that's true. Actually, Jinga, the F8 is really good. I'm a bit materialistic. I only buy expensive things. If I weren't so materialistic, I would also get an F8. Xiao Bei said with a smile, then took Ji Qinglan's hand and walked out of the VIP room. Seeing this, Qin Shi realized that Jin Yong must have offended Xiao Bei. However, compared to Jin Yong, Qin Shi definitely sided with Xiao Bei now. There was no reason for it. That's just how the adult world works. Anyone would choose this way. After all, Qin Shi's relationship with Jin Yong was also average. He wouldn't offend Xiao Bei just for Jin Yong. Qin Shi glanced at Jin Yong and then followed Xiao Bei out. After the few of them left, Jin Yong clenched his fists and kicked the nearby sofa. "Xiao Bei, just wait, tomorrow you will see." Jin Yong calmed down and suddenly thought of something, a strange smile appearing on his face. On the other side, Xiao Bei came out of the VIP room and said to Qin Shi, "Brother Chun, you could drop me off here. See you tomorrow." Chapter 54. "Honey, you look handsome today." Xiao Bei was now a youthful and vigorous man. Upon hearing such words, how did he back down? He directly hugged Ji Qinglan and returned to the bedroom. This time, he didn't turn off the lights. 2 hours later, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei with deep affection. "Honey, do you know? You looked really handsome today." How handsome?" Xiao Bei heiset an eyeball. Ji Qinglan reached out to press down his brow, giggling like a cat. Really handsome. Handsomer than before." She smiled dreamily for a while, then suddenly asked, "Did your parents say anything about you spending so much money?" Xiao Bei touched her face and smiled. "This is all my own money." Ji Qinglan was slightly taken aback. "Your own money? What do you mean?" "Literally, the money is all earned by me." Xiao Bei didn't want to continue on this topic. He didn't want Ji Qinglan to know that he was an orphan. Because of Ji Qinglan's character, if she found out that he was an orphan, her love for him might deepen even more. Xiao Bei believed he wasn't strong enough yet to ignore everything. Ji Qinglan also noticed that Xiao Bei didn't want to continue discussing this matter, although she was very curious as to why Xiao Bei had never talked about his background, and had never seen him call home. Chapter 55, Culinary Mastery. Noodle Wizard Xiao Bei placed his hand on Ji Qinglan's head, looking at her with a victorious smile. Ji Qinglan pouted, looking at Xiao Bei with a wronged expression. Bad guy. Can't you let me win?" Also, you cheated just now? Seeing Ji Qinglan's cute appearance, Xiao Bei smiled slightly, placing his hands on her face. All right, darling, get up. We still have to go to Brother Chen's place later. After saying this, Xiao Bei gave her a pat on her perky bottom and said, I'm going down to make breakfast. You hurry up. Bad guy. Xiao Bei glanced at Ji Qinglan and then went downstairs to prepare breakfast, no lunch. After Ji Qinglan finished washing up, she was still a bit sulky. It wasn't that Ji Qinglan was throwing a tantrum, but because girls in love are actually very sensitive and care about details. She just wanted Xiao Bei to coax her. However, Xiao Bei was being oblivious today and didn't coax her at all. I'll draw a circle to curse you. Have a child without an anus. After complaining a bit, Ji Qinglan finished washing up, put on her clothes, and went downstairs. Wife, you came down just in time. Breakfast is ready. Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan pouted, I don't want to eat yours. I'll eat by myself. Chapter 56. HCA Club after leaving home. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan drove the LaFerrari to the Hangzhou International Circuit, the place Chen mentioned. Xiao Bei had never been to this place in both his past and present lives, mainly because although he had money in his past life, he didn't have much time for leisure activities. All the way, Xiao Bei played his favorite songs in the car, while Ji Qinglan fell asleep in the passenger seat. There was no helping it. Xiao Bei was just too impressive last night. Driving in an immersive manner, of course. Xiao Bei's car attracts a lot of attention on the road. For the envious gazes, Xiao Bei has always accepted them with pleasure. An hour later, the car arrived at the Hangzhou International Circuit. Xiao Bei did not call Chen immediately, but looked at Ji Qinglan beside him. He then pinched Ji Qinglan's cheek. Wife, we've arrived. Huh? Arrived? Ji Qinglan was still a bit dazed, but quickly became alert and touched up her makeup in the car. Xiao Bei asked her why she was putting on makeup. Ji Qinglan said that there were many pretty girls in the supercar club, and she couldn't be outdone. Well, the competitive spirit among women is something Xiao Bei couldn't understand. After getting out of the car, Xiao Bei directly contacted Chen. Ji Qinglan got out of the car and propped her long legs on the car door, stretching her body with a series of snaps. Chapter 57. Joining HCA, then Xiao Bei was taken to the side of the track by Chen. Ji Qinglan sat aside, chatting with some friends. No one approached because they all knew that Brother Chen was about to bring Xiao Bei in. The most important aspects of a supercar club are 2 points, top-tier supercars and strength. Everyone present knew Xiao Bei's strength without needing to say it. He could buy a 60 million LaFerrari just like that. Such a person is truly not someone they can currently interact with. They would only reach out once Xiao Bei officially joined. Otherwise, what could they use to get to know him? At the side of the track, Chen handed Xiao Bei a soft black cigarette. They both lit up and took a deep puff. Chen said to Xiao Bei, Beizi, the HCA club is organized by me, but there are 3 other founders. 2 of them are Zhang Honghua and Fang Chun, who are currently racing, and the last one, Shen Bin, is busy with a project abroad and hasn't returned. Zhang Honghua's family is in real estate, and they are very powerful. Among the top in the entire Yangtze River Delta. You must have guessed it. Fang Chun's family is in security technology, the best in the country. After Chen finished speaking, he quietly watched Xiao Bei. Chapter 58. My 500 million is here, what about yours? Just as Zhang Honghua finished speaking, 10 supercars stopped in front of everyone. Xiao Bei glanced at the 10 supercars. They were all quite impressive. 3 Lamborghinis, though not SVJ models, were still top contenders among supercars. There were a Ferrari 488, F8, McLaren 720S, Maserati MC20, Porsche 911 track version, as well as 2 leading models, a Koenigsegg and a Pagani Huayra. Chen walked over to Xiao Bei and quietly said, This is Lin Fan from the SSC Club, and we are arch rivals. I don't know how he found out we were here today. Xiao Bei nodded slightly at this, having no particular thoughts. After all, he just joined, and it's better to observe more and say less. At that moment, all 10 cars opened their doors. Each car had 1 man and 1 woman getting out. Suddenly, 20 people appeared, but Xiao Bei ignored everyone else and focused his gaze on the man getting out of the Pagani. Among all the people, Xiao Bei sensed an aura from this individual. At this moment, Chen smiled and walked over. Young Master Lin, do you have eyes like a hawk and ears like a mouse? Chapter 59. Is something about to happen? Xiao Bei's tone was very calm, but everyone was shocked. Big brother, those are 5 small goals, not 5,000. Instantly, the way everyone looked at Xiao Bei changed. with a mix of caution and admiration. How rich must his family be to casually mention 5 small goals? So yeah, watching Xiao Bei's domineering demeanor from behind, suddenly felt a bit envious of Ji Qinglan. So cool. Lin Fan was also stunned by Xiao Bei's confidence. He had always thought that Xiao Bei was joking about buying cars with 5 billion. This was why he had been so fearless. But now, seeing Xiao Bei pull out the money effortlessly, it showed the strength of his opponent. Although feeling a bit wary, Lin Fan was still unafraid. Even if you Xiao Bei are a dragon crossing the river, you still have to lie flat in Hangzhou. All right, boldness is commendable. Just wait. After saying that, Lin Fan made a few calls. Half an hour later, a Rolls-Royce arrived at the scene. A middle-aged man, resembling a butler, got out and approached Lin Fan, handing him a document bag. This is the transfer documentation for my car and house. 200 million has already been transferred to Chen Qi's account. Can we start now? Chapter 60. Extreme cornering. Lin Fan plays dirty. Jin Yong exploded completely after being kicked by Chen Qi. Brother Chen, he's just some outsider. Who does he think he is? Also, his family is strong, but this is Hangzhou. In Hangzhou, Lin Xiao fears no one. Jin Yong laughed foolishly. Fear who? If his family really gets angry, we won't be enough to deal with them. You better pray that Beizi doesn't get into trouble. After Chen Qi finished speaking, he ran off. But everyone present was shocked. Not because Chen Qi hit Jin Yong, but because of the latter part of his statement. If Xiao Bei gets into trouble, everyone here, combined, won't be enough to handle it. Hey, what kind of identity does Xiao have? You ask me, who do I ask? Damn Jin Yong. If it weren't for him, pray that Xiao is fine. At this moment, every HCA member hoped that Xiao Bei would be okay. On the other side, another leader from the SSC, Huang Sheng, also heard Chen Qi's words. What exactly is Xiao Bei's identity? Fanzi, go check. I want to know as soon as possible. Okay, Brother Huang. Although Huang Sheng and Chen Qi were rivals, he still placed great importance on what Chen Qi had said. Chapter 61. Betrayed by friends. Lin Fan slowly stood up, looking disdainfully at a few people, especially Xiao Bei. What now? Do you think I was scared into growing up? Chen Qi frowned and walked over, pointing at Lin Fan's nose and scolding. You don't want to admit it, huh? Do you think not admitting it means nothing? The money is in my hands. I'm not afraid of you playing tricks. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's face turned a bit ugly, but he still stepped up to Chen Qi and threatened, if you dare to swallow my money, just try it. Zhang Honghua angrily pointed at Lin Fan. So you're saying you're invincible when you don't have any shame? Do you think since your reputation is already in the gutter, you might as well take advantage of it? You think you can scam HCA? You're bold, aren't you? Fang Chun sneered. What are you pretending for? Are you the leader of HCA now? The tiger is not around, and a few monkeys want to act big. Make a call to Shan Bin abroad and ask if he is willing to hand over the reins to you. Lin Fan unexpectedly showed a tough side that shocked everyone. This guy has some guts, huh? But then again, if Lin Fan hadn't been so irritable and wanted to be the boss, today's situation wouldn't have been possible. Chapter 62. Xiao Bei takes action. Seeing this, Lin Fan was extremely furious, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage as he stared at Xiao Bei. Then he burst into wild laughter, laughing maniacally. He then turned to Huang Sheng and said angrily, Today, I won't give you the bet. If you want to leave, I won't stop you. But the club membership fee is non-refundable. And you, Xiao Bei, do whatever you want. I'm scared of you. Lin Fan had lost all his gentlemanly demeanor and directly confronted Xiao Bei. This is getting crazy. He has completely lost it and is ready to let loose. At this moment, everyone looked at Xiao Bei, as Lin Fan had already given up on holding back. Now it all depended on how Xiao Bei would respond. Lin Fan was being outrageous, and no one knew how to handle it. Once an old fox lets go of fear, it becomes really hard to deal with. Some suggested just beating him up, but that wouldn't solve the problem. On the contrary, getting beaten might allow Lin Fan to escape. If they didn't fight and continue to stalemate, Lin Fan really wouldn't be able to get out of that door. But who could guarantee they could outlast this lunatic? Directly acting shameless. Who has any way to counter that? At this moment, everyone had witnessed Lin Fan's audacity. Chapter 63. The Xiao family of the imperial capital Jin Yong had now understood what Chen Qi had just said. Or rather, everyone present understood Chen Qi's previous words. Xiao Bei is terrifying. Jin Yong saw Xiao Bei beckoning to him, and although he was terrified inside, he still walked over shakily. At this moment, facing Xiao Bei, he no longer felt defiant. when the gap between them was as vast as heaven and earth. He didn't even have the courage to be jealous. Xiao, I deserve to die. Jin Yong looked at Xiao Bei in horror. You indeed deserve to die, but someone has paid the price for you. If it weren't for the fact that your family and my wife's family have been family friends, you wouldn't be leaving here today. Hearing this, Jin Yong's heart trembled. It seemed Xiao Bei wasn't planning to deal with him, and he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, you still provoked me, and if I don't do something, I won't feel satisfied. Xiao Bei continued lais uladi. Xiao, you say it. At this moment, Jin Yong knew that saying more was useless. Even Lin Fan was on his knees begging for mercy, let alone himself. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are worthless. From now on, I don't want to see you in Hangzhou again. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 64. Heading to the Magic City, Xiao Bei was completely unaware of what had happened in Xiao Yaoting's territory. Because right now, he was at the Euro-American Financial Building with Ji Qinglan. Just a moment ago in the car, Ji Qinglan told Xiao Bei that the company's renovation was almost complete, and they were just waiting for the soft decoration. So the two of them arrived at the Euro-American Financial Building. Since today was the first day of National Day, there weren't many people in the entire building. They quickly arrived at the company. As soon as they walked into the company, Xiao Bei fell in love with the decoration in front of him. The blend of modernism and Euro-American minimalism was just right. Xiao Bei was very satisfied with his office and open-air balcony. The entire office was 200 square meters, with a full wall of floor-to-ceiling windows next to the desk. Behind the desk was a crystal display cabinet, and next to it was a wine cabinet where he could store some fine wines later. The entire office was carpeted, and behind the desk was a small door that opened into a bedroom, convenient for working late and staying overnight. In the office lobby, there were 3 artistic sofas, and in front of the sofas was a 100-inch LCD TV. Then there was an entertainment area where they could buy some entertainment equipment based on Xiao Bei's preferences, such as a small golf model, a billiards table, etc. Chapter 65. I'm going to fall for this. At the Magic City high-speed railway station, at the exit, stood 2 beautiful women, one of whom was Lu Qingyan. The other was a local of the Magic City, nicknamed Big Girl, Yi Xuanya. If Lu Qingyan was the white moonlight, then Yi Xuanya was the tomboy. Her personality was that of a tomboy, but her looks were not inferior to Lu Qingyan's at all. With bright, piercing eyes full of determination, her face was exquisitely crafted, with a small cherry mouth embedded in a delicate face that was sharp yet elegant, exuding a powerful aura. To put simply, there was a kind of feminine dominance about her, paired with a white hat, a pair of Tyrannosaurus sunglasses, and a white LA short-sleeve top that wrapped around her irregular denim skirt. The outfit was layered, but what caught the eye the most was the pressure brought by her overwhelming presence. At this moment, Yi Xuanya looked at Lu Qingyan, who was smiling at her phone and rolled her eyes under her sunglasses. Sister, what's going on? Is this junior named Xiao Bei really that good? Look at how lovesick you are right now. OMG. Early in the morning, Lu Qingyan had dragged Yi Xuanya to the Magic City high-speed railway station. Chapter 68. Yi Xuanya stops Liu Yingyan Nudgit Yi Xuanya. Although Yi Xuanya said this, she was still quite worried. The junior in front of her clearly was not an ordinary person. In summary, as a sister, Yi Xuanya would not let Lu Qingyan be deceived. Since she couldn't extract any information, she decided not to ask anymore. After all, there were still a few days until National Day, so she would observe slowly. In any case, she took on the arduous task of preventing her sister from being scammed for money and love. Just then, Xiao Bei walked up to Lu Qingyan. With a smile, he said, "Senior, I'm here." Lu Qingyan shyly glanced at Xiao Bei. This sentence felt a bit ambiguous, and she secretly peeked at Yi Xuanya. Sure enough, Yi Xuanya had already taken off her sunglasses and was staring intently at Xiao Bei. Lu Qingyan felt helpless and then looked at Xiao Bei in surprise. "Junior, you've changed so much in just a month." "Changed a lot? Where have I changed?" Xiao Bei de liba atali asket. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xuanya's eyes widened. "Wow, can't you see me? Are you publicly flirting with my sister? Scumbag, definitely a scumbag. You've become so handsome that I don't even recognize you." Lu Qingyan said naively. Chapter 67. Jinyu Technology. After hanging up the phone, the car fell into silence. Who is Xiao Bei? He quickly figured out the reason for the situation, but he chose not to explain. Sometimes, some explanations won't clear your suspicions. Instead, they may intensify them. Xiao Bei thought simply that he would know everything when the time came. When he decided to invest in Jianyu, he contacted the founder in advance. It was mainly because it was the National Day holiday, and Xiao Bei was worried about making a wasted trip. Fortunately, the other party was still in the Magic City, and the entire founding team was present. Therefore, Xiao Bei didn't want to explain anything now. Once he arrived, he would know everything. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Yi Xianya in his heart. She was someone with a high sense of risk prevention. The high-speed train station wasn't very far from Jiangpu Entrepreneurial Park, only about 5 kilometers in a straight line. So after more than 10 minutes, Yi Xianya's Mercedes arrived at the park. The Jiangpu Entrepreneurial Park had a separate building among several nearby factories, 6 stories high, and it didn't look as glamorous as an office building. In fact, the outer wall was covered with climbing ivy. This park was actually a startup incubation park supported by the government of the Magic City. Such parks are generally not located in very prosperous areas. Chapter 68. Xiao Bei's thinking in response to Lu Qingyan's inquiry. Xiao Bei nodded. I had seen their project before, and it just so happens that I have an idea that can be integrated, so I'm ready to invest. Aren't you going to think about it a bit more? After all, this is 2 million. Lu Qingyan's family conditions were quite good, but Xiao Bei's actions today still gave her a huge shock. Although her best friend Yixian kept saying that Xiao Bei was just showing off, Lu Qingyan's intuition told her otherwise. The aura he exuded and the first time she met him were not something anyone could imitate. Just then, Mao Shuchong walked in. Xiao Zong, look. This is the investment contract. Mao Shuchong handed the contract to Xiao Bei, who took it and carefully examined it, finding no traps. He then smiled at Mao Shuchong and said, Mao Zong, there is no problem with the contract. Shall we sign now? That's great. Xiao Zong, I still have a question. When will the 2 million be transferred? Mao Shuchong was really in a tight spot. He couldn't delay the financing, otherwise he wouldn't know how to pay salaries. Chapter 69. Xiao Bei's nickname Green T2 Million. A student who just graduated from college directly invested in a company. Not just that, but he invested 2 million in real cash, and he even provided reasonable suggestions. Well, at this moment, Yi Xianya realized she was being petty. However, what Yi Xianya didn't know was that neither Lu Qingyan nor Xiao Bei would think too much about her. In Xiao Bei's eyes, the girl's actions were very correct. Girls should learn to protect themselves, right? In Lu Qingyan's eyes, her sister was being responsible for herself. But at this moment, Yi Xianya was really shocked. Junior, are you going to heaven? Yi Xianya was from the Magic City, and her family was quite well off. While attending university, her family bought her a Mercedes worth over 300,000, and they had prepared a house early in Pudong, Magic City, as a dowry. Logically speaking, 2 million shouldn't be shocking, right? But depends on where the 2 million is used. For some second-generation rich kids, 2 million might be spent on consumption. And their most significant feeling would be envy, since they already had expectations in their hearts. But what about Xiao Bei? 2 million, directly invested in a company. And it seemed there was money to be made. This was not just a shock for Lu Qingyan. It was for her too. She then looked at Lu Qingyan enviously. Chapter 70. Lu Qingyan claims ownership. Xiao Bei resisted this. Green tea is definitely not better than Bei. Xiao Bei complained unhappily. Haha, then how about this? We fully respect your opinion. Lu Qingyan thought for a moment, and then looked at Xiao Bei meaningfully. What? Xiao Bei asked. From now on, we'll call you Green Tea Bei. Look, Senior is so nice to you, never resorting to any hegemony. Ahahaha. Ice cream, you're included. By the way, Green Tea Bei, which hotel are we going to? Yi Xianya looked at Xiao Bei in the rearview mirror. Xiao Bei replied, somewhere closer to your school. That way it's convenient for you to find us. Budget? No, ice cream, what budget? Do you think Green Tea Bei needs to consider the budget? Ye wan yet tisit. Lu Qingyan then realized. I was too abrupt. Xiao Bei smilet schlichtly. Quite enjoying this way of interacting, not treating you differently just because you have money. This is how friends interact. I looked it up, and let's directly book at the Yongyun and Man Hotel. There's only this good hotel nearby, Xiao Bei said lightly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xianya immediately got angry. Ice cream? I really want to hit someone. Chapter 71. I want to claim ownership too after booking the room. The two walked into the elevator under the resentful gaze of the front desk lady. As soon as they entered the elevator, Lu Qingyan blushed slightly and looked at Xiao Bei. Yunyua, e. Sure. Xiao Bei smiled at her, signaling her not to speak yet. Lu Qingyan felt a bit at loss, but obediently closed her mouth. However, her mind was still racing with thoughts. Junior, you don't think I'm that kind of casual woman, do you? Wow, This feels so uncomfortable. Lu Qingyin, can't you be a bit more reserved? What to do now? Soon, the two arrived at the presidential suite on the 36th floor. Xiao Bei opened the door, not having time to notice the suite's decoration at that moment, and pulled the still dazed Lu Qingyin into his arms. He then closed the door. At this moment, Lu Qingyin was stunned, leaning against the door, while Xiao Bei supported himself against the door, facing her directly. They both stared into each other's eyes. Xiao Bei's gaze was filled with a desire to attack, while Lu Qingyin appeared a bit flustered, her eyes darting around. She then looked at Xiao Bei and whispered, "Junior, what do you want to do?" Xiao Bei looked at Lu Qingyin, who resembled a shy little kitten at that moment. Chapter 72. Considering the single dog after drinking some water, the three sat in the living room chatting. "So where are we going next?" Lu Qingyin asked the two. "Just now, old Zhang and old Buddha called me. Tonight is the weekly gathering. Let's go eat together." Ye wan yasait jaswali. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei couldn't help but smile inwardly. He would get to see beautiful women again. Yes, Xiao Bei now believed that the Magic City Music Academy was filled with beautiful women, all so charming. "Big girl, can I go too?" "Nonsense. Your little Yin must be reluctant to let you eat a big meal alone in the hotel. Besides, you're my buddy now. How can we skip a meal?" "Big girl, you." Lu Qingyin saw Yi Xuanya teasing her again and wanted to say something to refute it. But thinking about the passionate kiss with Xiao Bei just now, her face turned red. She didn't say anything more, but secretly glanced at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei also looked at Lu Qingyin, a slight smile on his lips. Yi Xuanya watched and immediately felt that there must be something going on between the two when she wasn't around. Otherwise, why would there be a sweet scent of love in the air? "So what did you two do while I was away?" Chapter 73. It's all about chemistry. Yi Xuanya shouldn't be called a big girl anymore. When she gets angry, she is as fierce as a northeast tiger. She should be called Tiger Girl. Xiao Bei was also curious why a girl from Jiangnan could be so fierce. Can't mess with her. All the way, Lu Qingyin, who had let loose, was directly holding Xiao Bei's hand in the back seat. Yi Xuanya was so annoyed that she complained continuously, being single isn't a crime. But dog food is just too intoxicating. Half an hour later, in the underground parking lot of the Pudong Sports Center, Yi Xuanya parked the car, and the three of them walked towards the outdoor football field inside the sports center. The car show was held there. I have to say, the car show in Magic City was really crowded. By the time the three of them reached the entrance of the car show, there was already a huge crowd. There were so many people. On such a hot day, coming to a car show, are they crazy? Ye wanya complain. Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyin immediately burst into laughter. Yi Xuanya looked at Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyin and complained, "Did I say something wrong? Isn't it better to stay home, enjoy the air conditioning, eat big watermelons, and binge-watch dramas?" "I agree with your latter half of the sentence," Xiao Bei said with a smile. "But we don't agree with your former half." Lu Qingyin directly spoke up after Xiao Bei finished. Chapter 74. Lamborghini SVJ Xiao Bei's Versailles-like words left the streamer Yang Bei and the viewers in the live chat collectively dumbfounded. Lu Qingyin and Yi Xuanya were already used to it, but they still exchanged glances. You could say Xiao Bei is smart and emotionally intelligent, but his current performance is very much like the foolish son of a landlord. If you say he is the foolish son of a landlord, fine, but he is also quite smart. He really is someone hard to figure out. At this moment, the most shocked were the viewers in the live chat. Wow, this guy is so good at pretending, and he talks about chemistry. Does that mean if I like a LaFerrari and feel a connection, I can just buy it? Is he really that capricious? Suddenly realized he is so handsome. The girl upstairs, I would say the same, but whether I can afford it is another question. Let's not talk about it. It's obvious he is just showing off. Look at the cars behind him. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, Porsches, etc. The worst are BBA. Nowadays, post-95s really do talk big. They really don't know the value of money, thinking it's easy to earn. Streamer. Ask him which car he feels a connection with. At this moment, Yang Bei also reacted, so with a puzzled look. She lifted her perfect face and asked, Chapter 75. The connoisseur Lu Qingyin then moved closer to Yi Xuanya. Yang Bei fotovit zuit. Mainly because the viewers wanted to see if the other party was just bragging or if it was real. How about it, Green Tea Bei? Do you feel a connection with this car? Yi Xuanya directly asked Xiao Bei as she approached. Xiao Bei didn't deny it and nodded directly. Wow, you really feel a connection? Are you going to buy it? Haha, now we can tell if you really have the strength or if you're just pretending. If I didn't have the strength, I definitely wouldn't come to look. So, I feel like this little brother might actually be real. Ladies upstairs, want to bet? Go to hell, you gambler. Soon, Xiao Bei's actions gave them the answer. At this moment, a middle-aged fat man with a comb-over, dressed in a suit, approached them. Sir, what is your name? I see you've been looking at this car for a long time. Are you interested in it? Xiao Bei looked at the man, whose name tag read, Sales Director Tang Xiaolong. Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback when he saw this name. Wow. Are you sure you're not from a certain Sheng group? Yes. Is this car a display model, or is it available for direct sale? Chapter 76. The legendary figure Tang Xiaolong led Xiao Bei and the others into a VIP room inside. When they just entered, Xiao Bei surprisingly spotted a semi-familiar face. Wow. Bei Zi, you're here too? This person was none other than Chen Qi. One of the familiar faces was him, and the semi-familiar one was Wang Shirtsong, who was sitting at the same table as Chen Qi. Seeing Chen Qi greet Xiao Bei, Tang Xiaolong immediately realized that this unknown Xiao must have quite the background. He knew who Chen Qi was. Anyone who knew Chen Qi must not be ordinary. Brother Chen, you're here too? We're Brother Zhang and Brother Fong. Xiao Bei walked over with the two girls. At this moment, the two girls also spotted Wang Shirtsong. They exchanged glances, and Yi Xuanyao was full of questions. What the hell? Is the circle of my junior so high? Since they didn't come, I came alone. If I had known you were coming, I would have come with you. After speaking, Chen Qi also noticed the two beauties behind Xiao Bei. He then subtly gestured to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Come on, Bei Zi. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Shirtsong. No need for further introduction. Chen Qi, seeing Xiao Bei approach, immediately began to act as the middleman and started introducing. Chapter 77. Lu Qingyin's change of attitude. Lu Qingyin looked at Xiao Bei, who was seriously discussing business with Wang Shirtsong. She thought to herself, so this is how Xiao Bei usually is negotiating business with big shots. Someone like him would be so nice to a small person like me. And throughout the interaction, he didn't make me feel awkward at all. Instantly, Lu Qingyin felt very touched. After chatting for a while in the VIP room with Chen Qi and Wang Shirtsong, Xiao Bei said his goodbyes. And Wang Shirtsong also had something to do, so they agreed to meet up next time in Hangzhou to have fun. At this moment, Xiao Bei's car was also ready. After Wang Shirtsong left, only Xiao Bei, Chen Qi, Lu Qingyin, and Yi Xuanyao were left on the scene. Xiao Bei and Chen Qi walked in front, while Lu Qingyin and Yi Xuanyao walked behind. Xiao Bei suddenly turned around to look at Lu Qingyin and Yi Xuanyao. Qingyin, big girl. You guys go ahead and drive my car out. I'll have a chat with Brother Chen. Okay. The two also knew that Xiao Bei and Chen Qi probably had something to discuss. After the two left, Chen Qi took out a soft black cigarette and handed it to Xiao Bei. The two sat in the smoking room, smoking and chatting. Bei Zi, do you have any opinions on the Wet Onions live streaming platform? Chapter 78. Cooking raw rice into cooked rice? The two only stopped when they were kissing so intensely that they couldn't catch their breath. Lu Qingyin's charming face turned slightly red as her watery big eyes looked at Xiao Bei. She licked the corner of her mouth with her tongue and then smiled at Xiao Bei, who was looking at her with a grin. She felt a bit nervous, afraid that Xiao Bei might kiss her again if they disagreed. She could already feel that her lips seemed a bit swollen. You've swollen my lips from kissing me. You bad guy. Really? Xiao Bei pretended not to believe it and lowered his head to stare at her delicate lips. The atmosphere began to feel a bit off. Slap. Xiao Bei was suddenly hit, and his arm made a crisp sound. Why did you hit me? What are you thinking? Cut out. It's like you know what I'm thinking. Of course I know. Then say it. No way. I know anyway. Say it. If you get it right, I'll admit it. Get off me. You pest. Lu Qingyin was getting flustered. Xiao Bei's little rogue thoughts were obvious to anyone, but how could she say it out loud? Just as she was getting angry, a beeping sound came from behind. The two looked through the rearview mirror and saw that the car behind was Yi Xuanyao's. Yi Xuanyao turned the car directly to the right and parked next to the Lamborghini Urus. Chapter 79. Lu Qingyin's roommate no. What do you mean by cooking raw rice into cooked rice? Lu Qingyin immediately got anxious upon hearing this, stamping her feet in place. Oh, I haven't said anything yet, and you're so anxious? A girl looked at Lu Qingyin with amusement. Her eyes kept darting between Lu Qingyin and Xiao Bei. It's a junior, right? Really? Lu Qingyin affirmed directly, puffing out her cheeks. Ah, that's good. Junior, you're so handsome, and I'm still single. How about considering me? The girl looked at Xiao Bei and said with a smile, who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, Lu Qingyan got anxious. Oh my god, what are you doing? Don't ruin the junior. Ha ha ha. I'm single, and the junior is also single. It's worth considering. Besides, such a handsome junior, it's a win. The girl continued, stifling a laugh while looking at Lu Qingyan. Lu Qingyan, absolutely not. Why not? Because. Because what? All right, he's my boyfriend, okay? Lu Qingyan finally had to helplessly reveal the actual situation. Ha ha. Weren't you just calling him a junior? Yeah, ice cream, you melting a bit too fast. Chapter 80. Real name Envy. As the dishes were served, everyone began to feast. Everyone paid attention to Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan. Gradually, through chatting, everyone became more familiar. Just as the atmosphere reached a climax, Yishuanya couldn't hold back any longer. Sisters, you have no idea how shocked I was today. What's wrong? Did we miss something? Zhang Shibing asked with a smile, while picking up a piece of meat that Su Penghua had given him. Big girl, stop blabbering. The stage is right in front. Start your performance. Hani Helena said domineeringly. The big girl wasn't shy and began to vividly recount her experiences of the day. Oh my, you guys have no idea. When I first saw Green Tea Bei at the high-speed train station, I was so shocked. This isn't the male lead from a romance novel. I was wondering how our ice cream fell for him. Just looking at Green Tea Bei's appearance, good heavens, even I would fall for him. Haha, I agree. When I first saw Green Tea Bei, I thought, what a god. Hani Helena said excitedly while biting her chopsticks. Later, when she encountered Green Tea Bei, after greeting ice cream, he added, it's been so long since we've seen each other. Aren't you going to give me a hug? Chapter 81. What a beautiful thought. Lu Qingyan and Hani Helena finished their playful banter. She then saw the big girl and Zhang Shibing whispering to each other. So she stepped forward and asked, what are you talking about? Envious of you, ice cream. Yeah, we're so envious. The two looked at Lu Qingyan and said with smiles. Lu Qingyan was slightly taken aback and then looked at Zhang Shibing. Envious of me? That can't be. Old Zhang, isn't your Penghua the best? To be honest, you don't even believe it. If you don't want him, just let him go to me. The big girl said fiercely while patting Ice Cream's head. Zhang Shibing looked at Lu Qingyan and Yishuanya, smiled slightly, and didn't tease Lu Qingyan. Ice Cream, you need to keep a close eye on Green Tea Bei, haha. Our Penghua is also handsome, but he can't compare to your rich one. Lu Qingyan's charming face turned red again as she continued to be stubborn. Oh, old Zhang. Stop teasing me. Everyone knows about your relationship with old Su. Besides, Bei Bei is studying in Hangzhou. The big girl pouted. Hangzhou and Magic City? Don't be too close. Whether it's high-speed rail or gas money, is it a problem for Green Tea Bei? But that's still a long-distance relationship. Chapter 82. Xiao Yaoting's information. Xiao Bei awkwardly said goodbye to the three and then left. After Xiao Bei left, the three girls began to chatter in the big girl's room. Wow, Ice Cream, what kind of luck do you have? Quickly tell me. How did you meet such a gem on the high-speed train? Lu Qingyan, being stubborn, replied, what gem? If you don't like him, just let him go. The old lady excitedly said to Lu Qingyan, instantly making her lose her temper. To be honest, Green Tea Bei is really good. He's a rich second generation. But unlike many other rich second generations, he's very easy to get along with. Right. That's exactly what I wanted to say. He really has class. Just now during dinner, he was so composed, very steady. High emotional intelligence. No way. Compared to some self-righteous seniors at our school, he's so much better. The big girl sighed. Then both the big girl and the old lady looked at Lu Qingyan enviously. Lu Qingyan smiled inwardly. Her boyfriend receiving praise from her sisters was also a point of pride for her. But she still said, I think he's just okay. Ice Cream, you're being modest. You should sleep in the living room tonight. The old lady said, hands on her hips, looking at Lu Qingyan. Chapter 83. Mysterious caller. The phone fell into silence. And Xiao Bei didn't rush. He knew that Xiao Yaoting was looking at the information at that moment. Suddenly, a sobbing sound came from the phone. Xiao Bei knew that it was a voice filled with joy and tears. Xiao Bei, thank you. Even though I don't know where you got the information, I still want to thank you. As long as you don't do anything illegal, and if it could be of help to Uncle, just let me know. Xiao Yaoting said firmly on the phone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Wasn't this the connection he wanted? You're too polite, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Bei was also quite perceptive, and since the other party asked him to call him uncle, he naturally addressed him as such. Remembering something, Xiao Bei continued. By the way, Uncle Xiao, that truck driver has changed his name and has 2 different ID cards. They have different ID numbers. He hasn't used his original identity information for a long time and has even undergone some minor cosmetic surgery. So it's best to have your people check his household registration and obtain the photo associated with his current registration. Even after all these years and some minor cosmetic changes, you should still be able to recognize him. Xiao Bei reminded him, knowing that Xiao Yaoding had clearly seen that face when the accident happened. Chapter 84, You Little Brat, Hitting Your Third Uncle? However, when Xiao Bei heard the other party's words, his brows furrowed. The man in front of him was robust, with bulging muscles in his arms. He had a buzz cut, and the most noticeable feature was a scar on his face, which made him look quite fierce. Looking at his attire, he wore a black shirt with the sleeves rolled up and fitted black dress pants, making his backside even more prominent than a woman's. Then there were his polished leather shoes and sunglasses. This outfit was quite strange, but it was clear he was not someone to be trifled with. Because Xiao Bei was skilled in combat, he could see things others couldn't. His intuition told him that this man was a master and that he had killed before. His identity was likely that of a professional killer or a soldier. Given that he could come so boldly to Xiao Bei's presidential suite, the former could be ruled out. He must be the latter. Could it be a problem with his funding? At this moment, Xiao Bei considered this possibility. Yet, this middle-aged man, who seemed threatening to Xiao Bei, was now looking at him with a smile, even appearing somewhat kind. Chapter 85. Xiao Bei's background. Xiao Bei picked up the document in his hand and opened it directly. A paternity test report. Upon seeing this, Xiao Bei's heart raced. He didn't bother with the many words on the top page and flipped straight to the last page. The results showed, son, Xiao Bei, father, Xiao Tian. DNA test result. Similarity, 999,999. Conclusion. The two are father and son. When Xiao Bei saw this, he was completely stunned. He then looked at Xiao Xian incredulously. You all don't have my DNA. How did you test it? With your ID card. We can find your data in the database. Xiao Xian said lightly. So is this real? Xiao Bei felt no excitement, even a bit displeased. Originally, he was carefree, but now suddenly he had parents, and they were top-tier big shots. What mindset should he use to face this? Although with such identity, Xiao Bei could almost walk freely in Xia country. He knew that there were no free lunches. While enjoying the conveniences, there would also be costs. In fact, Xiao Bei really wished his dad and mom were like the top tycoons of Xia country. But what was the reality? His dad was a person at the top of the power pyramid in Xia country, which meant he would inevitably have to passively understand the political arena. Xiao Bei actually disliked the political scene because it was full of old foxes. To put it bluntly, he probably wouldn't survive an episode. But now that it had happened, he thought, since it had come, he might as well accept it. Perhaps it wasn't a bad thing. All right, third uncle, I understand. Chapter 87. Running to meet you, Lu Qingyan returned to her dorm, tidied herself up a bit, washed up, and touched up her makeup. Big girl, how does this lipstick color look on me? Lu Qingyan applied a Chanel Black Tube 211 and asked the big girl beside her. The big girl rolled her eyes at Lu Qingyan and then said, let us be honest. Does Green Tea Bay care about your lipstick color? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan directly tugged at the big girl's arm, shaking it while coquettishly saying, help me check it out, okay? Does it look good? Just as the big girl was about to comment, old Zhang looked over with a knowing smile and said, actually, it's best not to wear lipstick. Huh? Why? Lu Qingyan looked at old Zhang in confusion. Old Zhang put down his instrument, took a sip of water, and said, because no matter how pretty or glamorous you apply it, if you see your boyfriend for less than half an hour after stepping out, it's all gone. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan immediately understood the deeper meaning, looked at old Zhang shyly, and then retreated to the vanity to apply lipstick again, her face flushed. Chapter 88. Treasure Boy, Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei didn't expect that this distinctly stylish man was actually Yi Xian's brother. However, after considering Yi Xian's personality, Xiao Bei felt relieved. Hello, Brother Yi, I'm Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei extended his hand, but Yi Feng merely glanced at Xiao Bei indifferently. Seeing this, Xiao Bei felt that the man in front of him seemed to harbor a lot of hostility towards him. However, he didn't say much and instead picked up a violin beside him, saying, Suzuki violin, not bad. Lu Qingyan had just noticed that Yi Feng seemed to have a conflict with Xiao Bei and awkwardly glanced at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smilet schlichtly, indicating that there was nothing wrong. Kid, I've seen many second-generation rich kids like you who know a bit about violins and want to show off in front of girls. So, are you one of those? Yi Feng said disdainfully. He had seen Lu Qingyan and Xiao Bei get out of a Lamborghini URUS at the store earlier, and immediately figured out that Xiao Bei was a second-generation heir He didn't have a good impression of second-generation rich kids. Because Lu Qingyan is a good sister of Yi Xuanya, Yifeng sees Lu Qingyan as his own younger sister. So when he saw that Xiao Bei was a second-generation rich kid, he made a quick judgment. At this moment, in Yifeng's eyes, Xiao Bei had already reached the level of a master-level violinist. Hearing Yifeng say this, Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback. He quickly replied, "Brother Yi, you're being too polite. I'm just showing off my lack of skill. If this is showing off your lack of skill, then what are we doing?" Yifeng said with a bitter smile. Lu Qingyan looked at the two of them and smiled slightly, then said, "All right, you two don't be modest. You're both better than me anyway." After hearing Lu Qingyan's words, Yifeng and Xiao Bei exchanged a glance and smiled, dispelling any unpleasantness. Then, Yifeng called over a staff member to watch the store while he took Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan directly to the tea room on the second floor. After making the tea, Yifeng first poured a cup for Xiao Bei and asked, "Xiao Bei, how long have you been practicing the violin or learning music?" Xiao Bei wanted to say that anyone can do it as long as they have hands, but he still spun a kind-hearted lie. "I've been learning since I was little. How about you, Brother Yi?" "About the same," Yifeng replied, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. "I heard from Xiao Qingyan that you used to be the principal. So why did you come here to open a musical instrument store?" Afterwards, under Xiao Bei's encouragement, Lu Qingyan blushed and selected a few pieces of relatively sexy lingerie with him. Lu Qingyan's current thought was very simple. She wanted to satisfy Xiao Bei in everything, as long as she liked it. This was her pure love for Xiao Bei. After leaving Chanel, Xiao Bei checked the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. He then asked Lu Qingyan, "Are you hungry? Let's find a place to eat." I'm a bit hungry," she replied, unconsciously hugging Xiao Bei's arm. Feeling the softness on his arm, Xiao Bei's heart fluttered, and he quickly shook his head to drive away the desire in his heart, leading Lu Qingyan into a nearby Western restaurant. Given the location and the fact that it was mealtime, the restaurant was quite crowded. After casually finding a place to sit, they called over a waiter to order. They ordered 2 sets of meals and a bottle of red wine, then chatted while waiting. At that moment, Lu Qingyan noticed a piano in the restaurant and playfully asked, Bei, can you play the piano?" Hearing this, Xiao Bei understood Lu Qingyan's intention and smiled, saying, "How about I play a song for you?" Lu Qingyan smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. After seeing 2 messages on his phone, Xiao Bei smiled. Before leaving Hangzhou, he had asked Ji Qinglan to register a company for him, named Starry Investment. In his previous life, Xiao Bei was involved in the real estate business, but also understood the terror of capital. In this life, he aimed to be the Buffett of Xia country. No, he wouldn't become anyone else. He would only become himself. His goal was the starry sea. Xiao Bei did not reply to Ji Qinglan on WeChat, but directly called her. "Hello, husband," came his sweet voice on the other end. It was none other than Ji Qinglan. "Wife, have you missed me lately?" Xiao Bei wasn't a straightforward guy who would directly ask about business matters. After all, she had gone through so much to call him, and he just jumped straight to the topic? Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Bei's words, Ji Qinglan felt a sweetness in her heart and replied playfully, "I miss you. I really miss you. Hee, what do you miss about me?" "I miss everything. I miss you coming back and holding me to sleep," Ji Qinglan said shyly. Upon hearing this, a fire ignited in Xiao Bei's abdomen, and he wished he could rush to Hangzhou right now for a passionate encounter. Among the 3 boys, the most eye-catching was Qin Fun, while the 4 girls were completely ignored by Xiao Bei, who could tell they were social butterflies. Generally, he wouldn't mess with such girls. The other 2 boys, one had dyed white hair and wore trendy clothes with a Rolls-Royce key in front of him. He also seemed to be a second-generation rich kid, mainly due to the obvious aura of a rich kid about him. The remaining one, a middle-aged man, was smoking a cigar and dressed in a pink polo shirt, exuding a strong business aura. After all, with a slick-back hairstyle and this outfit, it was clear he was in business. While Xiao Bei was sizing them up, the 3 were also sizing him up, no matter how they looked at it. Their impression was that he was young and handsome. Wang Shizong smiled slightly and introduced the 3, saying, "This is Xiao Bei. Bei Zi, let me introduce you." He enthusiastically gestured to Xiao Bei, pointing to the middle-aged man. "This is the owner of the golf course, Boss Guanlan, a local from Magic City. Besides this golf course, he has 5 others in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. This is Tang Hua. His family is also in real estate. Tang Chinipin is one of their properties." Xiao Bei couldn't help but smile in silence upon hearing this. Just then, Qin Fun's little brother came to his side and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, the quality of the girls today is really good." Why don't we go take a look? They've already been taken to the private room. Qinfen smiled slightly and said to everyone, let's go, let's eat, I'm exhausted. Soon, under the lead of this man, they arrived at the clubhouse of the golf course. As soon as they walked in, Xiao Bei felt speechless. It was filled with girls dressed very scantily. One by one, upon seeing Wang Shirtsong and Qinfen, they threw flirtatious glances. Actually, Xiao Bei neither disliked nor particularly liked such scenes. In his previous life, he preferred challenges. He had no interest in this money-driven lifestyle. Rich kids' gatherings generally included women, and whether they could take them home depended on their own abilities. This clubhouse was essentially a high-end KTV. After taking their seats and ordering some food, they began to enjoy themselves. Sitting next to Xiao Bei was a girl with long legs. Her looks were passable, but he wasn't very interested in her. Just then, Guanlan came over to Xiao Bei's side. This person was none other than Hein Rena, which was why Xiao Bei frowned and felt furious upon seeing her. At this moment, Hein Rena saw Xiao Bei as if she had seen light in the darkness. Kid, you'd better not meddle. The man showed no fear upon seeing Xiao Bei and Guanlan. Xiao Bei's eyes turned cold. Guanlan recognized this man and silently thought to herself, we're doomed. You are the only heir of the Lu family in the Magic City and also the brother of that woman, Lu Xiaoyong. Guanlan didn't know what status Xiao Bei held and didn't dare to approach rashly. After all, the Lu family in the Magic City is no ordinary family. Even Wang Shirtsong wouldn't dare to act arrogantly in front of them. It's not that Wang Shirtsong's family is weaker than the Lu family, but rather that the Lu family is the local tyrant in the Magic City. Young Master Xiao, the opponent, is from the Lu family, Lu Xiaoyong, a well-known playboy in the Magic City. The Lu family may not be a concern, but his sister, Boss Guan, you shouldn't get involved in this matter. Xiao Bei said coldly, causing Guanlan to pause slightly. She realized that she had made Xiao Bei uncomfortable, as she had previously called him Brother Guan, but was now referring to him as Boss Guan. Chapter 95, dare. Not dare. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyong's words, Tang Hua's expression immediately darkened. He glanced at Lu Xiaoyong's arrogant face, clenching his fists. However, he had no words to say because Lu Xiaoyong was right. He was nothing, and in Tang Hua's eyes, he was just a clown. But if he were to provoke Lu Xiaoyong, he really had to consider the person behind his sister. Compared to that person's influence, he truly felt inadequate. In fact, Tang Hua wasn't afraid of that person. After all, who doesn't have a bit of fire in their youth? Worst case, they could drag each other down. But what about afterward? How would his family face the revenge from the other side? Tang Hua knew very well that if he dared to act that way, that person's family could easily bring his own group's downfall in no time. So in this situation, even though he was unhappy with Lu Xiaoyong, he had no way to retaliate. At this moment, he could only bite his lip and close his mouth, his expression dark and a hint of frustration in his eyes. Qinfen felt the same way. If it weren't for that person standing behind, they wouldn't even be a match for Lu Xiaoyong, let alone the entire Lu family. At this moment, Xiao Bei also realized that the person behind Lu Xiaoyong's sister was likely not simple. Chapter 96. You don't want the opportunity? The sound of slapping echoed through the hallway. Loud and clear, Xiao Bei didn't let Lu Xiaoyong off just because a woman was approaching. His actions stunned everyone present. Wang Shirtsong and his companions were about to speak, but it was too late. Xiao Bei had already slapped Lu Xiaoyong several times. Woo woo woo. Sister, hurry slap. Xiao Bei slept again. You slap. Another slap. I'm warmly welcoming you. Slap. Yet another slap. As long as Lu Xiaoyong dared to say a word, Xiao Bei would slap him again. Today, Xiao Bei wanted to act like a playboy. Weren't you arrogant? Aren't you impressive? Fine. Let's see who is more arrogant. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyong's sister, rushing over, saw that someone dared to slap Lu Xiaoyong right in front of her under her threat. What are you all doing? Hurry up and save the young master. And don't let that person escape. I want to see who in the entire Magic City dares to touch my Lu family's people. Lu Xiaoyong's sister said fiercely. Soon, the bodyguards behind her rushed forward, ready to subdue Xiao Bei. Chapter 97. That person behind. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, his aura surged forth. A powerful presence rushed toward Lu Sipin. Although this kind of aura is invisible and intangible, it certainly exists. Lu Sipin was momentarily stunned, looking into Xiao Bei's eyes. There was no sign of worry in her gaze, despite being the eldest daughter of the Lu family. There are only two types of people who can maintain such calm. One is an ignorant young fool, and the other is someone with immense confidence and significant backing. In Lu Sipin's eyes, Xiao Bei couldn't possibly be the former. First, the former wouldn't be able to associate with Wang Shirtsong, Qin Fun, and Tang Hua. Second, a fool wouldn't exude the kind of aura Xiao Bei just had. But even with this thought, Lu Sipin remained unafraid. Perhaps the power behind you is indeed stronger than the Lu family, but thinking of the person behind her, Lu Sipin felt at ease. Xiao Bei just watched Lu Sipin, hoping that when her ally arrived, she could remain as composed as she was now. Lu Sipin had immense confidence in the person behind her, but not blindly, because that person truly was a top figure in the pyramid of Xia country. Chapter 98. Stinky Kid, are you watching your brother's joke? The door to the private room was pushed open. Everyone looked up and gasped. That person had arrived. Wang Shirtsong, Brother Xiao, long time no see. Qin Fun, Young Master Xiao, long time no see. Tang Hua, Young Master Xiao, have you been to Magic City recently? The man entered with Lu Sipin, Lu Xiaotsong, and Guanlan. Instantly, everyone in the room, except for Xiao Bei and Han and Irina, greeted the man. He glanced at the people present and then at Xiao Bei, who remained calm and composed on the side. At that moment, Han and Irina, sitting next to Xiao Bei, met the man's gaze and couldn't help but tug at Xiao Bei's sleeve. She had just been reassured by him, especially upon seeing Wang Shirtsong and Qin Fun. She understood that Xiao Bei's background was not simple, giving her a bit of confidence. However, now with the man walking in, all the so-called top second-generation heirs in the public eye greeted him. She wasn't naive. She knew that this man's status was definitely above anyone she knew. She couldn't help but look at Xiao Bei. At this moment, when Xiao Bei looked at the man, he was slightly taken aback and felt a surge of joy inside. Chapter 99. The dust settles boom. With Xiaonan's words, everyone present was stunned. The shock on the faces of the Lu siblings was undoubtedly the deepest. Lu Xiaoyong bent over, trembling as he looked at Xiao Bei, sweat pouring down his forehead. What was he doing? Had he bullied Xiaonan's brother? At this moment, even Lu Sipin looked shocked as she gazed at Xiao Bei, who sat calmly on the sofa. She realized that she had truly kicked a steel plate this time. But soon, she thought of something. Since Xiao Bei was Xiaonan's brother, could this be a misunderstanding? At this moment, the one who was most shocked and conflicted was Guanlan. Inside, he was frantically cursing himself. Guanlan, Guanlan, you missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Suddenly, his gaze towards Lu Xiaoyong turned cold. It's all because of this little brat. Hee, Lu family. Now that you don't have Xiaonan's protection, let's see how you deal with this later. The most surprised were Wang Shirtsong and the other two. The three exchanged shocked glances. Wang Shirtsong, I bet right. Tang Hua, I didn't expect it. Qin Fun, we should treat Beizi better in the future. Chapter 100. Can I be your girlfriend? With Xiao Bei's words, this farce came to a complete end. Lu Sipin took one last look at Xiaonan and left with Lu Xiaoyong, looking dejected. After the two left, the atmosphere in the private room became quite strange. The reason was that, at this moment, two of the top young heirs from Xia country were gathered in the room. One of them was even the TZ of the Xiao family, and could even be said to be the future TZ of Xia country. Therefore, none of them dared to be the first to speak. Even Wang Shirtsong and the others exchanged glances and shook their heads with a bitter smile. They knew Xiao Bei's background must be extraordinary, but they didn't expect it to be this terrifying. Kid, what do you say? Should we stay here, or should we find a place to hang out? Xiaonan looked at his cousin sitting on the sofa and smiled slightly. Xiaonan was still very curious about Xiao Bei. After leaving the Xiao family for 18 years, he was an orphan, but in the information, it was originally very ordinary before he turned 18, but once he got to university, it was like a fish leaping over the dragon gate. He showed an extraordinary talent for investment and finance. In fact, the entire Xiao family found this completely unsurprising. Chapter 101. A beautiful man returns. Xiao Bei looked at Han Rena in surprise. Wait, what is this operation? Is it true that pies fall from the sky? Xiao Bei directly pulled over to the side of the road. He then looked at this girl who looked extremely like Doraba and uncertainly asked, What did you just say? Seeing Xiao Bei's surprised expression, Hani Rena felt a bit shy at that moment. But when she saw Xiao Bei's handsome face, Hani Rena didn't know why. But a voice in her heart said, Hani, you must seize this man. Thinking of this, she looked firmly at Xiao Bei. I said, Can I be your girlfriend? At this moment, Hani Rena didn't have any reservations about Xiao Bei being Ice Pop's boyfriend. After experiencing today, She knew that a man like Xiao Bei would definitely not only have Ice Pop by his side in the future. Thinking of this, Hani Rena knew that the other party was a ball of fire, but she just wanted to take the leap. Xiao Bei was completely confused by Hani in front of him. Although she seemed to be Ice Pop's best friend, wasn't that better? Xiao Bei never considered himself a good man. Chapter 102. Wang Tao from DJI. Alright. After hearing Hani's words, Xiao Bei suddenly had nothing to say. Regarding the current emotional issue, Xiao Bei didn't want to be honest with his women so early. Then I'll take you home. Xiao Bei looked at the splash of bright red on the bed and affectionately said to Hani. At this moment, Hani had already put on her clothes and looked at Xiao Bei. Forget it at this time, I'd better go back by myself. It wouldn't be good if classmates saw me. Were you afraid of be good? Xiao Bei was not a straight man. At this moment, if you said, alright, it would really be impolite. She had given you her most precious thing, and you were still worried about this little bit of gas money? Although Xiao Bei's tone was very overbearing, as Xiao Bei's woman, Hani's heart was still warm. At least she no longer had any last reservations. This was a man she could trust. Xiao Bei got up and went to the bathroom. After Hani Rena waited for Xiao Bei to walk into the bathroom, she looked at the splash of red on the bed. Then, her pretty face flushed, and she directly took out a pair of scissors and cut it off. Soon, Xiao Bei finished washing up and put on his clothes. Let's go, should we go eat first? Xiao Bei looked at Hani, who was holding his hand, and asked. Chapter 103. 50 million is too little. I invest 1 billion upon hearing Wang Tao's project. Xiao Bei's eyes lit up. If you were to ask which company Xiao Bei liked the most in his previous life, DJI would definitely be one, because it was truly a shining example of domestic technology. When facing the sanctions from the beautiful country, this company was the first to raise prices directly in the beautiful country. Moreover, 85% of the global market was captured by this company. That's terrifying. Although DJI technology was not listed in the previous life, its external valuation had already reached 160 billion renminbi. This demonstrates its strength. This company has created too many commercial and technological miracles globally. It is an absolute leader in the field. Most importantly, although this company is known for making drones, if necessary, it can easily transform into a weapons company. After all, during the battles between M country and W country in the previous life, they used DJI drones, albeit modified. However, the effects achieved on the battlefield were truly visible to the naked eye. Yet, despite being such a company, keyboard warriors in the previous life still couldn't stop them, claiming there was no technology. Xiao Bei often argued with trolls online about this. Chapter 104. The situation in the capital. Xiao Bei's change in mindset. Wang Tao thought he had set the price too high, but unexpectedly, Xiao Bei's recent words pulled him from the low point to the peak. That feeling was indescribable. At this moment, he was extremely excited. Professor Feng and Professor Chen also looked thrilled. They were absolutely supportive of their student. However, after so many days of seeking investments, they had been doused with cold water, and the two were actually struggling internally. Did they make a mistake? Before seeing Xiao Bei today, they were both anxious, fearing it would be another rejection. But now, the tide has turned. Not only had they secured the investment, but more importantly, they had confirmed the future development. Everyone present was not foolish. Regarding the positioning Xiao Bei just proposed, it was a point that made perfect sense. Now, not only did they have financial support, but they also had a partner with strategic vision. You could say that this kind of investment was exactly what they liked the most. Wang Tao excitedly looked at Xiao Bei. He immediately poured himself a full glass of wine and raised his glass towards Xiao Bei. Mr. Xiao, thank you. We will definitely not let you down. I'll drink this, and you can do as you please. Chapter 105. Road Killer. After chatting with Xiao Nan for an entire evening, Xiao Bei realized that he didn't have much time left. Throughout the night, he contemplated many things. Therefore, he planned to return to Hangzhou ahead of time. He wanted to take advantage of the National Day holiday to assemble his company's core team. This way, when he invests in the future, he would have to handle everything personally. So the next morning, Xiao Bei called Lu Qingyan and Hani Rena, informing them that he had matters to attend to in Hangzhou and needed to return immediately. Although both were reluctant, they understood Xiao Bei's identity to some extent. Xiao Bei did not take the high-speed train back. Instead, he drove directly to Hangzhou. As for the Lamborghini SVJ, he called to have it delivered to Hangzhou. On the way, Xiao Bei immersed himself in driving while playing his favorite music. Soon, 2 hours later, he smoothly exited the highway. Just after getting off the highway, Xiao Bei prepared to head straight to the company, driving towards the Euro-American Financial Building. 15 minutes later, Xiao Bei was only one intersection away from the Euro-American Financial Building. It was on the left. Xiao Bei changed lanes ahead of time, driving quite properly, just as he was about to reach the intersection. Chapter 106. Sister Fangqin seeing the lowly girl like this, Xiao Bei didn't say anything more. Soon, 10 minutes later, the adjuster arrived at the scene. A few people from the insurance company got out. After some understanding and inspection of the scene, one of the adjusters approached the lowly girl. Ms. Fang, your full responsibility is clear, and you can proceed with the claim. Tomorrow, we will assess the damages to the other party's vehicle, but you need to be mentally prepared. The lowly girl was taken aback for a moment and then asked, what mental preparation? You can just issue the insurance. What bad luck today? Hearing the lowly girl's words, the adjuster smiled wryly and said, the other party's car is a Lamborghini USUR. It's still uncertain how much will be compensated, as it needs to be inspected. But your insurance might not be enough. After saying this, the adjuster looked at Fangya and continued, moreover, Ms. Fang, based on our assessment, your car's repairs will cost over 100,000. Even with insurance, you will still need to pay at least 5 to 2 million. The adjuster looked at Fangya with a bit of sympathy. Upon hearing this, Fangya was stunned and then turned pale. The adjuster did not pay her any more attention. The incident had already occurred. Chapter 107. Throwing out the olive branch upon hearing Xiao Bei's words. Fangqin was slightly taken aback. Her cheeks flushed slightly, realizing she had misunderstood the young man in front of her. Fangqin then looked at the nearby Euro-American Financial Building and then back at Xiao Bei. Although she didn't have any particular thoughts about Xiao Bei's company. Seeing how young he was, it was clear he was from a wealthy family. However, Fangqin decided to take a look because this could lead to opportunities for future discussions. Currently, she didn't have much money in hand. She had just bought a house, and housing prices in Hangzhou were not cheap. I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, I misunderstood. No worries, can we talk now? Xiao Bei smiled at Fangqin. After looking at Fangqin's profile, Xiao Bei was genuinely interested in her. After graduating from university, she joined a leading venture capital firm, which is among the top 10 VC companies in the country. In just 6 years, she went from an ordinary employee to the vice president of investments, demonstrating her strength. Xiao Bei needed a professional who could help him build Xingxin Venture Capital. Fangqin seemed suitable for this role, at least for now. Whether she would ultimately stay would depend on how their conversation went later. Chapter 108. The first general upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. First, the future positioning of the company will focus mainly on technology, medical, and new energy sectors, with a small amount in traditional industries. Second, the initial capital of the company is 1 billion, but I want to rule out additional investments for good projects. There is currently no upper limit. Third, we have already invested in 2 companies, one a gaming company in a magic city, and the other a civilian drone company. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, he waited for Fangqin's response. The most shocking thing for Fangqin was that this young man could directly start with 1 billion. However, she still had a few questions. Mr. Xiao, the first few points about the company's positioning are great, but what about the traditional industry sector? This is quite simple. We need risk hedging. Although traditional industries require large investments and have lower returns compared to the above 3 categories, they are stable. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Both technology and new energy are, relatively speaking, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Upon hearing this, Fangqin nodded. Seeing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly and asked, can I know which investment field you specialize in, Ms. Fang? After thinking for a moment, Fangqin replied, I mainly work in the technology sector. Chapter 109. The little rabbit opens the door after enjoying a delightful meal with Fangqin. Xiao Bei bid her farewell. The reason Xiao Bei offered Fangqin such a high position was not without reason, because Fangqin was not just a talented individual. She was a future, formidable leader. Yes, a big shot. The queen of venture capital in the capital circle. According to the future intelligence previously purchased after being dismissed, Fangqin chose to start her own business and spent 3 years building a million-level investment company, betting on and successfully hitting many future giant enterprises. She became the helm of a large investment group worth hundreds of billions. If it weren't for Xiao Bei having the system, he would even suspect that Fangqin was the system's owner. And there was one more terrifying point. That was why Xiao Bei was willing to gamble with Fangqin, paying such a high price just to let her return and dig up her original team. Because 3 years later, among the investment big shots in that team, besides Fong Qin, there were 3 others. This was the most important part. The other 3 were all big shots in their respective investment fields. Now it seemed that Xiao Bei was at a loss, but in reality, he was gaining. As for the 25 stake, it was merely a tactic to win Fong Qin's trust. Chapter 110. Mother-in-law surprise. Ah, my dear wife, isn't this to give you a surprise? Seeing that Ji Qinglan had not opened the door, Xiao Bei shook his head helplessly and said, behind the door. Ji Qinglan heard Xiao Bei's words and smiled slightly. Then she said proudly, "Humph, bad guy. Don't you have the password?" After saying that, she shyly ran towards the master bedroom. After hearing Ji Qinglan's words, Xiao Bei smiled slightly and was about to input the password. However, while entering the password, Xiao Bei suddenly thought of something and smiled helplessly. This feeling? Why does it feel like I'm providing door-to-door service? What about remote control commands? Thinking of this, Xiao Bei chuckled. Little girl, since you've taken me as... After entering the password, Xiao Bei directly entered the room, closed the door, and acted in one go. Without changing his shoes, he ran straight towards the master bedroom upstairs. Little white rabbit, hide well, the wolf is coming. At this moment, Ji Qinglan was hiding under the covers, her face flushed. Soon, she felt pressure on the bed. Then a gust of wind blew over. The blanket on her body was suddenly lifted. Since she was sleeping with the air conditioning on, the blanket was thick. Knowing she couldn't hide, Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei with a red face. Chapter 111. Safety measures. I was wondering why you didn't respond when I called you. Ji's mother looked at Ji Qinglan and then said. She walked to Ji Qinglan's side and sat down on the edge of the bed. Ji Qinglan's heart was racing. Her hands, nervously gripping the blanket, were quietly exerting force. Lan, what's wrong with you? Ji's mother looked at Ji Qinglan, whose face was flushed. She then noticed Ji Qinglan's attire. She wasn't wearing pajamas, but was directly in her underwear to sleep. It was a bit strange. This wasn't her daughter's style. After all, girls should wear pajamas to bed at night to take off the constraints, right? Huh? What's wrong? Ji Qinglan forced herself to calm down and said. Ji's mother pointed at Ji Qinglan's bra. Aren't you still awake? You should take it off when sleeping. Ji Qinglan said, her face red, while Xiao Bei under the covers was feeling both painful and comfortable. The little wife's belly was really soft, but it was too stuffy. Ji Qinglan felt the heat from Xiao Bei's body on her stomach. She quietly stretched one hand into the blanket and gently patted Xiao Bei. She looked at her mother and asked, Mom, what brings you here now? Chapter 112, Luxury Residence Bojingtinga. Yikvinglan suddenly screamed. Upon seeing this, Xiao Bei quickly asked, what is wrong, my dear wife? Isn't the crisis already resolved? What is happening now? Ji Qinglan was going crazy. It was too embarrassing. She was actually discovered by her mother. Looking at Xiao Bei's lewd expression, she couldn't help but feel furious. My dear wife, a little separation makes the new marriage sweeter. Shall we continue? Dell, Beismiled ati Vinglan. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei's carefree and annoying expression and thought, you bastard. Do you know what I just went through? Come, what are you talking about? I have no desire at all right now. My dear wife. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan, who was pouting, and said, a little separation does indeed make the new marriage sweeter. Hearing Ji Qinglan's words, Xiao Bei foolishly wanted to hug her. At this moment, Ji Qinglan took action. She pressed Xiao Bei's head down and grabbed his hair. Ji Qinglan was really furious now. If only Xiao Bei hadn't said that just now, she wouldn't be this angry. What annoyed her was that this guy still wanted to continue without a care. Chapter 113. Top luxury residents taking advantage of this time. Xiao Bei went to have breakfast. Just after finishing breakfast, Xiao Bei received a call from Fong Qin. She agreed to take Xiao Bei to see the place and had already gone over the specific price. Xiao Bei would negotiate himself. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bei received a contact number sent by Fong Qin. Xiao Bei smiled slightly and then drove over. Half an hour later, Xiao Bei arrived at Bojingting. Looking at the several 36-story buildings located near the West Lake and Xiantang River in Jiangbin District, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. This was a house he had dreamed of buying in his previous life, but his financial situation wouldn't allow it. After all, even the smallest 500 square meter flat required at least 100 million. In his previous life, his net worth was just over 100 million. How could he buy it? Use his head to buy it? Unexpectedly, after crossing over, the once unreachable dream became within reach. Sometimes one can't help but sigh. Crossing over is really awesome. After arriving at the entrance of Bojingting, Xiao Bei dialed the phone number provided by Fong Qin. Soon the call was answered, and a capable female voice came through. Hello. Who is this? Ms. Xiao, I was referred by Fong Qin. Nice to meet you. Have you arrived? Yes, I'm downstairs now. Chapter 114. 4. 2 billion transaction. Xiaoyan raised her head to look at Xiao Bei. Seeing his young face, she thought for a moment and said, Mr. Xiao, let's not discuss the price for now. I wonder if Sister Fong has mentioned the conditions for selling the house to you? She mentioned it, full payment. That's not a problem, Xiao Bei said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan looked deeply at Xiao Bei. Although she was not a local of Hangzhou, her company had a branch in Hangzhou, and she often came to Hangzhou on business. Although she didn't team mingle in the so-called circles at her level, the circle was quite small. At least in Hangzhou, she had no impression of Xiao Bei. Therefore, when she heard Xiao Bei say he could make a full payment, she was a bit surprised. Even before the incident at her home, being able to pay in full was still quite a burden. For business people, cash flow is very important. Don't be fooled by the fact that many companies are worth billions. Very few can actually take out 1 billion in cash. This shows that Xiao Bei's strength was beyond her expectations. However, after being slightly shocked, Xiaoyan quickly returned to normal. Since the other party can pay in full, that's even better. The company at home really needs this money now. Chapter 115. New project. Watching Xiaoyan leave, Xiao Bei smiled faintly, not knowing if he would have the chance to see this beauty again in the future. He tried not to think too much about it. Xiao Bei looked at the property certificate and related documents in his hand and smiled slightly. Things that were unattainable in his past life were now being realized just like that. He shook his head with a smile. Xiao Bei went back to the car, ready to register at the Boeing Ting property and get to know some of his neighbors. For such a luxury residence, the relationships between neighbors are indeed deeper than in an ordinary community. The reason a luxury home is called a luxury home, besides its price and supporting services, is the interactions within the circle. In simple terms, the neighbors inside. This is something many wealthy people tacitly understand. Driving back to Boeing Ting, Xiao Bei went directly to the property management office. As soon as he walked into the property center, he realized that the property management of a luxury home is impressive. It has not only a reception area and dining room, but also a swimming pool, club, and more. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit approached Xiao Bei. Hello, sir. I am Qian Hui, the property manager of Boeing Ting. How can I assist you? Chapter 116. Dahua Technology. Unexpected, what does the other party do? Xiao Bei was unsure if this Dahua was the same as the one from his past life. So he cautiously asked Fong Qin. Fong Qin said to Xiao Bei, the other party is engaged in security equipment. Although it has just been established, it has its own core technology. Hearing this, Xiao Bei was stunned for a moment and then laughed wildly inwardly. Goodness, Fong Qin, you really are my lucky star. On your second day in office, you brought me such a big cake. Oh, engaged in security? Isn't Hikvision already in the security field? Xiao Bei asked directly, wanting to hear Fong Qin's thoughts. Yes, Mr. Xiao, that's where I'm uncertain. Why are you uncertain? Share your thoughts. Xiao Bei sat across from Fong Qin and directly asked. Fong Qin thought for a moment and then took out her laptop. Mr. Xiao, look, this is Hikvision's current market share. Do you see anything? Xiao Bei looked and immediately noticed something. Hikvision has many national projects, but its projects in the private sector are still average. Exactly, that's why I'm hesitant. Chapter 117. Dormitory. Socializing. The touch was very soft. This was Xiao Bei's first thought. The two looked at each other, and Fong Qin's face visibly flushed. Then, they quickly separated and stood up. Neither of them spoke. The air was quiet. Ahem, ahem. Xiao Bei pretended to cough to break the silence. Fong. Just follow what I said. Call me if there are any problems. I have something else to attend to, so I'll leave first. Xiao Bei stood up. Okay. Mr. Xiao. After saying that, Fong Qin hurriedly walked to her desk and sat down. Her eyes fixed on the computer, her face flushed, her thoughts drifting. Xiao Bei glanced at Fong Qin and smiled slightly. He then left Fong Qin's office. After Xiao Bei left, Fong Qin, who had been staring at the desktop, blinked. Her heart was racing. Instinctively, she touched her lips with her hand. Shy, still shy. There was a different kind of feeling inside her. Then she looked at the office door. What is meant to be will be. What is fated cannot be avoided, Fong Qin said faintly. She then immersed herself in work. But the scene from just now kept flashing in her mind. On the other side, after leaving the company, Xiao Bei. Chapter 118. Looking down on Xiao Bei. In Xiao Bei's impression, for the nursing college, such a special institution, he had heard some things. The girls there were quite good-looking. In his impression, it was just for fun, but he couldn't get emotionally involved. After all, those who understand, understand. Xiao Bei set aside his prejudices and glanced at the several girls present. No wonder his dorm mates were so enthusiastic. Although the girls across from them couldn't compare to Ji Qinglan, the school goddess, they were still at the level of being the flowers of their department. Young, fair-skinned, beautiful, and innocent. Sitting next to Xiao Bei was a girl named Su Ling. Her appearance could be rated around 85, quite average. She had a faint smile on her face, giving off a quiet vibe. The other two girls were named Chao Na and Hu Yu. Both names sounded quite nice. After that, everyone ordered food and started chatting. At first, neither side could relax, except for Hu Jilong and Shun Lin. Xiao Bei looked at Zhang Jibua and Wang Wei, who appeared quite restrained and wanted to laugh. One by one, they were so lively before the girls arrived, saying they wanted to show off their eloquence. Now that the girls were here, they had wilted. Chapter 119, The Arrogance of a Gold Digger. Su Ling finished speaking and looked at Xiao Bei again, seemingly still not satisfied. Today, she was genuinely unhappy. Su Ling had always been the center of attention in crowds. Wherever she went, there were always admirers, which man didn't fall at her feet. But today, the Xiao Bei beside her was acting all high and mighty, just sitting there without saying a word. So she continued, actually, I didn't want to come today. If it weren't for my roommate and Long Ge, I really wouldn't have wanted to be here. After all, dining with someone like you really lowers my standards. Upon hearing Su Ling's words, the others at the table frowned. Even Chao Na and Hu Yu, who shared a dorm with her, felt that Su Ling's words were a bit too much. At that moment, Hu Jilong's displeasure was clearly written on his face. He was about to retort against this woman, but a glance from Xiao Bei stopped him. He then looked at Su Ling. Since dining with me lowers your living standards, I'd like to ask, who do you usually dine with? Xiao Bei looked at Su Ling with great curiosity. Chapter 120. The big shot from the imperial capital. After Su Ling left the restaurant, she went outside to hail a taxi to the bar. SOT Bar is a newly opened internet-famous bar in Hangzhou. The founders are the legendary figures of Jiangnan, Tongcheng and Xiao Bei. Every night, Tongcheng and Xiao Bei come to manage the bar. One reason is to enhance the atmosphere, and the other is that many friends come to hang out and need to be well entertained. At a booth in OST Bar, Tongcheng and Xiao Bei were both present, mainly because it was Huang Sheng's gathering. Brother Sheng, a girl is coming later. What do you think? At the booth, there were many people, including Huang Sheng. Huang Sheng looked at Zhou Biao and asked, what does she look like? A big shot is coming today. A little beauty from the nursing school. Zhou Biao had just inquired. Hearing this, Huang Sheng smiled slightly. That's good. Just let her come over directly when she arrives. If she can bring a few of her friends, that's fine too. All right, Brother Sheng, I'll contact her right away, Zhou Biao said with a smile, and walked out of OSD to make the call. On the other side, at the booth, Xiao Bei looked at Huang Sheng and asked, Young Master Huang, who is coming today? Do you need to accompany them? Chapter 121. Mom is coming to Hangzhou? Meanwhile, Xiao Bei and the others just came out of the restaurant. Fourth, did you drive here? Zhang Jibua asked. Xiao Bei nodded with a smile. Then take two girls over? I can only take one, Xiao Bei said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone looked at Xiao Bei in confusion. Zhang Jibua, Hu Jilong, and Wang Wei were puzzled. Although Xiao Bei's car is a sports car, it can fit 3 people, right? Why can he only take one? At the same time, Chao Na, Chun Lin, and Hu Yu exchanged glances. This seemingly quiet, handsome guy actually has a car. It sounds like a sports car too. Wait, fourth, your S63 can fit 3 people, right? Wang Wei chimed in. I only have one car. I didn't drive the S63 today. Xiao Bei shook his head lightly with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jibua became interested. What? Fourth, did you buy another car? What car? Hu Jilong pressed for more information. The 3 girls also looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, in response, pointed to the street across. Everyone looked over and exclaimed, what the hell? A LaFerrari, the king of horses. Zhang Jibua, Wang Wei, and Hu Jilong were all stunned. They then looked at Xiao Bei with even more shock. Chapter 122. The young master of the imperial capital. Zhang Nan from the Zhang family. 5 minutes later, Zhang Jibua brought everyone to OSD. Upon arriving, they saw Su Ling waiting at the entrance. Su Ling also noticed them, but was slightly taken aback. She walked over. What's wrong? Just you guys? Where's Xiao Bei? Not seeing Xiao Bei, she thought he had chickened out. Ling, maybe you shouldn't go against Xiao Bei? Who you wanted to remind Su Ling. Although their dorm's relationship with Su Ling was average, they were still roommates. Now that they knew Xiao Bei's strength, especially after seeing his LaFerrari parked in the VIP spot at OSD, they felt it necessary to remind her. Who you? You should know better. He asked, just putting on airs. What kind of person does he think he is? I'm your roommate. I can't let him fool you. I'm telling you, young Master Huang is also here today. You should meet him and see the world. Su Ling said proudly, looking at the others. Hu Jilong and Zhang Jibua were too lazy to deal with her, if it weren't for the fact that she was Chun Lin's roommate. Chapter 123. But a little bigger inside booth 410 of OSD Bar, after everyone gathered, a polite salesperson approached Xiao Bei. Young Master Xiao, what would you like to drink tonight? Do you need to bring some atmosphere creators? Xiao Bei looked up at the salesperson, then turned to the group. Order whatever you want. As for the atmosphere creators, you can decide. Xiao Bei said with a smile. He wouldn't take the initiative to order something like a bottle of Ace of Spades to show off. After all, everyone had agreed to split the bill before coming to the bar. Xiao Bei certainly wouldn't be extravagant and say, I'll pay. There was no need for that. Friendships should be easygoing. Sometimes, it shouldn't be too deliberate. Xiao Bei always handled this aspect well. Sure enough, after hearing Xiao Bei's words, Zhang Jibua and the others smiled slightly. They were genuinely afraid that Xiao Bei would directly order something extravagant like a bottle of Ace of Spades. Hence, as a local of Hangzhou, Zhang Jibua began ordering drinks. Since there were several girls present, he ordered some cocktails followed by Corona, Hoegaarden, and some foreign wines, ensuring they met the minimum consumption for the VIP card. Let us start with these. If it's not enough, we can order more. Chapter 124. Giving you face? Boom! Just as Xiao Bei finished speaking, Zhou Biao hadn't said anything yet. Qin Pai stood up and bowed in front of Xiao Bei. Young Master Xiao, I didn't expect it to be you. This is a misunderstanding. We'll leave right away. After Qin Pai spoke, Zhou Biao was stunned, looking at Xiao Bei with fear. If he still didn't know who the man in front of him was at this point, he would have wasted his time. Aside from the three from the dorm, the three girls were also shocked. They knew Xiao Bei had a strong background, but they didn't expect it to be this strong. Just seeing the attitude of the man who came with Zhou Biao, they could intuitively feel Xiao Bei's terrifying background. On the other side, Su Ling saw Qin Pai, who was about the same level as Zhou Biao, suddenly bowing to Xiao Bei. She was instantly frozen, her face pale. At that moment, her heart was in turmoil. Who on earth is Xiao Bei? Ling Ling, I told you to leave just now. Sigh. Who you looked at Su Ling, who was pale and helplessly complained. Su Ling didn't know what to say at this point. Leave? Is it that easy to come and go at Xiao Bei's place? Xiao Bei took a sip of his drink, his expression unchanged, and spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 125. Isn't it already here? Huang Sheng, wearing a bright smile, sat down next to Xiao Bei. At this moment, there were already 12 people gathered nearby, including Zhou Biao and Qin Pai. Wang Wei and Hu Jilong, being non-locals from Hangzhou, were not very clear about the backgrounds of these people. However, Zhang Jibua, being from Hangzhou, had heard of top second-generation figures like Huang Sheng. He did not expect that even someone like Huang Sheng would show such respect to the fourth master. Accompanying Huang Sheng were Xiao Bei and Tong Cheng. Both knew that the young man before them had more power than Huang Sheng. As soon as they sat down, they began to greet him. Xiao Bei, Xiao, I've long admired your name. I'm a manager of this bar, Xiao Bei. Just call me Lao Bai. Tong Cheng, Xiao. I'm Tong Cheng, also a manager of the bar. I apologize for not hosting well today. Please let us know in advance next time you come. Xiao Bei glanced at the two and smiled slightly. He understood the saying, don't hit someone who is smiling. After the introductions, they sat quietly on the side, knowing that the remaining matters were beyond their involvement. Xiao Bei looked at Huang Sheng and said, it's fine to give you face, but let him come and play the game he mentioned well. You should know how I am. As soon as Xiao Bei's words fell, the atmosphere in the room became extremely tense. At this moment, Huang Sheng and his group looked at Xiao Bei with a hint of glee in their eyes. How dare he speak like that to someone from the Zhang family in the capital? Is he tired of living? Even the third party, Tong Cheng and Xiao Bei, fell silent, understanding that Xiao Bei was in big trouble this time. Zhang Jibua, Hu Jilong, and Wang Wei felt that the fourth master was indeed domineering, but they were unaware of each other's backgrounds. Su Ling looked at Xiao Bei in disbelief. While others were unaware of this man's background, she knew. Her feelings were complicated, as the outcome between Xiao Bei and Huang Sheng had nothing to do with her anymore. In fact, Xiao Bei's side still had some benefits for her. since he had just forgiven her. However, thinking of this, she looked fearfully at Huang Sheng's group, especially as Zhou Biao was now looking at Xiao Bei with a smug expression. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Su Ling out of the corner of his eye. The two locked eyes. Zhou Biao revealed a playful smile. Seeing this, Su Ling felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. After Xiao Bei hung up the phone, everyone present was stunned. Huang Sheng was sweating profusely, as the other party actually knew that his brother-in-law was from the Zhang family in the capital and was still fearless. There are only two possibilities. 1. The other party's identity was even more terrifying than his brother-in-law. 2. The other party was just a reckless fool trying to show off. But could Xiao Bei be the second type? Obviously not, which meant he was the first. And there were only a few families that could be fearless in front of the Zhang family in the capital. Now, Xiao Bei's surname was Xiao. What did that represent? The other party was from the Xiao family in the capital. Suddenly, Huang Sheng's face turned pale. Even if the other party was not a core member of the Xiao family, such an identity could genuinely make him unafraid of his brother-in-law. In a sense, their statuses were equal. Of course, all of this was Huang Sheng's speculation. As for Xiao Bei's true status in the Xiao family, he had no idea. But one thing was certain. Xiao Bei was not a direct descendant, because he had investigated, and there was no Xiao Bei among the direct descendants. At this moment, Zhang Nin suddenly smiled. Xiao Bei, although I don't know your relationship with the Xiao family in the capital, there are distinctions even among collateral branches. Now that he knew Xiao Bei's identity, Zhang Nan's face turned pale, and thinking of Huang Sheng made him a little angry. If it weren't for this guy trying to show off, would he have ended up like this? If he could stab someone right now, the first person he would stab would be Huang Sheng. Huang Sheng had the same thought. If he could stab someone, the first person he would stab would be Zhou Biao. At this moment, Zhou Biao had the same thought. If he could stab someone, the first person he would stab would be that bitch Su Ling. Is this what you call a loser? Is this what you call someone with no background? If looks could kill, Su Ling would have been killed countless times by Zhou Biao by now. The same went for Huang Sheng and Zhang Nan. However, no matter how much Zhang Nan hated it now, it was useless. He didn't know Xiao Bei's identity before, but now he did. Especially looking at Xiao Bei, who was sitting to the side with a smile and a cold glint in his eyes. Zhang Nin realized that this matter had to be resolved satisfactorily. Otherwise, not only would his family suffer, but he might also face suppression from the family's direct descendants. At this moment, Zhang Nin understood that in front of Xiao Bei, he was indeed nothing at all. Zhang Nin ignored Zhou Biao's pleas for mercy. People are inherently self-serving. He couldn't even protect himself now. Would he care about the pleas of a spoiled rich kid? If he could use this person to secure his own safety, Zhang Nin wouldn't hold back at all. Zhang Nin dragged Zhou Biao to the edge of the table, placed one of his hands on the table, and picked up a nearby bottle to smash down. Bang, bang, bang. Help. It hurts. Zhang Xiao, I was wrong. Zhou Biao's right hand was already a bloody mess on the table. Zhang Nin ignored Zhou Biao's cries of pain and walked up to Xiao Bei. Xiao, what do you think? Zhang Nan bowed and looked at Xiao Bei with trembling eyes. Xiao Bei smidet lichtly. I will send you a message tomorrow. Come find me. All right. For today's incident, you need to make sure they all keep quiet. Xiao Bei's gaze turned to the several second-generation individuals standing to the side, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Thank you, Xiao. I know what to do. After saying that, Zhang Nan waved to the several people. Seeing Zhang Nan beckoning to them, all those second-generation individuals who had come with Huang Sheng turned pale, but none dared to step back. Chapter 130. You don't have any unspeakable secrets, do you? On the other side, in the OSD bar, at this moment, only Xiao Bei and Xiao Nan were left. Xiao Bei poured a glass of wine for Xiao Nan. What will you do about work in Hangzhou and Modu? Xiao Bei asked as he handed Xiao Nan a drink. Do I not have any days off? Xiao Nan replied casually. After taking a sip of wine, he looked at Xiao Bei. Kid, you did well just now, knowing how to leverage power and keep your distance. Xiao Bei smiled slightly and then said, there's no way around it. I have to consider the face of a Xiao family now. Xiao Nan smiled faintly, patted Xiao Bei's shoulder, and continued, what you did just now was indeed very good. At least I wasn't this outstanding at your age. However, it was still a bit immature. But seeing your performance like this, I think Uncle and the others will be pleased. Xiao Nan looked at Xiao Bei with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback and then asked in confusion, what wasn't good enough? Xiao Nan did not immediately respond, but took out a phone. Hey, arrange for someone to deal with Zhou Biao and Huang Sheng and suppress their family behind them with full force. Hearing this, Xiao Bei was slightly stunned and took a sharp breath. Kid, you really did well just now, but as your older brother, I still need to teach you a thing or two. Chapter 131. Do you want to enter the core of the Zhang family? Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Nen speechlessly. That guy really had secrets, but you'll never find out. After all, Xiao Bei didn't plan to tell anyone about the system. No, I just thought it might be faster if you called. Ha ha, next time, take note, next time, take note. After finishing, Xiao Nen couldn't help but say, Bei, I have to ask, which of my sisters-in-law is it? You little brat, you have quite the luck with women. Xiao Bei covered his forehead and rolled his eyes at Xiao Nan. So you really dug into my background? Can you please not? Guess. I think Ji Qinglan is suitable for you. Lu Qingyin and Han Irina are still a bit lacking. Stop. Xiao Bei huaritli interruptet. I won't give up on any of them. Xiao Bei said directly. Hearing this, Xiao Nan chuckled. Wait, can you handle it? I'm invincible. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes at Xiao Nan and said lightly. Oh, you little brat. How much do I need to prepare for meeting gifts as your brother in the future? My salary is barely anything. Xiao Nan joked. Actually, you don't have to give gifts. I won't send gifts to 3 sisters-in-law in the future. Chapter 132. Mom arrives in Hangzhou. Zhang Nan looked at Xiao Bei in disbelief. He swallowed hard. Then he trembled and said, Young Master Xiao, do you mean? Yes, act as my inside man. Infiltrate around Zhang Shui. Xiao Bei said calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan was initially excited, but soon his face fell. Young Master Xiao, although I'm very tempted by your proposal, but what? Xiao Bei looked at Zhang Nan calmly. But my abilities aren't enough for Zhang Shui to take seriously. Xiao Bei smida kindly. Ability is something that can be fabricated. Zhang Nan looked at Xiao Bei, his eyes filled with doubt. Since I brought this condition to you, then I will solve any problems you face. For example, you become a new tycoon in the business world? Xiao Bei said lightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan's hands on the steering wheel began to tremble with excitement. His opportunity had come. Although it meant betraying the Zhang family, he felt no resistance. The Zhang family was just the direct line, not the side branches like them. Therefore, the good or bad of the Zhang family had no relation to him. What he cared about now was what he could gain from this. Chapter 133. Reunion Bo Ingtin. At 11:40, a low-key Audi drove into the residential area. As soon as the car stopped, Xiao Nan quickly got out and rushed to the other side of the car to open the door for his aunt. But before he could reach the other side, the car door was already opened. Yi Ro, filled with excitement, anxiety, and longing, quickly got out of the car. In the past, others would open the car door for her. But now, she was going to meet her long-lost son. After getting out of the car, she glanced at the surroundings of Bo Qingtin community. A gentle smile appeared on Yi Ro's face. At least this community proved that her son was doing well now. Aunt, let's go up. Okay. Xiao Nan led the way while Yi Ro followed closely behind. As she looked at the environment of the community, her heart was filled with extreme excitement. Once in the elevator, Xiao Nan pressed the button for the floor where Xiao Bei was. He observed his aunt, whose hands were clasped together, and her reddened eyes. He didn't say much. There was no need for words at this moment. The elevator moved quickly, but to Yi Ro, it felt slow. At this moment, she didn't know how she would feel when she saw her son. Chapter 134. Mom's terrifying gift. Xiao Nan stood behind the two, watching the scene before him. His eyes also became moist. Over the years, the longing that uncle and aunt had for Bei was something the Xiao family had been aware of. Even uncle and aunt had shared the love originally meant for Xiao Bei with several younger members of the family. This was one of the reasons why Xiao Nan and the younger generation respected uncle and aunt so much. Family reunions should be happy and joyful. However, at this moment, everyone felt anxious. Xiao Bei and Yi Ro did not know how long they had been looking into each other's eyes, but they saw the longing in each other's gaze. It was the longing of a child for a mother and a mother's longing for her child. Yi Ro wiped her tears, trembling her lips, and forced a smile. Son, I am your mother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei did not respond immediately but held back his tears, turning his head to the side to gently wipe his eyes. A man has tears but does not shed them easily. It's just that he hasn't reached the point of sorrow. After wiping his tears, Xiao Bei smiled and turned his head, looking at the beautiful woman before him, and then glanced at Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan smiled slightly at Xiao Bei when he saw the situation. Xiao Bei nodded and then said to Yi Ro, well, let us go inside first. Chapter 135. Ji Qinglan meets the parents after hearing Xiao Bei's analysis. Yiro thought for a moment, and then smiled and nodded. My son is smart. Yiro looked at Xiao Bei and smiled slightly. While Xiao Bei and Yiro were chatting happily, a Mercedes S63 slowly drove up to Bo Jingting. The security guard at the community saw the car and let it pass without hesitation. After all, Xiao Bei had registered the S63 when he registered his car. Ji Qinglan drove the car to Bo Jingting and then got out and walked to the security office. Hello, miss. What can I do for you? The head of the security team was on duty in the security office when he saw a beautiful woman get out of the car. The head of the security team could confidently say that this was the most beautiful woman he had seen since he started working at Bo Jingting, second only to the previous owner, Xiao. When he saw this beauty enter his security office, he was a bit stunned. Although he had never seen this beauty before, he knew that she must be the woman of the recently moved in Xiao, given that the car was registered to Xiao. Sir, could you help me carry some things into my home? The stuff in my trunk is quite heavy. Chapter 136. Yiro is very satisfied with Ji Qinglan's husband, no Xiao Bei. At this moment, Ji Qinglan was speechless. She regretted being so curious. Couldn't she manage a day without Xiao Bei? Oh, I feel so shy. Xiaonan saw this and looked at Xiao Bei, saying, You two handle this yourself. After saying that, he turned and went inside without looking back. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan's adorable expression and smiled slightly. He knew exactly what Ji Qinglan was thinking. However, he didn't blame her for anything. After all, she loved him. But why did his wife seem so adorably silly? Ji Qinglan blinked her big eyes and looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei stepped forward, pulled Ji Qinglan over, and ruffled her hair. All right, let us go inside. It's my fault for forgetting to tell you. Xiao Bei looked at Ji Qinglan, who looked a bit wronged. Ji Qinglan was somewhat resistant at this moment. Husband, maybe I should just leave? I didn't bring any gifts. If you leave now, that's even worse. What will my mom think of you if you leave now? Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Ji Qinglan was stunned again. Chapter 137. Meeting an acquaintance at Bo Jingting the next morning after Xiao Bei got up. He prepared breakfast for Ji Qinglan and then went to the property management alone. Thinking about the gift his mom had given him yesterday, Xiao Bei shook his head helplessly. He came to the property management today mainly for two things. One was to buy parking spaces, and the other was to check on the feedback regarding the issues he had previously mentioned to the property management. As soon as Xiao Bei stepped into the property management office, Qian Hui came over to greet him. Xiao, good morning. What can I do for you today? Qian Hui was still dressed in a suit, smiling at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded slightly. Manager Qian, good morning. I want to buy some parking spaces. Upon hearing this, Qian Hui smiled inwardly and then led Xiao Bei to his office. Xiao, are you just now ready to buy a few parking spaces? Wait a moment. Let me calculate. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, Qian Hui was stunned, still needing to calculate. Indeed, the young master was different, spending without restraint. Currently, Xiao Bei had a Mercedes S63, a Lamborghini Urus, a Ferrari LaFerrari, a Lamborghini SVJ, plus the 18 cars gifted by his mother. So that is a total of 22 cars. Chapter 138. The predicament of Su Jie's family upon hearing Xiao Bei's words. Fang Chun looked at him speechlessly. Come on, are you even speaking human language? Let me borrow a car to play with. Fang Chun sat next to Xiao Bei and suddenly leaned forward with a lewd smile on his face. What are you doing? I'm not into that. Xiao Bei was momentarily stunned by Fang Chun's lewd smile. Ugh, even if you were into that, I wouldn't be. My orientation is normal. Fang Chun looked at Xiao Bei with a speechless expression. Do you think I can drive over alone? Xiao Bei replied to Fang Chun. Haha, that is a real bro. Fang Chun said with a smile. Just then, Qian Hui walked in with a stack of documents. Xiao, the 20 consecutive parking spaces you wanted have been processed. Just waiting for you to pay and sign. After hearing this, Xiao Bei nodded and took out his bank card. He saw the supplementary card, but didn't use it. Instead, he took out his own card. Looking at his mother's supplementary black card and then at his own, Xiao Bei knew it was time to upgrade his card. Initially, he had planned to get closer to the bank manager in Ningxing, but now it seemed unnecessary. Chapter 139. Important information upon hearing Xiao Bei's words. Su Jie nodded and then led the two out of the office building, preparing to head to the Pharmaceutical Research Institute behind. However, as soon as the three arrived at the Research Institute, they saw a group of people angrily walking out. Uncle Mu, what's going on? Su Jie recognized one of the middle-aged men in the group. The middle-aged man saw Su Jie and then shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiao, yeah. Your dad is too stubborn. Malaria is resistant to drugs, and there are hardly any companies internationally that can research it. Our shareholders meeting has decided to stop the research and shift to other drug research. But your dad refuses to budge. And we can't just stay here and accompany your dad to go crazy. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Su Jie's face turned pale, and he immediately thought of the worst-case scenario. He quickly asked, Uncle Mu, what about you guys? We are already preparing to withdraw our investment. Xiao, yeah. You should persuade your dad to give up. As an old friend, I'd still be willing to return. After all, Chanting Pharmaceutical is also my child. After saying that, the middle-aged man got into the car, and then the convoy left the park with great momentum. Chapter 140. Honest Identity. After Xiao Bei saw this message, he suddenly had an idea. Originally, he did not plan to invest in the Su family, but now he had no choice but to invest. It was not about whether the Su family could develop such a drug, but rather about the qualifications of Su Chanting Pharmaceutical. To enter the pharmaceutical industry, one must have qualifications. Xiao Bei thought for a moment in his heart. Then he spoke up. Uncle Su, I can invest in your company, but I have a few requirements. If you agree, then I will invest. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Bei said to Su Chanting. Fang Chun was taken aback upon hearing this and immediately looked at Xiao Bei. Beizi, are you okay, Fangge? Xiao Bei directly stopped Fang Chun. Su Chanting also looked at Xiao Bei in surprise. What did this young man just say? He wants to invest in me? He had no doubt that Xiao Bei had such strength. On the contrary, he understood the situation. In his current predicament, who would invest? But this young man actually wanted to invest in him. So he asked, Xiao Bei, what are your requirements? Xiao Bei smiled slightly upon hearing this. First, I require that all shareholders of Chanting Pharmaceutical, except for Uncle and his family, withdraw. Chapter 141. Star employees in place. Upon hearing this, Su Chanting immediately understood Xiao Bei's intention. It turned out he was waiting for him here. He couldn't say he was very strong in business, but after more than 20 years in the industry, he certainly knew what this meant. It meant that Xiao Bei must know of another company that is also researching malaria resistance. He just didn't know which company it was. Su Chanting thought for a moment and asked, Xiao, do you currently know of other companies researching this? Xiao Bei shook his head with a smile and said, Su Zong, in business, let us wait until I successfully invest. Then I will operate it. I can't say much more, but at least the shares in your hands will definitely be worth more in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Chanting chuckled. He did not doubt what Xiao Bei said. On the contrary, he believed it very much. First of all, investing in his company was not a small amount. It would definitely start in the hundreds of millions. Who would be bored enough to throw hundreds of millions away? Secondly, there was Xiao Bei's identity. With his identity, he surely knew more than he did. All right, Xiao, then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Su Zong, cooperation is entertainment. Tomorrow I will have my people come to discuss with you. Chapter 142. That second generation is back. Fang Qin looked puzzled as she took Xiao Bei's documents. She quickly flipped through them. A quarter of an hour later, Fang Qin looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Zong, are you sure this company is worth investing in? This is simply reckless. Investing in a pharmaceutical company is not that simple. Not only is the capital large, but the risks are also high. Moreover, Chanting Pharmaceutical has no core products, and the returns are too low. I do not agree. After reading, Fang Qin directly expressed her opinion. Xiao Bei had already anticipated this kind of thinking before he came. I am leading this investment. What you need to do now is to send a professional negotiation team over to discuss. By the way, I must obtain absolute control and also withdraw from the listing. The audit must be thorough. Xiao Bei directly stated his thoughts. Fang Qin looked at Xiao Bei, her eyes revealing a hint of disappointment. Xiao Zong, although this is your enterprise, as a senior executive of the company. At this point, Fang Qin took a deep breath, trying to suppress her inner anger. She then said, however, as a senior executive of the company, I have the right to remind you. After saying this, Fang Qin quietly looked at Xiao Bei. Chapter 143. Crazy second generation. After hearing the receptionist's words, Xiao Bei's previously smiling face suddenly turned ugly. Fang Qin was also directly angry at this moment. She then looked at Xiao Bei and said slowly, Xiao Zong, I will handle it well. After saying this, without waiting for Xiao Bei to respond, Fang Qin walked out of the office with the receptionist. At this moment, Fang Chun walked over. Aren't you going to see your beautiful president? I shouldn't have brought you here. Xiao Bei rolled his eyes at Fang Chun. Really not going? You as the boss. No one in the second-generation circle in Hangzhou dares to disrespect you, right? Fang Chun was speaking the truth. Just now, he was chatting with Chun Shi and mentioned that he was with Xiao Bei. Chun Shi's company happened to be near the European and American Financial Building. By the way, Chun Shi will come over later. Let us have dinner together tonight. Okay, I'll go take a look first. We'll talk later. Xiao Bei thought for a moment and decided to go out and take a look. On the other side, Fang Qin, who had left first, saw a man at the front desk holding a bouquet of flowers with a slick-back hairstyle, dressed in a suit. When the man saw Fang Qin coming out, he quickly smiled and walked over to her side. Chapter 144. The business bureau comes to the door. Xiao Mingyuan grinned foolishly at Xiao Bei, firmly remembering his face. He then looked at Fang Qin and grinned, making a clap-clap gesture towards her, and made a neck-slitting motion towards Xiao Bei. He then left with a smile on his face. After Xiao Mingyuan left, Fang Qin quickly came to Xiao Bei's side. Xiao Zong, you were reckless just now? Xiao Bei looked at Fang Qin in surprise and asked, what happened? Who was the other party? Fang Qin glanced around and then pulled Xiao Bei aside. Xiao Zong, the other party is the son of the chairman of Jailing. Not only does he have a strong influence in the business world, but also in the political arena. Xiao Zong, don't blame me. If it weren't for me, I wouldn't blame you. Just do your job well in the company. If he comes again, just hit him directly. Your boss is not someone to be trifled with. I don't take Jailing seriously. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Fang Qin was slightly taken aback, then looked at Xiao Bei with a questioning gaze. However, more than that, she felt warmth in her heart. Chapter 145. Xiao Mingyuan takes action. Xiao Bei is really angry after hearing the other party's words. Fang Qin was momentarily at a loss for words. Fang Zong, please don't make it difficult for us. Let's set a deadline for rectification. After speaking, Team Leader Wang looked curiously at Fang Qin, then left with Xiao Lu. Fang Qin watched the two of them leave and immediately thought of Xiao Mingyuan. It seemed that the other party had already taken action, but this energy and speed were a bit too fast, weren't they? Thinking of this, Fang Qin felt a chill in her heart. However, she quickly steadied herself and was about to call Xiao Bei when the elevator doors opened again. Upon seeing the newcomers, she put down her phone. Who is in charge here? The people entering were from the fire department. I am, said the leader. Someone reported that your company's fire safety is not up to standard. So we are here to take a look. After saying that, the leader directly instructed his subordinates, who then began to conduct a fake inspection. A quarter of an hour later, the team leader declared, fire safety is not up to standard. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and said to Fang Qin, the fire safety is not up to standard. Here is the handling opinion. Business suspension for rectification. After speaking, he handed a document to Fang Qin. Chapter 146. Xiao Bei is detained at this moment. The atmosphere in Xingchen Venture Capital was tense. Just then, Xiao Mingyuan walked in. When he saw the people from the Banking Regulatory Commission, he smiled slightly. He then walked directly to Fang Qin's side and reached out to touch her face. Fang Qin stepped back immediately, leaving Xiao Mingyuan's hand hanging in the air. With a smile on his lips and a teasing look in his eyes, he said, Fang Qin, let me be honest with you. No one can save you today. Because of your stubbornness, even your company's boss is going to be in trouble. Hearing this, Fang Qin trembled. She knew he was telling the truth because Gao Ling really had that power. At that moment, she stood there, not knowing what to say. Just then, the elevator doors opened again, and it was Xiao Bei, who had come alone. He was furious, thinking that someone was always looking for trouble with him, as if they truly believed they could mess with him. As Xiao Bei walked in, he saw Xiao Mingyuan and the people from the Banking Regulatory Commission. Mr. Xiao, you're here, Fang Qin exclaimed, as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness. Xiao Bei approached her and said, now, go to your office. I'll handle this. Chapter 147. You better give Ms. Yi a reasonable explanation after seeing Xiao Bei being taken away. Fang Qin felt anxious, but hated that she could do nothing. At that moment, a seed to become stronger was planted in her heart. She didn't want to encounter such a situation again, being powerless and dragging others down with her. If Xiao Bei knew about Fang Qin's psychological shift now, he would surely be very pleased, because with this mentality, Fang Qin's future achievements were unimaginable. Xiao Mingyuan had been quite pleased with himself, but upon seeing Director Qiu sitting at the front desk, he dared not act out. Although he was the son of the chairman of Gao Ling, a strong venture capital company in the country, he still didn't dare to act recklessly in front of a powerful city mayor. Someone capable of becoming the mayor of a provincial capital must have strong backing. Xiao Mingyuan knew that what happened next was beyond his control. It was a struggle between the rising mayor and the established secretary SW. At this moment, he was not anxious because he knew that young Master Yi and Uncle Yi had already arrived. On the other side, in the police car, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. He didn't mind shaking the entire political scene in Hangzhou today. Chapter 148. Xiao Mingyuan, you actually used me. Xiao Yaoting's sudden words left Yizhan stunned. Before he could react, he burst out laughing and said, Director Xiao, who do we need to explain while handling a case? We need to explain to the people. As soon as Yizhan's words fell, Xiao Yaoting sneered inwardly. It seemed that you were determined to go your own way, right? Xiao Yaoting said lightly, Director Xiao, law enforcement officers handling cases are all reasonable and legal. I don't need to explain to anyone. Also, if we have to explain to outsiders every time we handle a case, how can we lead our team? Yizhan said with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yaoting nodded slightly and then picked up the phone. Ms. Yi, you just heard that Secretary Yi is handling the case fairly. Okay, I understand. A cold voice came from the other end of the line, and then the call was hung up. At the Wangjing building in the capital, in the office of the chairman of Qiqing Capital, Yi Ro hung up the phone with a cold expression. If someone familiar with her were present, they would know that Yi Ro was now angry. After hanging up, Yi Ro directly dialed another number. Hello, Mrs. Yi, this is Dong Huan. Governor Dong, hello. I may need to ask you for a favor here. Chapter 149. Yizhan's deployment in the Hangzhou JC Bureau. Yi Meng, who had just finished a cigarette, was about to return to the interrogation room to properly interrogate Xiao Bei. However, at that moment, his phone rang. Yi Meng glanced at it and saw it was a call from Yizhan. A smile immediately appeared on his face as he excitedly answered the call. Secretary Yi, I am currently proceeding in an orderly manner. How are you enforcing the law? Yizhan's voice was calm and steady. Interrogation, coercion. I will make him confess, even if he is innocent. Yi Meng said firmly. You bastard, you are a servant of the people. What are you doing? Abusing your power? Release him immediately, or you will regret it. After saying that, the call was abruptly hung up, leaving Yi Meng standing there in shock. What is going on? Was everything fine just now? However, Yi Meng, having risen to the position of deputy bureau chief, was not an idiot. He knew that there must be some irresistible factor or a bigger backing applying pressure on Yizhan, and this person was not someone Yizhan could provoke. He then recalled how Xiao Bei had remained calm during the interrogation. Damn it, Yizhan, you old fool. Are you trying to make me take the blame? Chapter 150. Xiao Bei's anomaly. Xiao Bei quietly watched Yizhan perform in front of him. He didn't say a word, but couldn't help but admire him. He had never seen someone so shameless before. At this moment, Xiao Yaoting also walked to Xiao Bei's side. Xiao Bei, are you okay? Uncle Xiao, I'm innocent now, right? Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Yaoting and asked. Xiao Yaoting was first taken aback, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiao Bei, you are innocent. Hearing Xiao Yaoting's words, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. He then walked over to Yizhan's side. Secretary Yi, you detained me for no reason this time. Are you going to give me an explanation? Xiao Bei looked at Yizhan with interest. Seeing Xiao Bei say this, Yizhan's eyes flashed with displeasure. But he still smiled and said, Xiao, this is truly a case of the flood washing the Dragon King Temple. It's my fault. It was my subordinates who abused their power. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. Everyone involved in today's incident, one by one. Those who should be warned will be warned, and those who should be dismissed will be dismissed. Yizhan looked at Xiao Bei. He was someone who was good at maintaining a pleasant demeanor. He knew that Xiao Bei was not satisfied with this, so he added, Xiao, I've just learned about the situation. Chapter 151. Fangqin's confession. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Xiao Yaoting smiled slightly. If Yizhan really went down, as a member of the Xiao family faction, this position would definitely be secure for him. By the way, Xiao Bei, give your mom a call, Mrs. He is quite worried about you. Okay, Uncle Xiao, Xiao Bei said lightly, then thought of something. Uncle Xiao, after Yizhan and Gao Ling get into a conflict, you can move in for the catch. As for the rest, I want to get involved. After all, I'm still a student. Hearing this, Xiao Yaoting smiled slightly. If it weren't for Xiao Bei saying he was still a student, he wouldn't really believe that the young man in front of him was still a school student. But precisely because of this, Xiao Yaoting paid even more attention to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had not yet returned to the Xiao family, but already had his own confidence. Once he returned to the Xiao family, he would surely soar. After Xiao Yaoting dropped Xiao Bei off at the company's basement, he left. Xiao Bei originally planned to check out the company, but thought better of it. It was getting late. He directly opened the door of his Maserati MC20 supercar, ready to leave. Just as he opened the door and was about to get in. Chapter 152, Double Standards of Xiao Bei in the Cramped Space. The two passionately kissed. After an unknown amount of time, they reluctantly separated. Xiao Bei looked at the alluring woman in front of him, a smile spreading across his face. He loved beautiful women. Fang Qin glanced at Xiao Bei, shyly leaning against his embrace. Then, feeling bashful, she asked, "Do you think I'm a promiscuous woman?" "How could that be?" "Don't think like that. I'm unmarried and you're unmarried. How can that be considered promiscuous?" Xiao Bei, Stop. Xiao Bei interrupted Fang Qin. Hearing this, Fang Qin raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion as she looked at Xiao Bei, puzzled. She still called him Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei only liked his women to call him by one name. Of course, in special circumstances, a little excitement was fine. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Fang Qin's cheeks turned red instantly. She understood his meaning. He wanted her to change how she addressed him. Wasn't that a bit too fast? Now she felt shy. Where did the courage go when she was confessing just now? Xiao Bei jokingly glanced at Fang Qin. Fang Qin, feeling very shy, instinctively raised her hand and gently pinched Xiao Bei's waist. Chapter 153, Xiao Mingyuan is arrested. Storm is approaching just as Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan were flirting at home in a luxurious villa in the Hangqing Martial Arts No. 1 residential area. A middle-aged man was looking sternly at Xiao Mingyuan. "You will tell me everything that happened today, in detail." Seeing his father's expression, Xiao Mingyuan immediately knew he had messed up big time. In the afternoon, Xiao Mingyuan returned home with a bit of fear. Remembering what Yi Wujin and Yi Zhan had said to him earlier, he had a bad premonition. After thinking about it, he decided to go back to his father's house and explain. But just as he left his home, the property management called. His house was on fire. Just as Xiao Mingyuan was about to go back to check, he suddenly thought of the Yi father and son. At this point in time, it was hard not to suspect that it was the Yi family causing trouble. So, he cautiously returned to his father's house. This led to the current scene. Upon hearing Xiao Tianxi's words, Xiao Mingyuan held nothing back and directly revealed everything that happened today. After hearing about his son's dealings with Yi Wujin, even he, who was usually calm, couldn't help but curse. Chapter 154, Xiao Bei's plan while Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan were flirting at home. The entire Hangcheng was engulfed in a tense atmosphere. Yi Wujin, who had just gotten out of Yi Zhan's car, quickly returned home and destroyed all evidence against himself. After preparing everything, he took a deep breath and then pulled out an anonymous phone number. He dialed Xiao Mingyuan's number. "Hey Mingyuan, who are you?" "It's me, Yi Wujin." Upon hearing Yi Wujin's voice, Xiao Mingyuan immediately thought of the slap he just received. "How do you call me? What do you want?" "I am Busa. Why are you still angry?" "That slap was to protect you. Now that everything is resolved and no one is hurt, come over to my house. I'll take you to meet Xiao. Yi Wujin spoke straightforwardly on the phone. He knew what kind of person Xiao Mingyuan was, someone who liked to curry favor. Now, telling him that the matter was resolved and using Xiao Bei's identity as bait would surely lure him in. Sure enough, just as Yi Wujin finished explaining, Xiao Mingyuan on the other end immediately said. Chapter 155, Butler Zhou Yuan. After finishing up with Qiao Yaoting, Xiao Bei hung up the phone. The rest was up to Qiao Yaoting. He would just continue being a happy student. One night passed without a word. The next morning, Xiao Bei was woken up by his mom's phone call. "Hey son, your gift has arrived at the airport, and now Butler Zhou has set off from Hangzhou Airport. I left Butler Zhou in Hangzhou, so just let him know what you need him to do. With Butler Zhou here, there won't be any more incidents like yesterday in Hangzhou." As soon as he answered the phone, Yi Ro's voice came through. From her tone, it was clear she was still bothered by what happened yesterday. "Okay, Mom. Yes, Butler Zhou will call you when he arrives. He is a trustworthy person around your dad and me, so just let Butler Zhou handle anything you need." Yi Ro continued, mainly worried that Xiao Bei might misunderstand. "Okay, thanks, Mom. You can rest a bit more." After hanging up, Xiao Bei had no mood left to sleep. He got up, washed up, and changed into a stylish outfit. Xiao Bei directly opened his phone and found that many people in the HCA club group were already messaging him. He clicked to check. Chapter 156, Luxury Cars, Famous Watches. Upon hearing Shanbin's words, those second-generation kids who came with Qin Shi all looked shocked at Xiao Bei. "Big brother, it's a Lycan. The first car is a Lycan. Xiao Bei looked at everyone eagerly waiting and said, black and white pairing. Whoever wins goes up to drive. Park it in the garage. As soon as Xiao Bei finished speaking, everyone formed a circle around him. Of course, Fang Chun, Chun Shi, Shun Bin, and Zhang Honghua stood beside Xiao Bei, smiling at the crowd. Ha ha, I won. Brothers, I'm going to experience the lichen first. The speaker was a chubby guy. Honestly, when Xiao Bei saw this chubby second generation, he felt a bit unwilling. The lichen is so small, and the guy is so fat. Will my car collapse? But once the words were out, there was nothing Xiao Bei could do. He could only hope his lichen could withstand the storm brought by the chubby guy. The chubby guy got into the car and loved the interior immediately. He then looked at Xiao Bei and said, Brother Bei, if I accidentally bump it, you won't blame me, right? Although he liked the car, some things had to be made clear in advance. After all, this was not an ordinary car. Chapter 157. Classroom games during the National Day holiday. Xiao Bei's days were going quite well. He had gained 3 more girlfriends. Thinking about this, Xiao Bei, who was driving, patted his waist. Oh man, waist buddy, you gotta hold on. As usual, Xiao Bei parked the car in the usual spot. After getting out, he headed toward the campus. It wasn't that Xiao Bei didn't want to drive into the school. It was just that the car was too flashy. Next time, he would drive a more low-key car to school. Just as he arrived at the school gate, Xiao Bei received a call from Ji Qinglan. Honey, are you at school yet? I'm here, what about you? Xiao Bei asked while swiping his card to enter the school. I'm here too. Have you eaten breakfast? Yes. Do you have classes this morning? Xiao Bei continued to ask. Yes, or else it would come to school so early. Yi Qinglan replied. By the way, honey, do you have classes this afternoon? Xiao Bei thought for a moment and said, I don't know. I'll check the schedule in my dorm. Is there something going on? Xiao Bei noticed Ji Qinglan's tone suggested there was something. I want to go shopping. It's been a while. Ji Qinglan said with a smile on the phone. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Bei replied, then I'll check today's class schedule in my dorm and get back to you later. Chapter 158. Trouble from a basketball player? After hearing Hu Jilung's words, the young man at the milk tea shop was taken aback. Classmate, we only have boba, no chili. Then do you have lemons? Hu Jilung asked after thinking for a moment. Yes. Then for 2 of those, no wait, 1 normal, the rest all with extra lemons. Hu Jilung chuckled with a lewd smile. The young man, hearing Hu Jilung's words, smiled slightly and nodded. Hu Jilung then sat down to wait. As for going back after buying, that was impossible. Hu Jilung took a photo of the milk tea shop. Hu Jilung. In production, please wait a moment. There is a line in front, image. Xiao Bei, Brother Long is so cool. Zhang Jibua, Brother Long is mighty. Wang Wei, Brother Long is the best. Zhang, hey, Brother Long, I want boba. Wang Meina, I want it hot. Yi Qiaoning, I want it 5 points sweet. Chen Xing, I'm fine with anything, thanks, Brother Long. Seeing everyone's replies, Hu Jilung thought for a moment. It seemed seeing was quite nice to him, while the others were just being annoying. After that, Hu Jilung told the young man, okay, 2 normal, the rest 6 with extra lemons. After speaking, Hu Jilung propped up his chubby legs and scrolled through his phone while waiting for his milk tea. Chapter 159. Group fight. Zhang Jibua's sudden action shocked everyone. They all looked at CFA. At that moment, he was drenched in milk tea, his entire outfit soaked. Zhang Jibua had always been the type who preferred to take action rather than argue. Who has the time to argue? Seeing Zhang Jibua make a move, Xiao Bei shook his head helplessly. The female classmates who hadn't left yet were also surprised by the scene. That idiot is so ruthless. But really, how manly? What happened? Why did that idiot just jump in? It seemed like the guys from the opposite side wanted to mess with Brother Long. And I don't know what that idiot said. The other side pointed at him, and then it escalated. People around were discussing. However, Yi Qiaoning and the others knew why the others wanted to mess with Brother Long Qiaoning. Should we go find a counselor? Wang Meina looked worriedly at her classmates, confronting obviously upperclassmen. No need. The class monitor hasn't gone out yet, right? If you tell the counselor now, they'll all get punished. Upon hearing this, Wang Meina still felt a bit worried. Chapter 160. Being a student, loyalty matters. A cold voice came from a distance. Upon hearing it, everyone turned to look. A middle-aged man ran over with Qin Mingxue. They walked straight up to Xiao Bei. Qin Mingxue looked at Xiao Bei, Zhang Jibua, and the others. Suddenly, he spoke up. Class monitor, what's going on? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled and said, Old Qin, we're just playing around. Qin Mingxue looked at Xiao Bei in surprise, just about to speak when a middle-aged man next to them coldly reprimanded. Are you guys playing around like this? Look at CFA. Is this playing around? Speak honestly. CFA, did they bully you? Just tell me directly. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Xiao Bei roughly understood. This should be CFA's class advisor. CFA glanced at the advisor and immediately shook his head, saying, Teacher Wang, we're just playing around. We're all friends. After hearing CFA's words, Teacher Wang looked at the yellow-haired boy. You, yellow-haired kid, tell me, what exactly is going on? If you don't say, I'll call your parents. Teacher Wang clearly knew his class well and was pressuring the yellow-haired boy. This also indicated what kind of person the yellow-haired boy was. Chapter 161. Wild Boss. Huangjin, the peaceful campus life has gained a bit of fun due to Hu Jilong, this lively character. On Tuesday, the day after the National Day holiday, Xiao Bei received an unexpected phone call. It was from Mao Shuqiang of the first company he invested in, Jinyu Technology. Xiao Bei went straight to the balcony of the dormitory with his phone. Hello, President Mao, what is the matter? He directly asked after the call connected. President Xiao, it's on fire. What is on fire? President Xiao, the game is on fire. We launched it on October 4th, and until today, our game is on fire. Mao Shuqiang's voice came through the phone. Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback, wondering how it became popular and why he wasn't informed about the launch. Thinking of this, Xiao Bei furrowed his brows, but still calmly asked, what is the daily active users and daily revenue now? President Xiao, after we talked that day, we accelerated development. Finally, on October 4th, the game was completed, and it was originally supposed to be released next month. But recently, ISNT, they're an advertising summit in Magic City. Upon hearing Mao Shuqiang's words, Xiao Bei was slightly stunned. Continue. Chapter 162. Loyalty. Upon hearing this voice, everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Soon, they saw Qin Mingxue and a middle-aged man walking quickly toward them. Oh no, old Qin is here. Hu Jilong looked worriedly at Xiao Bei. Oh no, Wang Bapi is here. The yellow-haired boy murmured. Soon, Qin Mingxue followed the middle-aged man and came to Xiao Bei and the others. Xiao Bei saw the visitor and thought that this middle-aged man should be CFA's advisor. At this moment, Qin Mingxue frowned and walked to Xiao Bei's side. She looked at everyone and then sternly looked at Xiao Bei. Class monitor, what's going on? What are you all doing? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled at Qin Mingxue and said, Old Qin, we're just playing around. We're all friends. Qin Mingxue looked at Xiao Bei with a hint of scrutiny. Just about to speak when the middle-aged man beside them looked at CFA, frowning and with a stern face. He coldly reprimanded. Are you guys playing around like this? Look at CFA. Is this playing around? Speak honestly. CFA, were you fighting? Did they start it? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Xiao Bei immediately felt displeased. Chapter 163. Making a name for Xingqian Venture Capital after Fong Qin saw this information. She quickly put down the materials and opened her computer to search for Niu Le Gunyo. Just after typing in Niu Le, a lot of information about Niu Le Gunyo appeared. Niu Level 2 Strategy. How difficult is Niu Le Gunyo Level 2? Unveiling the business logic of Niu Le Gunyo, Fong Qin directly clicked into the third piece of information. After reading it in one breath, Fong Qin was stunned. She now understood why Xiao Bei was able to bet with her using this game. So that's how it is. She quickly analyzed the reasons why this game could become a hit. First, the huge difficulty of the second level, followed by a certain proportion of players clearing the cow pen. This creates a comparison. You say you can't get through, but why can I? Especially such comparisons can stimulate many people's competitiveness. You got in the cow pen, why can't I? Secondly, the profit model. This profit model was the first time Fong Qin had seen, but she had to say it was a very successful case. It can provide you with props and even give you a certain number of game lives, but you have to watch ads. Chapter 164. Musi Live, streaming Niu Le Gunyo. At this moment, Wang Shirtsong, who was busy with his live streaming platform in Magic City, was stunned upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, followed by a burst of exclamations. Because just yesterday, someone recommended this game to him. At first, he scoffed at it, but after playing to the second level, he couldn't get through. Wang Shirtsong also got into it. As a gaming enthusiast, not being able to conquer such a simple game was a shame for him. So since yesterday, he had been playing. He played until 7 a.m. The next day, without clearing it. Just after he had just fallen asleep, he got up in the afternoon and went to the company. He saw many people in the company playing this minigame. Just as he was about to play again, Xiao Bei's call came in. So when he heard Xiao Bei say that this game was his investment, Wang Shirtsong almost couldn't help but curse. All right, Beizi, just let me know when you want to. I'll forward it directly. No, Beizi, this game is really insane. I haven't cleared it since last night. Wang Shizong directly complained. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly, thought for a moment, and then continued to say, Chapter 165. Xingshan Venture Capital becomes famous. Xiao Bei's reputation soars after Musi finished speaking. He turned his attention to his phone. He started streaming the second level. This is the same. Clear this first. Clear here too. Hey, I thought it would be difficult. See, I've already cleared the first layer. About to enter the second layer. You can start sending gifts now, and those who want to call me dad can call. Musi said proudly. He continued playing, but as he played, he felt something was wrong. What the hell? I can't see anything below. How is this going to work? Oh, I'm getting a bit interested. Musi hesitated for a few seconds, clicked on a few images, but then immediately died. The viewers in the chat started mocking her. Viewer 1. Haha, is the game easy or are you just useless? Viewer 2. Wow, this game has some depth. Viewer 3. Finally trying to be generous, but can't even give a gift. Upon seeing the viewers' comments, Musi shouted, Who am I? I'm Musi, a genius in the gaming world. A little game can't defeat me. After saying that, she started a new round. But a few minutes later, she died again. She instantly realized the difficulty of this game. Chapter 166. Reactions from all sides in an instant. Xiao Bei became the new national husband, especially with the joint retweets from Wang Shizong and Qinfeng. His Weibo followers skyrocketed by millions. In fact, when Xiao Bei established the company Weibo, he had thought about creating his own Weibo. Sometimes, having a Weibo with a certain influence can solve some minor troubles. Xiao Bei Xingshan Venture Capital suddenly became the brightest dark horse in the industry. Now everyone knew that Xingshan Venture Capital had invested in a money-making beast this time. However, compared to Xingshan Venture Capital, Xiao Bei was obviously more famous. On the campus of Hangxing University, many students were using Weibo. In Wang Meina's dormitory, Chun Xing, who was looking at Weibo, suddenly let out a sharp scream. Oh my, that's the class monitor. Hearing Chun Xing scream, everyone in the dormitory turned to look at her. Wang Meina, seeing Chun Xing's exaggerated reaction, asked with confusion, What's wrong? What happened to the class monitor? You guys quickly check Weibo. The class monitor is trending. Did you know? The investment, that S blowing up, is from the class monitor. It says here that the class monitor will earn at least over $1 billion. What? How much? The other 3 girls in the dormitory were all dumbfounded. Chapter 167. Xiao Bei begins to strategize while everyone who knew Xiao Bei was in shock. At this moment in the company, Xiao Bei's phone was buzzing with messages. Everyone from the Hangchang HCA club sent him congratulatory messages, followed by classmates and his women. But there was one person who didn't message him, Ji Qinglan. Xiao Bei didn't think much of it. He knew Ji Qinglan had class in the afternoon and was probably still in class. However, Xiao Bei didn't reply to the messages because his mom called him. So, I saw your news. I'm so proud of you. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go, Xiao Bei said with a smile on the phone. He knew that with the system's information, his future Xingshan Venture Capital would only grow bigger. By then, his fame would only increase. Produce. With his mom and the Xiao family's backing, he would be strong enough to make a powerful return to the Xiao family. That was what Xiao Bei wanted to do now. Son, you're being modest. At least when I was your age, I was nothing. Yi Ro was genuinely surprised. She originally thought her son's company was just a small venture. Little did she know that when she checked the news after work today, she saw her son's news. Chapter 168. The predicament of Ronghua real estate after hanging up the phone. Xiao Bei felt a bit puzzled. What surprise was Ji Qinglan preparing for him? Although confused, he still drove back to Bojingting. As soon as he got out of the car, he went straight to the elevator without stopping for a second. After arriving upstairs, just as he was about to open the door, he saw it open by itself. The moment he saw Ji Qinglan, his head instantly felt blood rush. Bunny ears, black stockings, a JK short skirt, and studded high heels. No wife you? Xiao Bei swallowed hard, looking at Ji Qinglan. Ji Qinglan tossed her hair and said to Xiao Bei, Do you like it, stinky husband? Faced with such temptation, Xiao Bei immediately understood what Ji Qinglan's reward was. He swiftly picked her up, stepping into the house with one foot while closing the door with the other, heading straight for the bedroom on the second floor. Ji Qinglan wrapped her arms around Xiao Bei, her face flushed with shyness. 2 hours later, looking at Ji Qinglan lying on the bed, not wanting to move. Xiao Bei smedet lichtly. He playfully gave her a light slap on the butt. Stinky husband, no more. I want to rest. Ji Qinglan was genuinely impressed by Xiao Bei's stamina. Chapter 169. The principal wants to see Xiao Bei. Hearing Chun Hao's blunt words, Xiao Qiaoyan's expression darkened instantly. Mr. Chun, I'll take that as a joke. At this moment, Xiao Qiaoyan, who initially had a slight good impression of Chun Hao, suddenly felt it vanish. Hearing her words, Chun Hao was indifferent. He spread his hands and looked at Xiao Qiaoyan with a playful expression. With confidence, he said, Ms. Qiao, this is your last chance. I think now, besides me, no one in Pengsheng is willing to touch this landmine called Ronghua real estate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qiaoyan clenched her hands under the table, looking at Chun Hao with unwillingness. Chun Hao was right. Currently, Ronghua real estate was indeed not something just anyone could get into. Ms. Qiao, just agree to my second condition, and the money will be injected into Ronghua real estate immediately. After finishing, Chun Hao glanced at the time and continued, It's getting late. I have things to do. You can consider my conditions. After saying that, he got up and left. Watching Chun Hao's retreating figure, Xiao Qiaoyan felt as if she had just rekindled hope only to be pushed back into the abyss. She felt very unwilling. Clearly, the 5 plots of land owned by Ronghua Real Estate were not the best in Pengsheng, but they were definitely not bad. Chapter 170. Investing in the chip industry. Xiao Bei arrived outside the principal's office at Hangzhou University, and it was already 9 in the morning. Standing outside the principal's office, Xiao Bei took a deep breath. He then knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. As soon as Xiao Bei finished knocking, he heard a cultured voice from inside. Hearing this, Xiao Bei turned the doorknob and walked in, where he saw 3 people. One of them, a man in his 50s wearing a Zhongshan suit, was the principal, Shui. The other 2 were also around the same age, but Xiao Bei didn't recognize them. After entering the room, Xiao Bei greeted the principal. Principal Shui, I'm Xiao Bei. Hello to the 2 teachers. Sorry to interrupt. Shui smiled as he saw Xiao Bei introduce himself. The other 2 elderly men also looked at Xiao Bei with satisfaction. Shui smiled and said to Xiao Bei, You're Xiao Bei? Yes, Principal, Xiao Bei. Ha ha, good. A young achiever, a young achiever. Shui came to Xiao Bei's front and patted him on the shoulder. Hearing this, Xiao Bei stretched out his hand to scratch his head. Principal, you flatter me. Ha ha. Xiao Bei, come, let me introduce you. Chapter 171. Your school has grown a true dragon. Xiao Bei's words truly shocked the 3 of them. However, they were all experienced individuals. Academician Ni directly said, Xiao, we are all very happy that you have this intention. However, the chip industry is a bottomless pit, and the follow-up funding is in the hundreds of billions. Yes, Xiao, you're putting all your company's assets on the line. What will happen next? Shui looked at his student with a smile. He felt that his student was very bold. As far as he knew, Xiao Bei Xingchen Venture Capital only seemed to have a profit of about over 1 billion this time, probably not reaching 2 billion. He himself had not earned that much, yet he was willing to contribute so much for the chip industry. He felt both gratified and sad. The gratifying part was that people with Xiao Bei's pure heart were rare to see. The sad part was that so many well-known entrepreneurs in the country lacked the courage of a child. In his eyes, Xiao Bei was still a child. Upon hearing the words of the 2 elderly men, Xiao Bei realized they must have misunderstood him. So he quickly said, Principal, academicians. Actually, this company is not all of my assets. You just need to believe me. Chapter 172. Little Fox, Xiao Bei, after leaving the principal's office. Xiao Bei had no idea that his identity had already been discovered by his principal. However, even if he knew, it wouldn't matter. Xiao Bei had his own matters to attend to. He had now received the principal's golden ticket for immunity. Xiao Bei felt that if visiting the principal's office came with such benefits, it was truly too comfortable. Just then, Xiao Bei's phone rang. He picked it up and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then answered the phone. Hello, young Master Xiao. My company has been registered. What do you think? I'll let you know soon. Okay. The caller was none other than Zhongnan. Originally, Xiao Bei planned to go to Qiao Yaoting's place directly since he had just signed a cooperation agreement. Xiao Bei also intended to bring some good performance to Qiao Yaoting. However, this call from Zhang Nan completely changed Xiao Bei's plans. Thinking of his 3 dog sons in the dormitory, Xiao Bei smiled slightly and then headed towards the dormitory. Just as he returned to the dormitory, Xiao Bei was surprised, because these 3 dog sons were not playing games, but were gathered together, seemingly discussing something. Chapter 173. How do you want me to help all afternoon? Xiao Bei was discussing entrepreneurship matters with his dog sons in the dormitory. They finally decided on a name, OFO Bicycle. Hu Jilong and Xiao Bei both held 35 of the shares, with Hu Jilong as the chairman and Xiao Bei as the supervisor. Zhang Jibua and Wang Wei each held 15. Zhang Jibua was the director of the operations department, and Wang Wei was the financial director. Xiao Bei did not hold any position. This project, as Xiao Bei had mentioned before, was purely a money-making project. It didn't matter whether he had real power or not. Moreover, Xiao Bei had his own little thoughts. Generally, in entrepreneurship, unless one is a major shareholder, they prefer to hold the position of supervisor. Because if the company runs into trouble, the supervisor has the least trouble. Once the shared distribution of the company was confirmed, Xiao Bei began to assign tasks. Longo, go find some computer experts to develop the app. Zhizhong, go find a bicycle OEM and tell them the conditions I just mentioned. Wang Wei, you are responsible for registering the company and finding an office space. As for me, I have many things to do, and once the company is established, I will bring in capital. Xiao Bei thought for a moment and said. The four agreed with Xiao Bei's arrangement and had no objections. As Xiao Bei's brain was clearly functioning well. Chapter 174. Qiu Qiaoyan's predicament. What Xiao Bei wanted was exactly what Qiu Yaoding said. Uncle Qiu, what is the current support for high-tech industries in Hangzhou? Xiao Bei did not directly make a request, but instead asked a question. After all, this matter was crucial. Once the research company was established, it would not be a trivial matter. At that time, many related talents would flow into Hangzhou, which could also boost local employment. Therefore, it was not a small project. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yaoding thought for a moment and explained the current policies in Hangzhou to Xiao Bei. After listening, Xiao Bei had a clear understanding. He then said, Uncle Qiu, you know that although it is currently just a chip research company, there will be supporting semiconductor industries afterward. Although Hangzhou is currently an internet city, the changes in the internet are too great. But chips are different. They can integrate the entire semiconductor industry. If we can add a chip capital to the name of the internet city, it would surely be better, right? Qiu Yaoding completely agreed with Xiao Bei's words. Although Hangzhou had developed rapidly in recent years, to put it bluntly, it was largely supported by the Alibaba system. Chapter 175. Drinking tea with Qiu Qiaoyan. The person was none other than Qiu Qiaoyan. Xiao Bei did not rashly go up to greet her. To be honest, although Qiu Qiaoyan was beautiful, Xiao Bei was not the kind who couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful woman. Xiao Bei smiled slightly and intended to get in the car. However, at that moment, Qiu Qiaoyan happened to look up, and their eyes met. Upon seeing Xiao Bei, Qiu Qiaoyan was momentarily stunned. Seeing that she had noticed him, Xiao Bei closed the car door he had opened. He then looked at Qiu Qiaoyan. Ms. Qiu, what a coincidence. Are you here for a walk at Westlake? Since he saw her, Xiao Bei was not impolite and greeted her directly. Xiao Bei greeting here. Qiu Qiaoyan forced a smile. What a coincidence, Mr. Xiao. It's nice to meet you here. Qiu Qiaoyan glanced at the tea room behind her and then asked, Mr. Xiao, are you here to drink tea? Yes, I just have a project to discuss here. Xiao Bei replied with a smile. Upon hearing the word project, Qiu Qiaoyan, who had just been immersed in her thoughts, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. She turned to Xiao Bei. I must say, Xiao Bei is really handsome. Even though it's the second time meeting him, Qiu Qiaoyan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Chapter 176. I can help you. Heading Xiao Bei's in Kvili. Qiu Qiaoyan looked at him, bit her lip, and thought for a moment. Then, feeling uneasy and nervous, she picked up her tea and took a small sip. After that, she looked at Xiao Bei again and smiled slightly. She let out a soft sigh and said, well, I really need to vent. You can't say it's annoying after hearing my ramblings. Xiao Bei took a sip of tea, crossed his hands in front of him, and said, I'm all ears. Seeing this, Qiu Qiaoyan stopped hesitating. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, she was willing to try. Then, Qiu Qiaoyan began to speak. Actually, I came to Hangzhou to seek help. For the next few minutes, Qiu Qiaoyan explained the difficulties that Ronghua Real Estate was currently facing, as well as her requests for help in Pengcheng. She even mentioned being asked by Chun how to be his mistress. Why did she choose to come to Hangzhou? Xiao Bei was a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, Qiu Qiaoyan should have more connections in Pengcheng than in Hangzhou. Actually, I know that after offending Chen Hao. No one in Pengcheng is willing to help me anymore. The reason I came to Hangzhou. At this point, Qiu Qiaoyan's face turned a bit red, and she paused. But she continued, Chapter 177. I guarantee your value of 3 billion. Seeing the anxious and expectant look on Qiu Qiaoyan's face, Xiao Bei felt a slight smile inside. He understood this mindset. In his previous life, when he was starting his company, He also encountered a situation where the capital chain broke. At that time, he really had to beg for help everywhere. Those friends who usually had a good relationship with you would avoid you like a plague. So once there is hope, he would seize it, even if it required a lot of effort. Xiao Bei pulled back his thoughts and looked at Xiao Yin seriously, asking, "What is the current net asset of Ronghua real estate?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin promptly took out a document from her bag. This was prepared when she came to see Xiao Bei, originally thinking it wouldn't be needed. Unexpectedly, after all the twists and turns, it was still relevant. She handed the document to Xiao Bei, who received it and listened to Xiao Yan's words. Currently, there is 50 million in the Ronghua real estate account. This 50 million is the monthly expenditure for the 5 construction sites and cannot be touched. All the developed properties have been sold out. Right now, the biggest value lies in 5 pieces of land, which are worth about 20 billion. However, these lands were mortgaged to the bank at that time. If we really calculate it, it's just the future resale or profit margin. So, the net asset should be around 2 billion. After discussing with Xiao Yin, Xiao Bei bid her farewell, knowing that she had many things to do now. After seeing her off, Xiao Bei shook his head slightly. He then got into his car and left. Checking the time, it was already afternoon. Xiao Bei didn't plan to return to school, so he drove straight home. At the Boeing Ting, just as Xiao Bei parked his car, he saw the property manager walking towards him. "Young Master Xiao, you're back? Manager Qian, is there something?" Xiao Bei took out a pack of cigarettes from the car, opened it, and handed one to Manager Qian. Manager Qian accepted the cigarette and lit it for Xiao Bei first before lighting his own. After taking a deep puff, Manager Qian said, "Young Master Xiao, tomorrow is the owners' gathering. Are you planning to hold it in the community or outside?" Hearing this, Xiao Bei looked at the date. A week had passed quickly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's do it on the rooftop by my swimming pool." "Okay, young Master Xiao, what about the authorization for the pool area?" "I will directly authorize the elevator, and you can go up directly. By the way, make sure to arrange for a good chef, both Chinese and Western cuisine." Chapter 179, Watching Xiao Ting. Xiao Ting saw the angry expression on his old friend's face and couldn't help but smile slightly. He then said, "I really think it's possible. But, old Zhu, don't get angry. Isn't it good that those two are fighting? Now that the evidence against both of them is solid. Isn't that a gift for you?" Hearing Xiao Ting say this, Zhu Ming's expression improved a bit. Then he thought of something and said to Xiao Ting, "In that case, old Xiao, I can't accompany you today. I need to take advantage of the fact that neither of them has reacted to take the person down first." After saying this, Zhu Ming picked up the documents and left. Seeing Zhu Ming leave, Xiao Ting smiled and then left the provincial government. He returned to his car. Around 6 p.m., Yi Zhan was at home discussing matters with his son Yi Wuji in the study. Yi Zhan said, "Now, Xiao Mingyuan has been sent in and is in a life-and-death struggle with Chun Ziyuan." Yi Wuji asked, puzzled, "Dad, why are you doing this? Aren't you behind Chun Yi?" Yi Wuji asked in confusion. Chun Ziyuan is from the Chun family. They're actually from the Chun family, too. Chapter 180, Unexpected Gain. Just as Zhu Ming was taking action, Xiao Ting was in his office, listening to the secretary's report. "Boss, Yi Zhan and Chun Ziyuan have already been detained." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ting nodded and said to the secretary, "All right, you can go now." "Yes, boss." After the secretary left, Xiao Ting found a satellite phone from his desk. At Boeing Ting, just as Xiao Bei finished organizing the documents, he stretched. At that moment, his phone rang. Xiao Bei looked at it and saw it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment of thought, he answered, "Hello, Xiao Bei, it's me. Uncle Xiao. Did you change your phone number?" "Xiao Bei, I'll be brief. Chun Ziyuan and Yi Zhan have both been taken in." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei was slightly stunned and then said seriously, "Uncle Xiao, I understand. Just carry on with your normal work in the next few days. I'll handle the rest." "Okay." After hanging up, Xiao Bei immediately called Xiao Nan. "Hello, Bei Zi, it's rare for you to call me." A cheerful voice came from the phone. Xiao Bei smiled slightly and said, Chapter 181, I want a challenge. Coincidentally, Xiao Bei is going to interview a batch of management personnel at the company tomorrow. At that time, Tang Jun could come directly. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Zheng Dong directly gave Xiao Bei an okay sign. He was originally just trying to see if he could directly recommend someone to Xiao Bei, and he didn't expect to reach an agreement so easily. In fact, he didn't know that if he had recommended someone else today, Xiao Bei would not have agreed. But who made that person the emperor of labor Tang Jun. He was a guy with top global connections. The early Tang Jun had served as the executive president at Microsoft and Google, and at that time, Bill valued him greatly. Although he was later exposed for academic fraud, his management ability is no longer something that can be measured by education. In the evening, Xiao Bei had a great chat with the owners, especially since several events were born from it. The party lasted until 10 p.m. The next morning, Xiao Bei got up and went straight to the company. Last night, Fang Xin had messaged him that the earliest batch of interviewees would arrive at 10 a.m. However, Xiao Bei arrived at the company at 8:30. Why come so early? That's because after returning home last night, Zheng Dong had sent Xiao Bei a message. Chapter 182. Adding a fierce general, Tang Jun. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Fang Xin was quite surprised. Xiao Bei continued to ask, Mr. Tang, if you want to start from scratch, there are more good companies with stronger potential than ours, and more powerful companies. Why would you choose Xingchen Venture Capital? After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Tang Jun remained calm. Mr. Xiao, I think you underestimate your company's potential. Why is that? Xiao Bei became interested and directly asked. Tang Jun looked at Xiao Bei and said, First of all, as a founder, someone who can propose a new profit model must have their own ideas. Moreover, Mr. Xiao, I have a good outlook on your investment strategy. Oh, my investment strategy? Yes, Mr. Xiao. Here, I want to apologize to you. I did a background check on you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. That's fine. After all, someone like you should be cautious. In fact, what Xiao Bei said was correct. Top professional managers are not selected by companies. Rather, they select companies. This is different from ordinary headhunters. Ordinary headhunters match the type of person the client company needs. Chapter 183. Xiao Bei's corporate values. Everyone looked at the man standing next to Xiao Bei. Yes, it was that man, the godlike man. One of the most admired figures among all workers. In Xia country, there are two people who are the ceiling for workers. One is Tang Jun, and the other is Li Keifu. Both have served as global presidents at Microsoft and Google. No one expected that the former would actually come to their company. Suddenly, the employees of Xingchen Venture Capital were excited. What does it mean for such a big shot to come to Xingchen Venture Capital? It means that Xingchen Venture Capital's future is limitless. This was the first thought that came to everyone's mind. There was even more hope now. After all, the salary level at Xingchen Venture Capital was not low. Mr. Tang, please say a few words. Xiao Bei looked at Tang Jun, who was standing beside him, and said with a smile. Tang Jun smiled slightly and stepped forward. First of all, thank you all for the warm welcome. In the future, let's work hard together. As the financial director of the company, you can rest assured that you won't be treated unfairly. Long live Mr. Tang. Long live Mr. Xiao. Mr. Xiao is awesome, Mr. Tang is awesome. Ha ha ha, Mr. Tang, you are standing beside us. What does Mr. Xiao think? Chapter 184. Wang Wei's Anomaly. After Xiao Bei finished speaking, Tang Jun was slightly surprised. He found it hard to imagine that a college student could have such thoughts. This idea is great. A great company is not just about how much profit it makes, but it must have its own corporate culture. This was the uncertain point that Jun had just mentioned, so he looked at Xiao Bei. In Xiao Bei, he saw those dropout entrepreneurs from abroad. They all have one thing in common. They clearly know what they need and how to do it. Such people will definitely achieve great success in the future. Compared to many college students today who are still dating and playing, the young man in front of him already has his own company, his own ideas, and has taken action. After Su Fei left, the next candidate came in, a relatively young person named Su Fan, who is 26 years old. He previously worked at Green Shirt Capital and was interviewing for the operations director position. Logically speaking, someone like him, without management experience, should not have been called for an interview. But Fang Xin still let him come, which means this person has some skills. Su Fan graduated from the University of the Capital and had been working at Green Shirt since graduation without management experience. Interviewing for the operations director position. Chapter 185. Encountering an ex-girlfriend in the office building. At that moment, the girl was looking at Wang Wei with a hint of surprise. Upon seeing her, Wang Wei also showed a shocked expression. Yang Bei, it's you. I didn't expect to run into you here. Xiao Bei noticed that Wang Wei was acting strange and turned to look at the girl. She was somewhat attractive. Xiao Bei remained silent, mainly observing Wang Wei. The girl in front of him was none other than Wang Wei's inner pain. This Yang Bei was Wang Wei's high school classmate and also his first love. She was once Wang Wei's white moonlight. However, shortly after graduating from high school, Wang Wei's family business experienced some ups and downs. Wang Wei's friends in Ning City were spreading rumors that his family was going bankrupt. Wang Wei had never explained such rumors, because only he knew that his family's business was not like that at all. Unfortunately, such news reached his ex-girlfriend, Xiao Bei's ears. Shortly after the college entrance examination, Xiao Bei called Wang Wei out. Wang Wei still vividly remembers that day. It was a sunny day when he received a text from Xiao Bei asking to meet. Chapter 186. Do you know who you offended? The middle-aged, beautiful woman who walked out saw her nephew crying on the ground, frowning slightly. Xiao Bei and Wang Wei exchanged glances. It felt a bit like a fantasy novel, hitting the small one. And then the big one came? Just then. The middle-aged beauty's next move left Wang Wei and Xiao Bei stunned. They saw Li Jie's aunt walk directly in front of him, and, in front of everyone, slapped him across the face. The sound resonated throughout the entire elevator corridor. Li Jie, incredulous, touched his slapped face and looked at his aunt in confusion. Aunt, why? At this moment, even Xiao Bei, who was standing nearby, was taken aback. What was happening? Why did Li Jie's aunt hit him? Her mind was racing. Apologize. Do you think I don't know what you're like? Li Jie's aunt said sternly, her voice icy. Wang Wei and Xiao Bei were both stunned. Was this really a case of righteousness over family? And I was bullied. Why do I have to apologize? Li Jie was still trying to argue. He didn't understand why his aunt was punishing him. The thought made his face look very bad. Chapter 187. Love. She doesn't deserve it. On the other side of the elevator, Xiao Bei looked at Wang Wei. Although he was curious that Wang Wei had a first love he broke up with, he didn't ask further. This was Wang Wei's personal matter, not his. If he didn't want to talk about it, then Xiao Bei wouldn't pry. Wang Wei looked at Xiao Bei and then smiled casually. Why don't you ask? If you want to say something, you will say it. If you don't want to, you won't. I absolutely respect my brother. The elevator reached the 18th floor, and as they stepped out, Xiao Bei handed Wang Wei a cigarette. They lit up and took a deep drag. Wang Wei looked at Xiao Bei and said with a smile, Old four, it's the first time I've seen you so serious. It feels a bit awkward. Xiao Bei laughed and kicked Wang Wei playfully. So you little bastard like your dad to be serious? Ha ha, that's right. That is old four for you. Wang Wei took a deep drag of his cigarette and said with a smile, What's in the past is in the past. I did love her, but now, she doesn't deserve it. Hearing this, Xiao Bei nodded with a smile. If you let go, then you've let go. This is your feeling. I want to get involved. Two people's matters, and neither of them can clarify it, so I want to participate. All right, let's not talk about her anymore. Let me show you the office building. Wang Wei said with a smile. Chapter 188. Computer Genius. Shun Feng. After Wang Wei left the office building, he looked up at the sky. He immediately felt a sense of relaxation. He had once firmly chosen her, but he was not her firm choice. She had weighed the pros and cons many times, but at that time, she never considered him. First loves are not always beautiful. Sometimes, encountering a bad girl in a first love is truly something hard to look back on. Thinking of this, Wang Wei shook his head. He then got into Xiao Bei's car. Xiao Bei didn't ask much and drove away directly. After returning to school, Xiao Bei and Wang Wei went back to their dorm. Recently, there was too much going on, so it was best to just stay in school. After all, he was still a student. Upon returning to the dorm, Hu Jilun and Zhang Zhibua were not there. Wang Wei made a phone call and found out that the two were currently at the library. What? You two are feeling inspired? Have you turned over a new leaf? Wang Wei complained upon hearing they were at the library. What? Technical experts? Can't conquer it? All right, we're coming over. After hanging up, Wang Wei looked at Xiao Bei. Let us go, old four, to the library. What's wrong? Xiao Bei, lying on his bed and chatting with Lu Qingyan, turned his head and asked. Chapter 189. Am I searching for myself? Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. He had been waiting for Shun Feng to say this. So, Xiao Bei looked at Shun Feng and asked, Are you serious? Seeing Xiao Bei ask this, Shun Feng knew that the other party wanted him to join that company. Although he knew it was just Xiao Bei's provocation, he still confidently nodded. I'm serious. Shun Feng had absolute confidence in his skills. This set of programming algorithms, even if taken to a big company, no one could crack it. This was Shun Feng's confidence. In fact, regarding Xiao Bei's provocation, wanting to join their company, wasn't Shun Feng also provoking Xiao Bei? He didn't want these people to bother him every day. Time was precious, and he was about to start his internship. Shun Feng wanted to consolidate his skills. If he went to a big company, he could quickly get the hang of it. Once he started earning money, He could lighten his family's burden. All right, you just watch from the side. After saying this, Xiao Bei directly sat down at the computer Shenfeng had just used. He quickly operated it. Xiao Bei opened the command prompt and began typing code rapidly. At first, Shenfeng was dismissive. Chapter 190. Returning to Magic City, Xiao Bei pulled his thoughts back and then looked at Shenfeng, asking, "So, do you believe I have this capability now?" Shenfeng nodded and then looked at Xiao Bei, saying, "Classmate, then I'll be eating under you." Hearing this, Xiao Bei laughed and said, "It's not eating under me. We'll eat together, and I will give you 10 of the original shares. From now on, you'll be the director of our company's network department." After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Shenfeng felt it was a bit unreliable. But looking at Xiao Bei's information, he indeed seemed to be a big shot. Sure enough, big shots are approachable. The big shot gives me shares. The big shot makes me a director, and the big shot lets me eat under him. All right, classmate, I agree. By the way, about what you just said, my sister has tuition. How about this? I'll take you to buy a phone, buy a computer, and then I'll directly transfer the money to you. Classmate. I don't have money to buy a phone or a computer. You don't need to pay. I will. Now you're our company's treasure, Xiao Bei said, smiling and patting Shenfeng's shoulder. He then took Shenfeng out of the library. The three little bastards were waiting. Chapter 191. Is the co-driver hot? Xiao Bei drove directly to the parking lot next to the International Trade Center. Because of Xiao Bei's car, the security guard directly opened a VIP outdoor parking space for him to park. Xiao Bei smiled slightly at him. He then waited in the car for Hani Rena. Xiao Bei reclined the car's seat, lying back and playing with his phone. There was no choice. He was feeling quite sleepy. Just as Xiao Bei had just lain down for a short while, a tall, enchanting-looking woman with fair skin walked out of Guomao. She was holding a selfie stick and wearing headphones, live streaming. At that moment, she spotted Xiao Bei's Bentley Continental GT. Excited, she pointed the camera at Xiao Bei's Bentley Continental GT. "Hey, water friends, look what I found. A Bentley Continental GT, and it's the Black Warrior Black. This car is my dream car." After saying that, the female streamer went directly to the side of the Bentley Continental GT, excitedly admiring the car. Then she said to her viewers, "Water friends, it's so cool. You guys need to work hard. Water friend 1, if you like it. Why do we need to work hard? Water friend 2, some things can't be obtained just by effort. Some things, if you're born with them, you have them. If not, then you don't." Chapter 192. Saving time, Hani Rena sat in the passenger seat, looking at Xiao Bei with a hint of something unexplainable in her eyes. Then, with a bit of jealousy, she said, "Where did that little fox come from just now? If I hadn't arrived, would you have let her get in the car?" Xiao Bei, who was driving, was slightly taken aback. He smiled at Hani and reached out to hold her hand. "What's wrong, jealous?" "I'm not. Who's jealous? I like soy sauce." Hani Rena pouted at Xiao Bei. "You're jealous, my wife. You should know I called you here. Do you think I could play around with a girl in such a short time?" After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Hani Rena calmed down a bit. Xiao Bei smiled at Hani Rena. Today, Hani was wearing a white crop top with a pair of suit pants. "Wife, you look beautiful today. You bad guy. Wasn't I beautiful the other day?" Hani looked at Xiao Bei, pouting slightly. "You're beautiful every day, especially today. Did you just eat honey? Your mouth is so sweet." Hani smiled at Xiao Bei. To be honest, she had been missing Xiao Bei a lot lately. "Oh, right? You haven't eaten yet, right?" Chapter 193. Xiao Bei's promise to be honest. Regarding such a request, Xiao Bei certainly felt it was his duty. After a round of passion, Xiao Bei lay on the bed, looking at Hani, who had just come out of the bathroom. His eyes immediately became excited again. Hani was drying her hair while looking at Xiao Bei lying on the bed. At that moment, Xiao Bei was sitting at the head of the bed, his eyes shining as he looked at her, making Hani shiver involuntarily. "Wife, come here." Xiao Bei patted the big bed, leering at Hani. Hani was startled. She had originally wanted to drain Xiao Bei, but unexpectedly, she was the one who got drained first. The man in front of her seemed tireless. He had just worn her out. If someone were to ask Hani what she regretted, she would definitely say, never tell Xiao Bei to drain him, because in the end, she might be the one drained. No, no, no. I'm still an injured party. Hani leaned against the wall, not daring to approach. Seeing Hani's aggrieved expression, Xiao Bei's hot softened. "All right, come up. I'll dry your hair." Looking at Hani, who looked like a wrong child, Xiao Bei couldn't help but want to protect her. Chapter 194. Lu Qingyin's confession. After calming Hani down, Xiao Bei left directly. Hani didn't feel unhappy about Xiao Bei's departure at all. Instead, she felt a sense of guilt. After all, she had interfered in the relationship between Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan. But what could she do? She had hopelessly fallen in love with Xiao Bei. After leaving Gubei No. 1, Xiao Bei drove straight to the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. At that moment, Lu Qingyan was in her dorm, changing clothes. Rather than changing, she was trying on outfits. This one is not pretty. This one is too revealing, no good. This one is too conservative, also not good. Lu Qingyan's bed was covered with clothes. She wanted to look beautiful when meeting her boyfriend. Just then, Yi Xianya returned. When she saw Lu Qingyan trying on clothes, she was slightly taken aback. She walked over to Lu Qingyan and asked, "Ice cream, what are you doing?" "Guess." Lu Qingyan smiled slightly, continuing to think about how to match her clothes. Yi Xianya looked at Lu Qingyan's appearance and suddenly thought of something, so she pressed further. "I said, is Green Tea Bay coming? Are you going on a date with him?" Chapter 195. Dare to steal my corner? Everyone saw Chan Lei approach a girl, holding flowers, and romantically confessing to her. Instantly, the onlookers began to cheer, shouting, "Say yes! Say yes! Say yes!" Facing the crowd's cheers, Lu Qingyan felt a bit flustered and looked at Chun Lei with disgust. Yi Xianya noticed something was off with Lu Qingyan and quickly stepped forward, pushing Chun Lei. "Our ice cream has never agreed to you. What are you doing with this exaggerated display of affection?" "Exactly." Zhang Shibing also stepped forward. Yi Xianya looked at Chun Lei and exploded with anger. "What do you want? Trying to pressure ice cream in public with all these onlookers to say yes? Let me tell you, compared to ice cream's boyfriend, you're nothing. Don't think that just because you drive a luxury car, you're impressive. You think anyone will just jump into your bed at your beck and call?" The sudden commotion left the crowd bewildered. What's going on? Everyone was surprised, realizing it wasn't a heartfelt confession after all. At that moment, Lu Qingyan pulled her two friends behind her. Chapter 196. You think I'm giving you face? Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Lu Qingyan raised her hand to lightly hit Xiao Bei, then said playfully, "Don't make a big deal out of this." Xiao Bei smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Then he looked at Yi Xianya and Zhang Shibing, giving them a thumbs up. "Well done. Ye wan ya ain zank vibink ikchengit samais." If you had come a little later, who knows what would have happened? Zhang Shibing said to Xiao Bei, "Thank us, and then treat us to a big meal," Yi Xianya said without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei nodded, while the few of them were joking and laughing. Chun Lei, who was standing behind Xiao Bei, was now extremely furious. His eyes were red with anger, glaring coldly at Xiao Bei. Seeing the attitude of Lu Qingyan and her two roommates toward Xiao Bei, he recalled how they had treated him before. At this moment, jealousy was brewing in his heart, along with a tone of resentment. This was a slap in his face. The onlookers around began to whisper among themselves. So it turns out, she really has a boyfriend. Chapter 197. Smash the car? After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Chun Lei sneered coldly, his face showing a bit of menace as he looked at Xiao Bei. "Do I need you to give me face? What are you even worth? You idiot. You curse me and still want to leave? Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can run after cursing me? And damn it, you even slapped me, right? Just wait. I'll make sure you regret it." Xiao Bei, upon hearing the other party's words, was very certain that this was just a spoiled second-generation rich kid. All day long, he does nothing good and only bad things. For such a person, Xiao Bei didn't want to say much. Moreover, what this person just said made Xiao Bei laugh in anger. How can he be so foolish? "If I call you an idiot and you don't believe it, just wait. You won't be able to leave today. I'm telling you. Not even Jesus can save you." After saying this to Chun Lei, Xiao Bei turned to Lu Qingyan. "Honey, call the police first. Let the traffic police come. Let us handle the car first." Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Lu Qingyan immediately took out her phone and dialed the traffic police. At this moment, Chun Lei looked at Lu Qingyan, especially after hearing Xiao Bei call her that, and seeing how obedient Lu Qingyan was to Xiao Bei. Chapter 198. So he is Xiao Bei. The crowd looked in the direction of the voice, and then saw 6 supercars slowly driving over. These cars caused a sensation at the entrance of the campus. Although they were all entry-level supercars for ordinary students, it was no less than a supercar gathering. When Chun Lei saw these supercars arriving, he instantly felt more confident. He directly walked to Xiao Bei's side and provocatively said, "Just wait for me." After saying that, he walked directly to where the 6 supercars had stopped. 3 men and 3 women got out of the supercars. Chun-Lei went straight to the most expensive Lamborghini Aventador and started talking to its owner, occasionally glancing over at Xiao Bei. The onlookers were stunned and then began to whisper, "Wow, the friends of the second generation are all second generation. I wonder how that young man will deal with this. I see it's precarious. 6 powerful second generation kids have come. How will this play out? Is it really that many people bully the few?" At this moment, Lu Qingyin looked at Xiao Bei with some concern. Xiao Bei smiled slightly at her, indicating that there was nothing to worry about. Yi Xinya and Zhang Shibing also had no thoughts of concern. After all, they knew Xiao Bei's background. Chapter 199. Settling scores. Xiao Bei sat in his damaged Bentley, smoking a cigarette while waiting for Principal Wang and the others to arrive. At this moment, the woman who had just wanted to slap Xiao Bei turned pale. The reason she was so arrogant was mainly because Zhu Zhan was present. After all, Zhu Zhan was also a top second generation in Magic City. But she didn't expect that Xiao Bei would directly call a group of top second generations from Magic City, none of whom were weaker than Zhu Zhan. She had worked hard to enter Zhu Zhan's circle. Before she could even show off, she was about to fall. After Principal Wang and the others got out of the car, they saw Xiao Bei walking towards the Bentley and sitting down. The few of them exchanged glances and smiled helplessly before walking over. "Bei, what is going on? Driving a Bentley and being looked down upon?" Principal Wang, familiar as always, took out a cigarette and climbed into Xiao Bei's Bentley, sitting next to him. He lit a cigarette and looked at Xiao Bei with a smile. Qin Fun and Tang Hua also looked at the two sitting on the roof of the car with helpless expressions. Originally, they were at a gathering today. Qin Fun suddenly received a call from Xiao Nan, saying that Xiao Bei was being blocked at the Magic City Music Academy. This was serious, as Xiao Bei was the big shot they wanted to cling to. Chapter 200. You want to teach my brother a lesson? Xiao Bei looked coldly at Dong Qing. He had already given her a chance. If she didn't cherish it, then she couldn't blame Xiao Bei now. Adults must pay the price for their actions. Xiao Bei said, "Dan Danda." Upon hearing this, Dong Qing fell directly to the ground. Does anyone know her background? Xiao Bei turned to look at Qin Fun and the others. They all shook their heads. At this moment, Dong Qing was already terrified. This would bring disaster to her family. "How about this, Brother Tang? Find someone to take her home and give her a good lesson in front of her parents. If I see you in the second generation circle of Magic City again, you want to have another chance, understand?" Upon hearing this, the originally terrified Dong Qing instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She immediately looked up at Xiao Bei and eagerly said, "Thank you, young Master Xiao. Thank you, young Master Xiao. Let us go. I don't want to see you." After dealing with Dong Qing, Xiao Bei turned to Chun-Lei and Zhu Zhan. "I have plenty of time now. I'll just wait here." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhan and Chun-Lei exchanged glances. They had completely lost face today. However, Zhu Zhan was now even more displeased with Chun-Lei. Chapter 201. How many years can you be sentenced? A middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Zhu Zhan got out of a Maybach. He radiated righteousness. When Xiao Bei saw him, his first thought was that this person had served in the military. Xiao Bei looked at Zhu Zhan with confusion. "Are you embarrassing your father?" Zhu Zhan's father didn't have someone to open the car door for him like Chun-Lei's father, nor did he dress in a suit. He had a crew cut and wore casual clothes. He gave off the impression of someone who didn't sweat the small stuff. After he got out of the car, everyone looked at him. His gaze was fixed on his son, Zhu Zhan. "You brat, come over here." "Dad, why are you talking so much nonsense?" Zhu Zhan, seeing the situation, could only approach his father like a child who had done something wrong. Zhu Zhan's father is named Zhu Kebang. Zhu Kebang has not yet seen Xiao Nan and Chun Tianba. However, he knows his son's nature very well. "Go ahead, you little rascal. Did you start the trouble?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhan quickly nodded. Xiao Bei and the others looked at Zhu Kebing with a hint of curiosity. This script is not right. Shouldn't he confront Xiao Bei like Qin Tianba did? Chapter 202. Evidence. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, everyone was shocked. Even Xiao Nan looked at Xiao Bei in surprise. Where did his younger brother get this information? "Ha ha, you're indeed from the Xiao family, but you can't just randomly label us businessmen, right? Who in the business world of Modu doesn't know that I, Chun Tianba, conduct business lawfully? The people do not fight with the government. How can you accuse me without any evidence?" At this moment, Chun Tianba realized that the young man in front of him intended to not let him go. Thus, he quickly devised a strategy to suppress Xiao Bei in public opinion. Sure enough, after hearing Chun Tianba's words, everyone began to whisper among themselves. No wonder Xiao Bei is so powerful. It seems his family's influence is huge. Really, if he dislikes someone, he just makes up accusations? In Xia country, doing business is like this: human relationships and bureaucratic practices. Hearing the discussions around him, Chun Tianba smiled coldly to himself. Clearly, his strategy was working. More people even took out their phones to record the scene. Xiao Bei knew very well what he was implying. You want evidence, right? Then I'll give it to you. After saying that, Xiao Bei directly spoke to Xiaonan. Chapter 203. Ronghua Real Estate Meeting. After Xiao Bei left with Lu Qingyan, the onlookers were still feeling amazed. They really enjoyed this grand show today. They never expected to see so many big shots. Principal Wang and Qin Fun were both here. Am I the only one envious of that girl? Her boyfriend is Xiao Bei. Really, I can't believe Xiao Bei's girlfriend is actually from our school. I wonder how that girl met Xiao Bei. He is the newly crowned national husband. Who knows if that girl really marries Xiao Bei in the future? She will be soaring to the top. Yes, she must have a fortune of several hundred million. What are you talking about? Even Principal Wang acknowledges that wealthy people exist. Do you think it's just a few hundred million? Everyone sighed, especially some girls. At this moment, they wish they could take Lu Qingyan's place. That is the highest class they ordinary people could encounter. After hearing the discussions around them, Yi Xuanya and Zhang Shibing also smiled slightly. Not to mention them, even Lu Qingyan's roommates were lamenting her incredible luck. She went back to school and came back with a wealthy young master. Chapter 204. A Ghost. Qiao Qiaoyan unexpectedly looked at the construction supervisor and then smiled and nodded. Immediately, everyone became curious. What conditions could make Qiao Qiaoyan agree? Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Qiao Qiaoyan slowly said, "Here's the thing." Half an hour later, Qiao Qiaoyan revealed the collaboration between her and Xiao Bei to everyone. The reactions in the conference room were mixed. Half the people, like Qiao Qiaoyan, were quite happy. The other half were different. Among them was Director Fong. Go ahead, just spoken. He thought for a moment and then asked, "Qiao, do you understand the other party's strength?" He said he would invest hundreds of billions. Why would it come to us? Yes, Qiao, aren't you being a bit rash? Upon hearing this, Qiao Qiaoyan replied, "The other party is named Xiao Bei. You can check the specifics. Moreover, I believe he has this strength. Besides, our cooperation agreement states that if we cannot determine it within a month, he will invest according to the market price. With this guarantee, what are you still afraid of?" Upon hearing this, those who were worried just now immediately put their minds at ease. Chapter 205. Playing Mahjong. Xiao Bei was genuinely startled. Family, who understands? At the cinema that night, there were only two people watching a horror movie. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a pair of eyes staring at him. What kind of feeling is that? Lu Qingyan looked at Xiao Bei's expression and burst into laughter. Then she feigned anger and said to Xiao Bei, "Honey, weren't you not afraid? Why did you close your eyes just now? You tricked me, you bad guy." Xiao Bei took a moment to gather himself. It turned out that the pair of eyes belonged to Lu Qingyan. He looked at her with lingering feelings and said, "Wife, you scare me to death." "Honey, when we came here, you didn't say that. I asked you if you were afraid of watching horror movies, and you said no. So why did you close your eyes?" Lu Qingyan seemed to have caught Xiao Bei's weakness and interrogated him. Hearing Lu Qingyan's words, Xiao Bei's face twitched slightly. Then he thought of something and said, "Who said I closed my eyes? I was just feeling a bit sleepy and happened to close them to rub my eyes. Who knew that when I opened them, I would see a pair of eyes staring at me?" Chapter 206. Scumbag. After a night of passion, Xiao Bei got up early the next day. Because today was the opening day of the company invested by Principal Wang and himself. After Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan got up together, they set off directly, still driving the LaFerrari. The company is located in the Yida building in Pudong, Modu. This is a super A-grade office building. The rent is not cheap. But for Principal Wang and Xiao Bei and others, it is actually not a big deal. After all, the founding shareholders are too luxurious, unlike Xiao Bei and his three roommates. However, Xiao Bei knows that in 6 months, when his three roommates start a new venture again, they won't need to rely on his fame anymore. At the Yida building, the white-collar workers working there were very curious today because many luxury cars were parked downstairs. Moreover, they also saw Principal Wang, Qin Fun, and others. Everyone was discussing, "Wow, is that Principal Wang? What are they doing? I heard Principal Wang open a company here. And today is the opening day. Look at this lineup. They are all luxury cars. I want to see if I can hook up with a rich guy. Then I won't have to worry about food and clothing." Sigh. People really can't be compared. Chapter 207. Ladies. Please hold on. Xiao Bei held Lu Qingyin's hand and walked out of the parking space. At this moment, Principal Wang and others came to greet them. When they saw Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyin, Principal Wang smiled at Xiao Bei and said, "You finally came. We were waiting for you." "Ha ha ha, Xiao. You really look handsome today. Now that you are here, all our spotlight has been stolen by you," Qinfen said with a smile. Qinshi also came to Magic City from Hangzhou today. When he saw Lu Qingyin beside Xiao Bei, he was slightly taken aback. "Wasn't Diao Bei's girlfriend Yi Xinglan?" However, he didn't say much and instead asked Xiao Bei, "Bei Zi, when did you arrive in Magic City?" Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled and said, "I arrived yesterday. By the way, Brother Qi, let me introduce you." After saying this, Xiao Bei looked at Lu Qingyin and continued, "This is my girlfriend, Lu Qingyin. Qingyin, this is Chun Qi, Brother Qi." Lu Qingyin smiled and said to Qin Qi, "Hello, Brother Qi." Qin Qi also replied with a smile, "Hello, sister-in-law. You're very beautiful. You're too polite." Lu Qingyin smiled back. At this moment, Principal Wang said, "All right, no more pleasantries. It's almost time. Bei Zi, let us go. It's time to prepare for the ribbon cutting." Chapter 208. Hani exposed Lu Qingyin was slightly taken aback when she heard the other person's words. About Xiao Bei? Immediately, Lu Qingyin became interested. This person was none other than Cheng Xingyi. Soon, Lu Qingyin and Cheng Xingyi arrived at the hallway. "What do you want to say?" Lu Qingyin looked at Cheng Xingyi and asked curiously. Cheng Xingyi glanced around, then took out her phone. "You're Xiao Bei's girlfriend, right?" Cheng Xingyi asked while holding her phone. "Yes, what is wrong? Let me show you this." After saying that, Cheng Xingyi handed the phone to Lu Qingyin. Although Lu Qingyin was puzzled, she still took it directly. However, upon seeing the image on the phone, her expression changed to one of paleness. The image showed Hani sitting in Xiao Bei's car. "Yesterday, I encountered Xiao Bei while I was live streaming. Then I saw this woman get into Xiao Bei's car. Sister, I originally didn't plan to meddle in others' private lives. But seeing you today, I thought with a beautiful woman like you, why would you have trouble finding a quality man? Xiao Bei is clearly just playing with you. He already has such a beautiful girlfriend and is still involved with other women." Chapter 209. Why are you stealing Xiao Bei from me? Xiao Bei was stunned when he heard Lu Qingyin's words. He then looked seriously at Lu Qingyin. "I'm not just playing with you." After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Lu Qingyin smirked coldly. Now she didn't know which of Xiao Bei's words were true. Love me, and sleep with my best friend? Upon seeing Lu Qingyin's cold smile, Xiao Bei realized that the situation was more serious than he thought. "Qingyin, did you hear something?" After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Lu Qingyin retorted, "Do you want me to have heard it, or do you want me not to have heard it?" After saying that, she stared directly at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei felt a bit flustered under Lu Qingyin's gaze. "I hope you heard it, but I also hope you didn't." Xiao Bei could only answer ambiguously. He mainly didn't know what Lu Qingyin actually knew. "What do you hope I heard? What do you hope I didn't hear? What are you hiding from me?" Lu Qingyin continued to ask. Hearing this, Xiao Bei took a deep breath. "Qingyin, just tell me what you know, and I will give you a reasonable explanation." "How do you explain?" Chapter 210. Call Xiao Bei to break up? Boom! Lu Qingyin's words hit Hani's mind directly. Her expression became extremely flustered. "Qingyin knows? How did she find out? What should I do now?" Lu Qingyin looked at Hani, who was at a loss. She knew that what the woman said was true. Just a moment ago, she was telling herself that it wasn't true. But now, after seeing Hani's reaction, she confirmed the answer she wanted. Hani and Xiao Bei are real. The look in Hani's eyes when she looked at Lu Qingyin was so sorrowful. Hani knew this day would come, but she never expected it to come so soon. She didn't think about how Lu Qingyin found out. Compared to knowing this, it was more important to comfort Lu Qingyin now. Hani looked at Lu Qingyin and then slightly parted her lips. "Qingyin, this matter is my fault. I irrationally fell in love with Xiao Bei. I know it's very unfair to you, but I just can't help but want to love. If this matter has caused you harm, I can break up with Xiao Bei. I want to appear in front of you and Xiao Bei again," Hani said to Lu Qingyin. Chapter 211. Make a conclusion? Hani felt like her heart was being cut when she heard Lu Qingyin's words. She had to make a choice now. Although she felt very reluctant, she still had to do it, because only in this way could Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyin be together. Hani looked at Lu Qingyin and suddenly felt her eyes turn red. But she decisively took out her phone. She dialed Xiao Bei's number. Beep, beep, beep. The once beautiful ringtone now felt like torment. Perhaps she used to make calls with anticipation, but today she was calling with despair. She, in the end, still had to leave Xiao Bei. After a series of rings, the call was answered. Xiao Bei's voice was steady, but one could still hear a hint of concern. Hey, honey, are you okay right now? Xiao Bei, let us break up. At this moment, Xiao Bei, who hadn't left the entrance of the Magic City Music Academy, felt a wave of discomfort upon hearing Hani's words. One this morning, and now another this afternoon? Why? Why are you doing this? Xiao Bei tried to suppress his emotions and asked, because I don't want to disturb you and Qingyan. Hani's phone is on speaker, so Lu Qingyan can hear their conversation. Chapter 212. Gathering for a table to play mahjong after Lu Qingyan finished speaking, she didn't give Xiao Bei a chance to ask. She hung up the phone directly. Lu Qingyan truly didn't expect that Xiao Bei would come to Modu this time, giving her such a big surprise. But who told her she loved him? Big bad guy. He really is a bona fide big bad guy. On the other side, after Xiao Bei was hung up on, he thought, end? What end? At this moment, Xiao Bei's heart was very cold. It was clearly summer, but why did he feel cold? However, no matter how much Xiao Bei thought, he didn't dwell on it. He got out of the car and walked towards the location Lu Qingyan mentioned on the phone, at the little era square, in a private room of a cafe. When Xiao Bei arrived, he sent the room number to Lu Qingyan. At this moment, he looked out the window at the passing vehicles and had an immediate feeling. He was indeed a scumbag, but his love was not cheap. Not just anyone could win his favor. Lost in thought, the private room door was pushed open. Xiao Bei looked over immediately. It was Lu Qingyan and Hani Hina. Both entered with expressionless faces. At this moment, Xiao Bei was about to face a hellish scene. After the two sat down, Xiao Bei looked at Lu Qingyan and Hani Hina. Chapter 213. The three women meet after hearing Xiao Bei's words. Lu Qingyan suddenly thought of the mahjong from last night. Her face instantly turned red. She glared at Xiao Bei in anger and said, "You think too highly of yourself." Xiao Bei heard this and looked at Lu Qingyan, saying, "Qingyan, I've been honest. Can you tell me the answer now?" Xiao Bei pretended to look pitiful. Hani, seeing this, felt a bit sorry for him. She was just a love-struck girl. So she immediately jumped in and said, "Hubby, don't worry, we want to leave." Hearing this, Xiao Bei's originally sorrowful expression instantly turned into one that begged for a beating. Really? Lu Qingyan looked at Xiao Bei, then at Hani, and nodded helplessly. "Big bad guy, you've really taken advantage of me. However, there's one thing we need to agree on first." Lu Qingyan looked at Xiao Bei more rationally. "You say?" Xiao Bei looked at Lu Qingyan, and at this moment, he was willing to agree to anything the other party said. "First, stabilize the situation. Let us set a time for us to meet the other two girls." This matter was very important and also a sign of respect for the other two girls. As long as one of the girls didn't agree, then either she leaves or we leave. Chapter 214. The hellish scene comes to an end outside the private room. Xiao Bei didn't know how the conversation inside was going. But at this moment, his heart was relaxed. Today's hellish scene was finally resolved. Now calm, Xiao Bei was already thinking about who told Lu Qingyan. Although the final outcome was good, what if it wasn't? So, this was something Xiao Bei needed to clarify. Of course, all of this still needed to be told by Lu Qingyan. Inside the private room, Lu Qingyan, Hani Hina, and Ji Qinglan were engaged in a lively conversation. They were now calling each other sisters, especially after seeing Ji Qinglan's abilities and emotional intelligence. They truly felt that they were still too naive. Xiao Bei is now saying that there are a total of 4 people, right? Ji Qinglan asked in the video. Yes, she said, one is you, and the other is the company's executive president Fong Qin. Hearing this, Ji Qinglan was immediately stunned. Big bad guy, rabbits don't eat grass near their own burrow, do they? He has eaten everything. Hearing Ji Qinglan's complaint, Lu Qingyan and Hani Hina both laughed. Yeah, rabbits don't eat grass near their own burrow. Xiao Bei is good. He has eaten it all. Do you think he is good? He is stepping on 4 boats at once. Do you think he is not bad? Chapter 215. Encountering Wu Jing after Xiao Bei obediently sent Lu Qingyan and Hani back to school, he suddenly didn't know where to go. The entire Modu seemed to have no place for him. If someone knew what Xiao Bei was feeling right now, they would definitely say, "You scoundrel." Taking advantage and still acting innocent. Xiao Bei got into the car and thought of how diligent this car was. So he directly called Qin Feng. "What's up, Bei Zi?" Qin Feng's voice came from the other end of the line. "Where should I take your car? Do you have a car in Moda now?" Qin Feng asked back. "No. Then what are you asking me for? Just take it." After hearing Qin Feng's words, Xiao Bei said lightly, Okay, by the way, what are you all doing? We're getting ready to eat. What do you say? Want to come? Who else there? Just me and Tang Hua. After you left, the two of us were bored there. Send me the location. I'm coming over now, Xiao Bei said. What's wrong? Not accompanying your wife. Qin Feng joked on the phone. You don't know what I just went through. What? I'll tell you when I get there. Send me the location to my phone. Chapter 2:16. Xiao Bei's thoughts on the club. The waiter nodded upon hearing this, and then left the private room. Ideal Club is getting worse and worse. All kinds of people can become members now, Qin Feng said while eating. Tang Hua smiled slightly, and didn't he express his opinion? Xiao Bei looked at Qin Feng and joked. It's a restaurant. Even if there's a membership system, you can't expect them not to make money. That's true. But it just feels uncomfortable with this membership. Qin Feng raised his wine glass and toasted Xiao Bei and Tang Hua. This was a bottle of Condi, a good wine that Qin Feng bought at an auction. Usually, he would drink it himself and never use it to entertain friends because it was quite expensive. But this time, since it was Xiao Bei, he thought it was better to maintain a relationship with Xiao Bei than to hold onto such material possessions. Xiao Bei and Tang Hua also raised their glasses and took a sip. Xiao Bei put down his glass, smiled, and looked at Qin Feng, saying, if I were to say, if you really want peace and quiet, why not just start your own club? Hearing this, Tang Hua became interested. He looked at Xiao Bei and asked Xiao, any ideas? Qin Feng also looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei had actually been wanting to combine his current connections. Chapter 2:17. Why don't you run? Qin Feng didn't directly let Xiao Bei follow him, just because he was there. After all, for matters he could handle himself. Qin Feng really didn't want Xiao Bei to intervene. Tang Hua glanced at Qin Feng and then asked, do you want me to go with you? Xiao Bei continued eating his food. He didn't say anything or make any moves. It was that Xiao Bei was supporting Qin Feng. What he needed to do now was to remain silent. However, this silence didn't mean he wouldn't help Qin Feng. He just wanted to see how things developed. Not every issue needed him to solve it. What did he become then? A firefighter? Moreover, this matter was Qin Feng standing up for the waiter. It was Qin Feng's face that was being slapped, not Xiao Bei's. Would it be appropriate for him to step in now? So, Xiao Bei just focused on eating. If Qin Feng were to be in trouble, then he would step in. But in Modu, the chances of Qin Feng getting into trouble weren't very high. Xiao Bei smiled at Qin Feng and said, hurry back, or the food will get cold. Okay, you all eat first. After saying that, Qin Feng walked directly out of the private room. At this moment, Tang Hua looked at Xiao Bei and said, Beizi, you eat first. I'll go take a look. I'm a bit worried. Chapter 2:18. Fighting the atmosphere in the private room was extremely tense. Qin Feng and Tang Hua directly blocked Xiao Bei behind them. Opposite them were 5 big guys, each either bald or with crew cuts. Qin Feng looked at the opposite side with a serious expression. He then quietly said to Tang Hua, when will the police arrive? They should be here soon. Did we not check the calendar before going out today? Tang Hua glanced at the people across from them and suddenly felt a headache. It seemed something was going to happen today. Actually, it wouldn't be a problem for him and Qin Feng to get into trouble. But if Xiao Bei got into trouble, then the situation would be serious. Xiao Bei heard their conversation and smiled slightly, but he felt warm inside. Although Qin Feng and Tang Hua were protecting him because of his identity, that was one thing. At least the two didn't remain indifferent. Such friends were worth having. Run, you little brat, you got some nerve. Kuzhan looked at the 3 young guys opposite. Don't mess around, I've already called the police. Tang Hua said to Kuzhan, call the police? You dare to call the police? Do you know who my brother Jin is? Chapter 2:19. Did I let you go? Xiao Bei looked at Wu Jing and smiled slightly. Then the two looked at the people lying on the ground. It was unclear if it was due to the commonality among martial artists or something else. But Xiao Bei and Wu Jing had a tacit understanding. They each picked up 2 bottles from the table and went to the 2 fat guys, smashing the bottles on the heads of the guys lying on the ground. After hitting 4 fat guys, Kuzhan squatted on the side and watched, suddenly a bit stunned. Their side had 5 fat guys, yet they couldn't beat just 2 of them. At this moment, the fat guys were sobering up a bit. They looked at Xiao Bei and Wu Jing, then shouted angrily, you 2 are dead. How dare you hit my people? After saying that, he directly took out his phone, preparing to call the police. No need to call the police. It's already been reported for you. At this moment, Qin Feng walked up. Hearing this, Kuzhan looked at Qin Feng and Tang Hua. He didn't speak, but his fat face was already twitching with anger. At this time, Xiao Bei said to Wu Jing, shall we sit down together and have a chat? Hearing this, Wu Jing looked at Xiao Bei in surprise and then nodded. Then Xiao Bei, Wu Jing, Qin Feng, and Tang Hua casually sat down. At this moment, Qin Feng looked at Xiao Bei. Chapter 220. Wolf Warrior 2. Although Xiao Bei's voice was very soft, everyone present heard it. Qin Feng and Tang Hua looked at Ku Zhan with a playful expression. This guy was going to have a rough time. Wu Jing and team leader Wang didn't know Xiao Bei's background, but seeing Qin Feng and Tang Hua's expressions, Wu Jing became even more certain that the young man in front of them was not ordinary. Team leader Wang was extremely excited. He had bet right. This was clearly not an ordinary person. Maybe, in the end, he could directly take down his foolish leader. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Ku Zhan turned his head in confusion and looked at Xiao Bei, who was sitting there coldly staring at him. Then he laughed. You little brat. Who do you think you are? You think I can't leave because you say so? If this were in Sanchi, you'd already be buried alive. And today, as matter isn't over. I remember all of you, Ku Zhan said arrogantly. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled faintly. You got one thing right. It's indeed not over. No one can bully my friend Xiao Bei and leave unscathed. After saying that, Xiao Bei directly took out his phone and sent a message to his brother Xiao Nan. Chapter 221. Investing in Wolf Warrior 2. Upon hearing Wu Jing's words, Xiao Bei's heart surged with excitement. It really was Wolf Warrior 2. This was a phenomenal movie. With an investment of 200 million, it grossed 5.6 billion worldwide. Even after excluding the 50 million for the National Film Transformation Funds and 30 million for the average taxpayer's funds, there was still 920 million left. After further excluding the 370 million for various distributors and 500 million for theaters, there was still 280 million. This was just the personal pure investment profit. If he participated in distribution, it would be at least 1 billion. At the same time, there were also the theaters. Suddenly, a huge profit model emerged in Xiao Bei's mind. So, he looked at Wu Jing and asked, Brother Jing, how much more funding do you need? Hearing this, Wu Jing was taken aback. What was going on? The young master in front of him wanted to invest in him? But since the other party asked like this, Wu Jing still replied, Currently, I have 100 million, which is secured against some real estate, but I'm still short of 100 million. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei looked at Wu Jing and asked, Is the script ready? The script has been completed, and the remaining tasks are just some preparations. I also plan to train with the military. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei immediately smiled. Everything Wu Jing just mentioned, he could provide. Chapter 222. Your whole family is Sister Shun. After everyone left, Xiao Bei went straight back to Tang Shiniping. Although he felt a bit of a headache about the series of events that happened today, he chose not to think too much about it. After freshening up, he went straight to bed. The next morning, Xiao Bei got up early. He called his third uncle, Xiao Xian. Hey, you little rascal. It took you so long to call me. Uncle. Well, I have something to trouble you with. Go on. Hearing his uncle's succinct response, Xiao Bei was momentarily taken aback, but a smile appeared on his face. It felt great to have family. Uncle, is there any recruitment promotion going on in the military recently? There is always something like that. Why do you ask? Upon hearing his uncle's words, Xiao Bei felt a slight joy and said, Uncle, I'm planning to invest in a military movie, and I want the lead actor to train with the military. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Xiao Xian, who was at the Beijing military district, was slightly stunned. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Who is the lead actor? Is her background clean? You know, this is very sensitive. Xiao Bei replied, Wu Jing. He is 100% patriotic. Chapter 223. Shun Honging. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bei went straight to a coffee shop in Guomao. Not long after Xiao Bei arrived, Wu Jing also came. Have you been waiting long? Wu Jing said as he sat down. Not long, Jingge. I just got here. By the way, Jingge, did you bring the investment contract for Wolf Warrior 2? Xiao Bei got straight to the point. Hearing this, Wu Jing smiled slightly and took out a file from his bag. Xiao Bei looked at it and then said to Wu Jing, Jingge, I have a small request. What is it? Wu Jing asked directly. How long will it take to shoot Wolf Warrior 2? 1 year. If it's released, it will be next year. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei felt a slight joy in his heart and said, All right, Jingge, how about this? I'll invest the money for you, and when your film is released, you prioritize showing in my cinema? Xiao Bei considered how to maximize the benefits. Others might not know how popular this movie would be, but Xiao Bei knew it was not just ordinary popularity. This movie would eventually become a phenomenon. From personal investment, Xiao Bei calculated that he could get back at most 300 million. Chapter 224. Because you are too weak, the speed of military jeeps is very fast. Shun Honging needed to hurry, so she drove fast along the way. Wu Jing, sitting in the back, held on to the handrail, nervously watching Shun Hongying overtake one car after another. In contrast, Xiao Bei remained calm. To him, Shun Hongying's driving skills were still somewhat lacking compared to his own. While driving, Shun Hongying occasionally checked Xiao Bei's reactions. She actually wanted to give Xiao Bei a little scare. After all, how could he call her sister when she was so young? No girl likes to be called older than she is. Deep down, every girl is a little fairy. Sitting in the car, Xiao Bei couldn't help but marvel at the fact that a female officer in the military has driving skills that are almost professional. It shows that the military really is a place full of hidden talents. At that moment, Xiao Bei felt a little yearning. Once you join the army, you regret it for 3 years. If you don't join, you regret it for a lifetime. Just as Xiao Bei was lost in thought, Shun Hongying stepped on the gas again. She didn't expect Xiao Bei to have such strong composure. However, this only sparked her competitive spirit. But due to Shun Hongying's acceleration, Wu Jing felt a bit scared, though he could still hold on. Chapter 225. You can't cry upon hearing Shun Hongying's words. Xiao Bei couldn't help but laugh. A man cannot say he can't, nor can he say he's weak. Xiao Bei didn't know why he felt that Shun Hongying had been targeting him the whole way. He just didn't want to argue with her. Now it was clear. She was openly looking down on him. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Bei looked at Shun Hongying and said, "How do you know I'm weak if you haven't even tried?" Hearing this, Shun Hongying's face turned red with embarrassment. "You lecher." Shun Hongying glared at Xiao Bei fiercely. Xiao Bei was taken aback. "Wait, how am I a lecher? What did I leck after you? Didn't you just say I'm weak? So I'm just asking how you came to that conclusion." Xiao Bei was quite speechless. Wu Jing was stifling his laughter on the side. What Xiao Bei just said was actually quite meaningful. At least he immediately understood the implication, just like Shun Hongying did. Geng Tian watched the back and forth between Shun Hongying and Xiao Bei, shaking his head helplessly. Just as he was about to step in to mediate, Shun Hongying realized she had misunderstood Xiao Bei after hearing his explanation, but she was still quite unhappy. If it weren't for him, would she have embarrassed herself in front of Commander Geng? Chapter 226. Not convinced? Then let's fight. Xiao Bei's words had just fallen when Zhou Cheng, who had just been standing up for Xiao Bei, was suddenly stunned. His eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at Xiao Bei. How can your mouth be so cold when your temperature is 37 degrees? Zhou Cheng flipped over and came in front of Xiao Bei, reaching out to touch his forehead. "Brother, you're not running a fever, are you? If not, you should take back what you just said. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll cry." Zhou Cheng was a lively person, also known as the clown among the Red Wolves. At least when Xiao Bei said that, everyone in the Red Wolves looked at him with a hint of disdain. They really didn't know the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, daring to speak to their captain like that. Everyone present was already picturing Xiao Bei getting knocked out. "Come on, talking big won't help. I'm looking forward to you making me cry," Shun Hongying said lightly as she looked at Xiao Bei. Now, in Shun Hongying's mind, Xiao Bei was not just a second-generation rich kid, still a brazen second-generation rich kid. I really don't understand why Gengto values this kid so much. Hearing this, Xiao Bei looked at Wu Jing. Wu Jing looked at Xiao Bei and then asked, "Beizi, can you handle this?" Chapter 227. You don't deserve to be the captain of the Red Wolves. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, everyone, who had been relatively polite, suddenly became furious. "What does this mean? Do you think the captain letting you go means you can insult us Red Wolves at will?" Shun Hongying looked at Xiao Bei. In fact, only she knew that she hadn't held back just now. However, the honor of the team truly should not be trampled upon. "Captain, let me go take care of him." "You letting him go doesn't mean I will." "Yes, let me go." The dignity of the Red Wolves cannot be trampled upon. "Don't worry, I won't go too hard on him. At most, just let him lie in bed for 2 days. One by one, the team members spoke to Shun Hongying. Shun Hongying ignored everyone and looked at Xiao Bei with a serious expression. "Are you sure you want to take them all on by yourself? Let us go, stop talking." Xiao Bei's words sounded harsh to Shun Hongying and the Red Wolves. What does this mean? He completely looks down on them? After the recent fight, Shun Hongying had a preliminary estimate of Xiao Bei's strength. It should be about the same as hers, although she had just lost. However, on the battlefield, Shun Hongying would not lose. That is her confidence. Now hearing Xiao Bei's arrogant words, wanting to take them all on by himself. Chapter 228. The arrival of the third uncle. Xiao Bei took this matter very seriously. He would not lower his anger just because Shun Hongying was a woman. If he were just an orphan or merely the son of an entrepreneur, Xiao Bei wouldn't say anything. But now he has another identity. He is a member of the Xiao family. So, witnessing such a scene today, the anger in his heart could not help but surge. What is this? This is the elite of Xia country. They are about to go to the battlefield. What kind of attitude is this? Xiao Bei is very clear that his country is at peace. But that is because they live in a peaceful country. This peace is not only earned by the blood of their ancestors, but also brought by generations of people who carry the burden forward for them. And they are one of them. Therefore, their lives deserve more respect. Now, in Xiao Bei's view, Shen Hongying is not suitable, really not suitable. She is too emotional. Even though she has a record of victories, who knows which will come first, an accident or tomorrow? For the Red Wolves, who are about to go to the battlefield, every mission is extremely dangerous. No matter how good the previous record was, it's all in the past. As the leader of this elite team, Shen Hongying should know better than anyone else. Chapter 229, Becoming an Instructor while Shen Hongying was in training in Geng Tian's office. Xiao Xian looked at his nephew, Xiao Bei, with a kind gaze. Little brat, how do you find the army? Xiao Bei heard this and smiled. It's pretty good, why? Do you want to join the army? Xiao Xian's ulterior motives were laid bare. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei was taken aback. He quickly said, Third uncle, I'm still a student. Besides, I have businesses outside. It's not appropriate. Xiao Xian continued to look at Xiao Bei, still with a hint of a smile. Clearly, he knew Xiao Bei would use this as an excuse. Xiao Bei felt a chill down his back from Xiao Xian's gaze. No way. Could it be that the Xiao family wants me to join the army? Thinking of this, Xiao Bei's heart was extremely resistant. Kid, how about we find a compromise? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei looked at his third uncle in confusion and asked, What kind of compromise? Xiao Xian nodded towards Geng Tian. Soon, Geng Tian directly brought a document to Xiao Bei. Dear nephew, we just saw your skills. The military competition is about to start. Chapter 230, Shen Hongying's change of mind after hearing Shen Hongying's words. Xiao Bei was stunned. How did Shen Hongying know? You already know? Of course. It's written on it. Xiao Bei, the future instructor of the Red Wolves, with the rank of major. So where do we go now? Xiao Bei Usket in Confusion. First, go to logistics to collect your identity information and military uniform. Okay. Then, Xiao Bei and Shen Hongying left Geng Tian's office. After they exited the office building, they walked directly in the military camp. Shen Hongying was the beauty of the military camp. As they walked, all the male soldiers looked at Shen Hongying. Especially when they saw Xiao Bei walking alongside Shen Hongying, all the male soldiers wished they could take his place. At the same time, they were all guessing who the man beside Shen Hongying was. Major Shen, it seems you are quite a celebrity in the army. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Shen Hongying looked at him and said, It's okay. You will be more famous than me in the future. Hearing this, Xiao Bei looked around at the soldiers' gazes towards Shen Hongying. They all wished they could devour her. So Xiao Bei thought for a moment and said, Then I don't want to be famous. Chapter 231, Class Barriers. Originally, Li Zhan wanted to come and see who was jumping around in front of his goddess. However, after learning about Xiao Bei's identity, his heart instantly turned cloudy. He knew he had no chance. So after greeting, he left. The whole regiment knew that Li Zhan liked Zhang Hongying, but only Zhang Hongying was unaware. In her words, Many people like me, but no one can beat me. But now, there is someone. Xiao Bei and Zhang Hongying arrived at the Red Wolves training ground. Looking at the Red Wolves team members who were training, among them was Wu Jing, also training. Everyone, assemble. Hearing Zhang Hongying's words, everyone in training assembled at the fastest speed. However, when they just gathered, they saw Xiao Bei beside Zhang Hongying. They were all stunned. Xiao Bei is a soldier? Xiao Zhanshen is actually a major. Wow, this loss is not unjust. It turns out he is a strong figure in the military. Everyone looked at Xiao Bei, their eyes filled with shock and respect. Previously, they thought Zhang Hongying was a genius. Now, seeing Xiao Bei, they immediately felt that there truly are people beyond people. Now, let me introduce the person next to me. Chapter 232, and Ruo Bing, Xiao Bei drove back to Tang Chenipin. Just as he parked the car, he heard a sudden screech of brakes. It's important to note that in the underground parking lot, the sound of brakes is very sensitive. Following the sound, Xiao Bei saw a Porsche 911 coming towards him. The car quickly stopped right next to his LaFerrari. Then Xiao Bei saw a girl wearing sunglasses getting out of the car. She was momentarily stunned when she saw Xiao Bei's car. At this time, Xiao Bei also got out of his car. However, neither of them spoke. After locking his car, Xiao Bei headed towards the elevator. Soon, he arrived at the elevator entrance. Then he heard the sound of high heels behind him, followed by a wave of fragrance. Xiao Bei turned around to see the owner of the Porsche 911. The woman, still wearing sunglasses, looked at Xiao Bei, mainly in surprise, as she had never seen him before. The elevator arrived quickly. Xiao Bei pressed the button for his floor and politely stepped aside to let the lady press it. However, the lady did not press the button. Xiao Bei was a bit surprised, and the lady was also puzzled, but neither of them spoke. Soon, the elevator reached the 18th floor. Xiao Bei directly walked out through the front of the elevator. Chapter 233. Words within words at this moment. Xiao Bei had arrived at Feiyang Building. However, he did not go up immediately. Instead, he purchased future intelligence about Amlin Cosmetics Company and information about Enruo Bing from his system. After reviewing the information about Enruo Bing, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Bei's lips. This is indeed quite interesting. After that, Xiao Bei got out of the car and went directly to the 26th floor. This was the headquarters of Amlin Cosmetics Company. The entire floor belonged to her. As soon as Xiao Bei walked to the front desk, the receptionist saw him and immediately displayed a lovesick expression. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" The receptionist had a decent appearance, and her voice was sweet. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. "I've already made an appointment with your general manager in. You must be General Manager Xiao, right? Our general manager said that when you arrive, you can go straight in. Just go to the end on the right. The first office is General Manager An's." The receptionist politely pointed towards Enruo Bing's office. Xiao Bei nodded slightly in response, and then walked towards Enruo Bing's office. However, as he passed through the lobby, Xiao Bei was stunned by the number of women. It really is a paradise with so many women in a cosmetics company. Chapter 234. You're very overbearing. I'm starting to like you a bit upon hearing this, and Enruo Bing was taken aback. She now truly understood that although Xiao Bei looked young, he was quite shrewd and very intelligent. Seeing this, Enruo Bing directly said, "General Manager Xiao, you underestimate your influence too much." "Oh, what influence do I have?" Xiao Bei looked at Enruo Bing with confusion. Enruo Bing smiled slightly upon hearing this. "Because I believe that you will definitely become a tycoon in the investment world. By that time, I think Amlin will indeed be valued by everyone because of your investment." Enruo Bing could only say this. As for the reason, she certainly did not want to elaborate. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly and said, "Actually, I don't mind. It's just that, General Manager, can you wait?" When Enruo Bing heard Xiao Bei's words, her hand, which was originally pouring coffee, suddenly paused. She then looked at Xiao Bei. If it were someone else saying this, Enruo Bing wouldn't take it seriously. But considering her current situation and the bet with her family, she looked at Xiao Bei with disbelief. She thought to herself, could it be that he knows? So she quickly regained her composure, elegantly sat on the sofa, looked at Xiao Bei, and smiled as she said, "What do you mean, General Manager Xiao? I definitely want to establish a partnership with you before you rise." Chapter 235. You don't want Xiao Long to know, right? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei raised the coffee placed on the table and gestured towards Enruo Bing. "I also really like your cool demeanor." Enruo Bing smiled slightly. She was now a bit curious about Xiao Bei. What kind of person could possess such great courage and confidence? However, what she just said was merely polite talk. After all, Enruo Bing viewed Xiao Bei as a confident person, but perhaps a bit overly so. Moreover, he resembled most people in the investment industry. They all had one common trait: greed. To be honest, she liked greedy people because such individuals care about benefits and have flaws, making them easier to control. As for whether she would become his woman, Enruo Bing was absolutely confident. That was impossible. Since the other party knowingly walked into a tiger's den, she had no reason to refuse. After all, she wouldn't suffer any loss, right? But Enruo Bing did not realize that the family was not a tiger. Xiao Long was not a tiger, and the Xiao Bei in front of her was a real tiger. Both had their own little schemes. But whose was superior would need to be seen in the future. Enruo Bing raised the coffee on the table. Chapter 236. Kiss. After Xiao Bei and Enruo Bing entered the elevator, Enruo Bing intended to let go of Xiao Bei's hand. However, Xiao Bei directly held onto her hand. He then pointed to the surveillance camera above. "Xiao Long is not a fool. If you let go now, he might not even want to come looking for trouble with me. Then wouldn't your plan fall apart?" Xiao Bei smiled as he raised the hand he held with Enruo Bing and deliberately shook it in front of the camera. Seeing this, Enruo Bing had no choice but to let Xiao Bei hold her hand. The two of them arrived at the underground parking lot together. Just as Xiao Bei was about to go to his car, and Ruo Bing suddenly grabbed him. What's wrong? Xiao Bei turned his head and looked at Ruo Bing with confusion. Drive my car, it will feel more real, she said, her eyes calm and her heart steady. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Driving anyone's car is still driving. He didn't mind at all. Soon, they got into Ruo Bing's car, with Xiao Bei in the driver's seat and Ruo Bing in the passenger seat. So, where are we going to eat now? Can you handle spicy food? And Ruo Bing asked directly after tidying her hair. Xiao Bei smiled slightly at her words and nodded. Then let's go to the Guijin Center. Have you tried the spicy chicken lobster there? Chapter 237. Who gave you the courage? After hearing Ruo Bing's words, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. I wonder, President No, my dear wife, how do you want to cooperate? And Ruo Bing rolled her eyes at Xiao Bei. You're too smooth with calling me wife. Xiao Bei smiled slightly at this. Sometimes, a guy needs to be a bit thick-skinned. Being shy would get him nowhere. What does President Xiao think of Enlon? Or how do you plan to increase your visibility? Can you talk about your previous operations? Xiao Bei asked after thinking for a moment. And Ruo Bing responded clearly. Star endorsements, various advertising investments, industry events, public accounts, etc. Hearing this, Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback. Such operations were neither good nor bad. What Enlon lacked now was an opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Bei looked at Enlon and asked, have you considered charity work? We have thought about it, but many companies have tried it, and the results were not good. And Ruo Bing answered leisurely. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly, but did not respond immediately. Instead, he asked, how much equity can Enlon offer? At this, Ruo Bing seemed puzzled. The man's thoughts were jumping too quickly. Chapter 238. Who is this? The leading bodyguard was stunned when he saw the 3 military jeeps suddenly appear. They were also veterans from the army. Upon seeing Zhou Cheng's shoulder insignia, their expressions turned serious. It was actually the Red Wolf Special Forces. As Zhou Cheng's words fell, all the members from the 3 vehicles got out. Shun Hongying was not present. Xiao Bei had actually sent a message to Shun Hongying earlier. The young lady was accompanying Uncle Gong for an inspection. So, she directly called Zhou Cheng to lead the team. A group of 12 armed soldiers aimed their guns at the bodyguards. And Ruo Bing was shocked. She looked at Xiao Bei in disbelief. What did she just hear? Major Xiao? Who exactly is this man? Brother, I think we have a misunderstanding. We're looking for Mr. Xiao, the leading bodyguard said to Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng ignored the bodyguard and quickly walked up to Xiao Bei, standing at attention and saluting. Instructor Xiao, how should we handle this? Xiao Bei looked at Zhou Cheng and smiled. How to deal with those who threaten active military officers? Zhou Cheng immediately replied loudly. Those who obstruct active military officers by violent or threatening means will be handed over to the military court. Serious cases may result in imprisonment for less than 5 years or detention. Chapter 239. I'll give you 1 million to leave my sister. The two heard the voice and turned around. They saw a young man walking towards Ruo Bing, his eyes filled with vigilance as he looked at Xiao Bei. And Ruo Bing looked at the man and smiled slightly. Xiao Jia, why are you here? The newcomer was none other than Ruo Bing's younger brother, and Ruo Jia. And Ruo Jia approached Ruo Bing's side. To be honest, the two did bear a slight resemblance. The sisters had a great relationship, and Ruo Jia looked at Ruo Bing and asked, Sister, who is this? Hearing this, Ruo Bing smiled and said, This is your brother-in-law. And Ruo Jia was slightly taken aback, then looked at Xiao Bei with disdain. Where did you find this actor? But not bad this time, he has a bit of a pretty boy vibe. After hearing Ruo Bing's words, Ruo Jia immediately looked down on Xiao Bei. He knew his sister tended to find fake boyfriends just to assert independence from the family. He was aware of some previous unsuitable matches. To Ruo Jia, Xiao Bei now was just like those before. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled faintly at Ruo Jia and said nothing, knowing Ruo Bing would explain. Chapter 240. I'll take you to find him. As soon as Ruo Jia's words fell, Ruo Bing's expression turned cold. She put down her coffee and walked directly to Ruo Jia's front. What are you saying? Hurry up and apologize to your brother-in-law. No, sister. Can you stop being so lovesick? What's so good about this guy? Just a pretty boy, and you're defending him. And Ruo Jia stood firm at that moment. For his sister's future happiness, he had to be strong now. Just as Ruo Bing was about to reprimand Ruo Jia, Xiao Bei grabbed her hand with a pull, and Ruo Bing sat directly on Xiao Bei's lap. And Ruo Bing was taken aback, and Ruo Jia was about to explode. At this moment, Xiao Bei looked calmly at his brother-in-law and said, Roja, right? How about this? Brother-in-law will give you 5 million. You go buy a car and keep quiet. Upon hearing this, Enruagia was momentarily speechless, then became even angrier. Enruagia, how can I be looked down upon by a young guy? Are you rich? Enruagia looked at Xiao Bei with a slight smile. Should be, Xiao Bei said, suppressing a laugh. Hearing this, Enruagia thought for a moment, and then said with a mischievous smile to Xiao Bei, Chapter 241. Is it going to be mixed double from now on? Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Enruagia was completely confused. Find him? You really know him? Enruagia looked at Enruabing. Enruabing smiled and nodded at him. Given Xiao Bei's connections in the military, it shouldn't be difficult to know Xiao Nan. Enruabing thought, wait, Xiao Bei, Xiao Nan? They all share the surname Xiao? At this moment, Enruabing looked at Xiao Bei oddly. No way. However, Enruabing did not ask. After all, this was Xiao Bei's privacy. But her intuition told her, Xiao Bei is very likely to have a familial relationship with Xiao Nan. First of all, both of their names have the surname Xiao. And secondly, one is from the north and the other from the south. What a coincidence. Xiao Bei glanced at Enruabing and said, then I'll leave first. I'll bring the materials tomorrow. Enruabing nodded, drive carefully. After that, Enruabing looked at Enruagia again, don't argue with your brother-in-law, or I'll beat you when you get home. Enruagia looked at his older sister and nodded helplessly. Then Enruagia left with Xiao Bei from Enlon Company. In the elevator, Xiao Bei was in front and Enruagia was behind him. He stared at Xiao Bei's back and thought for a moment before asking, are you really my sister's boyfriend? Notrix. Chapter 242. Hugging the brother-in-law's thigh in Magic City. At the Lu Chung Garden community. This is also a well-known community in Magic City, although it is not as famous as luxury residences like Gubei No. 1 and Tang Chun Ipin. The people who live here are not simple. This is where Xiao Nin lives in Magic City. Xiao Nin also has many high-quality assets, including the luxurious Gubei No. 1 mansion of his Aunt Yi Raozong. However, now that he has entered the system, he still tries to keep a low profile. Xiao Bei slowly drove to the entrance of Lu Chung Garden community and called Xiao Nan. Then he waited in the car. Soon, Xiao Nan and Enruagia arrived. Xiao Nan quickly appeared at the entrance of the community. He immediately spotted a LaFerrari. Without needing to look closely, he knew it was Xiao Bei. He walked over, and Xiao Bei also saw Xiao Nan and got out of the car. Brother, taking a break today? It's a rare guest. First time coming to my place. Xiao Nan said while handing a cigarette to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei took the cigarette and looked at it. Special supply? With your position, you can get this now? Got it from third uncle. Xiao Nan chuckled. Oh, I forgot to ask third uncle for it yesterday. Chapter 243. Xiao Long's Anger. The angry man is none other than Xiao Long, the fiancé of Enruabing in name. Just now, while watching his antique collection in his villa, Xiao Long received a call from his father. You little brat, are you busy causing trouble recently? Dad, what are you talking about? I've been very well-behaved lately. Xiao Long asked with some confusion on the phone. Well-behaved? Then why did our Xiao family's bodyguard get captured by the military? No, Dad, what are you talking about? I don't understand. After hearing Xiao Long's words, the person on the other end was also taken aback. He knew his son was not someone who would do something and not take responsibility. How about this? Ask your subordinates what's going on. Okay, Dad. After hanging up, Xiao Long went to his study. Sitting behind his desk, he thought for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Sunan, come to my study. Okay, young master. After hanging up, Xiao Long sat back in his office chair, closing his eyes to rest. Knock, knock, knock. A quarter of an hour later, someone knocked on Xiao Long's door. Xiao Long opened his eyes. Gumin. Chapter 244. Xiao Long's killing intent. Xiao Yin looked around Xiao Long's study. Things were scattered all over, and the entire desk showed signs of being hit. Xiao Long's eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating he had encountered a major problem. So, when he spoke, he was very respectful, unlike their previous meeting where he was so nonchalant. Xiao Long didn't say much, but took out his phone, switched to the footage he had just watched, and handed it to Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin took the phone and looked at it. Then he heard Xiao Long's gritted teeth voice. This person is called Xiao Bei, a nobody who popped up from nowhere, relying on Xiao Nan's support, daring to pry into my territory. Young Master Xiao Long, what do you want me to do? Xiao Yin asked, putting down the phone. Xiao Long's lips twitched, and he became extremely cold. Then he looked at Xiao Yin with a sinister charm. Xiao Bei, I want him dead now, immediately. The sooner the better. No, leave him a breath, bring him to me, I want to end him myself. Letting him die so easily is too good for him. After saying that, he looked at Xiao Yan. Is there a problem? After hearing Xiao Long's words, Xiao Yan was slightly taken aback. He looked at Xiao Long, wanted to say something, but then held back the words. Chapter 245. Xiao Nan's request that evening. Xiao Bei and Enruo Jie stayed at Xiao Nan's house for dinner. After finishing the meal, Xiao Bei said to Enruo Jie, "You can go back first. My brother and I have some things to discuss." Enruo Jie nodded knowingly. Xiao Nan looked at Enruo Jie and said, "Come to my office at 9 a.m. tomorrow to help you solve it." "Okay, Brother Nan, then brother-in-law, I'm leaving now." Enruo Jie said goodbye to the two and left Xiao Nan's house. Just after coming out of Xiao Nan's house, Enruo Jie took a deep breath and excitedly waved his fists in the air. He was really shocked and thrilled. He had thought Xiao Bei was a pretty boy, but now he had no such thoughts. This was a fierce tiger, and he was the TZ Lord of the Xiao family. Wouldn't his older sister become the TZ Lord's wife? Then what would he be? The TZ Lord's little brother-in-law, definitely a royal relative. Thinking of this, Enruo Jie couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. As for Xiao Long, he was indeed very strong. But could he compare to his brother-in-law? No, absolutely not. If before coming here, Enruo Jie was still thinking about how to make Xiao Bei break up with his older sister. Chapter 246. I saw nothing after hearing Xiao Nan's words. Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Both Xiao Bei and Xiao Nan understood the significance of the bike-sharing plan that had just been proposed. The reason Xiao Nan wanted Xiao Bei to set up the headquarters in Magic City was also for a reason. He was currently working in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. If a national-level project emerged under his jurisdiction, then Xiao Nan's political achievements would look exceptionally good. If he could facilitate things at home, perhaps Xiao Nan could rise to a higher position. However, even though he understood this, Xiao Bei still shook his head. Xiao Bei shook his head, leaving Xiao Nan stunned. However, being as smart as he was, he didn't immediately ask why. Instead, he directly inquired, "Is there a pain point in this project?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei looked at his older brother in surprise. One must say, it's no wonder that someone from the top family in Xia country is so sharp. They catch on immediately. It's no wonder that Xiao Nan, at such a young age, has become the director of the Industry and Commerce Bureau in the Magic City. Even with the support of the Xiao family behind him, in the political arena, one slip can lead to irreparable consequences. The fact that Xiao Nan can hold his position well proves that, apart from his background, his abilities are among the best among his peers. Chapter 247. Anlin's opportunity in Enruo Jie really didn't expect that his sister and brother-in-law would be so bold. In broad daylight, in the office, engaging in such open behavior, is this still his ice-cold older sister? However, his brother-in-law is indeed impressive. Hasn't he completely taken control of his older sister? After hearing Enruo Jie's words, Enruo Bing and Xiao Bei immediately shot him a fierce look. In unison, they coldly said, "Get lost." If Enruo Jie had heard this at any other time, he would definitely have retorted. But today, the word "get lost" felt particularly affectionate. "All right, sister, brother-in-law, you carry on. I'll just get lost. No, I'll keep watch for you at the door." After saying this, he quickly dashed out the door. Upon hearing Enruo Jie's words, Enruo Bing's face immediately turned red. She rarely blushed in front of others, as business people need to have a certain level of composure. But today, she was genuinely caught off guard. Once Enruo Jie left, only Xiao Bei and Enruo Bing were left in the office. Enruo Bing looked coldly at Xiao Bei. "How do you feel?" "Soft." Xiao Bei had just finished speaking when he noticed the air around him had turned cold. Chapter 248. I have no pressure. Enruo Bing looked at Xiao Bei, fell silent for a moment, and then asked, "How confident are you?" Xiao Bei spread his hands. Looking at Enruo Bing, "I signed a betting agreement with you. Although I'm not short on money, that doesn't mean I'm a fool." Enruo Bing smiled slightly upon hearing this. This was exactly what she wanted to hear from Xiao Bei. Because for her, Enlon cannot have any unexpected events right now. Xiao Bei's suggestion was great, but she felt unsure. Although Xiao Bei didn't directly answer her question, Enruo Bing knew he was confident, and he was right. Now, they had a betting agreement. Moreover, although Xingchen Venture Capital had become a rising star in the industry due to its investment in Xiao, to be honest, it was still too weak compared to some large venture capital firms. The upcoming investments by Xingchen Venture Capital would attract a lot of attention from industry insiders. If they weren't careful, they could end up with the reputation of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. If she were the leader of Xingchen Venture Capital, She wouldn't allow any mistakes in the forthcoming investments. Therefore, after comprehensive analysis, she realized that Xiao Bei was indeed confident. Chapter 249. And Ruo Jie's arch-nemesis all the way. Xiao Bei was resting with his eyes closed. As for Ruo Jie, he drove carefully, afraid of scratching the car. Soon, the two arrived at a villa on the outskirts of the Magic City. Brother-in-law, we're here. Xiao Bei slowly opened his eyes and looked around. It was a villa area, not a row of townhouses, but rather standalone villas where the truly wealthy lived. Just as Xiao Bei opened his eyes, the villa's gate swung open, and Ruo Jie drove the car directly into the villa's parking lot. Xiao Bei saw a young man standing next to the parking lot, looking similar to Ruo Jie. After the car stopped, the young man walked over to them. Wow, Xiao Jie, a LaFerrari? Where did it come from? Oh, it's my brother-in-law's. Brother-in-law? The man was slightly taken aback, then asked Xiao Long. Upon hearing this, and Ruo Jie became anxious and hurriedly said to the young man, No, Xiao Long? How can he be worthy? This is my brother-in-law. After hearing Ruo Jie's words, the young man finally noticed Xiao Bei in the passenger seat. Xiao Bei got out of the car together with Ruo Jie. Brother-in-law, let me introduce you. This is my good buddy, Jin Bin. Chapter 250. 5 million is too little. Let's make it 100 million soon. The 12 young ladies by the pool all walked towards the villa. Brother-in-law, let us go in too. Okay. Xiao Bei responded to Ruo. Then the two followed the crowd into the villa, heading directly to the basement. This was a place specially set up by Jin Bin for playing cards, and the decoration was extremely good. When the two arrived downstairs, they saw Su Tian, Wang Hao, and Kong Bai already seated and chatting. When Kong Bai saw Ruo Jie, he greeted him with a smile. Xiao Jie, why are you only just arriving? I was bored to death. Lao Bai, I was just with my sister. By the way, let me introduce you. Saying that, and Ruo Jie looked at Xiao Bei and said, This is my brother-in-law, Xiao Bei. Kong Bai smiled and nodded upon seeing Xiao Bei. Hello, brother-in-law. I'm Kong Bai, Xiao Jie's buddy. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded back. Hello, Xiao Bei. At that moment, Jin Bin brought over a middle-aged man dressed in a tailcoat. This is today's dealer. Wait, where's the woman? Kong Bai clearly wasn't interested in a male dealer. She's changing clothes. What's the rush? Chapter 251. The bed of two small goals just as Xiao Bei finished speaking. The entire room fell silent. The girls sitting beside Xiao Bei looked at the young man in shock, their hearts extremely excited. Starting with a small goal. Just how wealthy is this young man? At this moment, Jin Bin looked at Ruo Jie and gently poked him, then quietly asked, Hey, Xiao Jie, what is your brother-in-law's background? Starting with $1 billion? And Ruo Jie was excited upon hearing this. Her brother-in-law really brought her honor. So he calmly said, I can't tell you right now, but just know that Xiao Long doesn't even compare to my brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Jin Bin was taken aback and then looked meaningfully at Xiao Bei. Kong Bai glanced at Xiao Bei in surprise, but didn't say anything. After all, it was a matter that didn't concern him, so he stayed out of it. Wang Hao and Su Tian exchanged glances. At this moment, both of them were extremely unsettled inside. After all, someone who could directly take out 100 million to gamble definitely had more than that. They were from merchant families and had the same thoughts as Ruo Jie when she first met Xiao Bei. Chapter 252. Did Xiao Bei get excited? Deal the cards. Xiao Bei gestured to the dealer. As Xiao Bei's words fell, the gambling match with two small targets officially began. Since the dealer was Jin Bin's person, it was a relatively fair environment. This would prevent any cheating in dealing cards. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, the dealer took out a brand new deck of cards from his side and opened it in front of everyone. Please inspect the cards. After speaking, the dealer placed the cards on the gambling table and spread them out with his hand. Immediately, all the cards fanned out like a fan. The three of them looked at the card faces. There were no issues. No problems. Shuffle the deck. Su Tian said calmly. At this moment, he was still quite excited because, barring any accidents, he was about to win a small target soon. In contrast, Xiao Bei looked completely calm, watching Su Tian across the table without a hint of nervousness. At this moment, Ruo Jie came to Xiao Bei's side and asked, Brother-in-law, are you feeling a lot of pressure right now? Xiao Bei glanced at Ruo. Actually, there is not much pressure, Xiao Bei said lightly. Upon hearing this, Ruo Jie's admiration for Xiao Bei rose another level. At this moment, he wouldn't underestimate Xiao Bei because of his youth. Chapter 253. And Ruo Bing arrives. Xiao Bei's intentions. Soon, A new round of gambling began. The stakes had now reached 4 small targets. No one dared to speak loudly at the scene. After all, this was 4 small targets. How many people could never earn that much money in their lifetime? And now they were just going to gamble it away? Moreover, just like before, it was a direct all-in. Such a scene was rare in reality. Everyone held their breath, all eyes on the dealer. The dealer's hands were trembling a bit. After so many years of dealing, today's stakes were something he had never encountered before. 4 small targets. He nervously opened a new deck of cards. Following the same process as before, once Xiao Bei and Su Tian confirmed there were no issues, he began to shuffle the cards. Soon, the cards were shuffled, and the new round began. Su Tian's whole card was the Ace of Spades, and Xiao Bei's whole card was the Ten of Hearts. As time passed, the face-up cards were revealed. Su Tian, 3, 8K all hearts. Xiao Bei, 9, JQK. Upon seeing this hand, Xiao Bei chuckled and, like a novice, excitedly revealed his whole card. Chapter 254. You didn't really think I couldn't play cards, did you? As Xiao Bei's words fell, everyone held their breath. Watching the table with Xiao Bei and Su Tian, and Ruojia was genuinely confused. But now that his sister had arrived, although he didn't understand why she didn't bring brother-in-law, he could only watch as a bystander. Kong Bai and Jin Ben exchanged a glance. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Bei's 1 billion would eventually be cashed out. The most excited ones at this moment were Su Tian and Wang Hao. This was 1 billion. If they won, how exhilarating would that be? No one would complain about having too little money. This was the greed of human nature. However, they were completely unaware that the path they saw as a road to success was, in fact, a bottomless abyss. This round didn't start with a direct all-in, but began with betting, with a maximum cap of 1 billion. The dealer quickly dealt the cards. Soon, both players' first whole cards were dealt. Xiao Bei gently opened a corner of his whole card to take a look, and then closed it again. The second card was dealt soon after. The second card was face-up. Xiao Bei glanced. It was the 8 of Spades. Su Tian's face-up card was the 6 of Hearts. The current bet was 10 million. Chapter 255. Cutting off hands. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Su Tian was stunned. Wang Hao was stunned, and Ruojia was dumbfounded. At this moment, he was still immersed in the fact that his brother-in-law had turned losses into profits. Kong Bai looked at Xiao Bei with a hint of curiosity. Jin Bin was also stunned. Only Ruobing was smiling at Xiao Bei. It seemed she had understood correctly. After all, the illustrious TZ master of the Xiao family, the future head of the Xiao family. How could he be someone foolish with too much money? At this moment, Su Tian was furious. Kid, you're bluffing me. His eyes turned red as he glared at Xiao Bei, shouting. Xiao Bei leaned back, resting against Ruobing's embrace. And Ruobing instinctively reached out her hands to massage Xiao Bei's shoulders. Xiao Bei looked at the furious Su Tian. I'm bluffing you? It seems like you've been the one bluffing me all along. Xiao Bei slowly stood up, placing his hands on the table. You didn't really think I wouldn't look at the whole cards, did you? Upon hearing this, Su Tian was slightly taken aback. When? You should know sometimes. Seeing isn't believing. Sorry, I have a very good memory. I know what cards I have. Xiao Bei said lightly. Chapter 256, Stepping Out from Behind the Scenes. Wang Hao initially planned to retaliate, but after hearing Xiao Bei reveal his identity, he had no desire for revenge at all. The Xiao family from the capital. Even if he was a collateral descendant, he was not someone Wang Hao could provoke. This is the power of a top-tier family. Xiao Bei, Anhuobing, and then Ruojia walked out of the villa. Xiao Jia, tomorrow go to Su Tian's place and mortgage his shares. Forget it, whether to mortgage or not doesn't matter. Those shares are yours. Xiao Bei glanced at Anhuoyi. Xiao Bei really didn't care about Su Tian's shares. Moreover, the reason for giving them to Ruojia was also justified. After all, Ruobing just said that she could cover the 300 million loss. For Ruobing, Xiao Bei was determined to win her over. So, being nice to his brother-in-law was the right thing to do. Upon hearing this, Ruojia was slightly taken aback. He then looked at his older sister. At this moment, Ruobing looked at Xiao Bei. Wait, why are you giving him shares for no reason? Because he is my brother-in-law. Xiao Bei replied to Ruobing. Ruobing was momentarily stunned. So you're just acting for fun, huh? But she didn't dare to tell her younger brother the real situation. Because if she did, her brother wouldn't be happy. Chapter 257. Lan Press Conference and Lan Cosmetics Company. It is quite well known in the cosmetics market of Xia country and is also a quality company. Therefore, today's press conference is relatively significant, and Ruo Bing chose the Hilton International Hotel Conference Hall near the company as the venue. Over 300 reporters were present on site, including those from finance, the cosmetics industry, and some self-media. Xiao Bei went directly to the press conference hotel, and Ruo Bing was already preparing in the hotel backstage. After parking in the underground garage, Xiao Bei headed towards the elevator. As the elevator reached the first floor, many reporters entered. Did you hear? Today in Lan's arch-rival, Rui Li is also holding a new product launch. I heard about it, but I don't know what Lan's press conference is about. This sudden press conference from Lan doesn't seem to have a theme announced. According to Lan's past habits, it seems like there shouldn't be a new product launch at this time. Several reporters were discussing. Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Hui Li? Isn't Rui Li the company supported by Xiao Long behind the scenes? It's meant to undermine Lan. Chapter 258. The press conference in progress as the host finished speaking, and Ruo Bing and Xiao Bei walked up to the stage one after the other. They then took their seats, and Ruo Bing spoke into the microphone. Welcome, media friends, to the press conference of Lan and Xingchen Venture Capital. Today we have two main points. After finishing, and Ruo Bing paused and looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded at her. At this moment, all the reporters in the venue were frantically taking photos. In fact, they were all focused on Xiao Bei. It is known that many financial news outlets want to interview Xiao Bei. After all, according to the information available, Xiao Bei is still a college freshman. Although he has only made one investment, the achievements he has made are unimaginable to many. Being young and accomplished is not an exaggeration. Financial reporters are very eager to interview such a genius investor. However, they have been unable to reach Xiao Bei. But today, not only did they see him in person, but they might also get an interview. Who is Xiao Bei? There are still some people on site who didn't recognize him. He is the chairman of Xingchen Venture Capital and has invested in amazing ventures. At just 18, he has already started making money and achieved several small targets. Chapter 259. Xiaolong's counterattack. The press conference concluded successfully. Next, all they had to do was wait for the heat to build up. Xiao Bei and Ruo Bing returned to the backstage. Are your people ready? Xiao Bei asked. They're ready. As soon as the reporters publish their articles, our operations will follow up. Okay, and Lan's factory can start preparing to hire people now. You're so confident that Lan will succeed? I'm sure and certain. Xiao Bei said lightly. After all, he is a man with a system. Then Xiao Bei looked at Ruo Bing. Want to join me? Sure. Then Ruo Bing went with Xiao Bei to the underground garage. After getting in the car, Xiao Bei looked at Ruo Bing and said, from today on, I am a shareholder of Lan. I will handle the matters of the RD department. How do you plan to handle it? And Ruo Bing asked curiously. It's simple. Let them provide evidence against each other. Give them a certain deadline. And if they don't provide evidence, they all leave. No, the RD team is the foundation of Lan. And Ruo Bing thought Xiao Bei was crazy at this moment. Xiao Bei smiled slightly. It's fine. I also have my own RD team, led by academicians. Chapter 260. Team Annihilation. On the other side, in 3 Range Rover cars, were Xiao Long's sent men. They saw Xiao Bei driving into the underground garage of Lianxing Plaza. Get a location on him, said the leader, a scar-faced man. Got it. The scar-faced man prepared to drive directly to Lianxing Plaza. Suddenly, 3 Chevrolet Suburban SUVs appeared directly in front of the 3 Range Rovers, aggressively cutting in. The 3 Chevrolet Suburban SUVs pulled up in front of and behind the Range Rovers and all came to a sudden stop. Seeing this, the scar-faced man slammed on the brakes. However, he still bumped into them a little. Instantly, the 3 Range Rovers and 3 Chevrolet Suburbans came to a halt. This was a stretch of road with almost no other vehicles. Do you know how to drive? Damn it. The scar-faced man rolled down his window and started cursing. But the 3 cars in front remained silent. No one even got out. The scar-faced man was furious and got out of the car, ready to teach the driver of the Chevrolet Suburban a lesson. Just as he got out, a group of men in black suits got out of the 3 Chevrolet Suburban SUVs, dressed similarly to them. Chapter 261. Crisis. At this moment, Xiaoyan's face looked extremely grim. He thought of something and took out his phone. He called several other groups, but none of the calls were answered. Something has happened. Everyone, whether it was the smoke bombs or those sent out later, all encountered problems. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan looked at the few people in front of him, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Today, it is normal for the toll to be discovered. However, another group of people was just dispatched not long ago. The other party managed to catch them all at once. Either there is an undercover among us, or Xiao Nan has made a move. After all, in the entire Magic City, only Xiao Nan has such great power. Xiao Su is still lacking. Clearly, Xiao Nan has personally intervened in this situation. Xiao Yin feels it is necessary to talk to Xiao Long. He then took out his phone and called Xiao Long. The call was quickly connected. Young Master Xiao Long. Xiao Yin said respectfully, "How is it? Did they catch that loser?" A gloomy voice came from the phone. Hearing this, Xiao Yin fell silent for a moment and then said, "Young Master Xiao Long, all of our people have been captured. Xiao Nan has made a move." Chapter 262, Extreme Counterattack. On the other side, Xiao Nan was driving his Audi towards Xiao Bei's location. He dialed Xiao Bei's phone, but couldn't get through. He became anxious. After all, Xiao Bei is the future TZ of the Xiao family. If something happens on his own turf, his family would definitely scold him to death. In a panic, he called Xiao Su. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, the call was answered. "Young Master Xiao Nan." Xiao Su said, "Where are you now?" Xiao Nan's tone was very anxious. Hearing this, Xiao Su quickly replied, "I have already arrived at the underground parking lot of Lianxing." Upon hearing this, Xiao Nan breathed a sigh of relief. "You wait in the underground parking lot and send someone upstairs to find Xiao Bei." Young Master Xiao Nan, "I don't understand why we need to use such great power to protect Xiao Bei." Xiao Su truly didn't understand. He was recently transferred to Magic City to protect Xiao Nan. Although he's also a core member of the Xiao family, currently, only the absolute core of the Xiao family knows Xiao Bei's identity, which is the direct line of the Xiao family. Xiao Nan thought for a moment and directly said, "Xiao Su, listen to me. No matter what, we must rescue Xiao Bei because he is the TZ of our Xiao family." Chapter 263, Wash Your Neck and Wait. Xiao Nan and Xiao Su looked at the scene in the elevator. Xiao Nan couldn't help but gasp. He knew that his younger brother was strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Xiao Su was even more shocked than Xiao Nan. He is a retired soldier. Compared to Xiao Nan, he understands even more that being surrounded and killed in an elevator and still surviving is a miracle. But what did he see now? He saw that Xiao Bei not only survived, but also successfully counterattacked. What does this represent? This means that young Master Xiao Bei's combat ability is above his own. However, after the two were stunned, they quickly reacted. They rushed over immediately. "Bai Ci, are you okay?" "Young Master Xiao Bei, forgive me for being late." Seeing the two about to approach, Xiao Bei quickly waved his hand. Then, under the gaze of the two and the crowd behind them, Xiao Bei slowly walked out. At this moment, Xiao Bei was covered in blood, some from the killers, and of course some from himself. After coming out, Xiao Nan anxiously looked at Xiao Bei. He wanted to confirm immediately if Xiao Bei was okay. "Bai Ci, are you okay? Are you hurt? We should go to the hospital right now." Xiao Bei smiled slightly at him and tossed the knife he was holding to the ground. Chapter 264, Xiao Nan's Worries in a Villa in the capital. Xiao Long was waiting for news from Xiao Yan. He sat in the boss's chair in his study, looking out the window with a glass of red wine on his desk. This is Xiao Long's favorite, Platon. At this moment, he was waiting for news of Xiao Bei being killed. As long as Xiao Bei was dead, the next would be in Ruobing. He swore that he would thoroughly torture this bitch. He wasn't very anxious because he trusted Xiao Yan. He knew how powerful Xiao Yan was. His only concern now was Xiao Nan's revenge. However, after a person dies, he was certain that Xiao Nan wouldn't tear his face with him over a loser. At that time, he would just have to pay a small price. Just then, Xiao Long's WeChat notification rang. He picked up his phone, thinking it was Xiao Yan messaging him. He opened WeChat and saw a message from Ruobing. His mouth curled into a cold smile. "Now you know to come plead with me? You filthy bitch, don't worry. After your lover, it will be you." He leisurely opened Ruobing's WeChat. The next second, when he saw the message from Ruobing, his face turned pale. "Filthy bitch." He was about to send a voice message to Ruobing. "Filthy bitch, wait, I will make you regret betraying me." Chapter 265, Xiao Su ambushes Xiao Yan on the other side, in the car, and Ruobing was driving while anxiously looking at Xiao Bei. At this moment, Xiao Bei's lips were a bit pale. "Xiao Bei, do you feel pain now? Is there something wrong? Should we go directly to the hospital?" After speaking, she looked back at the blood that was still flowing from behind Xiao Bei, although it was covered by Xiao Bei's clothes. "No, right, by the way. Are you going to change your tone now?" Xiao Bei smilet et an Ruobing, and Ruobing shot him an angry glance. "What time is it, and you're still joking?" Xiao Bei smiled lightly and said, "Wife, are you concerned about me?" Upon hearing this, and Ruobing was really exasperated. She then looked at Xiao Bei and said, "Can you be a bit more serious? You're still injured." And Ruobing wasn't angry about Xiao Bei teasing her. Now all her people are his. After teasing, if he wants it, she will give it. But now she was angry because he was injured, and this bad guy was still acting like this. Soon the car reached a red light, and Ruobing ignored Xiao Bei and leaned over, reaching out to pat Xiao Bei's shoulder, indicating for him to show his back to her for her to see. Chapter 266. The next one is Xiao Yan heard noise from a distance and immediately turned his head cautiously. When he saw who it was, his brows furrowed. It was his old acquaintance, Xiao Su. He didn't expect the other party to know he was coming here ahead of time. Xiao Su, does your Xiao family really want to go to war with our Xiao family? Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Su with a serious expression. Xiao Su glanced at Xiao Yan, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He then tossed a lollipop into his mouth, took a lick, and slowly said to Xiao Yan, "Wasn't it your Xiao family that declared war on our Xiao family first? I think you might be mistaken. That was a centipede, not me. But the centipede has confessed everything." Xiao Su directly provoked Xiao Yan. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned and then burst into laughter. "Xiao Su, you're at least one of the leaders of the Xiao family's dark guards. Do you think you can bluff me? You need to understand, if you make a move today, the consequences are probably beyond what you can bear," Xiao Yan said calmly. In response, Xiao Su bit down hard on the lollipop in his mouth, then surrounded Xiao Yan and the others with his men. He looked at Xiao Yan with disdain. "Do you know, when you attacked Master Xiao Bei, the consequences are something you cannot bear." Chapter 267. Be careful when going out recently, just as Xiao Su was dealing with Xiao Yan in another location. At Ruobing's villa, Xiao Bei looked around. He had to admit that the decoration of Ruobing's villa was quite in line with his aesthetic. It wasn't too overly flashy. It was simple yet not mundane. Just as Xiao Bei was about to say something, and Ruobing directly said, "Honey, you sit here. I'll go get the medical kit." "Okay, Xiao will buy noted calmly." In fact, these minor injuries didn't mean much to him. Soon, and Ruobing came out with the medical kit and approached Xiao Bei. Looking at Xiao Bei, and Ruobing said with concern, "Turn your back to me." "Okay." At this moment, Xiao Bei acted like a good boy, obediently turning his back to Ruobing. When Ruobing saw the wound again, her eyes turned red. She quickly took out iodine from the medical kit to disinfect Xiao Bei's wound. While disinfecting and cleaning Xiao Bei's wound, and Ruobing was worried. Today, Xiao Bei had truly refreshed her understanding of him. She had always thought that Xiao Bei was only sensitive in business and more mature in thought. But today, as seen in the elevator, was different. Chapter 268. Stimulating Xiao Long in Magic City at the Lu Chang Garden Community in the living room. Xiao Yunan sat expressionless on the sofa, his demeanor extremely cold. His current mood was quite bad. Although Xiao Bei was out of danger today, he still felt a lingering fear. That idiot Xiao Long actually dared to attack his younger brother, daring to attack his younger brother on his own turf. Thinking of this, Xiao Nan's gaze became extremely icy. He hadn't been this furious in a long time. Magic City was his territory. Xiao Long openly attempted to assassinate Xiao Bei, which was like rubbing his face in the dirt. At this moment, Xiao Nan felt that Xiao Long must die. Just then, Xiao Nan's phone rang. He quickly answered. "Young Master Xiao Nan, Xiao Yan has been dealt with. What next?" "Next, directly contact the Dark Guards in the capital and have them monitor Xiao Long 24/7. "Young Master Xiao Nan, what do you mean? If Xiao Long dies in an accident, then it's nobody's fault. By the way, that woman, make sure to interrogate her well. It's best to gather criminal evidence against the Xiao family as high-ups. If they're S1, I'll handle the Xiao family." Chapter 269. Nosebleed. In the villa in the capital, Xiao Long was truly stunned with anger. At this moment, in Ruobing's villa in Magic City, the two instigators of Xiao Long's victimization were laughing wildly. And Ruobing looked at her phone, then at Xiao Bei. "Do you think we just made him die of anger?" And Ruobing said with a smile as she looked at Xiao Bei. Seeing in Ruobing's expression, Xiao Bei couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Really? One should never provoke women. If he dies of anger, isn't that just perfect? Xiao Bei smiled at Ruobing and said. And Ruobing's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Honey, why don't we call to see if he really died of anger? If he didn't, we can perform again." Hearing in Ruobing's words, Xiao Bei was momentarily stunned. He noticed before how vengeful this woman could be. I don't want to care about him right now. I just want to take care of you, Xiao Bei said, holding in Ruobing's chin seductively. And Ruobing stared into Xiao Bei's eyes. You still have injuries on your back and want to be mischievous? Is that not okay? Xiao Bei asked on Ruobing. No, let us wait until you're better. Tonight we'll sleep separately, but I want to sleep together. Chapter 270. Who told you to call so early? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei was momentarily stunned. Where did this come from? Don't pry into women's matters. By the way, why did you suddenly have a nosebleed? And Ruobing asked Xiao Bei with a puzzled look. Hearing this, Xiao Bei stammered and didn't he respond. Didn't I tell you to go find your pajamas? How did you suddenly get a nosebleed? And Ruobing was extremely surprised. But then she thought of something. She looked at Xiao Bei strangely and immediately walked toward the cloakroom. At this moment, and Ruobing realized that she had labeled everything for convenience in each cabinet. Seeing this, Xiao Bei quickly grabbed and Ruobing. Honey, would you like to wash up again? Wash up. I'm afraid if I wash up again, you'll bleed to death. And Ruobing rolled her eyes at Xiao Bei and then walked toward the cloakroom. Just as she reached the cloakroom, she saw that one cabinet containing lingerie was open. She immediately understood. She then looked at Xiao Bei with a smile. Your wife is right next to you, and you're still looking at these? Just curious, yes. Curious. Xiao Bei scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed as he glanced at Xiao Bei. Upon hearing this, and Ruobing chuckled. Chapter 271. The infamily after hearing and Ruojia's words, and Ruobing's expression changed instantly. Usually, the old man rarely met her. Now, hearing in Ruojia's tone, it seemed he was quite dissatisfied with her. Thinking of this, and Ruobing could roughly guess what was going on. Xiao Bei, who was beside her, had been observing in Ruobing's facial expression and noticed that her face had turned ugly. Xiao Bei asked in confusion, "What's wrong, dear?" After saying that, he pulled in Ruobing into his arms. Feeling in Ruobing's warm body, she said, "Honey, my father wants me to go back for a visit, and I don't think it's a good thing." Hearing this, Xiao Bei initially wanted to have some morning exercise, but after hearing and Ruobing's words, he gently ran his fingers through her hair. "Do you want me to go back with you?" "No need, I'll go back by myself. Besides, you're injured right now." Xiao Bei nodded at her words and gently kissed her forehead. "Call me if you need anything." "Okay, just handle matters at the company today." And Ruobing smiled at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded in response. After they had discussed, and Ruobing got up directly. Chapter 272. Brother-in-law, come quickly, my sister has been imprisoned. The members of the family turned to look at the sound. They saw in Ruobing, like a queen, confidently striding into the family's living room and directly questioning and Lang Tian. Upon hearing this, and Lindong worriedly glanced at his daughter. Before Lindong and Lang Tian could speak, and Ruobing's two uncles couldn't hold back any longer. "Ruobing, how can you speak to your grandfather like that?" And Lin Fan said sternly, looking at his niece. "That's right, quickly apologize to your grandfather. He is also doing this for your happiness. Just think about how many people want to marry Xiao Long, but can't. You must not be ungrateful," and Li Mu said to Ruobing. After hearing her two uncles' words, and Ruobing hadn't said anything yet when Ruojia jumped out. "Hey, second uncle, third uncle, what you're saying doesn't make sense. What do you mean my sister is ungrateful? Why should my sister marry Xiao Long just because he likes her? How about this? Why don't you marry your daughters to Xiao Long instead? It's the same." And Ruojia looked at his two uncles with a kind of indescribable anger. You. Second uncle and Lin Fan pointed at Ruojia, struggling to find words. Chapter 273. And Lan trending online, just as Xiao Bei walked out of Ruobing's villa, he received a call from Ruojia. Upon hearing what Ruojia said, Xiao Bei's expression immediately turned cold. However, Xiao Bei still calmly asked what happened. "Brother-in-law, that bastard Xiao Long has pressured my grandfather. He insists that my sister must marry him. Just now, my dad and my sister both opposed it. Now, they've angered my grandfather, and not only is my sister under house arrest, but my dad has also been stripped of his position as chairman of the group. Brother-in-law, you're the only one who can save our family now." And Ruojia recounted everything that had just happened to Xiao Bei over the phone. Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. A family could be so ruthless. "Xiao Jia, first tell me, how is your family's relationship with the other members of the family?" Xiao Bei asked. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce pulled up beside Xiao Bei. He saw Xiao get out of the car and walk up to him. "Young Master Xiao." Xiao Bei nodded, signaling him to hold off on speaking. Xiao nodded and stood beside Xiao Bei. Chapter 274. Xiao Bei, the youngest billionaire, and Ruobing returned to her villa in the Yin family. And Ruojia walked in directly. Sister, don't worry. I've already spoken to brother-in-law. And Ruojia comforted Ruobing, who had a gloomy expression. Hearing this, Ruobing smiled slightly. I'm not worried about this matter. I'm worried about in-law. Sister, don't worry. Brother-in-law has gone to control the situation at in-law. And Ruojia said with a smile. Just then, Ruojia's phone rang. Looking at it, it was actually Xiao Bei. And Ruojia was a bit puzzled, but still answered the call. Hello, Xiao Bei, what's up? Ruojia, in-law is your sister's, right? Xiao Bei asked excitedly over the phone. Hearing this, Ruojia glanced at his older sister and then said, Yes, it's my sister's company. What's wrong? Sitting on the sofa, and Ruobing was also taken aback upon hearing Ruojia's words. She then looked at Ruojia, and Ruojia, seeing this, directly put the call on speaker. Then they heard Xiao Bei's excited voice. Ruojia, your sister's company has become popular, really popular. I heard from my dad that your sister's company is about to take it to the next level. What do you mean? Chapter 275. Renowned far and wide Forbes published this article, which directly exploded on the internet. Now everyone knows that Xiao Bei is still a first-year student at Hangzhou University. Now a first-year student has become a billionaire. Who wouldn't be shocked? So many netizens directly clicked on this article. Forbes' original text. According to our investigation, Mr. Xiao Bei started stock trading in high school. System modification. Starting from initial investment of 10,000 yuan. By the time he graduated from high school, it had reached 500 million. Following that, he invested in the phenomenon-level minigame Neo Luga Neo, and according to internal news, Mr. Xiao Bei made at least 2 billion in profit. At the same time, his stock account revenue has reached 6 billion. In Enlon Cosmetics Company, it is said that Mr. Xiao Bei has signed a betting agreement with Ms. Ruobing. That is to say, Mr. Xiao Bei will ultimately receive 35 of Enlan's shares based on the original market value. According to Enlan's latest valuation, Mr. Xiao Bei shares are worth at least 3.5 billion. The total now reaches 11.5 billion. His net worth has already surpassed 10 billion. And at the same time, Mr. Xiao Bei's value will be even higher because his funds exceed 50 in cash flow. Instantly, netizens began to get excited. Chapter 276, Returning to Hangzhou. Preparing to meet Dad Xiao Bei's friends and acquaintances, knowing the achievements Xiao Bei has obtained now, we're all happy. However, while some were happy, others were not. In the capital, in the Xiao family villa, Xiao Long looked at the information about Xiao Bei on his phone. Loser. How can he have a fortune of 10 billion? No way. I don't want to see this person for even a second longer. And Ruobing, just wait and see how I trample you down. Loser, just wait to see how I deal with you. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Long's face. He calmed himself down and then found Xiao Nan's number in his contacts. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, Xiao Nan answered the call. Brother Xiao, how have you been lately? Xiao Long said politely with a gloomy face. Hearing Xiao Long's words, Xiao Nan, who was in his office, smiled slightly. It turns out Bei Zi really guessed right. Xiao Long actually called him. Thanks to you, Brother Long. I've been quite surprised. Xiao Nan replied with a hint of meaning in his words. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long smiled wickedly and continued, Brother Nan. I admit that I was wrong in this matter, but you know, Ruobing is my fiancé. I don't know what kind of relationship Xiao Bei has with you, but now my man is already in your hands. Chapter 277. The eve this time, Xiao Bei returned to Hangzhou with Xiao Su. Xiao Su is now Xiao Bei's personal bodyguard. Just as Xiao Bei and Xiao Su stepped out of the high-speed train station, Xiao Bei saw a woman standing outside. She wore a light green long dress with light blue peonies embroidered at the cuffs, and silver threads outlined several clouds. The hem was densely decorated with blue ocean cloud patterns, and she wore a wide piece of light yellow satin bustier. As she gently turned, her long skirt spread out, and her every move was as graceful as willows swaying in the wind. Her eyes were as clear as crystals submerged in water, with the corners slightly raised, giving her a soft and gentle appearance. The pure pupils and gentle eye shape merged into an extremely beautiful charm, with thin lips as light as water. When she saw Xiao Bei, the corners of her mouth slightly lifted. Who else could it be if not Ji Qinglan? Xiao Bei smiled and walked over. Ji Qinglan directly approached Xiao Bei and stretched out her arms. Xiao Bei smiled slightly, walked up to Ji Qinglan, and hugged her tightly. Did you miss me? He asked with a slight smile, while looking at the beauty in his arms. Ji Qinglan looked up at Xiao Bei and revealed a sweet smile. I did. but I think someone is probably too happy to think about me now, right? Chapter 278. I am who I am, a night without conversation. The next day, Xiao Bei slowly opened his eyes in bed. He looked at Ji Qinglan lying beside him and smiled slightly. He gently kissed her forehead and then got out of bed. There was an important matter today. Recognizing his ancestry, Xiao Bei put on a suit and styled his hair in a mature manner. He then quietly left the room. As he arrived downstairs, Xiao Su was already waiting for him. Young Master Xiao, shall we set off now? Xiao Su said excitedly as he looked at Xiao Bei. Everyone in the Xiao family knew about today's significance. It was the day that the elder, Xiao Tian, would finally reunite with his child. Since Xiao Su had been promoted by Xiao Tian, no one in the Xiao family, apart from the direct descendants, hoped more than Xiao Su to see the reunion of Xiao Tian and Xiao Bei. Butler Zhou looked at Xiao Bei at this moment with red-rimmed eyes. Those who had received care from the Xiao family's direct lineage were eagerly anticipating this day. Young Master Xiao just now, Director Qiu called, and said to go directly to the SW courtyard. Today, the elder will meet you there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback. Chapter 279, Xiao Tian, the second-generation leader of the Xiao family at this moment. All the leaders turned their gazes towards the slowly arriving convoy. Among them, Qiu Yaoting stood at the front of the crowd. After all, his current rank is one of the highest in this courtyard. Qiu Yaoting watched as Xiao Tian's convoy slowly entered the courtyard, feeling extremely excited inside. In fact, Qiu Yaoting was not only from the Xiao family faction. He had once been Xiao Tian's subordinate. They had worked together for a period of time before, but due to his own reasons and Xiao Tian's promotion, although they had kept in touch, it had been 10 years since they last met. When Xiao Bei arrived earlier, Qiu Yaoting was still in his office. He had intended to call Xiao Bei to ask where he was when Xiao Tian's convoy arrived. Qiu Yaoting did not make the call directly, as the father-son meeting would still take place later. After all, Xiao Tian was here to inspect. The larger group comes before the smaller family. Even though he was eager to meet his son, he suppressed his inner anticipation as a responsible leader. The car slowly stopped in front of a group of ZS leaders. At this moment, Gao Qinan approached with a flattering smile. Chapter 280. Young man, have some insight. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, everyone present turned to look at Qiu Yaoting. Qiu Yaoting smiled slightly, looked at everyone, and then said, I have found an entrepreneur who can fully fund the project, and the team is led by academician Ni Guangnan. We have initially reached an agreement with Hangzhou University. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and looked at Qiu Yaoting in disbelief. What? Academician Ni Guangnan is leading it. That SNI Lao. Qiu Yaoting, comrades, the team is good, but which entrepreneur is it? Can they support such an investment, and what is the return for them? Gao Qinan asked directly, very curious. First, this investor is the youngest billionaire who just made it onto the Forbes list, Xiao Bei. His requirement is simple. He will have pricing and sales rights for all semiconductor product developed. Of course, these rights must comply with regulations. Upon hearing Qiu Yaoting's words, Zhao Chonglin and Xue Jie were taken aback. They now thought, could the Bentley that just passed by be Xiao Bei's car? Considering this, Zhao Chonglin thought there shouldn't be any issues. At most, if there was a problem, they could just push Xue Jie to deal with it. Chapter 281. Father and son finally meet. Zhao Chonglin looked meaningfully at Xiao Bei. The implication was clear. Although you're a billionaire, I, at my level, can still handle you. Xiao Bei looked deeply at the middle-aged, balding man in front of him. Didn't Uncle Qiu mention it? Thinking of this, Xiao Bei de Liebe Atelier glangst at Xiao Shanglin's Namatak. Zhao Chonglin, organization minister? At this moment, Xiao Bei remembered this name. Zhao Shanglin noticed Xiao Bei's actions. He smiled smugly and said, let me tell you, the people inside are big shots. You're only able to attend this lunch because of Leader Qiu. Don't lose your identity. After saying that, Zhao Chonglin patted Xiao Bei on the shoulder. To outsiders, it gave the impression of an elder caring for a senior. All right, Minister Zhao, I will definitely be perceptive. Xiao Bei replied Drang, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Soon, Zhao Chonglin adjusted his suit and pushed open the restaurant door. Just a second ago, he had been proud in front of Xiao Bei, but upon entering the restaurant, he immediately became obsequious, leading Xiao Bei directly to the main table at the front with a flattering smile. At this moment, all the leaders in the courtyard, especially those for number 110, were watching Zhao Chonglin. Chapter 282. Undercurrents. After Xiao Tian finished speaking, he looked at everyone present with a smile. Gao Qinan and Qiu Yaoting hadn't spoken yet. At this moment, Zhao Chonglin, who had just steadied himself, immediately ingratiated himself. Rest assured, Director Xiao, I will definitely give the green light for young Master Xiao from now on. After saying this, he glanced at Xiao Tian and then at Xiao Bei. However, this time when he looked at Xiao Bei, the previous arrogance was gone, replaced by flattery and even a hint of servility in his eyes. There was nothing he could do. Who knew that this young man had such an identity? Thinking of this made his spine feel cold. After hearing Zhao Chonglin's words, Xiao Tian gave him a faint glance and said calmly, Comrade Zhao Chonglin, I appreciate your good intentions, but everything must follow the proper procedures. We cannot break the law or regulations, understand? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chonglin's heart sank. As a leader of this level, he certainly understood the implication of Xiao Tian's words. It was a warning to him. Another meaning was that while care could be given, it must not violate laws or regulations. In this workplace, many words carry multiple meanings. After hearing this, Zhao Chonglin directly nodded and bowed. All right, Director Xiao, I understand. I know. Chapter 283. Let's see what he wants. Just getting off the car was Xiao Long, who had rushed from the capital to the Magic City. Waiting to greet him was the old man from the Yin family, and Lang Tian. And Lang Tian walked over to Xiao Long with a smile. Seeing this, Xiao Long hurriedly approached. Although things between him and Enruobing had become irreconcilable, he still had to show the respect due to the old man, because Xiao Long not only wanted Enruobing, but also aimed to swallow the entire Yin family. Although the Yin family could not compare to the Xiao family in the capital, Xiao Long knew that in the future, he wouldn't gain much from the Xiao family, since he wasn't the successor of the Xiao family. Therefore, the Yin family was a piece of fat meat that he had his eyes on, and it was coming right to his mouth. The chairman of the Yin group, although previously Enruobing's father, and Lin Dong, had the shares firmly in the hands of the old man, and Lang Tian, who treated him very kindly. Old man, long time no see. How have you been lately? Xiao Long stepped forward to support the old man. And Lang Tian was quite pleased to see Xiao Long showing him such respect. As one gets older, legs and feet become less nimble. Old man, I see you looking much better than the last time I visited. Chapter 284. Can't let Xiao Bei off easily. Inside the Yin family restaurant, Enruobing had indeed arrived. At this moment, when Xiao Long saw that Enruobing was there, he sneered inwardly and then revealed a smile. Enruobing, I've been busy with official business lately and haven't messaged you. That doesn't mean we should break off the engagement, right? Xiao Long began, wanting to position himself on the high ground. Sure enough, upon hearing Xiao Long's words, everyone present, except for Enruobing and Enruo, looked at Enruobing in surprise. Even Enruobing's mother, Li Wenjing, was quite astonished. Didn't her daughter say she didn't like Xiao Long? Shouldn't she be happy that he hadn't contacted her? Why was she still angry? What on earth were young people doing these days? And Lindong had the same thought. Brother-in-law, I think you spoil my sister too much. She has developed a little temper. As soon as Xiao Long's words fell, a girl sitting next to Lindong, who was in Ruolan, said while picking up food, Yeah, brother-in-law, my sister has been spoiled by you. But brother-in-law, your temper is really good. If it were me, I would want to cling to my brother-in-law every day. At this moment, a girl sitting next to Enruolan also provocatively glanced at Enruobing. Chapter 285. Xiao Long's scheme upon hearing Enruo's words, and Lang Tian was momentarily stunned, but thinking of Xiao Long's identity, he immediately felt unafraid. He thought Enruo was just saying it on purpose. If you don't say, I will find out who this person is in my own way. And Lang Tian's tone suddenly carried a threat. Hearing this, Enruobing stood up and said to Lang Tian, Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave, I'm full. Enruobing had no worries about her grandfather looking for Xiao Bei. After all, Xiao Bei's identity was even more terrifying than Xiao Long's. Seeing Enruobing's indifferent attitude, and Lindong and Li Wenjing both felt a bit anxious for their daughter because they knew that she was provoking their grandfather. Sure enough, the next second, and Lang Tian slammed his hand down on the table hard. Bang! Enruobing, do you know who you're talking to? I don't care who that man is. You better cut ties with him immediately. Also, you will hold the engagement ceremony with Xiao Long this Sunday. And Lang Tian said to Enruobing angrily. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the old man in shock. Hearing in Lang Tian's words, Xiao Long sneered inwardly. Chapter 286. Attacked again. In Hangzhou, at the SW courtyard. After chatting with Xiao Bei for a long time, Xiao Tian then took Xiao Bei to the land for the semiconductor industrial park that Xiao Yaoding was preparing to allocate to him. Xiao Bei walked a little behind Xiao Tian, who was at the front. This was an empty plot of land located in the Hangzhou Hanyu district. There are not many buildings around, but the geographical location was good. Just a bit further was the future science and technology city, Hangzhou's CBD. Once the semiconductor industry here takes off, it will connect to the nearby CBD and the future tech city, forming the largest business district in Hangzhou. This will also be extremely beneficial for the surrounding development. Leader Xiao, this piece of land was originally intended for Alibaba to build a cloud service center. But now Comrade Xiao Bei has a better semiconductor plan. So after some consideration, we want to give this land to Comrade Xiao Bei for development. Xiao Yaoding said to Xiao Tian while following behind him. Are we selling the land directly or collaborating with a company on the land? Xiao Tian asked his question. Comrade Xiao Bei and I initially intend to collaborate. We will provide the land, and we need 40 equity in the semiconductor industrial park. Xiao Yaoding explained. Chapter 287. Xiaolong's arrogant Xiao Bei is very calm now. The fact that the other party could install a GPS in his car indicates that they have been to Bojingting. According to normal reasoning, they would definitely go directly to his home. With this thought in mind, Xiao Bei ran straight to the road. While running, he dialed Ji Qinglan's number. At this moment, he felt very anxious inside. Beep, beep, beep. After 3 rings, the call was connected. Hello, Qinglan, are you okay right now? Hello, you are Xiao Bei, right? A man's voice came from the phone, and it sounded a bit gloomy to Xiao Bei. Who are you? What have you done to Ji Qinglan? Xiao Bei shouted angrily. Mr. Xiao Bei, it shouldn't be hard to guess who I am. If anything happens to Ji Qinglan, you all will accompany her in death. I mean it. At this moment, Xiao Bei's heart was in his throat. Mr. Xiao Bei, do you want to save your girlfriend? Then come to warehouse number 7 alone. And by the way, don't think about calling the police. As soon as you call the police, I'll know. And then, for such a beautiful girl. I can't guarantee what my men might do. After saying this, the caller hung up. Chapter 288. Cut off Xiao Bei's Nyonyo? Hangzhou, Xiao Bei drove very fast. He sped on the elevated road, squeezing into any available space. Damn it, driving this fast? Are you rushing to reincarnate? Xiao Bei had just overtaken a taxi driver when the driver immediately cursed at the back of Xiao Bei's Land Rover. Damn it, driving a Land Rover really makes you think you're someone important. Of course, Xiao Bei couldn't hear his curses. His mind was filled with anger. Soon, the car arrived at warehouse number 7. Without locking the car, Xiao Bei got out and ran towards the warehouse. Just as he arrived at the warehouse, he saw a Land Rover and 4 bodyguards in black. Where are my people? Xiao Bei coldly asked the 4 bodyguards in front of him. The bodyguards ignored Xiao Bei's anger and exchanged glances with the car beside them. Xiao Bei immediately understood. He then sat directly in the car. As soon as he sat down, the 4 bodyguards also got in the car. In the back seat, 2 of them took out a pair of handcuffs as soon as they got in. President Xiao, do you want to do it yourself, or should we do it? Seeing this, Xiao Bei didn't say much. Meeting Ji Qinglan was more important now. He directly put the handcuffs on himself. Chapter 289. The power of hidden weapons. Xiao Bei's voice was neither loud nor soft, but everyone present heard him clearly. Li Yuan turned around to look at Xiao Bei. How do you know about me? Is it hard to know you, or is it hard to know your family's information? Xiao Bei said calmly. Who exactly are you? At this moment, Li Yuan didn't dare to underestimate Xiao Bei. Due to his family background, after entering the Xiao family for work, he had not revealed anything. Even his son and daughter didn't know they had a father. This shows how well he kept secrets. He even deliberately concealed his identity to enter the Xiao family for work. However, this inner secret was unexpectedly known by someone outside the Xiao family. If the other party were a member of the Xiao family, Li Yuan wouldn't think too much, because he knew the horror of the Xiao family and that he couldn't hide it for a lifetime. Xiao Bei smiled slightly at him. "Want to know? Then come here, and I'll tell you." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He then gestured to the strong man squatting between Xiao Bei's legs. Soon the man stood up and positioned himself behind Li Yuan. "Go ahead." Saying this, Li Yuan leaned in close to Xiao Bei's mouth. Chapter 290. Then directly attacked the capital. Li Yuan directly removed his Tang suit, revealing a body full of muscles and scars. This shows how terrifying the once infamous assassin, Zhu Li, was. How many people have died at his hands? Li Yuan didn't waste words and immediately launched an attack on Xiao Bei with a grappling move. Xiao Bei blocked it. Just as he successfully blocked, Li Yuan kicked out a whip leg directly at Xiao Bei's leg. However, Xiao Bei's reaction was even more agile. He gently stepped back, dodging Li Yuan's attack. But soon, Li Yuan aimed an elbow strike at Xiao Bei's neck. Xiao Bei made a fist with one hand and pushed against Li Yuan's elbow. Then, with his tightened fist, he aimed for Li Yuan's armpit. Li Yuan was also a battle-hardened person. His body flexibility was still quite good. He smoothly and quickly dodged to the side. However, Xiao Bei predicted his prediction. Just as Li Yuan had just dodged, Xiao Bei's whip leg struck directly at his waist. Xiao Bei's strength was significant. If it were the younger Li Yuan, he could withstand it. But now, Li Yuan was knocked to the ground by Xiao Bei's kick. Xiao Bei showed no mercy. Chapter 291. Capture Xiao Long for me, and Ruo Jie hung up the phone, staring blankly at Ruo Bing. What's wrong? What happened to your brother-in-law? And Ruo Bing asked anxiously as she looked at Ruo Jie. And Ruo Jie came back to her senses and excitedly said to Ruo Bing, Sister, brother-in-law said he is sending someone to our house to capture Xiao Long. Brother-in-law is fine. Don't worry, once he handles the matter with Xiao Long, he will come to find you. He is returning to the capital now. After hearing Ruo Jie's words, the stone that had been hanging in Ruo Bing's heart suddenly fell to the ground. Xiao Jie, go to Xiao Long's villa and keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. And Ruo Bing said calmly to Ruo Jie, Okay, sister, don't worry. This grandson definitely won't get away. And Ruo Jie nodded with a smile. His big knife was already eager to go. On the other side, Xiao Long had run out of Ruo Bing's villa. He looked back and saw that Ruo Bing had not followed him. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He patted his chest, and then his gaze turned cold. At that moment, the members of the family, hearing the commotion, all came out. Xiao Long, are you okay? And Lang Tian came to Xiao Long's side, leaning on his cane, and asked, Old man, Ruo Bing just went crazy. She wanted to kill me. Chapter 292. Xiao Xian. Surround the Xiao family. After hearing Xiao Nan's words, the entire family was shocked. What was going on? Was the Xiao family going to war with the Xiao family? Xiao Nan, what are you going to do? What do you think I'm going to do? Xiao Nan looked at Xiao Long disdainfully. Seeing this, Xiao Long furrowed his brows and then roared, Do you dare to arrest me? The Xiao family won't let you go. Won't let me go. You should think about how to apologize to my Xiao family. Upon hearing this, Xiao Long was slightly taken aback. Why? Is it because of Xiao Bei? You got it right, but there's no reward. Xiao Nan said coolly to Xiao Long. Just then, Lang Tian stepped forward. Director Xiao, could this be a misunderstanding? Upon seeing Lang Tian, Xiao Nan looked at the members of the family. I almost forgot to ask. Who just said they want to take out my brother and eliminate our Xiao family's TZ? Xiao Nan said heavily. His entire aura was condensed to the extreme. That was a misunderstanding, Director Xiao. Just now, my granddaughter said she wanted to deal with Ruo Bing's lover, not Xiao Xiao. And Lang Tian quickly explained, not forgetting to shoot a resentful glance at Ruo Bing. Chapter 293. Surround the Xiao family. Looking for trouble. Xiao Xian and Xiao Bei were chatting while smoking. Xiao Xian looked at Xiao Bei. Are you planning to return to the Xiao family this time? Hearing this, Xiao Bei took a puff, froze for a moment, and then thought for a while. If I can delay my return a bit, then I will. Why? Xiao Xian asked in confusion. Oh man, I want to see you as soon as possible. You now are Xiao family's prodigy. Xiao Bei smiled slightly upon hearing this. You said I'm a prodigy. So I have to work a bit harder, make a strong return to the Xiao family. Just thinking about it feels good, doesn't it? No. How come I didn't notice that you were still a middle school kid? Xiao Xian smiled faintly. A man dies a boy. By the way, third uncle. Before I go to the Xiao family, I'll give you something. What is it? Xiao Xian looked at Xiao Bei calmly. Xiao Bei replied with a smile. There will be someone named Feng Qin contacting you soon. Hearing this, Xiao Xian nodded. Okay, I got it. I'll keep my phone on. Just as Xiao Xian finished speaking, a military helicopter slowly flew towards the base. It's here, Xiao Xian said to Xiao Bei calmly. Chapter 294. Forcefully entering the Xiao family with Xiao Bei's command, a battalion and the Red Wolf team all got out of the vehicles. The headlights directly illuminated the entrance of the Xiao family's villa. A battalion of soldiers, armed to the teeth, rushed in. The guards on duty at Zongnanhai were stunned upon seeing this. One of the duty captains immediately came to the entrance. Which unit are you from? Don't you know where this place is? His tone was arrogant. Xiao Bei didn't waste words. Under orders from superiors, we are here to arrest the traitor Xiao Ding. Yes. The information Xiao Bei provided to Xiao Xian was indeed the criminal record of the second master of the Xiao family, Xiao Ding. For this information, Xiao Bei directly paid a rebate of 24 billion. This shows how valuable intelligence on top-tier families is. Major, do you know what you're saying? The Zongnanhai guard asked Xiao Bei with a serious tone. I know what I'm saying. If you have any doubts, directly report to your superior. Now please step aside, or I will consider it interference with official duties and hand you over to the military court, Xiao Bei said calmly. Upon hearing this, the Zongnanhai guard frowned, but still asked, do you have an arrest warrant? Chapter 295, forcefully shooting Xiao Yuan shouted angrily. Immediately, the guards of the Xiao family came out to confront the Red Wolf team. Guards from a family like the Xiao family were not simple characters. The worst were at the Zongnanhai level. But even in such a tense moment, Xiao Bei smiled instead. So, the Xiao family now wants to obstruct official duties? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan glared at Xiao Bei. What a sharp-tongued kid, try to put a hat on me. I won't slander anyone. I am now a major in the Summer National Army, carrying out orders. If you don't call the guards out now, isn't that obstruction of official duties? Xiao Bei said calmly. After speaking, without waiting for Xiao Yuan to react, he directly said to Shun Hongying beside him, arrest Xiao Ding. Yes. Shun Hongying was now absolutely obedient to Xiao Bei's orders. After all, soldiers must obey orders. She immediately led the Red Wolf team to capture Xiao Ding. Let's see who dares. Xiao Yuan, in anger, glared at Shun Hongying. But Shun Hongying was not someone who feared trouble. She didn't hesitate at all, even with the guards present. At this moment, Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Yuan and said lightly, Major Shun, if the Xiao family dares to obstruct, shoot directly. Chapter 296, Kill Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei's shot not only sent Xiao Long to meet the King of Hell, but also struck the hearts of everyone present. At this moment, Wang Zhan looked at Xiao Bei standing in front of him, who was aiming at him with a raised arm, the gun still smoking slightly. So, Xiao Bei, I want you dead. The first to react was Xiao Long's father, Xiao Ding. He directly pulled out a gun from the waist of a bodyguard beside Zongnanhai and aimed it at Xiao Bei, ready to shoot. However, Shun Hongying was faster. The moment he picked up the gun to kill Xiao Bei, Shun Hongying reached out, grasped Xiao Ding's gun, and directly unloaded the magazine. Xiao Bei, I want you dead. Xiao Ding roared, his eyes blood red, clearly unable to accept that his son was dying right before his eyes. He frantically pulled the trigger, but there were no bullets left. Shun Hongying quickly subdued Xiao Ding. Wang Zhan, coming back to his senses, looked at Xiao Bei and said seriously, Major, do you know what you are doing? I know. I am carrying out a mission. Xiao Bei replied, Danda. Someone arrest him. Wang Zhan was furious at this moment. In front of his old superior, this young brat was about to kill someone. Chapter 297. All plots and tricks will shatter before strength. Xiao Yuan said to Xiao Ming, Xiao Bei must die today. It won't matter who comes. That's what he said. While he was still alive, Xiao Yuan's idea was to eliminate the threat to his descendants. The more he could eliminate, the better. And now was the perfect opportunity to resolve the threat from the Xiao family's 3 generations. He would never let this opportunity slip by. After hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Xiao Ming did not hesitate at all and directly pulled the trigger. However, there was no gunfire. What? When? Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Bei in shock. Actually, just when Xiao Ming took the phone from Xiao Bei's hand, Xiao Bei had already activated a hidden weapon. A fine needle shot into the gun's muzzle, directly jamming the spring inside. This was why Xiao Bei remained calm until now. Guess. Xiao Bei grinned wickedly at Xiao Ming. Just as Xiao Ming was about to make a move, Xiao Bei directly kicked the gun that Xiao Ming had just unloaded up. His hand quickly grabbed it, and Xiao Bei placed his hand behind his leg. The heel of his foot quickly chambered around. In an instant, he aimed the gun at Xiao Ming. Xiao Bei did not exchange a single word with his opponent. What seemed like a lot of actions was actually completed in just 1 second. Chapter 298. Xiao Bei's plans and layout. New opponent? After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Xiao Yuan was slightly taken aback. Then, looking at Xiao Bei's departing back, his expression turned extremely cold and serious. On the other side, as soon as Xiao Bei stepped out, he saw many people at the scene. After all, this was Zongnanhai, where many high-ranking officials resided. Especially when he saw the military surrounding the Xiao family, everyone became curious. Those with connections had already started to use their networks to gather information. Xiao Bei looked at the crowd before him, completely ignoring them, and walked directly towards the military jeep. He got in a car and drove away. As for the aftermath concerning Xiao Ding, it was not something Xiao Bei could manage. He believed that his third uncle would handle it appropriately. Xiao Bei would not return to the Xiao family immediately either, because he had promised to return to Hangxing tonight to accompany Ji Qinglan. Xiao Bei left. But the entire capital was shaken. After all, the Xiao family was one of the 5 prominent families in the capital, being suddenly surrounded by the military meant that a lot had happened. Just then, as Xiao Bei boarded the military aircraft back to Hangzhou, stories about him were circulating throughout the capital. Chapter 299. The Xiao family. Xiaoling tonight was destined to be Xiao Bei's night, the night he initially gained fame. Some people thought Xiao Bei was reckless, while others believed he was exceptionally strong. There were also some smart individuals, like Zhang Shui and others, who already realized that Xiao Bei was a formidable enemy. In the capital, at the Xiao family, after Xiao Bei left, Xiao Yuan looked at the mess in his home and slowly returned to his main seat. Dad, are we just going to let this matter slide? Xiao Kuan anxiously asked Xiao Yuan. Third son, calm down and listen to your father. Xiao Qin remained very calm. Calm? How can I calm down? The dignified Xiao family is actually being overshadowed by a junior, who wouldn't feel embarrassed about that. Also, big brother, now that the second brother has gone in, how can you expect me to calm down? Are we really going to sever ties with the second brother? Xiu Kun Ro to Xiu Qin. His relationship with his second brother, Xiao Ding, was exceptionally good. Now, hearing his older brother tell him to calm down, Xiao Kuan felt it was impossible. Making a fuss like this, what kind of decorum is that? You should be the chairman of the Xiao group. Where's your composure? After hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Xiao Kuan was suddenly taken aback. Chapter 300. Ji Qinglan's tenderness is only for Xiao Bei. In Zhejiang Province, Hengdian Film and Television City, the Qin Palace, Jiang Xing had just finished a day's shoot and was slowly walking towards her nanny van. Ying, you're back. Were you tired today? As soon as Jiang Xing got into the car, her manager began to ask her about her day. Sister Wang, I'm fine. By the way, where's my phone? After taking a sip of water in the nanny van, Jiang Xing looked at her manager and asked, Here it is. Sister Wang smiled and handed the phone to Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing smiled as she took her phone. As soon as she opened it, she saw a message from someone named Linger. Upon seeing this message, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Jiang Xing's manager had been observing her artist's every move. When she saw Jiang Xing pick up her phone and soon smile, she was immediately startled. She looked at Jiang Xing and asked, Xing, you're not in love, are you? Just as Jiang Xing was about to reply to Xiaoling's message, she froze at Sister Wang's words and then laughed, placing her phone on the table. That's my best friend. Upon hearing this, Sister Wang glanced at WeChat and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 301. Who want to contact me? In the following days, Xiao Bei spent quality time with Ji Qinglan. Until Ji Qinglan recovered from this incident, Xiao Bei headed to the Magic City, mainly because in the last few days, the Magic City of Anlin has completely gone crazy. In fact, there is one important thing about this trip to the Magic City. That is, the Yin family has been fully suppressed by the Xiao family. Now, Ruobing has successfully entered the Yin family group. In the Magic City, the Yin family is worried. Recently, Lang Tian is troubled because the current Yin family group is not doing well. Ruobing, Grandpa wants to ask when can Xiao come. Lang Tian sat at the dining table, clearly looking much haggard. Upon hearing this, Ruobing replied to him, I don't know. If he can come, he will come. If he can't come, I can't demand that he comes. Hearing this, Lang Tian was stunned, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Because of the previous matter with Xiao Long, as a grandfather, he had completely offended Ruobing's family. He also knew that this estrangement could not be resolved overnight. Moreover, Ruobing's own Anlin company has completely risen. It has recently prepared to raise funds again, and it is expected to go public this year. Chapter 302. And family matters settled. Xiao Bei's words seemed to be directed at Ruobing, but they were actually meant for everyone present. Upon hearing this, Lang Tian immediately showed a flattering smile. Ruobing, this must be Xiao, right? He really is a talented person. And Ruobing then introduced Xiao Bei to everyone. This is my husband, Xiao Bei. At this moment, Ruoji had already stood up and said to Xiao Bei, brother-in-law, come sit in my place. I'll stand and eat. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Have some food first. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded at Ruoji. After Xiao Bei sat down, apart from Ruobing's family, the others did not dare to breathe loudly. At that time, Xiaolong did not have the same aura as Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei looked at the man to the right of Ruobing. Uncle, hello, I'm Xiao Bei, Ruobing's boyfriend. I came in a hurry. So I brought you 2 special supplies from my third uncle. Haha, good. Thank you, Xiao Bei. Uncle has never smoked special supplies. And Lindong initially did not know what Xiao Bei looked like and had always been curious. Moreover, Lindong and Li Wenjing had also secretly asked Ruojia, and Ruojia had shared some of Xiao Bei's achievements. Chapter 303. Shared bicycles prepared for launch. A month has passed since the family's matters were settled. Recently, Xiao Bei has been in Hangzhou, studying hard. Of course, he has also been keeping an eye on the Xiao family's movements. However, to Xiao Bei's surprise, the Xiao family has not made any moves. This left Xiao Bei a bit puzzled. However, Xiao Bei was not worried. At worst, he could deal with whatever comes his way. How could a man with a system lose? Of course, many things have happened in this month. Fang Qin has returned to Hangzhou, and the cooperation with Academician 2 has been established. Now, under the guidance of Xingchen Venture Capital, Chongqing Pharmaceutical has started researching artemisinin for malaria with Academician 2's team. Both Fang Qin and Tang Jun are optimistic about this investment. Furthermore, Ronghua Real Estate, under the leadership of Qiu Qiaoyan, has established a joint venture with Xiao Bei's Xingchen Venture Capital in Hangzhou. Of course, Qiu Yaoting's efficiency is also extremely high. Shortly after Xiao Tian's visit, he quickly approved the land in Hangzhou. Ronghua Real Estate's Hangzhou branch has already begun construction on the site. Chapter 304. Shared bicycle layout. The next day, early in the morning, Xiao Bei arrived at the OFO company. Today is the official launch day for the shared bicycles. Last night, Hu Jilong contacted the logistics team to deliver all the shared bicycles to designated locations in Hangzhou. The main locations include some CBD areas and subway stations near the CBD, as well as the entrances of universities and some bus stops and subway stations. Xiao Bei also instructed them to print a message on each shared bicycle. Shared bicycles solve your last-mile travel anxiety. The main reason Xiao Bei came to the company so early was to check the data together. Xiao Wang is a migrant worker in Hangzhou. With the rise of Alibaba, Hangzhou has become a truly internet city. He graduated with a degree in computer science and previously worked in the capital. However, the pressure in the capital was too great. So he came to Hangzhou last year. Everything has been great in Hangzhou, except for one thing that bothers Xiao Wang. There's a subway station near where he lives, which is great, but the nearest subway station to his company is quite far, about 2 kilometers away. This distance makes it inconvenient and uncost-effective to take a taxi. Chapter 305. Zhang Shui's great gift to the Xiao family. OFO shared bicycles have become popular throughout the summer country in the following month. Xiao Bei and their actions were swift, capturing all 4 direct control municipalities within a month. Now, the daily revenue is astronomical to Shinfeng and the others. As shared bicycles rise, many venture capitalists have noticed the OFO technology company in Hangzhou. When they seriously looked into the background, they were all shocked. Because among the shareholder list, Xiao Bei's name appeared. Xiao Bei did not invest in OFO under the name of Xingchen Venture Capital, but as an independent investor. Tang Jun and Fang Qin even called to inquire why he didn't use Xingchen Venture Capital for the investment. However, Xiao Bei said he had his own ideas and directly told Fang Qin and Tang Jun not to mention shared bicycles again, as this project is still a money-raising project for Xiao Bei. As a result, Fang Qin and Tang Jun did not ask further questions. On December 2nd, the first shareholders' meeting of OFO was held. Xiao Bei arrived at the company early. The main reason for calling everyone here today is financing. Xiao Bei looked at them and said, so far, we have received financing applications from Sequoia, SoftBank, Alibaba, and Tencent. Chapter 306. Fang Yaikust. In the capital, at the Xiao family group, after Xiao Kun hung up the phone, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Xiao Bei, I am looking forward to seeing your expression at the board meeting. Secretary Qi, come in. Looking out the floor-to-ceiling window, Xiao Kun's mood was exceptionally good at this moment. Since last month, the entire Xiao family has been overshadowed by Xiao Bei's incident, unable to hold their heads up in the capital. The day after Xiao Bei left, the eldest brother was investigated, their company was rectified, and the old man was warned by superiors. In an instant, the reputation of the Xiao family was not what it used to be. During this time, everything they did was being watched. They wanted to take revenge on Xiao Bei, but could not find a suitable opportunity. They could only wait for this storm to pass. However, what kind of family is the Xiao family? They are one of the 5 prominent families in the imperial capital. When have they ever suffered such grievances? They were hit, but couldn't retaliate. At this moment, A stunning young woman walked into Xiao Kuen's office. Xiao Kuen turned to look at her. She was his secretary, Secretary Qi. Mr. Xiao, you called for me? Hearing this, Xiao Kuen looked up and down at Secretary Qi, who was wearing a professional outfit today. Chapter 307. You can't bully others with your power. When Xiao Bei arrived at the Media University, it was already half an hour later. He drove directly to the administrative building. There was no other way. Qiu Yaoding had been really good to Xiao Bei lately, directly giving him a privileged license. With such a car, he generally wouldn't be stopped anywhere. After getting out of the car, Xiao Bei noticed many students looking over at him. He could now be considered a celebrity. It wasn't long after he got out of the car that some people recognized him. Wow, it's Xiao Bei, the male god. Why is the male god Xiao Bei here at our school? So handsome, rich, and young. One by one, the students were starstruck. Xiao Bei was really unfamiliar with the media college, so he directly grabbed a student. Classmate, can you tell me how to get to the office of the head teacher? The male student who was grabbed by Xiao Bei was initially unhappy, but when he saw Xiao Bei, he was instantly stunned. Then he became excited. You are the male god Xiao Bei. After hearing the other person's words, Xiao Bei felt a bit awkward. It was fine when girls said it, but he didn't know how to respond when a boy said it. I'm Xiao Bei. Chapter 308. It's not doubt, it's certainty. Qin Yanfang looked at Xiao Bei and slowly spoke. Although her heart was extremely unsettled, she still had to speak for her daughter's reputation. Hearing this, Xiao Bei looked at Qin Yanfang and then smiled lightly. Madam, I'm not bullying others with my power. I need to understand the situation, right? You're concerned about your daughter's reputation, and I'm also concerned about my sister-in-law's reputation, aren't I? Xiao Bei's words were reasonable and delivered without any hint of aggression. He simply stated them calmly. Hearing this, Qin Yanfang slightly nodded and then looked at her daughter, standing nearby. At this moment, Lu Shi was already so shocked that she couldn't speak. She still couldn't accept that her male god was actually Fang Ye's brother-in-law. Thinking of this, her jealousy grew even stronger. Xiao Shi, you must tell your mother everything that happened today, Qin Yanfang said gently to her daughter. Hearing this, Lu Shi finally came to her senses. She first nodded at her mother and then looked at Xiao Bei, her gaze fixed on him. Mr. Xiao Bei, here's what happened. This morning during the big class, I wore this Vacheron Constantine watch that my dad bought for me. Shopta 309, denouncing Xiao Bei. Qin Yanfang was taken aback when she heard Xiao Bei's words. Just as she was about to get angry, she saw Xiao Bei handing her his phone. Although she didn't know why, she held back her anger and took Xiao Bei's phone. What came into view was a surveillance image, but it wasn't from a surveillance camera. It was taken from a phone. The image showed that Lu Shi did leave the classroom, but she didn't go far and had a boy buy her drink. She was just outside the large classroom. Soon, Fanya appeared in the picture, having gone to the bathroom. After Lu Shi saw Fanya come out, she immediately returned to her seat, secretly placing the watch in Fanya's bag before quickly leaving the classroom. She waited outside for the boy who went to buy water, smiling as she took 2 bottles of water and deliberately waited outside until the class bell rang before slowly walking back into the classroom. She approached Fanya and handed her the water. When Qin Yanfang saw this, she realized that everything was done by her daughter. Panic set in. In a moment of desperation, she decisively deleted Xiao Bei's video. Chapter 310, Brother-in-Law. Do you want to see me dress? Yes, what Xiao Bei said was true. During the Xiao Long incident, Xiao Bei had already instructed Xiao Su to protect those around him, including Fang Ye's younger sister, Fang Qin. The video footage that Xiao Bei had just shown was also sent to him by the bodyguard. This was the reason for Xiao Bei's confidence. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Qin Yanfang was stunned. The onlookers were also taken aback. Was there a twist to this matter? At that moment, a group of men in black walked over, led by Xiao Su. They directly set up a projection screen in the aisle along with a phone capable of projecting. Ms. Qian, you said I slandered you. So let's see if I really did. Xiao Bei showed no mercy to Qin Yanfang and Lu Shi. Initially, he just wanted them to apologize, but he didn't expect them to be so unreasonable, like the mother and daughter who cut in line. Xiao Bei generally dealt with such people with a heavy hand. Soon, everyone's gaze was fixed on the projection. Young master, play it directly. Xiao Bei instructed Xiao Zi. Chapter 311. Fang Ye's thoughts upon hearing Fang Ye's words. Xiao Bei unexpectedly responded, yes. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was off and quickly added, cough, cough, cough. What are you talking about, little girl? Fang Ye looked at Xiao Bei and suddenly chuckled. Then, under Xiao Bei's shocked gaze, Fanya wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, JF, do you want to look? I can dress for you. Xiao Bei felt a bit hot inside upon hearing this, but he still restrained himself. He really didn't expect Fanya to be so bold. Xiao Bei was still quite rational. He directly pushed Fanya away. Well, we're not suitable for each other. You know the reason. Upon hearing this, Fanya not only did not get angry, but instead looked at Xiao Bei with even more teasing eyes. Still pretending. No. What am I pretending about? Xiao Bei looked at Fanya with some confusion. Seeing Xiao Bei like this, Fanya directly said, stop pretending with me. Some things are better left unsaid. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei was stunned. What was going on with Fong Qin? How could such things be said? Isn't that leading children astray? Chapter 312. The conspiracy begins after hearing Fong Qin's words. Xiao Bei expressed that he just wanted to finish his meal quickly and then enter the battlefield. Let's go, wife, it's time to eat. Xiao Bei directly pulled Fong Qin towards the dining room. Fong Qin smiled and patted Xiao Bei's hand. Then she said, I'll go call Fanya first. Xiao Bei nodded in response. Soon, Fong Qin and Fanya arrived at the dining table. Xiao Bei had already served the three of them their meals. All right, let's eat. Xiao Bei looked at the two sisters. Little Ya, let's toast to your brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, Fanya smiled and raised her wine glass. Looking at Xiao Bei with teasing eyes. Brother-in-law, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I would have been taken in today. If there's anything in the future, brother-in-law, just say the word. I will definitely go through fire and water for you. After hearing Fanya's words, Fong Qin smiled slightly. Why does it sound like a life and death situation? Xiao Bei smiled at Fanya and then raised his glass to her, saying, all right, but you don't need to go through fire and water. If there's anything, I'll definitely find you to help. Xiao Bei said with a double meaning. Upon hearing this, Fanya's face flushed slightly, and the boldness from just now in the bedroom was gone. All right, Xiao Bei immediately judged that these two sisters were indeed something else. Chapter 313. OFO Technology Financing Conference on the 18th floor of the Shanghai building in OFO Technology Company. When Xiao Bei arrived, the entire conference room was already filled with people. President Xiao, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Lei, the director of the Ali Investment Department. As soon as Xiao Bei walked into the conference room, Wang Wei pulled him aside. Xiao Bei looked over and saw a rather scholarly man in his 40s. However, when Xiao Bei saw him, he was extremely excited because this was the successor to Jack Ma in his previous life, the future president of Alibaba. After Wang Wei introduced him, Zhang Lei, sitting in the conference room, also looked at Xiao Bei. If you were to say who has been the hottest in the business circle in recent months, it must be Xiao Bei, an 18-year-old billionaire, a truly genius-level figure. When Zhang Lei saw Xiao Bei looking at him, he stood up appropriately and smiled at Xiao Bei. Extending his hand, he said, hello, President Xiao. I've heard a lot about you. Xiao Bei also walked over to Zhang Lei and extended his hand, saying, hello, Director Zhang. Your name is well known, and I have long admired you. You're too modest, I admire you. Zhang Lei smiled at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei smiled faintly, and at this moment, Wang Wei said again, President Xiao, this is the head of the Penguin Investment Department, Li Chaohui, Director Li. Chapter 314. 400 million valuation. Xiao Bei's last sentence left both Li Chaohui and Zhang Lei speechless. Yes, the OFO technology model is easy to imitate. However, they still chose to go for direct financing, which is market share, because once market share rises, the most practical benefit for both groups is the payment gateway. Currently, both Penguin and Alibaba are fighting for the top payment companies. The more traffic, the better. And OFO technology is a payment gateway that they value. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lei looked at Xiao Bei with a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He now truly felt that Xiao Bei did not seem like a college student just starting out. This young man really sees issues clearly and is not to be underestimated. However, on the way here, Jack Ma had already said that they must acquire shares in OFO technology at all costs. Because compared to WeChat Pay, Alibaba Pay still has less traffic. Thinking of this, Zhang Lei looked at Li Chaohui beside him. Then he said to Xiao Bei, President Xiao, your analysis is correct, but a 500 million round valuation is too high. I can only agree to a 200 million valuation. Upon hearing Zhang Lei's words, Li Chaohui sneered inwardly. Chapter 315. Millionaire in one dormitory after the financing was completed. Zhang Lei came to Xiao Bei's office to discuss the subsequent assistance that Alibaba needed to provide and some commitments that OFO technology needed to make. Among them, Alibaba would send a more professional management team to assist the founders of OFO technology. They would also require certain financial supervision powers. Regarding this, Xiao Bei and a few partners discussed it and all agreed. Secondly, the most important thing is that starting today, OFO technology can only use its own payment method and Alipay. No other third-party payments can be integrated into OFO technology. Regarding this, Xiao Bei and the others had no objections because they had already anticipated this before the financing. Alibaba and Penguin would definitely want to secure the payment gateway. On the other side, Zhang Nan directly left. When he just came down, he saw Li Chaohui. Director Zhang, is it convenient to chat? Li Chaohui asked Zhang Nan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nan nodded. The two then went directly to a nearby cafe. What would Director Li like to discuss? Zhang Nan asked Li Chaohui. Director Zhang, you are from the Zhang family. I want to ask, what are your thoughts on shared bicycles? Chapter 3:16. The plan behind shared bicycles. No one knows what Su Ling is thinking now. After the last incident, the entire dormitory has only a nodding acquaintance with her. At this moment, Chun Lin and the others were still chatting excitedly. Su Ling glanced over and felt a bit wronged and envious. Now, thinking back to the previous incident, Su Ling felt deep regret. Moreover, they are college students who have already started their internships this year. Chun Lin, due to her relationship with Hu Jilong, directly found a good hospital for her internship, and Chao Na and Hu Yu followed her as well. As for her, she ended up at a not-so-great hospital. She still had to endure the unwanted advances of her internship supervisor every day. She didn't dare to say much because she knew that in the end, it would be herself who would suffer. Thinking of this, she quietly buried her head under the pillow and silently shed tears. Hangzhou University. The counselor Qin Mingxue, who had just seen the news, was shocked. What kind of luck was this? It was already surprising enough that there was a Xiao Bei in the class she was in charge of, and now there were also Wang Wei and two others. At this moment, she had become the most envied counselor in the entire office. Teacher Qin, impressive. Your class has produced a dragon and 3 tigers. Chapter 3:17. Actions from all parties. Yes, Xiao Bei was indeed setting up a scheme. After all, he was very clear about the future of shared bicycles from his past life. It could be said that in the end, it was a mess. Upon learning that he would return to the capital and meet Zhang Nan, Xiao Bei began to strategize. The early stages of shared bicycles were a brilliant entrepreneurial product. At its peak, its valuation had reached $10 billion. What Xiao Bei thought was that he could not only help his team make money, but also take advantage of some people. Why not? Old 4 no, President Xiao. I have one more question. How do we get away later? This was asked by Shenfeng. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled at him. It's simple. After the B round, the higher-ups at Alibaba will definitely be thinking about that huge deposit, so they will need to control the financial rights. I believe that after the B round, at the latest during the C round of financing, Alibaba's shares will definitely rise, and then you, the finance director, will directly fall out with them. Zhang Jibo was stunned when he heard Xiao Bei's words. Then he thought of something. Old 4, you want our founding team to have a falling out with Alibaba and even future capital, right? Chapter 3:18. Xiao Ling comes to Hangzhou after hanging up the phone. Xiao Bei drove back to Bojingting. As soon as he returned home, he smelled the aroma of food. Looking towards the kitchen, he saw Ji Qinglan wearing an apron and heat-resistant gloves, carefully carrying a white porcelain bowl out of the kitchen. Seeing this, Xiao Bei hurried over. Wife, what's this? Ji Qinglan, who was looking down at the bowl, was startled by Xiao Bei's sudden question and almost dropped the bowl. Fortunately, Xiao Bei was quick to grab her hands. At this moment, Ji Qinglan came back to her senses, looked up at Xiao Bei, and showed a reproachful expression. Honey, can't you walk without making a sound? You scared me. Hearing Ji Qinglan's words, Xiao Bei felt a pang of heartache and looked at her with gentle eyes. He knew that Ji Qinglan was still affected by what happened last time. After all, in the past, when Xiao Bei came home, it was the same. Ji Qinglan would not be scared. Thinking of this, Xiao Bei felt guilty towards Ji Qinglan, so he quickly took the large porcelain bowl from her hands. Wife, let me do it. Honey, be careful, it's hot. Chapter 3:19. Breaking your dog legs outside Hangzhou International Airport when Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan arrived. Xiaoling's flight had just landed. After landing, Xiao Bei received a WeChat message from Xiaoling. They had added each other after Uncle San hung up the phone yesterday. Honey, how is it? Is Linger here? Ji Qinglan linked her arm with Xiao Bei's, standing at the exit waiting. Just landed, she'll be out soon, Xiao Bei said lightly. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan were both very good-looking people. In the crowd at the exit, they stood out. Moreover, Xiao Bei was also considered a semi-public figure now. So when they got out of the car, Ji Qinglan directly had Xiao Bei put on a hat and a mask. As a result, when people looked at Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan, they only thought this couple was very attractive. No one recognized Xiao Bei. They just thought these two must be very handsome and beautiful. Inside the airport, since Xiao Ling and Su Tinghao were first-class guests, they were among the first to disembark. Their treatment included being taken directly to the terminal by a special car provided by the airport. After getting off the car, Xiao Ling pushed her luggage and left directly. Chapter 320. Apologize or I'll smash your car after finishing. Without caring about the still days Su Tinghao, Xiao Bei directly said to Xiao Ling, "Linger, let's go. By the way, let me introduce you." After saying this, Xiao Bei pulled Ji Qinglan over and said to Xiao Ling, "This is your sister-in-law, Ji Qinglan." Upon hearing Xiao Bei's introduction, Xiao Ling looked at Ji Qinglan in surprise. She then revealed a fleeting, bitter smile, which quickly turned into a happy expression. "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Xiao Ling, Xiao Bei's younger sister." Although Xiao Ling's fleeting bitter smile was brief, it was still noticed by Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan. Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan exchanged glances. Ji Qinglan then extended her hand, smiling at Xiao Ling. "Hello, Linger. I'm Ji Qinglan. Sister-in-law, you're really beautiful," Xiao Ling said honestly. At this moment, Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Ling and then at his wife Ji Qinglan. "Let's go home first. We could talk about anything when we get there." "Okay, Xiao Bei." Xiao Ling showed respect toward Xiao Bei because he was the son of her uncle. Moreover, recently she had heard her grandfather and even her father speak highly of brother Xiao Bei. Chapter 321. You are the first. Xiao Bei looked at Su Tinghao with a gloomy expression. At this moment, Xiao Ling and Ji Qinglan, who were sitting in the back seat, leaned forward due to Xiao Bei's sudden break. After staring at Su Tinghao, Xiao Bei then turned to Ji Qinglan and Xiao Ling. "Are you two okay?" "I'm fine, honey. What's wrong?" Ji Qinglan asked in confusion. She was very confident in Xiao Bei's driving skills. He had never had such a situation before. After Ji Qinglan asked Xiao Bei, she quickly looked at Xiao Ling. "Linga, are you okay?" Xiao Ling smiled at Ji Qinglan and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm fine." At this moment, Xiao Bei's voice came. "That kid just dared to block my car." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling was instantly stunned. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. "Brother, it's all my fault. I don't know who leaked my travel plans that made this guy chase after me." "Linger, this isn't your fault. Who knew the other party was so persistent?" Ji Qinglan spoke up immediately. She didn't want her sister-in-law to feel guilty at all. Xiao Bei smiled at Ji Qinglan and then turned to Xiao Ling, asking, "Are you sure this guy has nothing to do with you?" Chapter 322. Xiao Nan is cunning. Xiao Bei is handsome. Just as Xiao Bei was gesturing with the cue stick on Su Tinghao's shoulder, Ji Qinglan, who was sitting in the car, already knew what her husband was going to do next. So when Xiao Bei swung the cue stick towards Su Tinghao, Ji Qinglan decisively covered Xiao Ling's eyes. "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Xiao Ling asked, a bit confused. But just as she inquired, a scream came from outside the car. How dare you hit me?" At that moment, Su Tinghao, holding his head, looked in pain, his face twisted. The place he was holding was bleeding profusely. His eyes were bloodshot, and he glared angrily at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei ignored him completely, even directly disregarding Su Tinghao in front of him. On the side, Chun Jijia was also stunned. He knew Xiao Bei was formidable, but he didn't expect him to be this formidable. He stood there, sweating on his forehead, not daring to say a word, because he didn't want to experience the blow Xiao Bei just delivered. If anyone were beside Chun Jijia at that moment, they would definitely notice that he was trembling in his legs. Xiao Bei completely ignored the injured and yelling Su Tinghao and walked straight to Chun Jijia. Chapter 323. A game within a game soon. Xiao Bei drove back to Bojingting with Xiao Ling and Ji Qinglan. As for what had just happened, neither Xiao Bei nor Ji Qinglan, not even Xiao Ling, would take it to heart, because someone would handle it. More importantly, they all knew that if Su Tinghao had any brains, he wouldn't come back for revenge, because as long as he dared to retaliate, what awaited him would be a fate far worse than what he was facing now. Just like what he had said to Xiao Bei before. Hierarchy. After getting out of the car, Xiao Bei, as a man, took the initiative to carry the luggage, while Ji Qinglan held Xiao Ling's hand and walked directly to the elevator. It didn't take long for the three of them to return home. "Lingia, Take a look for yourself and see which room you want to sleep in. After returning home, Xiao Bei asked Xiao Ling. Ji Qinglan rolled her eyes at Xiao Bei and then took Xiao Ling's hand, leading her directly to a guest room on the first floor. Ji Qinglan had prepared this guest room early on when she knew Xiao Ling was coming to Hangzhou. Linger, do you like it? Ji Qinglan smiled at Xiao Ling. Seeing the room's decor with a whole row of floor-to-ceiling windows, a walk-in closet, and a private bathroom, Xiao Ling nodded with a smile. Sister-in-law, you really went through a lot of trouble. Chapter 324. It's been a long time since I played bowling. Xiao Qiaoyan looked at Xiao Bei and suddenly thought of something. She leaned in close to Xiao Bei and whispered, do you have any insider information recently? Yes, Xiao Qiaoyan thought Xiao Bei had some insider information. Otherwise, he wouldn't act this way. After all, this was too far-fetched. Who would give up their ace industry? Even if they had to let it go, it could only be sold at a premium. For Rongwar real estate, that would be an astronomical figure. Xiao Bei smiled and shook his head at her words. What insider information could I possibly have? Then if you don't have insider information, how dare you play so big? Xiao Qiaoyan looked at Xiao Bei with a puzzled expression. At that moment, she was very curious why Xiao Bei was doing this. Come on, just tell me why. Xiao Bei looked at Xiao Qiaoyan's curious expression and then pointed to his temple. There's no reason. I just trust my intuition. I don't believe that men have sixth senses. Xiao Qiaoyan was clearly unsatisfied with Xiao Bei's explanation. All right, time will provide the answer. Asking is just intuition. Seeing that Xiao Bei was unwilling to say more, Xiao Qiaoyan decided not to press further. Chapter 325. Are you taking medicine tonight? After Wang Jie hung up the phone, she returned to the RV with a smile. Ying, I just went through a lot of trouble to persuade General Xiong to bring your friend over. Hearing Wang Jie's words, Jiang Xiying smiled at her and said, Thank you so much, Wang Jie. Thanking me is unnecessary. After all, we've been cooperating for so many years. We become like family. Wang Jie was unabashedly flattering herself. Oh, by the way, your friend is almost here, right? Wang Jie suddenly remembered something and asked Jiang Xiying. Hearing this, Jiang Xiying nodded and then looked at her costume. She raised her head and said to Wang Jie, why don't you go to the parking lot to pick up my friend now? Okay, you take your time to remove your makeup. I'll go right now. Wang Jie smiled at Jiang Xiying and then turned to leave the RV. However, just as she turned around, her smile suddenly turned extremely disdainful. She walked with a stern face to the parking lot. Jiang Xiying had already told her on the phone that her friend's name was Xiao Ling, and she had driven here. Chapter 326. Who am I? You will know soon. When Xiao Ling saw Su Wenxuan looking at her, the desire in his eyes made her very uncomfortable. However, considering her friend Jiang Xiying's feelings, Xiao Ling still forced a smile and said, My name is Xiao Ling. Upon hearing this, Su Wenxuan smiled at Xiao Ling and said, Xiao Ling, that's a beautiful name. Well, let's not stand. Let's sit down. Su Wenxuan said to Jiang Xiying and Xiao Ling, and then they all took a seat. At that moment, Su Wenxuan looked at General Xiong and said, General Xiong, this is your mistake. Su, what do you mean I'm wrong? I'm dull. Why don't you tell me? General Xiong looked at Su Wenxuan with a slight smile, stretching out his hand in a somewhat flattering manner. Look, Xiao Ling is so beautiful. You're in a management company, and you haven't thrown out an olive branch yet. How about this? I'll act as a talent scout today and recommend Miss Xiao Ling to you. Su Wenxuan smiled at President Xiong and then glanced at Xiao Ling. The main purpose of his question to President Xiong was to show off. Look, with just a word from me, you could become a star. After hearing Su Wenxuan's words, President Xiong immediately pretended to understand. Chapter 327. Betrayal of a best friend. Xiao Ling saw Su Wenxuan lose his temper but didn't take it to heart. Perhaps Su Wenxuan had a certain status, but in front of the Xiao family, he was nothing. Xiao Ling ignored Su Wenxuan and Xiong Run, directly pulling Jiang Xiying to the exit of the private room. Just as they opened the door, they saw Sister Wang rushing over in a panic. Ying, what is wrong with you? How dare you offend President Su? Don't you want to stay in the entertainment industry? Sister Wang said anxiously, looking at Jiang Xiying. Whether they could stay in the entertainment industry was not up to them. At that moment, Xiao Ling said calmly. After hearing Xiao Ling's words, Sister Wang immediately looked at her in anger and humiliation. Xiao Ling, who do you think you are? Just because you drive a Lamborghini, you think you can confront President Su? Our Ying was harmed by you like this. After saying that, Sister Wang reached out and grabbed Jiang Xiying. Upon seeing this, Xiao Ling's expression turned cold. Don't think that just because Xiao Ling is the youngest in the Xiao family and is doted on, she can be looked down upon. After all, how could someone from such a family be an ordinary person? Now, immediately let go of Ying Ying's hand. Chapter 328, I am the younger sister. My last name is Xiao. The appearance of Xiao Su and others caught Su Wenxuan and Xiongren off guard. At this moment, Sister Wang, lying on the ground, looked at everything in fear, especially when she saw that Xiao Su and others had guns. She panicked, wondering what kind of person Jiang Xing's best friend was. At that moment, Jiang Xing directly walked to Xiao Ling's side. Linger, just now Shut up, you already made your choice, didn't you? Xiao Ling was extremely upset at that moment. She never expected that her best friend would not stand by her side. Although she felt hurt, Xiao Ling was very good at adjusting her mindset and wouldn't let a small loss disturb her. Jiang Xing looked at Xiao Ling and felt a pang in her heart. The reason she had chosen to sit down earlier was that, although she was Xiao Ling's best friend, she thought she had Xiao Ling under control. In her impression, Xiao Ling was a very innocent girl without scheming. But now, she looked at Xiao Ling with a somewhat complicated expression. Xiao Ling ignored Jiang Xing at this moment. She no longer deserved to be her best friend. Chapter 329. Enruajia is confused in the villa of Enruajia in Magic City after hearing the other party's words. Enruajia quickly stood up and helplessly said, "Did you misunderstand my meaning?" "What do you mean?" The voice of Xiao Ling came from the phone. "First of all, you are a woman, right?" Enruajia complained helplessly. "Of course, if I weren't a woman, would I be a man? So, I didn't ask your gender. I asked if you're an older sister or a younger sister, just asking how old you are." Enruajia complained on the phone. "I told you, I am a younger sister." "Yes, then you're the younger sister." "Younger sister, I'm telling you for my sake, let him go. I can also settle a favor." "You don't know. Favors are the hardest to repay," Enruajia said anxiously on the phone. He was really anxious. Favors are the hardest to repay. And now Enruajia just wanted to repay it as soon as possible. "Younger sister, you can't make it so I can't repay it. Favors are very troublesome." Xiao Ling heard the voice on the phone from someone who claimed to be her brother's brother-in-law and felt that the other party was a bit silly. "I still can't." Chapter 330. Crazy woman. Xiao Ling Xiongren's sudden apology left Sister Wang, who was slapping herself, in shock. Just a moment ago, she had seen President Xiong making a phone call and had seen a glimmer of hope. The force of her slaps had lessened slightly. But when she saw President Xiong not only failing to solve the problem with a phone call, but instead kneeling down and apologizing to Xiao Ling, her fear of Xiao Ling deepened. The force of her slaps unknowingly increased. Looking at Xiongren, who was continuously knocking his head on the ground, Xiao Ling said lightly, "Do you really like to be a pimp?" Upon hearing this, Xiongren was slightly taken aback and then said in fear, "Miss Xiao, I am also forced into this situation. In this circle, I am the weaker party. I can only do this. I don't want to. I want to be a good person." Hearing Xiongren's words, Xiao Ling couldn't help but laugh. "Be a good person? Do you really want to be a good person?" Hearing Xiao Ling's inquiry, Xiongren quickly nodded excitedly. Yes, Miss Xiao, I want to be a good person." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling stroked her chin, looked at Xiongren, and then said, "How about this? I'll give you a chance to be a good person." Chapter 331. Why didn't I think of that? As soon as Director Chin's voice fell, all the JC officers who came with him raised their guns and aimed them at the Xiao family's hidden guards. Director Chin directly approached Su Wenxuan's side. "President Su, are you hurt?" Upon hearing Director Chin's concern, Su Wenxuan proudly glanced at Xiao Ling and then said, "I'm not hurt physically, but my heart is a bit hurt. Director, our Xia country should be a relatively safe country. How can there still be people with illegal firearms?" Su Wenxuan asked slowly, looking at Director Chen. In response, Director Chen said seriously to Su Wenxuan, "President Su, don't worry. Illegal possession of firearms is a serious crime. I will definitely give you an explanation. Director, now that you say that, I can rest assured. After all, we business people still hope for a good business environment, right?" Xiao Ling sat on the chair, smiling as she watched Su Wenxuan and the so-called Director Chen exchange pleasantries. After Director Chen assured Su Wenxuan, he turned to look at Xiao Ling, who was sitting on the chair. "You are the mastermind, right? Immediately put your hands on your head and squat down." Seeing this, Su Wenxuan looked at Xiao Ling. A hint of a thought-provoking smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 332, Xiao Bei shook. Hengdian, in a hotel private room. Xiao Bei looked at Su Wenxuan in front of him. "Who gave you the courage to let my sister serve drinks and sleep with you?" Su Wenxuan. In front of Xiao Bei was bleeding and had a splitting headache. He looked at Xiao Bei and trembled as he said, Xiao, please spare me. You are magnanimous. At that moment, he had lost all his previous arrogance and invincibility. Xiao Bei ignored him and turned to Xiao Ling. Is it just him? There are two more. Xiao Ling said. Hearing this, Xiao Bei's expression immediately turned cold. He glanced around and saw a woman in the corner frantically slapping herself. Seeing this, Xiao Bei frowned. What's she doing? She really likes slapping herself, so I'll let her enjoy it, Xiao Ling said excitedly. Looking at Xiao Bei, her eyes filled with pride, implying, look, isn't my sister being so cool? Indeed, after hearing Xiao Ling's words, Xiao Bei was slightly stunned. Then he pointed at Xiao Ling with a look of disbelief. After thinking for a moment, he said, Linger, did you just say this was your idea? Yes, brother, did I do well? Xiao Ling looked at Xiao Bei with a smile on her face. Chapter 333, Series B Financing, 700 million valuation. Time passed quickly. It has been half a month since the Hengdian incident involving Xiao Ling. During this half month, Xiao Bei and the entire 401 dormitory have not returned to school for classes. In this regard, the leaders of Hangzhou University had no objections at all. In fact, they preferred that the people from dormitory 401 not return, because during this half month, it was a commercial miracle for bike sharing in the economic history of Xia country. December 25th, OFO Technology completed its Series A financing, raising a total of 40 million in funds. All of it was used for coverage in second-tier cities. And just a day after the Xiao Ling incident, the first company to replicate OFO technology appeared in Pengcheng. It was the little blue bike directly entering the market, led by David from Penguin Investment. The entry of the little blue bike had some impact on OFO's little yellow bike, but not much. After all, OFO is currently the market leader in the bike-sharing industry. Just as the little blue bike made its debut, little red bikes appeared in some third-tier and lower cities in Xia country. It was the Ma bike led by Hu Weiwei, supported by Zhang Shui. Chapter 334. Hubby, are you here? 18th floor of Shanghai Building, OFO Technology Company. At this moment, the people from Dormitory 401 and Shunfeng were celebrating in Xiao Bei's office. Ha, come on, let's toast. From today on, we are all billionaires. Hu Jilong raised his glass and smiled at the people present. Hearing Hu Jilong's words, everyone raised their glasses. Ha ha, I never thought I, Wang Wei, would have a day to become a billionaire. Yes, if I hadn't met Bei Zi, I would have gone to Alibaba by now. Shunfeng looked at Xiao Bei and sighed. He was speaking the truth. Xiao Bei had truly changed his life. Come on, Bei Zi, I toast your glass. No words needed, it's all in the wine. Shunfeng smiled at Xiao Bei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. He raised his wine glass and clinked it with Shunfeng's. Then he drank it down. After finishing his glass, Zhang Jibo looked at Xiao Bei and asked, Bei Zi, when do you think is the right time for us to exit? Hearing this, Xiao Bei put down his glass. Listen carefully to what I say now. Seeing Xiao Bei's tone become serious, everyone also put down their glasses and looked at Xiao Bei. Chapter 335. Do you not want to be the director anymore? Sun Jianba saw Su Ling walking directly toward the chubby man, saying he was her husband. At this moment, Su Ling was also extremely anxious inside. She blinked at Hu Jilong, her eyes revealing a hint of a plea for help. Hu Jilong, who was smoking, was suddenly stunned. In fact, he didn't want to have anything to do with this woman. After all, she dared to mock Xiao Bei before. It is known that their success now relies entirely on Xiao Bei. But seeing her eyes, he remembered what Chen Lin had said before. If Su Ling encounters trouble, he should still help her. Thinking of this, Hu Jilong immediately threw away his cigarette. He thought to himself, just this once, and we'll have nothing to do with each other in the future. So Hu Jilong forced a smile and looked at Su Ling. Why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Ling was taken aback when she heard Hu Jilong's words, and she felt a surge of joy inside. With a smile, she said, there was a traffic jam on the road. By the way, what are we having for dinner tonight? Su Ling naturally stepped forward and linked her arm with Hu Jilong's. Sun Jianba, seeing this scene, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. Chapter 336. There is no medicine for regret in this world. At this moment, Sun Jianba's mind went blank. Who am I? Where am I? Who is this fat man? But none of this mattered to him. What he needed to consider now was how to preserve his job. He didn't ask who Jilong was, because that wasn't important to him. What he needed to do now was to apologize. He knew that Director Chen was not someone to joke with. So under Su Ling's gaze, This former director who used to be high and mighty in her eyes bowed his proud head in front of Hu Jilong. Sir, I apologize. I was blind. I did not recognize the great mountain. Please forgive me. Sun Jianbo bowed deeply, giving a 90-degree bow to Hu Jilong. Hu Jilong saw Sun Jianbo apologizing to him for the first time and experienced the benefits brought by social status. However, he did not feel arrogant about it. Instead, he glanced at Director Chun. Director Chun, I think someone like him shouldn't be transferred to work at your main hospital, because you never know when he might cause you big trouble. Sun Jianbo, who was bowing, heard Hu Jilong's words. Chapter 337. Alibaba is making big moves after hearing Xiao Bei's words. Shun Feng frowned slightly, and then looked at Xiao Bei and said, Beizi, Alibaba's move is really good. Their positioning for Mobike is below third-tier cities. I recently checked their coverage rate, and they're almost the leader below third-tier cities. Upon hearing Shin Feng's words, everyone present frowned. Hu Jilong slammed the table heavily. Damn it, I thought Alibaba could hold back. At least waiting until we stabilize in the OFO market before making a move. I didn't expect them to be so decisive. Hearing Hu Jilong's complaint, Wang Wei smiled and said, There's nothing to complain about. It's normal business behavior. If I were a senior executive at Alibaba, I would do the same. Hu Jilong was slightly taken aback by Wang Wei's words, but still didn't understand and directly asked, Why? At this moment, Zhang Jibwa said, It's simple. First, Penguin's little blue bike is coming on strong. Second, our OFO currently holds the #1 market share, and all of it is above third-tier cities, while Mobike is all below third-tier cities. What does this represent? It means that as long as they successfully take down Mobike and our OFO technology, they can take over the entire summer country market. Chapter 338. Alibaba's ambition. Ma Yun makes an appearance. Hu Jilong looked at the situation and began to worry. Financing is not the same as going public. Why are there so many reporters here? And there's a red carpet? Thinking of this, Hu Jilong directly took out his phone and called Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, who was driving to the company, answered Hu Jilong's call. Hello, Longo, what's up? Beizi, I don't know what's going on today. A lot of reporters have gathered downstairs at the company. There's also a red carpet, and I've seen a lot of staff. Do you know what's going on? Xiao Bei, who was driving, was slightly taken aback. Not sure. Wait a moment. It should be Zhang Lei and the others who set this up. Okay, you call and ask first. After hanging up, Xiao Bei parked the car by the roadside and picked up his phone to call Zhang Lei. The only one who could do this now is Alibaba. Other brothers wouldn't do this. After all, making money quietly is the right way. Soon, Zhang Lei's phone was connected. Zhang Lei's cheerful voice came through the phone. Xiao Zong, calling me so early. Do you have something to say? Zhang Zong, I want to ask about the reporters and the red carpet downstairs at the company. At this moment, Zhang Lei, who had just left Alibaba headquarters in an Alpha Nanny car, looked at a person beside him. Chapter 339. A gathering of big shots as time passed. More and more big shots appeared on the red carpet of the Shanghai building. SoftBank's Masayoshi Son, Sequoia Shin Nampeng, Hill House's Zhang Lei, IDG's Li Xiaojun, and Xuanwei Sudalai. Each one a heavyweight in the venture capital world. It's usually difficult to see just one, yet so many showed up today. The reporters on site were all excited. Wow, so many big shots. OFO technology is going to take off. So, no matter how it ends, OFO technology has already gained a lot from this. It's too strong. So many venture capital big shots actually came. It's really unexpected that the founding team of OFO technology is actually a group of first-year university students from Hangzhou. That's impressive. After this, OFO technology will probably become the strongest unicorn company in the summer country at this stage. Reporters whispered to each other, some amazed that so many big shots came, while others lamented that their university life seemed different from that of others. But no matter what, OFO technology is really going to break into the business world this time. At the same time, all the reporters knew that after this round of financing, four young big shots would emerge in the entire business world. Chapter 340. 2 billion. Alibaba leads with a price increase as Zhang Jibwa finished speaking. The entire conference room fell silent. Many big shots looked at each other. 15. 3 billion? That means a valuation of 2 billion. After finishing, Zhang Jibwa walked back to his seat. Next came the negotiations from all sides. At this moment, Ma Yun looked at Xiao Bei and said, Xiao Zong, is the current valuation too high? Ma Zong, the current valuation is definitely not high. After all, everything is calculated comprehensively. Xiao Bei smiled at Ma Yun, his face showing no signs of flaw. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Ma Yun frowned and asked, Xiao Zong, can you share how you arrived at this valuation? Hearing this, Xiao Bei did not reply immediately, but looked at everyone present. Does everyone have doubts about our valuation? Everyone nodded, showing no signs of any other emotions. Seeing this, Xiao Bei nodded, then stood up and looked at everyone. Currently, what is OFO Technology's market share in the summer country? First, Shen Nampeng replied calmly. Everyone nodded. Chapter 341. How much premium are you offering? Ma Yun's face was already a bit dark at this moment. He didn't expect Xiao Bei to set up a challenge for him here. Xiao Zong, your behavior is not in line with business ethics. Ma Zong, you can't say that. After all, the additional terms in the B-round financing agreement are clearly stated. Xiao Bei said flatly. Hearing this, Ma Yun looked at Zhang Lei beside him. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Zhang Lei was also slightly taken aback. He quickly took out the B-round financing agreement from his handbag and flipped to the last additional term. It clearly stated in the last small bracket of the share allocation. If the leading party shares reach OFO Technology's predetermined red line, if they need to lead again, a premium is required, and the amount of the premium is determined by Party A's request. After seeing this clause, Ma Yun and Zhang Lei were both stunned. Zhang Zong, what's going on? Ma Yun's face was a bit unpleasant at this moment. Hearing this, Zhang Lei broke out in a cold sweat and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Xiao Bei with wide eyes. Xiao Zong, what a good strategy. Zhang Zong, I hope you understand. After all, OFO Technology is our hard work. We can't mess around. Chapter 342. The eve of crisis Hangzhou, at Ma Yun's residence. At this moment, Ma Yun, Zhang Lei, Shen Feng, and Wang Wei were all sitting in a living room. It must be said that Jack Ma is one of the two Ma's in the summer country. The villa is not something an ordinary person can afford. The reception room in the living room faces a first-line lake view. After hearing Shen Feng's inquiry, Ma Yun exchanged a glance with Zhang Lei. Mr. Shen, Mr. Wang, our price is definitely on the higher side. Ma Yun said dan dan. Shen Feng leisurely sipped his tea, discreetly looking at Wang Wei beside him. Wang Wei smiled slightly in response, focusing his gaze on Jack Ma and Zhang Lei. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Ma, now that OFO Technology has entered its C round, its current market value has reached $2 billion. What do you think is a suitable price for us? After hearing Wang Wei's words, Ma Yun's expression became somewhat serious. She initially thought that the most difficult person in OFO Technology would be Xiao Bei. The others were just recent university graduates, even though they were now regarded as the strongest entrepreneurial team in Xiagua in recent years. Ma Yun and Zhang Lei, as long-established business moguls, had their own stature. Chapter 343. Everything goes according to plan in Ma Yun's villa. After explaining everything to Zhang Lei, the two returned to the living room. So, Mr. Shen, Mr. Wang, what have you decided? Ma Yun smiled at the two. Mr. Ma, will the funds arrive after we sign the contract? Wang Wei asked. He had just communicated with Xiao Bei, but to be safe, both were cautious. After hearing Wang Wei's words, Ma Yun and Zhang Lei exchanged a glance. Once we sign the contract, we can directly take the check, Zhang Lei explained. Upon hearing this, Wang Wei and Shen Feng nodded. Subsequently, the two found a professional lawyer to draft the share transfer agreement. In the end, their shares were successfully transferred at a market value of $12 billion. After signing the contract, half an hour later, the funds arrived in Shen Feng and Wang Wei's accounts, officially indicating that from today onwards, OFO Technology had no relation to Wang Wei and Shen Feng. At this moment, Ma Yun looked at Shen Feng and Wang Wei and then said, Mr. Shen, Mr. Wang, I have one more thing to trouble you with. What? Shen Feng looked at Ma Yun with confusion. Currently, the shares we are trading should not be disclosed for now. We will announce them ourselves in a few days. Chapter 344. Shareholders meeting, mysterious visitor the next day, in the morning. It was already January, and the weather had turned cold. Xiao Bei got up early and put on a formal outfit, a high-end suit that Ji Qinglan had bought for Xiao Bei, along with a long-down jacket on top. He went straight out of the dormitory. Just as he arrived downstairs, he happened to run into Qin Mingxue. Xiao Bei, are you going to the company today? Qin Mingxue was wearing a white down jacket, but her aura was still very striking. Yeah, Lao Qin, I'm heading to the company. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingxue smiled slightly. The people in her 401 dormitory were now the treasures of the entire school. By the way, Xiao Bei, the finals are coming up soon. Tell Zhang Jibua and the others that when they come back to school for exams, as long as they don't fail, this year's outstanding students are all reserved for you guys. Hearing this, Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback. Finals? All right, I'm still a student. Okay, Lao Qin. I will tell them. All right, then you go ahead and get busy. Okay, Lao Qin, let's have a gathering when the finals are over. Xiao Bei smiled at Qin Mingxue. Qin Mingxue responded with a dun-dong smile. A gathering is fine. I'll bring the whole class to challenge you rich kids. That should be doable, right? Chapter 345. Xiao Kuin's satisfaction. Xiao Bei pretended to have a shocked expression as he looked at the newcomer. Seeing Xiao Bei's shock, Xiao Kuin felt very pleased. What are you doing here at the OFO Technology shareholders meeting? Xiao Bei deliberately said this to lower Xiao Kuin's guard. After all, to set a trap, you need to make the other party believe it. Why can't I be here? I'm also a shareholder of OFO Technology. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei's expression turned ugly. Shareholder? Yeah, but I really have to thank Mr. Shun and Mr. Wang. Xiao Kuin looked at the currently head-down Wang Wei and Shun Feng. Hearing this, Xiao Bei turned to look at Wang Wei and Shun Feng. You? Why? Xiao Bei coldly reprimanded. Just as Xiao Bei's words fell, Wang Wei suddenly raised his head. Looking at Zhang Lei, he coldly asked, Mr. Zhang, what is going on? Why do we have shares in his hands? Shun Feng also feigned a puzzled expression and asked. Facing the inquiries from Shun Feng and Wang Wei, Zhang Lei did not feel anything wrong. Instead, he slowly said, Mr. Shun, Mr. Wang, you did indeed deal with us at Alibaba, but we also have the right to handle our shares, don't we? Chapter 346. Lower your voice. After Xiao Kuin finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, raised two fingers, pointed at his eyes, and then pointed at Xiao Bei. The implication was that he, Xiao Kuin, was watching you. It's best not to let me find a flaw. He then turned around and, as he passed by Zhang Zhibua and Hu Jilong, suddenly raised both hands. One hand rested on Zhang Zhibua's shoulder and the other on Hu Jilong's shoulder. Standing between the two, he smiled and said, You too. Remember to contact me. The price won't be low. After saying this, he laughed heartily and walked out of the office. Today, he was extremely happy. He finally vented some anger for the Xiao family. Now he had successfully entered Xiao Bei's company. The rest was to slowly push Xiao Bei down from the position of chairman of OFO. After Xiao Kuin left, Zhang Lei entered Xiao Bei's office. He looked at Xiao Bei and said, Mr. Xiao, tomorrow I will send a professional finance team to the company to take over Mr. Zhang's position. Xiao Bei supported himself on the desk, looking at Zhang Lei. Taking over Mr. Zhang's position? You're not qualified yet. Mr. Xiao, when you angrily left just now, we had already voted to remove Mr. Hu and Mr. Zhang from their positions. Chapter 347. Conflict erupts. Xiao Ling looked at Xiao Bei and Ji Qinglan, pouted after speaking, and then returned to her room. After Xiao Bei watched Xiao Ling leave, he immediately embraced Ji Qinglan. What are you doing? Linger is here. And you still dare to make mischief. Although Ji Qinglan's voice carried a hint of reproach, she still leaned into Xiao Bei. Perhaps this is the depth of love. My dear wife, I missed you so much after not seeing you for a few days. Xiao Bei said with a smile, looking at Ji Qinglan in his arms. Your Majesty, I miss you too. Ji Qinglan responded in sync with Xiao Bei, showing the tacit understanding between the two. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei chuckled. He directly picked Ji Qinglan up in a princess carry and walked towards the bedroom. On the other side, in the guest room, Xiao Ling felt a bit helpless. Having a girlfriend is quite impressive. Looking at the stuffed toys on the bed, Xiao Ling suddenly had an idea. So she took out her phone and opened the photo album. In the album was a phone number. A wicked smile appeared on Xiao Ling's face. She then dialed the number. After 3 beeps, the call was answered. Hello, who is this? You fool, it's the one giving you face. And Ruo Jia, lying in a bathtub at the Pingqing Hotel and sipping red wine, heard the words on the phone. Chapter 348. Cashing out completely. Zhang Lei was momentarily stunned as he looked at Hu Jilong and Zhang Zhibua. You guys are serious. Of course. Aren't you Alibaba just trying to take over? Old Hu, will tell you today, even if I die, I won't sell my shares to you Alibaba. After saying that, Hu Jilong directly pulled Zhang Zhibua away. Watching the two leave, Zhang Lei didn't feel angry. Instead, he felt a bit happy and unreal. He was still thinking about how to get Zhang Zhibua and Hu Jilong's shares. He didn't expect the two to explode directly today. Isn't this a bit too easy? Isn't it just a deposit issue? Is it necessary? Thinking of this, Zhang Lei looked at the two leaving figures and said lightly, still too young. After leaving the company, Zhang Zhibua and Hu Jilong arrived at the underground parking lot. Zhang Jibwa got into who Jilung's big G. Haha, old Zhang, your acting just now was really impressive. It's a shame you're not going for an Oscar. You too. Old who I didn't expect you had this side. All right, now we just wait for the fish to bite. Just after Hu Jilung and Zhang Jibwa had a falling out in the company, Xiao Kuan received the news. Chapter 349, Semester ends. Preparing to return to the capital, time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's already the last day of the first semester of college. Recently, UFO technology has been very active. First, the 5 little dragons withdrew. Then Alibaba acquired Zhang Lei's shares, gaining all capital support. A week after Xiao Bei and the others left the company, UFO Technology successfully completed the merger with Mobike under Alibaba's leadership. The name remains UFO Technology, but it is no longer what it once was. The share distribution after the merger is as follows: Alibaba, 45, Xiao Group, 30, Zhang Group, 25. The current UFO Technology is thriving, while Hello Bike, supported by Penguin, is steadily losing ground. In Pengcheng, at the headquarters of Hello Bike, David hung up the phone with a gloomy face. Just now, he called Li Chaowei from Penguin for financing. However, due to UFO Technology's current market share, Penguin did not immediately agree to David's financing request. David knew that, barring any accidents, he was about to be abandoned. Thinking of this, his expression turned cold and his face extremely grim. Chiaming, come to my office. Chapter 350. Xiao family information on January 20th, early in the morning. Ji Qinglan drove Xiao Bei to Hangzhou International Airport, private jet parking lot. My dear wife, it will be over a month before we see each other again, Xiao Bei said reluctantly as he sat in Ji Qinglan's car. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei, stretched out her hands, and hugged his neck. Her eyes were filled with love. Husband, if you miss me, I'll go to the capital to find you. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled and nodded. Ji Qinglan looked at Xiao Bei and then kissed him. After the kiss, Ji Qinglan said to Xiao Bei, Husband, it's getting late. You need to set off, or you'll be late. After hearing Ji Qinglan's words, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Then you stay here in Hangzhou and wait for me to come back. Hearing this, Ji Qinglan smiled slightly. After being affectionate with Ji Qinglan for a while, Xiao Bei got out of the car and walked towards a nearby private jet. This was a gift from his mother, Yi Ro, to Xiao Bei. Xiao Ling had already returned to the capital last week. As for finding and Ruo Jia, that would have to wait until next year, because next year, Xiao Ling would be going to study in Modu. After boarding the plane, Xiao Bei looked around. He had to admit that his mother's generosity was quite impressive. Chapter 351. The importance of Xiao Bei to the Xiao family. Xiao Bei looked at his mother Yi Ro, then at his third uncle Xiao Xian walking in front. He then nodded at Yi Ro. There were 5 steps in front of the villa. Yi Ro held Xiao Bei's hand and slowly walked up the steps. The steps were not very steep, but Xiao Bei felt like he had been walking for a long time. Soon, the 3 arrived at the living room. Xiao Bei quickly scanned the hall. In the main hall, there were 2 round tables. At the first round table, there were 10 seats. The main seat at the first round table was occupied by an elderly man with white hair at the temples. Standing behind him was a nurse in a white coat. At this moment, he was looking at Xiao Bei with a kind gaze. Xiao Bei recognized this person immediately. He was the founder of the Xiao family. His grandfather Xiao Yuan, one of the KG figures in Xiaogua. To his left was his father, Xiao Tian. To his right sat a middle-aged man who looked very much like his father and third uncle, though he was also smiling at him. However, there was always a cold aura about him. This must be Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong's father, the second master of the Xiao family, Xiao Di. Next to Xiao Di sat a handsome middle-aged man with a scholarly demeanor, and beside him sat a short-haired, capable-looking woman who bore a striking resemblance to his father. Chapter 352. Returning to one's roots. Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's words, Xiao Bei nodded. At that moment, Xiao Tian stood up. Xiao Bei, come here, let Dad introduce you. Xiao Tian stood up and waved to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei immediately came to Xiao Tian's side upon hearing his words. Seeing Xiao Bei approach, Xiao Tian smiled slightly. Xiao Bei, this is your second uncle, Xiao Di. Hello, second uncle. Xiao Bei proactively greeted after Xiao Tian made the introduction. Xiao Di looked at Xiao Bei and also revealed a rare smile. Ha ha. Good boy, you're from the Xiao family. If there's anything in the future, just let your second uncle know. Okay, Xiao Bei replied with a smile. Seeing Xiao Bei's demeanor, Xiao Di smiled slightly. He was the third-generation leader recognized by the entire second generation of power holders. Thus, Their attitude toward Xiao Bei was not only due to blood relations, but also a recognition of the importance of the third generation. Come, this is your second aunt. Lin Yanran. Xiao Tian pointed to Lin Yanran, who was currently looking at Xiao Bei with a kind smile. Hello, second aunt. I pay my respects to you. Hee hee. Nan Nan, Dong Dong, look at Xiao Bei. How sweet his words are, unlike you two, always with a long face. Chapter 353, Chen Lao Ia. Chen Xiaoming, after bidding farewell to Yi Rou and Xiao Tian, the three of them left the villa. They got into Xiao Nan's Audi. There was no way around it. People working within the system had to remain low-key. Brother, where are we going now? Xiao Bei asked while leaning between the two front seats, looking at Xiao Nan. I didn't want to go out, but I just received a call from a friend. Someone at a party was making a fuss, saying they wanted to take down our Xiao family's flame. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback. The other 5 families? Xiao Bei asked this for a reason. After all, to target the Xiao family, ordinary families wouldn't be enough. Therefore, the opponent was likely from the other 5 families. To put it bluntly, it was more about the Xiao family, the Zhang family, the Chen family, and one more family. After all, the Li family and the Lin family had ties with the Xiao family. Haha, you'll find out when you go. I haven't returned to the capital in a long time. Is it true that monkeys are daring to be kings now? Xiao Nan's eyes showed disdain. At this moment, Xiao Dong said, Bei Zi, are you very strong? Xiao Bei was slightly stunned upon hearing this. To be honest, he felt a bit uncomfortable being with his second brother, Xiao Dong. Chapter 354. The rules of the capital soon. Xiao Bei and his 2 brothers got out of the car. As soon as they got out, Xiao Nan looked at the building and spat disdainfully. Xiao Dong instinctively took a step back, keeping a distance from Xiao Nan, standing coldly behind him, his eyes showing disdain for Xiao Nan. Xiao Bei smiled slightly at the sight of his 2 brothers. Xiao Nan glared fiercely at Xiao Dong. I mean, you grew up naked with me since childhood. Why didn't you dislike me back then? Young and ignorant. Xiao Dong looked at Xiao Nan, speaking in a cold tone. Xiao Nan's face was filled with black lines. He then turned his head to look at the building, expressing his dissatisfaction. It's really damn imposing. We need to find time to investigate it properly, right, Dong Zi? Xiao Dong ignored Xiao Nan and took a step past him, walking forward. Xiao Bei observed and looked at Xiao Nan. Xiao Nan looked at Xiao Bei and sarcastically said, This is your second brother, a cold man. I think your second brother has quite a personality. Xiao Bei smiled at Xiao Nan. As for me, I both love and hate your second brother. Why? Xiao Bei asked in confusion. When I spend summer with him, I have my own air conditioning. In winter, I'm freezing cold. Chapter 355. Is Xiao Nan going to lose face? Wang Mingshun had a lot of opinions about Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong. After all, Yi Shuang relied on being Xiao Nan's follower and always picked on him. At that time, Wang Mingshun also went to find Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong, but they completely ignored him. Now, he had Chen Xiaoming as his backing. Therefore, he was standing in the Chen family's camp. Wang Mingshun knew about the story between Chen Xiaoming and Xiao Nan. Today, Chen Xiaoming also said he would help him regain his face in front of Yi Shuang. Now that the 3 Xiao brothers had arrived, they would surely help Yi Shuang. However, could Xiao Nan really compete with Chen Xiaoming? Moreover, Chen Xiaoming was of the same status as Xiao Nan. If Xiao Nan helped Yi Shuang, could he defeat Chen Xiaoming? It was important to know that this was a struggle between the 3rd generations, not a family feud. It wasn't the time to compare family backgrounds, but rather to measure each other's skills, connections, and even personal combat power. After all, as long as there was no life-threatening danger in the struggles between the younger generation, the elders wouldn't intervene. Losing face meant one's abilities were lacking. Perhaps if beaten outside, one would return to the family only to be punished. And now Chen Xiaoming had a significant advantage. Chapter 356. Are you Xiao Bei? With Chen Xiaoming's appearance, the atmosphere at the scene reached its peak. Although the 3 Xiao brothers were present, today was ultimately Chen Xiaoming's home ground. Many people who came were looking to befriend the Chen family. Additionally, there were some beautiful women brought by Wang Mingshun. To put it bluntly, they were just ordinary second-generation members. They knew about the 6 families in the capital, but had never met them before. Therefore, when the 3 Xiao brothers stood in front of them, they had no idea they were the direct descendants of the Xiao family. Just as Chen Xiaoming stepped down the stairs into the hall, Wang Mingshun hurriedly and excitedly approached him with a flattering smile, saying, Chen Xiao, can your return banquet start now? Chen Xiaoming was very satisfied with everything Wang Mingshun had arranged for today. He then said to Wang Mingshun, it can start now. You announce it. Upon hearing this, Wang Mingshun was extremely excited inside. This was Chen Xiaoming giving him face, allowing him to gain some recognition in front of everyone. After all, many of those present today were people not as good as Wang Mingshun. Chapter 357. The past between Chen Xiaoming and Xiao Nan just as they were toasting. Wang Mingshun already whispered in Chen Xiaoming's ear that all three Xiao brothers had arrived, including the elusive Xiao Bei. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoming surely wanted to dampen the Xiao family's arrogance. He knew Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong, but he had never met Xiao Bei. So, after greeting Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong, he looked sharply at the young man standing next to Xiao Dong. When he saw Xiao Bei, he was certain this was Xiao Bei. The resemblance to that person was striking. Moreover, he had heard about Xiao Bei's deeds right after returning to the Qin family. He actually killed Xiao Long. So when he saw Xiao Bei, he immediately unleashed his full momentum. The murderous aura he had accumulated on the battlefield surged toward Xiao Bei. This was a kind of aura, invisible and intangible, yet undeniably present. Generally, under Chen Xiaoming's imposing presence, most people would quickly be defeated. But who was Xiao Bei? Although he had never been on the battlefield, his mastery of combat through the system was even more formidable. However, Xiao Bei did not fully unleash his aura. Instead, he released an aura similar to Chen Xiaoming's. Chapter 358. Chen Xiaoming. Do you want to be the young master of the Qin family? If Chen Xiaokai had come today, Xiaonan wouldn't have reacted so out of control, because both were players of strategy. However, Chen Xiaoming chose an unconventional path. He just liked to take action, and his primary target was the Xiao family. Thinking of this, Xiaonan felt a headache. How could you play with such a reckless person? This was the so-called misaligned strike. Moreover, this guy specifically targeted those with good relations to the Xiao family. For Xiaonan, it was simply an insult. However, he really couldn't do anything about it. So every time he competed with Chen Xiaoming, he had never won in a direct confrontation. Why? Because the other party would strike at the slightest disagreement. So, every time, he could only use strategies to annoy the opponent in private. This was quite troublesome. Therefore, in Xiaonan's eyes, Chen Xiaoming was his number one nemesis. Although Xiao Nan was extremely displeased with Chen Xiaoming now, for the sake of the bigger picture, as well as his own cultivation and composure, he still suppressed his anger, maintained a calm expression, and looked steadily at Chen Xiaoming. He revealed a faint smile. Chen Air. It's not said like that. Your words are too arrogant. Sometimes, the consequences are not something you can bear. Chapter 359. Xiao Bei's counterattack Zilengse. A deathly stillness. At this moment, everyone in the hall turned to look at Chen Xiaoming. They were all surprised by this young man. Who was he? A member of the Xiao family? Someone with a higher status than Xiao Nan in the Xiao family? Some young heirs who knew about the Xiao family situation widened their eyes and looked at Xiao Bei. Could it be that he was the one who went to the Xiao family alone and killed Xiao Long, the long-lost TZ master of the Xiao family? Xiao Bei? Thinking of this, everyone present held their breath. They just watched Xiao Bei and Chen Xiaoming. They knew that at this moment, they could only watch and not speak further. These two were the top second-generation heirs of the capital. Chen Xiaoming looked at Xiao Bei, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Xiao Bei, do you think I'm as foolish as Xiao Long? Chen Xiaokai is my brother, my real brother. Can I take his place? Chen Xiaoming felt the need to explain. If he didn't, it would be silence. Sometimes, silence was also a kind of tacit agreement, especially in sensitive topics like this. Hearing this, a slight curve appeared at the corner of Xiao Bei's mouth. Since you don't want to take your brother's position, then you need to be aware of your identity and position yourself correctly. Chapter 360. Make a move? Just as Yishuang was about to block this attack for Xiao Bei, he moved. His speed was quick. He reached out with both hands, grabbing the attacking thigh with one hand. The other hand turned into a fist and struck hard against the inner thigh, instantly neutralizing the attack. Xiao Bei could feel the power of Chen Xiaoming just now. If that force had hit an ordinary person, a single whip kick could take down a big man. Chen Xiaoming, are you trying to kill me? Everyone saw who struck first. A smirk appeared at the corner of Xiao Bei's mouth as he looked provocatively at Chen Xiaoming. Xiao Bei didn't waste time talking. His eyes flashed coldly. Before Chen Xiaoming could react, he walked towards him with firm steps. As he walked, Xiao Bei took off his suit jacket, revealing a white shirt underneath. He threw the jacket to the side at Yishuang, then raised his wrist and unbuttoned the cuffs. After unbuttoning, Xiao Bei immediately shifted from walking to running. He quickly reached Chen Xiaoming's front, and in an instant he jumped into the air, flipping sideways. and his leg came crashing down towards Chun Xiaoming's neck. Chapter 361. Who dares to touch anyone from the Chun family? Everything that just happened caught everyone off guard. But at this moment, Xiao Dong looked at Xiao Bei, swallowing hard. His third uncle said Xiao Bei was quite skilled, but this was not just skillful. It was top-tier skill. Xiao Dong looked at Xiao Nan in shock and said, I'm more shocked than you to see Xiao Bei's skills for the first time. Can you imagine? He was blocked by several assassins from Xiao Long in Magic City. Do you know what happened in the end? Xiao Nan looked at Xiao Bei and calmly told Xiao Dong. What? He single-handedly killed them all and then lit a cigarette afterward. Xiao Dong was immediately astonished. Even Yi Shuang, who was holding Xiao Bei's suit, looked at him with admiration. The TZ master of the Xiao family was truly the TZ master. He was both literary and martial. Those moves just now were incredibly cool. At this moment, not only they, but even the guests who came to attend the banquet were shocked. Who would have thought that at Chun Xiaoming's comeback banquet, someone would boldly attack him? And it seemed that Chun Xiaoming really didn't dare to retaliate. Chapter 362. Xiao, be more low-key in your next life. Xiao Bei was not going to give the other party any face at all, no matter who you were. If you did something wrong, you deserved to be punished. It was that simple. If you tried to interfere, then sorry, Xiao Bei would definitely fight back to the end. Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong saw the newcomer, and their expressions changed slightly. Why is Chun Xiaokai here? Xiao Nan muttered to himself. At this moment, even Yi Qing Tian was flustered. Just now, it was a conflict between a TZ and a direct descendant. He must be standing next to TZ. But now, there's another TZ, so things are going to get complicated. If they're not careful, the Yi family will also suffer misfortune. At this moment, Yi Qing Tian was feeling very regretful, wondering why he had come to this place. This is not an achievement. This is a damn battlefield. At this time, everyone was stunned. They saw a handsome man with a masculine appearance, exuding an aura of either wealth or nobility. He is the TZ of the Chun family, Chun Xiaokai. He had just received news that someone was trying to capture his younger brother, so he rushed over. Upon arriving, he saw the police trying to apprehend his brother, which immediately made him furious. But just as he finished speaking, the young man, standing in the center of the arena. Chapter 363. The conspiracy of the Xiao family. Seeing that the old man really dared to take action, Xiao Dong immediately became angry. Bastard! If anyone dares to harm my brother today, I, Xiao Dong, swear that not a single one from the Chun family will leave. Chun Xiaokai, have you forgotten who the madman is? Tell your people to stop immediately. Xiao Dong was furious. It wasn't just Xiao Bei who felt something was off today. Both Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong sensed that something was wrong. Is this a plot to kill Xiao Bei? Or is today just a trap aimed at him? At this moment, in the capital, the Chun family's conference hall was unusually lively. If someone were present, they would notice that not only were there people from the Chun family, but also from the Xiao family. At this moment, Xiao Kuan was sitting in the Chun family's conference hall. Xiao Kuan, are you sure it's okay? I'm sure. Only rising geniuses are geniuses. Those who haven't risen are nothing. Xiao Kuan smiled as he looked at Chun Xiaokai's father, Chun Yuanba. Aren't you afraid the Xiao family will take action? Chun Yuanba was still a bit worried. What were they planning? They want to directly kill Xiao Bei. The Xiao family is strong, but our three families are not weak. At worst, we can go to full-scale war. Chapter 364. Do you want to bet? After blocking the attacks of the two, Xiao Bei quickly got up. He had always been on the defensive, but now he was going to take the initiative. Xiao Bei directly charged at the man who had just attacked him, delivering a punch to his body while using the other hand to grip his shoulder. Then he lifted his leg for a whip kick. With a loud thud, Xiao Bei's full-force whip kick struck the man's chest hard. The man screamed and then flew backward. Crash! He crashed into the table stacked with high-footed glasses behind him. Instantly, all the glasses scattered on the ground. He then fell to the floor, twitching a few times before going still, leaving everyone unsure whether he was dead or unconscious. At this moment, Xiao Dong directly instructed Yi Qing Tian to detain that man and put handcuffs on him. Now, what he and Xiao Nan could do was to directly detain those who had attacked Xiao Bei to minimize the secondary harm to him. Xiao Bei didn't care at all about his situation. He knew that the boss here was that old man, Chun Tianqi. Xiao Bei headed straight for Chun Tianqi, who had just stood up and saw Xiao Bei attacking him. Chapter 365. Undercurrents Rising. The capital's waters are murky. Chun Xiaokai looked at Xiao Bei with a calm expression. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei slightly frowned. So today is a trap set by your Chen family, huh? So what? Chen Xiaokai replied calmly. Are you really trying to speak English to me? This is the Xia country. Or are you a traitor? Xiao Bei taunted, cursing. He could set the matter aside for now, but he still had to fight back. It was all about exploding the mindset. Xiao Bei, I admit you are sharp-tongued, and you can turn danger into safety in the Xiao family. But so what? In this world, only the successful are remembered. You, a loser, who will remember you? Chen Xiaokai said arrogantly as he looked at Xiao Bei. Luckily, our family held back today. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to leave. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei's anger surged. Do you think you have the upper hand? You could take a bet. Gamble whether there are bullets in my phone. By the way, if you lose, we die together. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiaokai looked at Xiao Bei and then burst into laughter. Seeing this, Xiao Bei gave a glance to Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong. The two quickly understood Xiao Bei's meaning. Chapter 366. I bet there are no bullets in your gun in the capital, the Zhang family. In Zhang Shui's study, he had just hung up the phone. Guoming, young master, what are your orders? Keep a close eye on the news from the Xiao family, and the Chun family. Report any situation to me immediately. Understood, young master. After the servant left, Zhang Shui's brow furrowed slightly. Xiao Kuan, you are looking for death. You really are a fool. No, after OFO goes public, I will cash out and leave immediately. Zhang Shui was genuinely furious with that idiot Xiao Kuan. How dare he take action against Xiao Bei in front of everyone in the capital? Does he really think the Xiao family is easy to mess with? At this moment, in the clubhouse, Xiao Bei's rebate point was just enough to purchase past and future intelligence on Chen Xiaokai. After looking at the past intelligence, a killing intent rose in Xiao Bei's heart, but he concealed it well. Looking at the future intelligence again, Xiao Bei was momentarily stunned. Then a slight smile appeared on his lips. Xiao Bei, my patience is limited. Now how do you choose? Chen Xiaokai's words fell into Xiao Bei's ears. Before Xiao Bei could reply, everyone around him spoke up. Young Master Xiao, please agree to let Chen Xiaokai go. This way we can all live. Chapter 367. Bait. After explaining things to Yi Qingtian, Xiao Bei slowly walked over to Xiao Li's side. He looked at Xiao Li with great interest. Xiao Li also looked at Xiao Bei, and admiration for him was evident in his eyes. It was truly a kind of admiration, as if he saw the young Xiao Yuan. Is he dead? Xiao Bei asked Xiao Li lightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li was slightly taken aback. His eyes filled with surprise as he looked at Xiao Bei. How does young Master Xiao know? However, after being surprised for a moment, Xiao Li didn't think too much about it. Everyone has their own secrets. Moreover, this person is still their young master. The stronger the young master, the better it is for them as household servants. People are dead, young master. Xiao Li said Don without any expression on her face. Let's go back first. I'll leave this to you, Chun Xiaoming and Chen Xiaokai. Hand it over to the military. If the Chun family comes, tell them to find me. Maybe we can make a deal. Xiao Bei said, Danda. He then looked at Xiao Nan, Xiao Dong, and Yi Shuang. Let's go. Yi Shuang is treating roadside barbecue stall. Upon hearing this, Yi Shuang chuckled and quickly grabbed Xiao Bei's suit. It's my duty. I'm treating oysters, kidneys, beef tendons, whatever you want. I've got all. Chapter 368. Grandfather and grandson's conversation. After a few people finished eating at the barbecue stall, they each returned home. As they were leaving, Yi Shuang grabbed Xiao Bei's hand and said, Young Master Xiao, the day after tomorrow, you have to let me host. Ha ha ha, sure, it's all yours. Xiao Bei quite liked Yi Shuang. She was quite to his taste. Saying this, Xiao Bei patted her on the shoulder. He then got into Xiao Nan's Audi. In the car, the three brothers fell into silence. Xiao Bei looked out at the night scene. A smile appeared on his lips. When the Xiao family's three brothers had just returned, they saw Xiao Li already standing at the entrance of the old man's villa. Upon seeing Xiao Bei and the others get out of the car, Xiao Li walked directly to Xiao Bei's side. Young Master Xiao, the old man wants you to go to his study. Grandpa isn't asleep yet? Xiao Bei smiled at Xiao Li. Xiao Li nodded. Hearing this, Xiao Bei said to Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong, Then I'll go first. Yeah, go ahead. Maybe the old man has something important to discuss with you. After Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong greeted Xiao Bei, they left. Xiao Bei then followed Xiao Li to Xiao Yuan's study. As soon as they entered the study, they saw the old man sitting at a chessboard, looking at the Go board. Chapter 369. The meeting of two kings in the capital, the Xiao family, in Xiao Yuan's study. So do we fail? Xiao Yuan looked at his third son, Xiao Kuan, and asked, Yes, old man. Have all the traces been wiped out? Xiao Yuan said, Dan Danda, looking at Xiao Kun. All wiped out. Even if the Xiao family knows it's us, there's no evidence. Keep a low profile for now. I need to find a way to save your second brother. Xiao Yuan looked at Xiao Kun and then waved his hand. You can go back now. Okay, old man. After saying this, Xiao Kun left the study. After Xiao Kun left, Xiao Yuan sat in his study. The Xiao family really gave birth to a prodigy in this generation. Probably only he and Zhang Shui are left. After saying this, he looked out at the night sky. A night without conversation. The next day, Xiao Bei woke up early from the villa. After washing up and going downstairs, he smelled the aroma of food. Mom, you're up so early? Looking at Yiro, who was busy at the dining table, Xiao Bei asked with a smile. Oh, son is awake, come, it's time to eat. Try your mother's cooking. Yiro waved at Xiao Bei. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled and went to the dining table. Just as he sat down, Xiao Bei looked around. Chapter 370. The Deal with Zhang Shui. Turning the tables upon hearing Zhang Shui's words, Xiao Bei smiled dundanda. He looked at the man in front of him. He had a refined aura about him. Every move was filled with the nobility of a family scion. While Xiao Bei was sizing up Zhang Shui was also sizing up Xiao Bei. If previously Zhang Shui had no rivals in the capital, then now Xiao Bei could definitely be considered one. Looking at Xiao Bei's youthful face and the faint aura of authority about him, Zhang Shui felt that Xiao Bei was even more handsome than in the information he had. After seeing Xiao Bei sit down, Zhang Shui directly poured the brewed tea into a Tang Sankai cup. Using a tea tray, he placed the teacup in front of Xiao Bei. Young Master Xiao, come and try the Dahong Pao from the mother tree of Wui Mountain. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly, picked up the tea, and took a sip. Good tea, refreshing, fragrant, and unforgettable. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Zhang Shui smiled slightly. He then looked at Xiao Bei and said, Young Master Xiao's courage is indeed great. Aren't you afraid that I might poison it? Oh, is that so? In that case, I might have overestimated you. Xiao Bei looked into Zhang Shui's eyes and said, Dan Danda. For someone like Zhang Shui, who had his pride, he wouldn't stoop to such tactics. Chapter 371. Reaching an agreement upon hearing this, Zhang Shui frowned slightly. He was weighing the pros and cons. He then looked up at Xiao Bei. Young Master Xiao, this deal isn't enough for me with just the Chun family's second young master. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled calmly. Then I wonder, Zhang Xiao, what other chips do you need? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui thought for a moment and said, after the Xiao family incident, the profits, I'll take 60 and you take 40. Zhang Shui said, Dan Dingda. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback, then laughed and said, no way, 50-50 split. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui's face turned ugly. You must know that the Xiao family is not easy to deal with. If I go all out against the Xiao family, I will inevitably face a backlash. The 6 families in the capital are not simple. Even if the Zhang family and the Xiao family are in the first tier, it cannot be said that they can take down the Xiao family without any losses. But now the Zhang family's handle is already in the Xiao family's hands. Although it is a very small handle, it still violates the rules of the 6 families in the capital. At that time, the Xiao family will inevitably launch a full-scale war. The Zhang family is not afraid. However, my father is at a critical time, and if this matter arises at this point, it will definitely have an impact, because once war breaks out, it will be a complete suppression. Chapter 372. The Return Banquet. Guests galore after Xiao Bei left the tea house. A mischievous smile appeared on his lips. The trap has been set, just waiting for someone to fall into it. Soon, the time came to the next day. In the capital, the Diaotai State Guest House was bustling with activity. Today, all the prominent figures in the capital gathered here. Because today is the return banquet hosted by the Xiao family for the TZ that they had lost for over a decade. Those who can attend today's return banquet are all prominent figures in the capital, and even in the entire Xia country. Inside the banquet hall, the event is set up in a buffet style. With half an hour left until the banquet starts, the hall is already filled with social elites. Do you know who the TZ of the Xiao family is? Some guests still don't know who the TZ of the Xiao family is. After all, those who are aware of Xiao Bei's status are generally figures at the top of the Xia country's pyramid. You don't even know this? Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei? Why does that sound so familiar? Yes, it's the Xiao Bei you're thinking of, the Xiao Bei from Xingshan Venture Capital. In a corner, 2 wealthy individuals are conversing. If an ordinary person saw these two, they would definitely be shocked, as they are regulars on the rich list, twin stars of the real estate industry. with Xiao Yuan's words. Everyone present was stunned. They were not shocked that Xiao Bei had returned, but rather by a phrase in Xiao Yuan's speech. The third-generation heir of the Xiao family. What does this represent? This means that the first person of the third generation of the Xiao family is Xiao Bei, and he is even the one chosen by the old man of the Xiao family. However, after a brief surprise, everyone recalled Xiao Bei's achievements and realized that the Xiao family has produced a prodigy. When Xiao Kun heard Xiao Yuan's words, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, he is the heir. I just wonder if he likes the gift I prepared today, Xiao Kun murmured. Next to him, Zhang Shui smiled slightly. He found it very normal for Xiao Bei to become the third-generation heir of the Xiao family. He had crossed paths with Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong, and had also interacted with Xiao Bei. He was well aware of Xiao Bei's shrewdness, and recognized him as the most difficult person to deal with among the third generation of the Xiao family, and also his biggest future rival. With someone like him becoming the third-generation heir of the Xiao family, there would be no problem at all. When Chen Tianba heard Xiao Bei's name, the corners of his mouth twitched. This little brat actually dared to send his 2 sons to a military court. The reason Xiao Bei said this is that there is no such inside joke in this world. So when Xiao Kun heard Xiao Bei's reason for refusal, he was momentarily taken aback. Nephew, this has nothing to do with whether you buy a watch or not. This is your uncle's good intention. Uncle, I've already made my stance clear, Xiao Bei said lightly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Kun was slightly taken aback. What do you mean? Uncle Xiao, you are the chairman of the Xiao group. You should be smart enough to understand what your junior means. Xiao Bei's words were loud enough for everyone present to hear. Some people started to ponder what Xiao Bei meant by, I bought a watch last year. Nephew, I'm not very familiar with the things young people play with. Just as Xiao Kun finished speaking, Xiao Dong suddenly burst out laughing. He then looked at Xiao Kun and said, Uncle Xiao, look at the initials of this phrase. Hearing Xiao Dong's words, everyone present, including Xiao Kun, was momentarily stunned. Then a guest directly said it out loud. I bought a watch last year, WQNMLGB. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately shut his mouth. Xiao Kun was humiliated as he was taken away. But the matters concerning the Xiao family, Chun family, and the Zhang family were far from over. Zhang Shui looked at the departing Xiao Kun and then came to Xiao Bei's side. Brother Xiao, the gift has been delivered. Next is the full-scale war with the Xiao family. I hope you can keep your promise, and the Xiao family cannot act behind the scenes. Otherwise, we can cooperate with the Xiao family at any time. Zhang Shui looked at Xiao Bei with a complex expression. Xiao Bei nodded slightly. Brother Zhang, may our cooperation be pleasant. Xiao Bei didn't say much, just said this to Zhang Shui. Pleasant cooperation, and we will distribute the benefits in half a month. Zhang then took his leave. After Zhang Shui and Chen Tianba left the banquet hall, everyone present gasped in surprise. They knew that the waters in the capital had started to get turbulent. At the same time, they all looked at Xiao Bei. They did not know how Xiao Bei had cooperated with the Zhang family. But regardless, they understood that Xiao Bei was not an ordinary person. The banquet continued. But at this moment, no one had the mood to participate. It should be noted that whether it was the Zhang family, Chun family, or Xiao family, they were all colossal entities. Overall, Xiao Bei's return banquet was quite successful. At least starting today, the entire Xia country's elite was made aware of Xiao Bei's identity. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the banquet. During these 3 days, the Xiao family, Chun family, and Zhang family were engaged in fierce battles. On the very day of the banquet, the Zhang family and Chen family, both part of the 6 major families in the capital, collaborated and possessed countless mutual intelligence. That day, the Chen family and Zhang family began purging those in the Xiao family's power structure in their respective leading cities. To the general public, this purge appeared as a crackdown on corruption, catching tigers. For a time, the entire Xia country saw various figures retracting their tails, fearing that the campaign against organized crime and corruption would fall upon them. Simultaneously, the Xiao family also began to take action against the Zhang and Chun families within their sphere of influence. Of course, all 3 families suffered losses, but overall, 11 is greater than 2. With the cooperation of the Chun and Zhang families, the Xiao family's influence was steadily declining. During these 3 days, the Zhang family launched attacks on the Xiao family's business, employing every possible means, especially now that the Xiao group was leaderless. Shen Feng was quite surprised to encounter his high school classmate here. Yes, the woman in front of him was indeed Shen Feng's high school classmate. Speaking of which, Shunfeng, and she had a bit of story. Of course, this story was not a good one, but rather a painful memory. During high school, Shunfeng was also young and naive, dating a girl named Chung Nuobi. This young Lily was Chung Nuobi's good friend. Originally, the relationship between Shunfeng and Chung Nob was very good. At that time, although Shunfeng came from a poor family, he was a top student academically. However, everything changed after Chung Nob and young Lily became best friends. Perhaps it was because high school felt like half of society. The young hearts were already yearning for the outside world. Young Lily began to frequent various bars and was exposed to the glamorous nightlife. In her eyes, Shunfeng, who only focused on studying, was nothing. After all, many people excelled in academics, but very few could truly make it in the real world. The subsequent events are predictable, as young Lily constantly whispered in Chung Nob's ear about the futility of studying. Eventually, during the first semester of university, Chung Nob believed young Lily's words. Chapter 378. Shunfeng is a super rich man? The three of them heard the voice and immediately looked up in unison in the direction of the sound. Young Lily and He Qianming were stunned because the person they saw was someone they knew. This person was none other than Lin Dong, one of the executives from IDG, whom young Lily had mentioned as investing in her boyfriend's company. Shunfeng was equally surprised to see Lin Dong. Previously, after the C-round financing of OFO Technology, the executive sent by IDG was Lin Dong. Shunfeng had worked with him for some time. Although they weren't close, they were at least former colleagues. Seeing this, Shunfeng smiled and greeted him. Mr. Lin, it's you. What's up? Heading back to the capital? Shunfeng knew that IDG's summer headquarters was in the capital, and Lin Dong often flew there, so it wasn't surprising to run into him at the airport. At that moment, Lin Dong sat down next to Shunfeng. No, it's already the new year. Who goes back to headquarters? I'm going back to Shanghai for the new year. Lin Dong replied. By the way, Mr. Shin, what about you? Lin Dong asked, smiling. Me? Just like you, going home for the new year. Shunfeng responded. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong smiled slightly. At this moment, young Lily and He Qianming watched Lin Dong and Shunfeng chat, unable to interject. Chapter 379. Young Lily's thoughts after hearing He Qianming's words. Young Lily quickly grabbed her phone. With trembling hands, she opened the browser and directly typed Shunfeng's name into the search bar. As soon as she hit enter, Shunfeng's profile popped up. Shunfeng, one of the co-founders of OFO Technology, one of the 5 dragons of OFO Technology. Shunfeng cashed out and left OFO Technology, cashing out an amount of up to $6.5 billion. Latest news. Shunfeng will be listed on the Forbes Rich list for Summer Country, with a net worth of $4.3 billion Summer Country dollars. A grassroots counterattack, Shunfeng, one of the 5 dragons of OFO Technology, built a fortune from scratch. How'd he do it? When young Lily saw the news about Shunfeng on the browser, she was instantly stunned. OFO Technology? That's the little yellow bike company. It's one of the most famous tech companies in Summer Country right now. Shunfeng is actually one of the founders of this company. $6.5 billion. How much is that? How many Hermes bags could that buy? Shunfeng has really made it big. At that moment, young Lily was extremely shocked. At the same time, she looked over at He Qianming beside her and suddenly realized the gap between them. He had already achieved financial freedom at such a young age. Chapter 380. Sudden change in the capital at the Xiao family. Xiao Bei had just returned home with New Year goods and saw Xiao Ling standing in the yard of their grandfather's villa, waving at him. Brother, come quickly. Grandpa's looking for you. Upon hearing Xiao Ling's words, Xiao Bei smiled and replied. Then you go to my trunk and get the New Year goods while I go find Grandpa. Okay. After saying that, Xiao Ling ran over to Xiao Bei's car. Xiao Bei smiled at her and reminded her, be careful. The stuff is a bit heavy. If you can't handle it, call someone for help. Okay, brother, you hurry up. Grandpa looks very anxious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback. Very anxious? All right, I'll go in first. After saying that, Xiao Bei walked directly towards Xiao Yuan's villa. He smoothly arrived at the old man's study. Just as he entered the study, Xiao Bei saw that all the men of the Xiao family were present. His father, second uncle, third uncle, Xiao Nan, and Xiao Dong were all there. Xiao Bei knew that something important must have come up, so he adjusted his mindset. Xiao Bei looked at the old man and said, Grandpa, I'm here. Xiao Yuan, sitting in the main seat, smiled and nodded at Xiao Bei as he entered. Chapter 381. Deployments of the 5 families after Xiao Di's words. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded. It shouldn't be just me, right? After all, this benefit is too great. Xiao Bei asked his second uncle. If it was really as his second uncle said, then after this matter, his father would be able to sit back and relax. He didn't believe that the other families would give up such a benefit. The Zhang family would definitely not let it go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Di looked at Xiao Bei with appreciation in his eyes. Yes, you're not the only one. Strictly speaking, the higher-ups have already decided to change the rules of the game this time. Xiao Bei, in this generation, you and Zhang Shui are both top talents. The higher-ups do not want to give up on either of you. Moreover, the most important thing is that the overall third generation is far more outstanding than our second generation at the same age. You are the hope for the future of Summer Country. After Xiao Di's words, Xiao Nan and Xiao Dong exchanged glances. It turned out that it wasn't that they were too slow, but that Xiao Bei and Zhang Shui were two extremes. The higher-ups believed that with you two around, Summer Country would advance to the next level. Therefore, our third generation's competition is not just about your rise in the second generation. Your rise also determines our third generation's ranking in the future. Chapter 382. Wow, Brother Feng. Just as the winds were stirring in the capital, Shen Feng had already exited the Chengdu airport. He did not immediately head home. Although Shan Feng's home was in Chengdu, it was in a small county. In the past, when returning home, Shen Feng always took the green train, which took 2 days and 2 nights to reach Chengdu, then transferred to a bus for 2 hours to a place called Yuan County. That was the county town of Shen Feng's family. Upon arriving in the county, he still had to transfer to a minibus, which took another hour to reach Xinjia Village. Shen Feng is the first college student from Xinjia Village. Although he attended high school in Rongqing, where there were many college students in his class, he is the first in his village. After Shen Feng exited the airport, he casually hailed a taxi. "Driver, take me to the nearest Benz dealership," Shen Feng said as he got into the taxi. "Young man, are you going to buy a Benz?" the driver asked in a dialect. Hearing this, Shen Feng nodded and smiled without saying a word. Noticing this, the driver glanced at Shen Feng and immediately realized that he was not an ordinary person, but a big shot. The driver then sped off, taking Shen Feng to the closest dealership on Airport Road. "Boss, we've arrived. You're young and accomplished." Chapter 383. Shen Feng returns home. Shen Hao is still surprised. Where did this boss come from, driving a big G to Xinjia Village? He watched as the big G slowly stopped beside him, and he recognized the person inside. It was his childhood friend, Shen Feng. At that moment, he was stunned. Wasn't Shen Feng just a recent graduate? How did he get a big G? Just then, Shen Feng opened the car door and got out. As Shen Feng stepped out of the car, the village elders and Shen Hao were dumbfounded. Shen Feng's attire resembled that of the wealthy people they saw on television. Is this Shen Feng? He looks so handsome. I almost didn't recognize him. That outfit must have cost a fortune. Didn't Hao just say that Shen Feng's car could buy over 20 of his? They were amazed that Shen Feng had managed to make a name for himself in just 4 years. Yes, Shen Igua and his wife are going to enjoy their life. Shen Feng smiled slightly as he listened to the familiar dialect around him. Shen Hao also looked at Shen Feng. After all, he was now a contractor himself. Although he didn't know the brand of Shen Feng's clothes, he recognized the watch on Shen Feng's wrist. Chapter 384. Yanhan, just as Shen Feng was returning home. In the capital city at the Xiao family, Xiao Bei was currently preparing in his room. Since he had accepted this game, he needed to complete it. However, before leaving, Xiao Bei needed to make some preparations. In his room, he called several of his women. He didn't tell them he was going to each country for a mission, but rather that he was going abroad for a vacation, as he didn't want to worry Ji Qinglan and the others. After finishing calls with Ji Qinglan and the others, he spoke with Fang Qin, giving her some instructions about what she needed to do while he was away, especially emphasizing the meeting with his roommates and Huangzhen after the new year. If he hadn't returned by then, he asked Fang Qin to directly let Xingchen Ventures invest in their company. Xiao Bei also sent some plans to Fang Qin. After that, he called Qiu Qiaoyan, asking her to inform him immediately of any developments in the domestic real estate market during a remote conference. After taking care of everything, Xiao Bei left his room. He arrived in the living room to find his mother Yi Ro and father Xiao Tian. Chapter 385. Disguise. New identity. Yanhan didn't give Xiao Bei a chance to struggle. In just a few moments, she directly took off Xiao Bei's shirt. As she did, Yanhan glanced at Xiao Bei's upper body and said casually, "Not bad, even better than those men in the security department with their abs and V-lines." Haha, right? I think so too. Xiao Bei smilet lichtly. But your image won't do. I'll have to give you a little belly, or it will get exposed. Raise your head. Yanhan completely ignored Xiao Bei's previous remark and continued. Hearing this, Xiao Bei lifted his head. It hurt a little, but he held it in. Just as he lifted his head, Yanhan pressed down on the junction of Xiao Bei's neck and shoulder. This was the dividing point between the human skin mask and his original skin. If Xiao Bei took off his clothes, it would be exposed. So Yanhan needed to modify it. She coldly picked up a sculpting knife and began to modify the human skin mask. The gap between the human skin mask and Xiao Bei's skin slowly shrank. However, upon closer inspection, there was still a noticeable mark. This doesn't hurt, Xiao Bei said nonchalantly. All right, hold on. I'm going to poke you. Chapter 386. Harbin God of War, Zhang Qiandan. Xiao Bei saw the message from his second uncle and smiled helplessly. At that moment, he suddenly thought of a joke. Is it a distortion of human nature or a moral decline that a prominent figure in the capital city, TZ, has actually fallen to laughing in the restroom of a small country? H? He then directly threw his second Uncle-S letter into the toilet and flushed it down. He then left the restroom. What he needed to do now was check how much money he had. Xiao Bei found on ATM. Thanks to the system's skill, fluent in H language. Although he was in a foreign land, Xiao Bei felt as if he were just traveling in a domestic city. With no discomfort at all. At the ATM, Xiao Bei inserted his card and looked at the balance. There were many zeros. However, in H country, having many zeros was normal. Xiao Bei saw that there was a total of $4 trillion, equivalent to $100 million and 700 million Xia country currency. Not bad. Xiao Bei mom ulet. He then left the airport, preparing to take out his phone to book a taxi. But soon he realized that H country seemed to have no taxi apps. This was a small business opportunity. After all, becoming a tycoon in H country wouldn't be bad. Chapter 387. Follow me. Making money this way is too slow, just as Xiao Bei was realizing this. The door of Lue opened again. Two people walked out, one bald and the other with hair. Xiao Bei immediately recognized them. Weren't they just Zhang Qiandan's two brothers? The bald one and the iron hammer. The two of them had wild grins on their faces as they rushed towards Zhang Qiandan. At that moment, the entire Lue bar was in a panic. The H country girls were screaming wildly. Xiao Bei looked in the direction the few people had left, thought for a moment, and then followed them. In a dark alley next to the Lue bar, the man in the suit who was running in front was already in despair. Because there was no road ahead. Just as he was about to turn back, he saw Zhang Qiandan, who was holding a toothpick with a cold smile on his face. The machete in his hand dragged along the ground. Upon seeing Zhang Qiandan, the suited man ran back in terror. However, right behind him was a wall. Zhang Qiandan walked forward leisurely. This prey was already in his grasp. At that moment, the bald man and the hammer also arrived. Hey, pay up. The bald man shook his head and, holding a knife, swaggered towards the man in the suit. Chapter 388, Xiao Bei's Dominance suddenly. A voice from the alley interrupted the three who were celebrating. Zhang Qiandan and the others looked towards the entrance of the alley. They saw a figure slowly walking towards them. In Zhang Qiandan's eyes, this figure gradually became clear. A black trench coat, a blue suit underneath with sleek lines, a luxury watch on his wrist, and casual suit pants below. The shoes were also top-notch leather shoes. Compared to his current state, the other person was clearly either rich or noble, and there was an aura of superiority about him. Who are you? How do you know my name? Zhang Qiandan frowned slightly, his eyes wary as he looked at the newcomer. He clearly knew what the three of them were doing and still dared to walk in. This person was either insane or had absolute strength. The newcomer did not answer Zhang Qiandan's question, but slowly walked towards them. The only sounds in the alley at that moment were the friction of his shoes against the ground. The bald man and the hammer had also arrived beside Zhang Qiandan. Soon, the figure stood in front of the three. This person was none other than Xiao Bei. No, now he was called Su Taiyu. Chapter 389. Stealing a parking space? Upon hearing Zhang Qiandan's question, Xiao Bei revealed a smile. I was hoping you wouldn't ask. Now that you have, you are mine. Xiao Bei slowly squatted down. Looking at Zhang Qiandan, who was recovering at that moment, he said lightly, I only need your loyalty, and you will gain everything I just mentioned. However, in this world, to get what you want, you must pay a price. Zhang Qiandan's expression darkened as he kept his gaze fixed on Xiao Bei. After a moment, a cold smile appeared on his lips. What are the conditions? Xiao Bei didn't waste words and directly said, I can provide you with funds, even a legal identity in country H. What you need to do is to help me grasp the H-path of Xiao. Of course, if you do well, it's not impossible for the three of you to return home without charges. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiandan, who was initially somewhat reluctant, was instantly stunned. He stared intently at Xiao Bei. You? Which side are you on? Xiao Bei smiled slightly and patted his shoulder. So, you will work for me from now on. I can give you money and power. Chapter 390. Xiao. Upon hearing the other person's words, Xiao Bei immediately laughed. What did you just say? Xiao Bei dug into his ear. Hey, is this car yours? Upon hearing the question, Xiao Bei instantly understood the other person's meaning. They must have thought this car didn't belong to them. However, after seeing the person's face, Xiao Bei felt relieved. Who else could it be but Xiao? Seeing the other person, Xiao Bei couldn't help but smile. He had just been thinking about how to get Zhang Qiandan into the H-path of Country H. And now someone had delivered a pillow when he was sleepy. Xiao Bei looked at Xiao with a cold smile. Hey Xiao, is this my car? Take a look. Xiao Bei coldly glared at Xiao and then slammed the accelerator. Bang! Xiao Bei directly crashed his Lamborghini into Xiao's Maserati MC20. Then, Xiao Bei got out of the car and approached Xiao's vehicle. Looking at Xiao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, he asked, Now, do you know? Is this car mine? Xiao didn't look at Xiao Bei and stared straight ahead. He suddenly let out a dark, amused laugh. Interesting, hey? He then got out his car and looked at Xiao Bei. Chapter 391. Get up. Make way. Xiao held a golf club and looked at the man beside him with disdain. The man was shocked by Xiao's actions. Is this guy crazy? Smash a car? Or was he smashing his own car? Isn't it your car? So you're afraid to smash it? Xiao looked at the man with a cold smile. He then raised the golf club and aimed to smash it over the man's head. The man immediately exclaimed and covered his head with both hands. Seeing the man's cowardly reaction, Xiao smiled disdainfully. He threw the golf club aside and then sat back in his damaged Maserati MC20. With a slam on the accelerator, the Maserati MC20 roared to life. It shot off, running a red light. The man finally reacted, looking at the golf club on the ground with a chill running down his spine. At that moment, the woman in the passenger seat got out. Appa, hey, didn't you say this was your car? Are you lying to me? It makes sense, driving a luxury car. Just treated me to Army Hot Pot, and even had me 6 times tonight. Hey, jerk. Xiao, of course, had no idea what happened afterward. Chapter 392. JC Group Investment Meeting. A gift for Jin Zhishibang. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Han Shixian couldn't care less about the pain on his face and slammed the table heavily. Hey, do you know who you're talking to? Who are you? I haven't seen you in Xiao. Are you looking for death? Facing Han Shixian's arrogance, Xiao Bei didn't pay any attention. Do you want me to take action to make you move, or will you gracefully step aside yourself? Xiao Bei calmly said. He knew exactly how to deal with these rich kids. As long as you have money and are more arrogant than them, they will fill in the blanks with their imaginations. This is the most fatal point. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Han Shixian suddenly erupted in anger. He stood up and stared at Xiao Bei, ready to make a move. Xiao Bei showed him no mercy and directly grabbed him by the neck. Then, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone present, Han Shixian was slowly lifted up by Xiao Bei. The strength displayed shocked everyone sitting there. However, apart from the two men, no one else showed any signs of surprise. One of them was Xiao. He had experienced Xiao Bei's arrogance today. Although he didn't know the other party's background, he sensed that it was not simple. The Lamborghini, which was dismissed with a wave of the hand, and the Ferrari that appeared later that night clearly indicated that he was not short of money. Chapter 393. A gift for Xiao soon. Xiao attached the drill bit to the electric drill. He then gestured to the 2 black-clad bodyguards beside him. The 2 bodyguards directly pressed Jin Zhishir down onto the table. The gift I'm giving to Zhishir, all of you present must return it to me if I give it, Xiao said calmly. He then turned on the electric drill and approached Jin Zhishir. You bastard, what are you doing, Xiao? Jin Zhishir, pinned down by the 2 black-clad men, shouted angrily. Didn't you just give me $200 million? Then I'm giving you a gift, and I want back $500 million. After saying this, Xiao aimed the electric drill at Jin Zhishir's racing helmet and pressed the button. The drill immediately penetrated the helmet. At this moment, everyone present was shocked, trembling as they looked at Xiao. This was a demon. Only Xiao Bei and Park Xiong remained relaxed, reclining in their chairs, watching Xiao. Go ahead, kill me if you dare. Jin Zhishir shouted loudly. Xiao's lips curled slightly, and the drill in his hand did not stop at all. At first, Jean Jisher didn't feel anything unusual, but now he was in a confined space. Chapter 394. Park Xiao's identity exposed. Yin Shiyan was slightly taken aback after hearing Xiao Bei's words. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Bei, knowing that the man in front of her was the leader of the executioner. Although she didn't know how she had been exposed, this was not the time to dwell on it. Now, Su Minzai had already passed out, and if he wasn't treated soon. Thinking of this, she looked at Xiao Bei. If I tell you, will you let us go? Seeing this, Xiao Bei nodded slightly. Yin Shiyan, although reluctant to believe Xiao Bei, had no choice now. She looked at Xiao Bei and then at Park Xiao. He is the nephew of the chairman of the LT group. There is no information about him internally. After Yin Shiyan finished speaking, she looked at Xiao Bei coldly and said, "Can we leave now?" Xiao Bei nodded slightly. Zhang Qianyin glanced at Xiao Bei and then brought Su Minzai over. Yin Shiyan was also released by the bald man. She quickly rushed to Su Minzai's side, covering her mouth at the sight of the bloody mess on the table, her lips trembling. "Minzai, oh Minzai." After saying this, she hoisted Su Minzai and prepared to leave. Just as the two turn around. Chapter 395. The Good Show begins. Li Zhaishu translated Xiao Bei's words for Xiao Wen and told Park Xiao. Upon hearing this, Park Xiao smiled slightly and looked at Xiao Bei, saying, "Because I have my own informants in your upper echelons in H country." Hearing Park Xiao's words, Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback. He then feigned surprise and asked, "How do we know you're not colluding with the officials?" Upon hearing this, Park Xiao looked deeply at Xiao Bei. If he didn't know Xiao Bei had a background, he would definitely be unable to suppress his anger. "What will it take for you to believe?" Park Xiao asked lightly. "It's simple, very simple. Find a time to let us know who your superiors are." After Xiao Bei said this, Zaizhe was slightly surprised and then looked at Xiao Bei with excitement. Park Xiao, upon hearing this, looked at Xiao Bei and then nodded in agreement. When everyone present saw Park Xiao agree, they were all stunned, followed by excitement. At this moment, Park Xiao looked at Xiao Bei and asked, "What is your name?" Zaizhe also looked at Xiao Bei. "My name is Su Taiyu. You can call me Taiyu. Of course, if you can cooperate with us in the future." "All right, I'll remember you. That's it for today. I'm leaving now." Chapter 396. Xiao Bei's layout. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Upon hearing the bald man's words, Zaizhe was slightly taken aback. He immediately widened his eyes, his eyebrows stood up one by one, and his face turned red with anger. The bald man saw his expression and smiled disdainfully. He then said seriously to Zaizhe, "President Zai, let us go. Our boss is already waiting for you." "Okay." Zaizhe then abandoned his own car and got into the bald man's car. However, once he sat in the bald man's car, he remained cautious and sat in the back seat. He would not easily trust the bald man's words. "Do you have a phone?" Zaizhe asked, looking at the bald man driving in front. The bald man glanced at Zaizhe through the rearview mirror, then smiled slightly and handed him a phone. Zaizhe immediately began to call his investors, but none of the calls went through. "Damn, what are these people doing? If I get caught, none of you will escape." Zaizhe cursed. He then threw the phone onto the back seat and looked at the bald man, his brows slightly furrowing, his gaze scrutinizing the rearview mirror, where he could see the bald man's expression. "How did your boss know?" Upon hearing Zaige's question, the bald man immediately showed signs of anger and heavily hit the car's steering wheel. Chapter 397. Obtaining evidence. Seeing Xiao Bei's roar, Zaizhe became even more convinced of Xiao Bei. So, he stepped forward and said to Xiao Bei, "Taiyu, you're the only one who can help me now. You don't want your $500 million to go down the drain, do you?" Zai stood in front of Xiao Bei, looking at him with an expression that conveyed, "I can handle you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei stared blankly at Zai. "Speak your mind. If you can't, I'll deal with you myself." After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Zai felt a sense of stability in his heart. He knew he had survived. As long as there was something to discuss, it would be fine. "Aren't you curious why they don't dare to resist me?" Zai asked. "Why?" Xiao Bei feignet confusion. "Because I have evidence of their crimes." "Oh, then do you have any evidence against me?" Xiao Bei suddenly fixed his sharp gaze on Zai. Zai felt a chill run down his spine from Xiao Bei's look, but quickly adjusted himself. He replied to Xiao Bei, "Taiyu, we've just met, and we're in the same boat. It's not like I want to grab hold of your weaknesses so quickly." Hearing this, Xiao Bei nodded. At this moment, Zai continued. Chapter 398. Threatening Li Zaisu. In a villa in the Jiangnan district, Li Zaisu was sitting on his red leather sofa, leering at the woman in front of him who was posing seductively. She wore a crop top and a very short skirt, showing off her peach-like hips and long legs, complemented by fishnet stockings. Underneath her long legs were a pair of studded high heels, and she was dancing alluringly in front of Li Zaisu. Li Zaisu took a sip of red wine, but didn't swallow it. Instead, he stood up and went to the woman, wrapping his arms around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. The woman seemed to know what was about to happen, leaning back in Li Zaisu's arms and opening her mouth. Seeing this, a wicked smile spread across Li Zaisu's face. He then opened his mouth and spat out the red wine he had just sipped. Li Huanya opened her cherry lips, looking enchanting. Li Zaisu watched her enjoy the moment, and then picked up his wine glass, which still had half a glass of red wine. He gently tilted the glass, pouring the wine like a waterfall over the woman, letting it flow down to her neck. Chapter 399, I Want That Bag. The same scene played out in various mansions across Shower that night, but only Li Zaisu received a phone call. In Xiao Bei's mansion, Zhang Qiandan called. Boss, everything is settled. Good, get some rest. By the way, prepare a nice suit. Starting tomorrow, you'll be the underground emperor of this city. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiandan on the other end of the line was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. He had finally made it through. The night passed without incident. The next day, Xiao Bei woke up early. After washing up, he called the property management for a luxurious breakfast and sat on his large balcony, looking outside. Just then, Xiao Bei's phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, who are you? Young master, it's me, Xiao Su. Upon hearing the other party's words, Xiao Bei was slightly taken aback, then remembered what he discussed with his second uncle yesterday. Xiao Su, have you arrived in Shou? Yes, young master. Second master has already called me. What should I do now? Xiao Su's voice came through the phone. What you need to do is to protect yourself well and provide some cover for me. Chapter 400. Do you know what level of member I am? After hearing the words from behind, Xiao Bei turned around in confusion. The salesgirl also turned around. Upon seeing the woman, the salesgirl was instantly stunned. Xiao Bei looked at the woman who was trying to snatch the bag from him with narrowed eyes. She was wearing a black off-shoulder high-slit dress. The dress complemented her skin beautifully, glowing like a blooming white lotus under the soft light, and her fair, alluring legs silently exuded temptation. The low-cut knee-length design showcased her perfect figure. Moreover, looking at her face, one could use a term from H country to describe her: face genius. Just as Xiao Bei was looking at this woman, she was also looking at him, but soon lost interest. Although Xiao Bei was dressed in top-notch attire, she had never seen him in H country. Not having seen him meant she considered his strength average. Typically, only the most elite and powerful individuals in H country would catch her eye. At this moment, the salesgirl reacted and respectfully approached the woman. Miss Li, welcome to Hermes. Please wrap up that Kelly 28 Himalaya Birkin bag for me. I have an important gathering tomorrow. Chapter 401. Apologize to me. Su Shangsai was slightly startled upon hearing Xiao Bei's words. She then stopped pretending. Sir, although I don't know what level you are, I know one thing. What? Xiao Bei asked calmly, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. If it weren't for the mission, he really wouldn't want to stay in this tiny country. Our Miss Yojin is a platinum member. This level is already the top tier in H country, and even globally, it's top-notch. You're also a member of Hermes, so you should know their membership level rules. Su Shansai looked at Xiao Bei with a hint of contempt. She didn't believe that Xiao Bei was wealthy anymore. As soon as Su Shangsai finished speaking, Li Yojin crossed her arms and looked down at Xiao Bei. Country bumpkin, now, you know, right? Xiao Bei also spread his hands, looking at the two of them. He then pointed to the salesgirl beside him. Talk to your store manager and ask what level I am. The salesgirl, seeing Xiao Bei point at her, immediately felt flustered. She didn't want to get involved because both parties were people she couldn't afford to offend. Chapter 402. Become his woman, and you can become the heir of the 4-star group. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, the salesgirl packaging the bag for him was shocked. However, she did not stop her actions. This kind of competition between wealthy heirs and heiresses was not something a small fry like her could participate in. On the other side, the two women in the VIP room were now also lowering their heads to eat pastries, afraid to make a sound. However, their shock was no less than that of the salesgirl. They never expected that Xiao Bei, whom they thought was a country bumpkin, turned out to be a member of the DuPont family. Now it seemed that they were the real country bumpkins. They weren't even part of the top conglomerates in H country, so they could only stand by and watch, and they couldn't afford to be involved. Otherwise, if they were implicated, not only would they suffer, but their own families would also be affected. Therefore, although they were internally tormented at this moment, they dare not make a sound. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Li Yozhen narrowed her eyes slightly. Who was she? The little princess of the four-star group, adored by many. When had she ever been treated like this? She was about to curse, but the words got swallowed back down because the man before her was even more significant than her. Do you really have to be this ruthless? Chapter 403 JC Group meeting in a luxurious villa in the Jiangnan district of H country in the study. So you're saying that the plan you mentioned has changed and that has been dealt with? Yes, brother, this was what Li Ziyu told me today. The speaker was Park Ziyong, disguised as Chun Xiaoming. Sitting in the main seat of the study was Park Zayli, disguised as Chun Xiaokai. Just moments ago, Park Ziyong received a call from Li Ziyu. On the call, Li Ziyu informed Park Ziyong that something had happened at the JC group, and that they didn't know who was behind it, but they had evidence of their crimes. At the same time, a document was sent to Park Ziyong's email. This led to the current scene. After listening to Chun Xiaoming's report, Chun Xiaokai was slightly taken aback. After thinking for a moment, he said to Chun Xiaoming, "Does it matter to us who the head of the JC group is? As long as we control this force, our intelligence network can recover some." Chun Xiaokai looked at Chun Xiaoming calmly and said, "So, brother, what should we do now? Should we go together tonight?" Chun Xiaoming asked Chun Xiaokai, "Go, why not? At this stage, we need to make sure the JC group is in our hands." Chapter 404 Don't you realize your identity? Zhang Xiandan stood beside Xiao Bei, picked up the projector remote from the table, and immediately all eyes turned to the projection. Li Ziyu and the others were watching the projection, while Park Ziyong took a deep look at Xiao Bei, who was sitting in the main seat. He felt that today, as Xiao Bei was somewhat different from the one he had seen before. Was it just his illusion? Never mind. Let us see what Su Taiyu is up to. As the projection turned on, everyone gasped. The images that appeared on the screen made everyone feel sick. The projection was not in Fang Junji's home, but rather Fang Junji had already been brought to the banks of the Han River by the bald man and the hammer. In the projection, Fang Junji was desperately pleading, "Let me go, I'll go to the meeting right now. Please." Fang Junji was kneeling by the Han River, his face covered in blood. The bald man looked at him and spat on the ground. "Let you go? Where we put our boss's face?" There's an old saying in Xia country, "Kill the chicken to scare the monkey." You don't know this story, and I want to tell you. The bald man squatted down and grabbed Fang Junji's hair. Chapter 405 The unusual Su Taiyu. After hearing Su Taiyu's words, Park Ziyong arrogantly shrugged his shoulders. He took out a cigarette from his pants pocket, put it in his mouth without lighting it, and looked at Su Taiyu. "If we can't talk anymore, then let's not. I have the strength to flip the table. Do you?" After saying that, he provocatively glanced at Su Taiyu. Zhang Xiandan, seeing Park Ziyong's demeanor, immediately thought of someone. The Dongxing Crow. It was exactly the same, just missing the table flipping. I don't know if you have the power to flip the table, but I know that if you show your sincerity, we will also show ours. Su Taiyu said to Park Ziyong calmly. Upon hearing this, Park Ziyong was taken aback and then snorted coldly. "You're questioning my strength, huh? Let us do this. I'll call someone to prove my strength. And then how will you prove yours? Very simple. You want us to fight you? Then let us see." After hearing Su Taiyu's words, Park Ziyong felt delighted. Isn't this the result he wanted? Okay, I'll show you my strength. With that, Park Ziyong directly called the chief JC officer. Chapter 406 Robbed on the way. After hearing Su Taiyu's words, everyone present was stunned. What did they just hear? Did the other party just mention the DuPont family? The global behind-the-scenes capital tycoon? The DuPont family that controls a quarter of Western power? At this moment, they all turned to look at Su Taiyu, swallowing hard. Hearing this, Park Ziyong was also taken aback. Are you serious? Hearing Park Ziyong's inquiry, Su Taiyu smiled smugly. He then directly took out an Hermes black gold card from his wallet. This is the Hermes black gold card. I think you should know what it means. Also, with this card number, you should be able to investigate it with your capabilities. Su Taiyu threw the card to Park Ziyong. Park Ziyong took it and looked at it, then glanced at Su Taiyu. He quickly took out a mobile phone and dialed a number. Check the information of Su Taiyu among the Hermes Black Gold card members. After saying that, he put the phone on speaker. At this moment, no one dared to speak, all eyes fixed on Park Ziyong's phone. About 15 minutes later, an old man's voice came from the other end. "Young master, Su Taiyu, steward of the DuPont family." Hearing this, Park Ziyong was immediately stunned and then hung up the phone. Chapter 407 Zhang Shui's identity. After hearing the words of the two black-clad bodyguards, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. It seemed that it wasn't he, just him, who looked down on the people of H country. This shows how much H country is disliked. Soon, Xiao Bei felt himself being lifted by two people and taken to their car. Let's go back and report. After the leading bodyguard in black got into the car, he said to the driver, since Xiao Bei was pretending to be faint, even though he was sitting in the middle of the back seat, he could still know the other party's route. Soon, the car arrived at a house in Myeongdong. Wake him up. The young master wants to see him. Okay, boss. After hearing the two finish speaking, Xiao Bei felt a chill come over him. It turned out that the other party had splashed a bucket of water on him. Xiao Bei immediately woke up. Cough, cough, cough. After pretending to cough a few times, Xiao Bei slowly raised his head. The other party did not tie Xiao Bei up, just left him sitting in a chair. Who are you guys? Do you know who I am? After coughing, Xiao Bei coldly stared at the black-clad bodyguard leader. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, the black-clad leader said, I'm sorry, Mr. Su Taiyu, for bringing you here in this manner. Revenge? Just based on you? Xiao Bei's acting was deep, looking disdainfully at Li Zhongji. Seeing Xiao Bei like this, Li Zhongji smiled slightly. If I can bring your enemy to you, will you cooperate with me? Cooperate in what? Xiao Bei calmly looked at Li Zhongji and asked, It's simple. The information Park Ji-young and the others want, I will only give you half. I want all the information. This makes it difficult for me. After all, he's my ally. And who are you? I don't even know. Xiao Bei continued to ask. He would not agree immediately. For someone with status like this, if they were a fence-sitter, the other party would be suspicious. Moreover, through the recent contact and the previous bodyguard, Xiao Bei had already deduced that the person in front of him was Zhang Shui. Why? One could only say that Zhang Shui was still careless. One of the bodyguard around him, Xiao Bei had seen before when he was in the capital. It was indeed effortless to know about Park Ji-young and Zhang Shui. By then, he just needed to eliminate the Xiao family and connect with the informant. It would be time for him to reap the rewards. As for the other families, Chapter 409, Appa, are we too fast? After hearing Li Yozhin's words, Xiao Bei immediately smiled. Then, in a cold tone, he said, So your apology isn't sincere. If it weren't for your dad wanting to stop your card, you wouldn't apologize, right? I won't accept an insincere apology. After saying this, Xiao Bei stood up directly, preparing to leave. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words and seeing him about to leave, Li Yozhin immediately puffed her cheeks and looked at Xiao Bei, then hurriedly followed him without saying a word. Xiao Bei didn't pay her any mind. The two walked one after the other. Soon, they arrived at the elevator. Xiao Bei directly opened the elevator and walked in. Li Yozhin followed him in. Xiao Bei looked at Li Yozhin and said angrily, What do you want to do? Seeing that Xiao Bei seemed genuinely angry, Li Yozhin was also on the verge of losing her temper. Who was she? She was Li Yozhin, the little princess of the 4 Stars group. She had always been the one to scold others. When had she ever been scolded herself? However, thinking of what her father had said to her, Li Yozhin felt a wave of annoyance. I've already apologized to you. What more do you want? Chapter 410. There's fun to be had. Xiao Bei immediately felt speechless. You are the princess of the 4 Stars group. How can you be so narrow-minded? Xiao Bei rolled his eyes at Li Yozhin. What are you thinking? I'm just going to Chonghua Day to take a look. Huh? Is that so? Oh, okay. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Li Yozhin immediately deflated, then began to doubt her own charm. Does Su Taiyu not have feelings for me? All right, I forgive you now. You can go, but remember to pick me up tomorrow. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Li Yozhin was taken aback. Was this a dismissal order? At that moment, Li Yozhin's stomach couldn't help but rumble twice. Suddenly, she felt extremely embarrassed. It seemed she could only embarrass herself in front of Su Taiyu. Seeing this, Xiao Bei looked at the seafood platter on the table, then glanced at Li Yozhin. Eat, then leave. Upon hearing this, Li Yozhin's eyes brightened. She smiled at Xiao Bei. Appa, really? Can I eat? If you're going to eat, then eat. If not, forget it. After saying this, Xiao Bei sat down in his seat and began to eat, enjoying the seafood platter with soju. Chapter 411. Entering Chonghua Day, Xiao Bei and Li Yozhin's arrival caused quite a stir. After all, she was none other than Li Yozhin, the princess of the 4 Stars group. At this moment, everyone was guessing Xiao Bei's identity. Soon, the two arrived at the hall. As soon as they walked into the hall, they saw many celebrities chatting together. Let's go, Appa. First find my father, Li Yozhin said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded slightly in response. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, the two walked toward the second floor. If the first floor represented the powerful figures from various fields, Then the second floor was the gathering of the true representatives of power and wealth in H country. As soon as Li Yozhen brought Xiao Bei to the second floor, her brows slightly furrowed, because Li Yozhen saw someone she extremely disliked. This person was none other than Song Jizhong from LG Group. Xiao Bei also sensed the change in Li Yozhen's emotions beside him and followed her gaze to the man ahead. In an instant, Xiao Bei knew the information about the man in front of him. After all, when coming to H country, Xiao Bei had to know in advance about some important figures in H country, and he had to pay attention to all the members of the LG Group family. Chapter 412. Successfully poisoning. After Song Jizhong's words came out, everyone present looked at him as if he were a fool. Only Song Mingjing's face turned dark. Let alone Xiao Bei's identity. Just the identity of Li Chuanqing was not something he could speak to like that. As expected, as soon as Song Jizhong's words fell, Li Chuanqing, who had just been smiling, suddenly turned dark. You? Are you questioning me? Li Chuanqing's momentum suddenly surged, and he looked sharply at Song Jizhong. At this moment, Song Jizhong realized that he had been reckless. Just as he was about to say something, his father, Song Mingjing, hurriedly stepped forward. Looking at his son, he coldly reprimanded. Jizhong, who taught you to speak like that? Are you trying to embarrass me? Song Jizhong looked at his father with grievance and quickly said, Father, I know I was wrong, but I really like Yozhen, you know that. Shut up, apologize, immediately apologize to President Li and Mr. Su. Song Mingjing's tone was unyielding. Upon hearing this, Song Jizhong was stunned, looking at his father in disbelief. If it was to apologize to Li Chuanqing, he had no complaints whatsoever. Chapter 413. Xiao Bei's final layout. The next day, Xiao Bei drove alone to an abandoned fish pond on the outskirts of Shou'er. Just as he parked the car, he saw a fat man fishing. Seeing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly and walked over. Brother, fishing? The middle-aged fat man glanced at Xiao Bei, but said nothing, continuing to watch the fish in the pond. Xiao Bei squatted beside him, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and started smoking. Looking at the murky fish pond, Xiao Bei calmly said, There can't be any fish in this pond. The man looked at Xiao Bei and then smiled slightly. Have you heard an old saying from Xia country? What? Xiao Bei squatted beside him, smiling as he asked. Jiang Taigong fishes, those who are willing take the bait. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly and then looked at the sky. Appa, what is the sunrise? After hearing Xiao Bei's question, the man, who had been calmly looking at the pond, raised his head warily and looked around. Then he returned to his previous demeanor. Just speaking to the pond, the sun rises in the west. Are you my uncle? Xiao Bei smiled at the man in front of him. The fat man smiled and nodded, then said, May I ask, are you the young master? Chapter 414. Shen Feng takes his parents to buy a house after saying goodbye to Cheng Dongxiu. Xiao Bei drove directly to Shou'er International Airport. His destination was to return home. At this moment, in the country, Shen Feng had already been back home for several days. Recently, Shen Feng had explained to his father and mother about his recent developments, especially when they heard Shen Feng say that he now had a fortune of several billion. They were stunned. Then they became excited. Their son had succeeded. In Xinjia village, early in the morning, Shen Feng got up. As soon as he stepped out, he saw his mother, Chen Chuhua, sitting by a basin in the yard, washing clothes with a washboard. Seeing this, Shen Feng hurried over and said to his mother, Mom, let me do it. Oh, son, you're a big boss now. You can't do these things. What big boss? No matter what, I'm still your child. Shen Feng said as he rolled up his sleeves and grabbed the washboard from Chen Chua's hands. Chen Chua looked at her son, slightly stunned. She quickly said, Son, it's okay, let Mom do it. Shen Feng replied directly, Mom, I'll do it. Where's Dad? Shen Feng knew he couldn't keep arguing with his mother over this, so he quickly changed the topic. Chapter 415. Shen Dad and Shen Mom's shock soon, under Zhao Ritian's guidance. Shen Feng and his parents arrived at the real estate model display. Mr. Shen, may I ask what your budget is? Zhao Ritian asked politely. Which one is the best here? After hearing Shen Feng's question, Zhao Ritian was slightly taken aback, then his heart filled with excitement. Today a big client really came. Mr. Shen, this number 6 is currently the best one, with a villa area of 500 square meters, plus a small garden, and right behind is an artificial lake. The view is quite nice. Zhao Ritian pointed at the model and said to Shen Feng. Shen Feng looked and then asked, Can I move in directly? Yes, Mr. Shen. As long as you buy some furniture and decorations you like, you can move in directly. Zhao Ritian said with a smile. Mom and Dad, do you like it? Shen Feng didn't immediately reply to Zhao Ritian, but turned to his parents and asked, "The environment is good, but I don't know the price." Shen hadn't finished speaking when Shun Feng directly interrupted him. "Dad, if you're worried about the price, just tell me if you and Mom like it." Shun Feng smiled at his parents. Shun and Shun Chuhua exchanged glances and then nodded. Chapter 416. Yao Fan grew early the next morning. Shun Feng got up early. He changed into a clean outfit and left home by 8 a.m. As for what he was going to do, of course, he was going to pick up his sister from school. Shun was now in her 3rd year of high school, right in the midst of preparing for the college entrance exam. So at this time, many students were on break, but their 3rd-year class was still in makeup classes. Today was the last day of these classes. When Shun Feng wasn't home, Shun would carry her bags and take the bus from Rongqing to the county. When their parents had free time, they would wait in the county for Ling and then take the bus back to the village together. Otherwise, when Shun Chang had time, he would drive to Rongqing No. 3 High School to pick up Shun It was the same struggle Shun Feng had gone through when he was studying. So when he heard that Shun was off today, Shun Feng got up early and set off. If he didn't pamper his sister, who would? In the past, they didn't have the conditions, but now that they did, Shun Feng wouldn't let his family suffer anymore. After driving for an hour and a half, around 9:40, Shun Feng arrived at Shun school, which was also his alma mater. He parked the car at the school gate. Chapter 417. Encountering familiar faces on campus. The teacher shocked while pouring water. Teacher Wang and Yao Fangru, who was sitting next to Shun Feng, were both stunned after hearing Shun Feng's words. Teacher Wang was stunned because she thought Shun Feng might not have succeeded in his entrepreneurial endeavors. On the other hand, Yao Fangru, although she was now here for teaching support, it didn't mean her family was without money. After all, she was from Zhejiang province, and her family was also in business. She could really see the aura around Shun Feng at a glance, and the clothes he wore were not cheap either. Now she understood why she had been thinking that Shun Linger's family conditions were not good, yet her brother Shun Feng didn't seem like someone short on money. Now she knew the young man in front of her was truly a self-made man. At that moment, Teacher Wang approached Shun Feng, placing a cup of tea in front of him. Looking at Shun Feng with a smile, he said, "Shun Feng, you are the most outstanding student I've had over the years. It's okay, I believe in you. Things will get better." However, the teacher felt that Shun Feng was still a bit young and suggested, "You can put off starting a business for now. With your education, you can definitely gain experience at a big company. Once you have experience, you can venture out." Chapter 418. The calm before the storm. Upon hearing this, Yao Fangru looked at Teacher Wang and said, "Teacher Wang, your student company is quite remarkable. It's currently the #1 unicorn enterprise in Xia country by market value." Unicorn enterprise? Teacher Wang was not very familiar with business terms, so he asked. It refers to companies that have not yet gone public, but have reached a valuation of $1 billion. Right now, OFO Technology is the top unicorn enterprise by market value, which means that once this company goes public, it can enter the Fortune 500, and if it develops well, it could even reach the global top 500. Wow, that is impressive. After hearing Yao Fangru's words, Teacher Wang exclaimed in dialect, "Shun Feng, with such an impressive company, why are you thinking of selling it?" Teacher Wang looked at Shun Feng with a bit of worry and more confusion. Upon hearing Teacher Wang's words, Shun Feng smiled and said, "Mainly, we have other plans. This company was established to raise funds." Yao Fangru was slightly taken aback. From her understanding, it seemed that Shun Feng and his team were leaving the company due to conflicts with the capital. Chapter 419. Closing the net. 1. After a night without conversation. The next day, Xiao Bei got up early from the hotel. He was staying in the presidential suite, so he had a dedicated butler. After instructing the butler to prepare meals for the day, he went to the hotel study. He opened his laptop, next to which was a satellite phone. At that moment, he dialed Tang Jun's number using the phone he bought yesterday. Xingchen Rongchuan. It was Monday, but there were only a few people in the entire company. If anyone were there, they would know that those present at Xingchen Rongchuan were the leaders of several departments. Besides the leaders, the rest were the most capable operators. At this moment, Tang Jun was sitting with Xiaoyan, who had arrived at Xingchen Venture Capital the night before. When she arrived, she saw Tang Jun waiting for her with a group of people. Tang Jun stood in the operator meeting room, looking at the operators below, and said, "Hand in your phones. For the next few days, you will not be allowed to leave the operator room. Snacks and meals will be at the highest standard. Remember, this operation is absolutely confidential. If Mr. Fong asks later, do not say a word." Chapter 420. Closing the net. 2. After Quan Chong left, a person emerged from the van behind him and walked towards the unit where Quan Chong had just entered. The remaining vehicle followed closely behind Quan Chong. As the bodyguard reached the 16th floor, he saw Jin Ziyong from the H Country Tax Bureau lying in a pool of blood. He immediately sensed something was wrong and was about to pull out his phone when bang, a faint gunshot pierced through his forehead. He never knew how he died. After he fell, two individuals approached. They were also dressed in leather jackets and helmets, but they had a military presence. One of the men bent down, took out a phone and a walkie-talkie from the dead man's hand. The other man had an earpiece and directly said, "Point 1, processing complete." As soon as he finished speaking, the man who had just dealt with the body went to Jin Ziyong's bedroom, found a set of clothes, put them on, and then took a mask of Jin Ziyong from his bag and wore it. "Do I look like him?" Jin Ziyong asked his colleague. "You're good," the other man replied. After that, he bent down to take off the dead bodyguard's clothes and put them on himself. Chapter 421. Closing the net. 3. Quan Chong rode his motorcycle at a high speed, returning to his residence in just half an hour. As he took off his helmet upon arriving, the gate of his yard was kicked open. Following the sound, Quan Chong saw a group of bodyguards in black entering in succession, surrounding him. Then, a group of bodyguards stood on either side of him, forming a wall. Soon, the sound of leather shoes scraping against the ground could be heard. A man in a white suit and sunglasses swaggered in, approached Quan Chong, elegantly took off his glasses, and then started to clap. Quan Chong quickly recognized the man in front of him. It was Park Ziyong, also known as Chun Xiaoming. Park Ziyong, after removing his sunglasses, looked at Quan Chong with a cold smile and said, "Quan Chong, no, Xiao Bei. I didn't expect you to have such courage to actually go to the Blue House to kill someone. However, even if you kill everyone from the Xiao family, the final winner will still be me," Chun Xiaoming said arrogantly. Upon hearing Chun Xiaoming's words, Quan Chong looked at him calmly and said, Chapter 422. The Great Collapse. Real estate crisis. After Xiao Bei hung up the phone, he began to wait. According to future intelligence, tomorrow would be the time for the Great Collapse. At that time, the entire Xiao country's real estate would fall into a deep freeze. The bubble of the real estate economy would loom over everyone's heads. But only Xiao Bei knew that this real estate turmoil could only last a month before the government would intervene to adjust the macroeconomy. In the future intelligence, it was mentioned that only Wanda would be able to reap significant benefits from this real estate turmoil. Because just recently, Wanda had fallen into financial turmoil and had already delisted from the Hong Kong stock market. Now Wanda had made a big mistake in investment and urgently needed financial support. So it was selling off many of its quality assets. The Zhang Group and some domestic real estate giants have taken over many of Wanda's quality assets. However, unbeknownst to them, the ultimate winner is Wang Shirtsong's father. Because just 3 months after selling the properties, which is tomorrow, the entire real estate industry will face a winter. He sold high-quality real estate at a high price 3 months ago, with the Zhang family taking a significant portion. However, with tomorrow's major crisis, the entire real estate industry will fall into a winter. Chapter 423. Coercion and temptation. After seeing the news, Zhang Shui immediately sensed something was wrong. Just then, Xiao Bei. Zhang Di looked at Xiao Su warily. Xiao Su smiled slightly at Zhang Di and then approached Zhang Shui. "Young Master Zhang, our young master wants to call you." "Huh?" Zhang Shui was slightly taken aback. He picked up the phone, but he guessed that Xiao Bei was probably trying to win him over. However, even if I, Zhang Shui, lose this time, I could never submit to anyone. With that thought, he took a deep breath and answered the call. "Hello, Brother Xiao. Brother Zhang. How have you been lately?" Xiao Bei's cheerful voice came through the phone. Zhang Shui smiled slightly and replied indifferently. "Thanks to Brother Xiao, I have food and drink. That's good. By the way, Brother Zhang, I want to ask you something." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shui was slightly taken aback. What does Xiao Bei want? Why does this person always play by his own rules? However, despite his confusion, he still said to Xiao Bei, "You say, I heard that Brother Zhang seems to have invested in Hengda Group. And I just saw the news that Hengda seems to be facing a crisis." Chapter 424. Public opinion rising. How dare you? Don't you find your words funny? You all dare to directly attack our young master. Can our young master torment you? What kind of robber logic is this? Are you so used to being high and mighty that you can't adapt after suddenly falling? Do you really think everyone will revolve around you? Aside from having a better family background, you are nothing. Xiao Xuanhao showed no mercy to Chun Xiaokai, and he did this deliberately to strike at the opponent's psychological defenses. Sure enough, After Xiao Xuanhao finished speaking, Chun Xiaokai fell silent, looking at the wailing Chun Xiaoming with a dazed expression. Yes, apart from having the Chun family's identity, he seems to be nothing. Although Xiao Bei is also from the Xiao family, he is someone who can rise from scratch. Am I really qualified to oppose such a person? With this thought, he fell into deep self-doubt. At this moment, he felt that his previous schemes must have seemed like a joke to outsiders. Realizing this, he felt relieved and truly sensed Xiao Bei's terror. When facing such an opponent, the losing side could never be Xiao Bei. Chapter 425. The 5 little dragons are established. After the misuse of funds from shared bicycles was exposed, the Weibo accounts of Xiao Bei and his 4 companions exploded, especially an up-master who posted a video titled, "A Review of the Love and Hate Between the 5 Little Dragons of OFO Technology and Capital." In this video, an up-master wearing a Pikachu headgear reviewed the game between the 5 founders of OFO Technology and Capital. First, there was the exit of Shunfeng and Wang Wei. After they left, each posted an intriguing Weibo. Different paths, no collaboration. Then Hu Jilung and Zhang Jibua's discord with executives from the Alibaba faction was revealed, especially Zhang Jibua, who, upon leaving OFO Technology, posted 3 Weibo messages. One of them was an image. The magpie occupies the nest. At that time, all fans following Zhang Jibua felt puzzled. But with the recent deposit incident blowing up, everyone suddenly understood. Zhang Jibua was silently protesting. In no time, many people began to comment under this up-master's video. Netizen 1. I was wondering why the 5 founders of OFO Technology suddenly withdrew their shares. So it was for this reason. Chapter 426. Zhang Shui submits. Review. After calming down, Zhang Shui carefully recalled and reviewed. He needed to figure out which part went wrong. Soon he understood. Xiao Bei, I have to say, you are indeed a genius, even a strategist. Perhaps you really are the most terrifying. With this thought, Zhang Shui said to Zhang Di in his study, Uncle Di, call someone in, we lost. Zhang Di looked at Zhang Shui before him, and his heart was extremely shocked. He understood what kind of person the young master was. Since Zhang Shui was a child, Zhang Di had always been by his side. He watched Zhang Shui grow step by step. It could be said that in his heart, Zhang Shui was someone who could rival his father. Talented, sophisticated, intelligent, and emotionally intelligent. Such a person is truly one in a million. Especially when he saw his peers being handled one by Zhang Shui, he realized the young master's terror. However, today he saw a hint of loneliness in Zhang Shui's eyes. Yes, loneliness. Such a proud person, who had absolute confidence in himself, now showed a look of desolation. Chapter 427. The once insightful Ji Qinglan is gone in the capital, the security department. After Xiao Di hung up the phone, he had a happy expression. Good kid. You are my Xiao family son. No, I need to tell the old man. Let's celebrate. With this thought, Xiao Di hummed a little tune, took his thermos, and left his office. In Hangzhou, Xiao Bei hung up the phone and smiled slightly. He then switched to speakerphone and said to Tang Jun, President Tang, President Xiao, thank you for your hard work this new year. As long as those red circles I drew are acquired or have shares taken, it will be over. By the way, brothers' bonuses, each person gets an extra 1 million. I'll pay for it. Xiao Bei said with a smile to Tang Jun on the other end of the phone. In the Starry Sky Venture Capital Operation Room, after Tang Jun and Xiaoyan heard Xiao Bei's words, they exchanged glances. Tang Jun hesitantly said, well, President Xiao, our funds might not be enough. Hearing this, Xiao Bei, who was packing up his things, was immediately taken aback. He casually said, ha, in that case, I'll inject some funds into the company tomorrow. That would be great. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, Tang Jun and Xiao Yan were instantly delighted. Chapter 428. Mom's double standards. After leaving the hotel, Xiao Bei went straight back to Bojingting. On the other side, in Wangjiang Pavilion, Ji Qinglan was frantically selecting clothes in her dressing room. No, this one's too cheap and bad. This one won't do either. Not enough temptation. This one is almost there. Ji Qinglan was picking out clothes one by one. At that moment, her phone rang. She picked it up and saw that it was labeled Mom. Ji Qinglan quickly answered the call. Hello, Mom. Lan, open the door for Mom. Upon hearing her mother's words, Ji Qinglan was taken aback. Without thinking too much, she directly walked out wearing a maid outfit. When she reached the door, she opened it wide. Lan, Mom brought you, huh? What are you wearing? Before Ji Mom could finish her sentence, she saw Ji Qinglan in her maid outfit. She was momentarily stunned and asked in confusion. Ji Qinglan also noticed her outfit at that moment and immediately felt embarrassed. Ji-mom saw Ji Qinglan's appearance, and her eyes twinkled. She leaned in to look inside the house, and quietly asked, Lan Lan, is Xiao Bei there? Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan's face turned even redder, and she shook her head. Chapter 429. Yao Fangru goes to the Shun family. Ji Qinglan, feeling a bit dazed, got into the car. Her mind was still recalling what her mother had just said. Her face flushed slightly. Just as she started the car, Ji Qinglan's phone rang again. It was a call from Xiao Bei. Ji Qinglan connected the car's Bluetooth. Driving while answering the phone. Hey wife, have you arrived? I've already cleaned up. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, Ji Qinglan thought of her mother's attitude earlier and immediately felt a bit jealous. The treasure that used to be cherished by her mother was no longer favored. Xiao Bei was in hier position. Clean up? That's not enough. Go wash again. Ji Qinglan said lightly. Wash again? No. Wife, when did you become so obsessed with cleanliness? Xiao Bei was a bit puzzled, feeling that his wife was acting strangely today. I don't like it clean. No, wife. You weren't like this before. Xiao Bei protested on the phone. Ji Qinglan smiled slightly upon hearing this. She then said, Honey, I'm almost there. How about you go wash yourself thoroughly first? Wife, what kind of operation is this? Chapter 430. Yang Lily's scheme. When Shun dad heard the introduction from the other party, he immediately broke into a smile. Oh, it's Ling Yu's homeroom teacher. Teacher, please come in and sit. After saying that, Shun dad led Yao Fangru into the villa. Linger, your teacher is here. Hurry and pour some water. This is Ling Yu's teacher. Shun dad brought Yao Fangru to the sofa and then introduced her to Shun mom. When Shun mom saw Yao Fangru, she immediately stood up, smiling at her. Yao Fangru also looked at Shun mom with a smile on her lips. She then picked up the gift in her hand. Shun mom, this is a gift for you. I hope I'm not intruding. I just happened to come to the county today for some business. Since I knew Linger was here, I thought I'd come and have a look. Upon hearing Yao Fangru's words, Shun Linger, who had just come over with water, looked at Yao Fangru in surprise. Teacher Yao, how did you know my new home? Hearing Shun Linger's words, Shun dad and Shun mom were also puzzled. It was Shun Feng who told me. Yao Fangru said casually. Upon hearing this, Shen Linger was momentarily stunned. My brother told my homeroom teacher that my home is here. What's going on? Chapter 431. Fengzi, you are really a dog. In the car, Shun Feng was seriously driving. Yao Fangru sat in the passenger seat, and neither of them spoke. The atmosphere in the car was very quiet. In fact, although they seemed calm, both were quite conflicted inside. Should they break the silence or not? Soon, the car reached a traffic light, and Shun Feng stopped. He looked at the intersection ahead and casually asked Yao Fangru, Teacher Yao, do you listen to music? Yao Fangru, who was struggling to find a way to start conversation, felt a bit relieved upon hearing Shun Feng's words. She then tossed her hair back. Sure. Hearing this, Shun Feng smiled slightly and turned on the car's music. Shun Feng connected his phone to the car's music system, and the song he played leaned towards a niche folk style. At that moment, the music slowly filled the car. In a northern village lives a southern girl. She always likes to wear a flower dress, standing by the roadside. She doesn't say much, but when she smiles, she is so calm and elegant. What is hidden in her gentle eyes is the sorrow of longing. Yao Fangru was stunned when she heard the song. She then looked at Shun Feng in surprise and said, Chapter 432. Shun Feng isn't even worth carrying shoes for Ji Qinghua? Shun Feng and Yao Fangru heard a voice and turned to look. They saw a slightly chubby boy sitting in a Mazda. Yao Fangru didn't know who the person was, so she didn't speak immediately. Upon seeing this man, Shun Feng smiled slightly and walked over to the Mazda. He approached the driver's window and, clenching his fist, knocked on it. Damn, Shu Qiang, you scared me. Indeed, the person was none other than Shun Feng's friend, Li Shuqiang. Li Shuqiang smiled slightly and then pointed at the car, saying, Kid, wait for me to park. After saying that, he parked his car next to Shun Feng's Big G. When he got out, he looked at the Big G and couldn't help but complain. Damn, 5-star is really 5-star. In the parking lot, every car is my dream. What's wrong? Do you like it? Shun Feng smiled at Li Shuqiang. Li Shuqiang looked at Shun Feng and then complained, Aren't you just stating the obvious? A man's dream has been to like it since school. Hearing Li Shuqiang's words, Shun Feng smiled and said, Why did I like it in school? But now it's not a dream? Chapter 433. Brother Shun, you've accumulated virtue in your past life, just as Chun Hu finished speaking. Zhang Qingdong, who was next to Chun Hu and Hong Hai, suddenly saw 3 people walking towards them. Two of their faces were quite familiar. Upon closer inspection, he recognized who they were. Don't say anything. Shun Feng and Li Shuqiang are here. Where? Hong Hai and Chun Hu asked, with Hong Hai directly inquiring. While Chun Hu also looked at Zhang Qingdong. Where? Saying this, Zhang Qingdong pointed to Shun Feng and the three of them walking towards them. Chun Hu and Hong Hai looked over, and who else could it be but Shun Feng and Li Shuqiang? At this moment, even Xiao Bei, who had just been flattered, along with her boyfriend, Ji Qinghua, turned to look in that direction. Xiao Bei was surprised, as she hadn't heard that Shun Feng would come to today's class reunion. As for Ji Qinghua, he looked over to see who Xiao Bei's ex was. Which one is your ex? Ji Qinghua asked, looking at the two men, his brows slightly furrowing. Xiao Bei had been observing her boyfriend Ji Cheng's demeanor. She knew that he wasn't the gentleman everyone thought he was. Rather, he was an extremely ruthless man, a typical arrogant second-generation rich kid. Chapter 434. Hong Hai's jealousy. Just as Ji Cheng brought Xiao Bei into the hotel, Yang Lily also arrived in front of Shun Feng. However, she had been a bit excited, but when she saw Yao Fangru in front of Shun Feng, her expression suddenly changed. Oh no, someone got ahead of me. But Yang Lily concealed her emotions well, and no one noticed. She approached Shun Feng, smiling. Shun Feng, you're here. Shun Feng was puzzled by Yang Lily's enthusiasm. But since he believed in not striking at a smiling face, he still smiled back at her and said, Beauty Yang, good to see you again. Yes. We didn't catch up properly at the airport last time. By the way, who is this? Yang Lily looked at Yao Fangru beside her and asked. Hearing this, Shun Feng smiled and introduced, This is my girlfriend, Yao Fangru. Fangru, this is my high school classmate, Yang Lily. After hearing Shun Feng's introduction, Yang Lily's heart raced with anxiety. Did I come too late? At this moment, Yao Fangru glanced at Yang Lily, her eyes scrutinizing. As a woman, or rather, her intuition told her that Yang Lily had ulterior motives. Chapter 435. Is Shun Feng living off a woman? Upon hearing Hong Hai's words, the classmates present stared blankly at Shun Feng and Yao Fangru, who was sitting next to him. Wow, Shun Feng, is he living off a woman? I thought he had made it big. Turns out he's relying on a woman. Hey, the former top student went to Hangzhou University, and I thought he could make something of himself. Now it seems like you need connections in this world. Li Shuqiang, upon hearing so many people whispering about Shun Feng, wanted to defend him. However, Shun Feng stopped him with a slight shake of his head. Then Shun Feng smiled at the classmate present and said, yes. This is my girlfriend, Yao Fangru, from Zhejiang province. With Shun Feng's words, everyone's suspicions were further confirmed. Shun Feng, you're doing well, finding a shortcut in life. Yeah. Shun Feng, when I go to Zhejiang province, you can introduce me to a rich woman too. By the way, sister-in-law, do you have any friends around? Each classmate spoke to Shun Feng and Yao Fangru. Both Shun Feng and Yao Fangru were not ordinary people. Yao Fangru also knew that Shun Feng intended to keep a low profile, so she cooperated with him in acting. Chapter 436. Everyone gets slapped in the face hearing Li Shuqiang speak up for Shun Feng, Hong Hai, Li Hu. And Zhang Qingdong felt that Li Shuqiang was being a sycophant. So Zhang Qingdong looked at Li Shuqiang and said, Wow. You haven't even hooked up with a rich woman yet, and you're already flattering him? Yeah, if he hooks up with a rich woman. Wouldn't he be soaring to the heavens? Are we wrong? Shun Feng could show up here looking all pretentious. Isn't it because he's with a rich woman? The three of them had completely torn off their facade. They had never liked Shun Feng since school. And now seeing that even a bookworm like Shun Feng could hook up with a rich woman made them extremely jealous. Therefore, they kept insisting that Shun Feng was living off a woman, a soft rice man, thus diminishing Shun Feng's good reputation in the eyes of their classmates and boosting their own presence. Seeing the three of them egging each other on, Li Shuqiang was just about to say something when Xiao Bei spoke up. She glanced at Shun Feng with a complex expression and then said, Shun Feng, don't you have anything to say? What has happened to you now? Why are you taking shortcuts instead of following the right path? Now that Shuqiang is speaking up for you, you're still acting as if nothing happened. Chapter 437. Stay or eliminate. Upon hearing Yang Lily's words, everyone was shocked. What kind of company is OFO Technology? That is the most famous unicorn company in the entire Xia country right now. If Mabai is already strong, then OFO Technology is truly powerful. The two companies are not on the same level at all. How could it be possible? Shun Feng, is actually one of the founders of OFO technology. At this moment, Cheng Nuobi stood by the table, muttering to herself. At this moment, she felt that Shun Feng's achievements were even more painful than killing her. Why? Because he was doing better than her. From now on, they would be worlds apart. At this moment, Ji Qinghua and Lu Dong exchanged glances. Is this the man you said was being kept? Ha! Indeed, one cannot be too arrogant. Hong Hai and the others still didn't believe Yang Lily's words. This was simply absurd. Thinking of this, Hong Hai directly picked up his phone and searched for Shun Feng online. Who would have known that he had just searched? It's a photo of Shun Feng, with a brief introduction below. An outstanding graduate of Hangqing University, one of the co-founders of OFO Technology, and one of the 5 little dragons. When Hong Hai saw this, he was immediately dumbfounded. He then let go of his phone, which fell onto the table. Chapter 438. Xiao Bei's analysis. Xiao Bei's private jet gently landed in the capital. As he just got off the plane, Xiao Bei saw his second uncle. At that moment, he was standing next to a car, holding a thermos and sipping lightly. In middle age, the thermos is never far from hand. This is exactly what describes his second uncle, Xiao Di. Upon seeing Xiao Bei come down from the plane, he quickly handed his thermos to the bodyguard beside him and smiled as he approached. Second uncle, I'm back. Ha, good boy, you did well. Second uncle placed both hands on Xiao Bei's shoulders, his eyes revealing admiration and affection for him. With such a son in the Xiao family, the revival is sure to continue. Good boy, your grandfather and your father are both proud of you. Xiao Bei scratched the back of his head and smiled, saying, compared to you guys, I'm still far behind. No, Xiao Bei, you can't say that. You must know at your age, I was still climbing trees to dig bird nests. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Let us go. Let us talk in the car. Xiao Di looked at Xiao Bei and then pulled him into the car. Once inside, Xiao Di changed from his previous gentle demeanor to a serious expression as he looked at Xiao Bei. Chapter 439. Testing at this moment in the capital. At the Xiao family residence. After Xiao Bei returned home, he went directly to the old man's study. At this time, all the second generation of his Xiao family had gathered in the old man's study. The old man was playing chess with Xiao Tian. Xiao Bei sat down beside them without speaking immediately, watching the two play. The old man, while playing chess, sipped tea from the side, and then asked pointedly, have they left? They have, father. Xiao Di replied. Hearing this, the old man smiled and said, those people are already starting to be wary of our 5 families. Tian, how do you think we should break this game? The old man looked at Xiao Tian and said casually, old man, when soldiers come, we block. When water comes, we cover. Avoid the sharp edge for now and wait to claim the throne. Upon hearing Xiao Tian's words, the old man looked at his eldest son in surprise. This was the first time he had seen a momentum beyond elegance in his eldest son. Are you blaming the higher-ups? Father, what good does it do to blame or not blame? Whatever they do, we will cooperate. Xiao Tian gave a vague answer. The old man smiled and fell silent again. Chapter 440. Xiao Bei's change of mind after hearing Xiao Bei's words. He stared intently at Xiao Bei for a long time before revealing a smile. Who is this loach? You say whoever is a loach is a loach. I am just the one releasing the loach, right? Xiao Bei calmly replied, looking at the calm surface of the lake. Since the conversation had reached this point, it was no longer good to hide anything. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, he looked at the lake's surface and then picked up a nearby teacup, slowly pouring it into the lake. For how long? 3 years, Xiao Bei slowly said. As soon as Xiao Bei finished speaking, he smiled and shook his head. 3 years is too long. Time waits for no one. The surface of the lake must be calm at the time of the handover. And the time you give me? 1 year. I only give you 1 year. After 1 year, you cannot be the only one releasing loaches. He paused, then looked at Xiao Bei, revealing a meaningful smile. Then he slowly said, then, all 5 families will become loaches. After saying this, he no longer looked at Xiao Bei, but instead gazed at the lake. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew, creating ripples. Xiao Bei walked out of the courtyard, and, just as he reached the door, he stopped and looked back at the courtyard. Chapter 441. The Baoxia clan. After hearing the old man's words, everyone turned their attention to Xiao Bei. Seeing this, Xiao Bei thought for a moment and then said, Grandpa, what do you think about that circle? Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, the old man was momentarily stunned. Even Xiao Tian and his 3 brothers and Xiao Nan gasped in surprise. How could it involve that circle? What exactly did Xiao Bei discuss with the other party? Why did it involve that circle? At this moment, everyone looked at the old man and Xiao Bei. The old man was first taken aback, then let out a cold laugh. It seems they're going to take action against our 5 families. Dad, why? At this time, Xiao Xian directly asked. Hearing Xiao Xian's question, the old man swung his cane and hit Xiao Xian's backside. You brat, always relying on brute force. Hey Dad, give me some face. The juniors are present. If you do this, I won't have any authority left. Xiao Xian looked at the old man with grievance. Hearing this, Xiao Nan smiled at his third uncle. Third uncle, don't use us as shields. It's like we've never been beaten by you. Xiao Nan took the opportunity to exaggerate. It seemed like he saw a chance for revenge today. Chapter 442, My Daughter. I will introduce better ones. Upon hearing the old man's explanation, Xiao Bei was momentarily stunned. Then his eyes revealed excitement. If he could spar with such a family, it would definitely be interesting. Thinking of this, Xiao Bei's resolve strengthened. In the past, he had no specific goals. Now Xiao Bei's goals were clear. First, to push his father to that position. Second, to bring the family into the Xiao clan circle. A real man should have some goals. What if he achieved them? Third, to first become a fisherman. Thinking of this, Xiao Bei looked at the old man and said, Grandpa, don't worry. With me here, the Xiao family will also become part of the Xiao clan. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, the old man burst in a hearty laughter. Looking at his grandson, he couldn't be more pleased. Child, don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you can succeed, that's great. Then our Xiao family can continue to pass down. If not, it's okay. At worst, we'll withdraw from the 6 families of the capital and live as wealthy gentlemen. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Bei smiled and nodded. Sure, Xiao Bei, what are you going to do next? At this moment, Xiao Tian asked. The fact that Xiao Bei could come out from there meant that there must have been a deal. Chapter 443. Lu Qingya's jealousy. When the second aunt's words were spoken, Lu Qingyan was suddenly at a loss for words. What does it mean that Yi Suifeng's group isn't introduced to your daughter, but to me? Or do you think your daughter is better than me? Although Lu Qingyan wouldn't be happy even if the second aunt introduced someone to her. She was really annoyed by this statement. However, Lu Qingyan knew what kind of person the second aunt was, so she didn't bother to dwell on it. Second aunt, I don't need that. I still want to focus on my studies. Lu Qingyan brushed her hair. Upon hearing this, the second aunt was slightly taken aback. She thought what she just said was clear enough. Was Lu Qingyan really unable to understand, or just pretending to be clueless? Yan Yan, have you considered what your second aunt just said? No matter how hard we women try, we can't compare to men. Instead of this, it's better to find a good man to marry. The second aunt looked at Lu Qingyan, speaking each word deliberately. Her expression was rich, as if to say, if you don't listen to your second aunt, you're making a mistake. Just as Lu Qingyan didn't know what to say, Su Mengjie walked over. She saw her daughter's awkwardness and immediately realized that her second aunt had said something again. Chapter 444. I have a boyfriend. After Feng Haojie got out of the car, he saw Lu Qingya's relatives. Initially, he didn't think much of it since he was just playing with Lu Qingya. But when he saw Lu Qingyan among Lu Qingya's relatives, his eyes lit up. What a beautiful woman. So he went straight to the trunk, took out a box of Mao Dai, and brought it to Lu Qingya's relative's place. Looking at Lu Qingya's mother, he said, Auntie, I hope you don't mind my uninvited visit. Oh, Haojie, you're welcome. You came, so why bring gifts? The second aunt looked at Feng Haojie, increasingly fond of him, seeing him as a potential son-in-law for her daughter. Hearing the second aunt's words, Feng Haojie smiled and said, Auntie, it's just a small token of my appreciation. After hearing Feng Haojie's words, the second aunt was extremely happy. She immediately took Feng Haojie's arm and said, Come, Haojie, let me introduce you. This is Yaya's aunt. You could just call her aunt. Hello, aunt. Feng Haojie appeared very polite. Su Mengjie was also very pleased, thinking he was quite a courteous boy. Hello, Haojie. I've been hearing Yaya's mother praise you all day. Chapter 445. 10 million is just pocket money for my boyfriend. Lu Qingyan's words left everyone from the Lu family and Feng Haojie, who had been eyeing her since he got out of the car, dumbfounded. Su Mengjie was also confused. After all, she was her precious daughter, and the two of them used to share everything. Now her daughter suddenly tells her she has a boyfriend? Wouldn't anyone be shocked? And although Lu father had told Lu Qingyan early on that he wouldn't interfere much with her dating, now, out of the blue, he hears that his daughter is in a relationship. Lu father's heart immediately felt cold. He only had one thought. That was to chop up the man dating his daughter and feed him to the dogs. Upon seeing her parents' shock, Lu Qingyan felt quite helpless. If it weren't for the second aunt persistently trying to introduce her to someone, she wouldn't have said she was in a relationship. After all, she wasn't ready to come clean with her family yet. Mom, I've only just started dating. I was planning to tell you when I graduated. Lu Qingyan looked at Su Mingjie and said. Su Mingjie was slightly taken aback, then exchanged a glance with Lu's father. Then Su Mingjie asked, what's his name? Where is he from? How old is he? What does his family do? What is he doing now? How does he look? Chapter 446, Mom. Your daughter-in-law's family wants to video call. Lu Qingyan's words once again left everyone dumbfounded. What did they just hear? 10 million is just pocket money for her boyfriend? Even the present Fang Haojia couldn't say he has 10 million in pocket money every day, right? Or is Lu Qingyan saying this on purpose? Yin, are you serious? What exactly does your boyfriend do? Su Mingjie looked at her daughter, asking in shock. She would never doubt that her daughter was lying. After all, she knew her daughter well enough not to make a fuss over what Fang Haojia had just said. Lu's father also looked at his daughter in shock. At the same time, the speed of his internal preparations seemed to slow down a bit. The second aunt, Li Fangfang, was taken aback by Lu Qingyan's words and then sneered at her. Now she thought Lu Qingyan must be crazy. This little girl is just trying to show off. She probably doesn't even know the concept of 10 million, right? Yin, it's all right. Your second aunt knows you're trying to defend your little boyfriend. In the future, just keep such grandiose statements to your own family. Chapter 447. Lu's father gets slapped in the face. Yiro sat down next to Xiao Bei and asked with a smile, which one is it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei's face was filled with black lines. Why does it feel like what my mom just said makes me seem like such a scumbag? But I'm clearly not a scumbag. I'm just trying to give the girl I like a home. However, Xiao Bei didn't dwell on it too much. He really couldn't refuse his woman's request for a video call. Besides, now that his dad wasn't home, a video call was indeed possible. If his dad were home, it might really be hard to do a video call. After all, his dad's identity was quite sensitive. Kuaiji City, Lu family. At this moment, everyone was looking at Lu Qingyan. More specifically, Lu's father, Su Mingjie, second Aunt Li Fangfang, and Lu Qingyao were all ready to question Lu Qingyan's boyfriend. Among them, Fang Haojia looked particularly smug. At that time, he wanted Lu Qingyan's boyfriend to back down. What kind of person? What level? How dare he pursue the girl he has his eyes on? A message came through on Lu Qingyan's phone from Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, okay, let's video call. The handsome son-in-law should meet the in-laws, right? By the way, even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws. My mom is beside me, so be careful. Chapter 448. Change of attitude after Xiao Bei saw Lu Qingyan's parents. He clearly sensed their nervousness. He knew that they had figured out his identity. So, Xiao Bei smiled and said, Uncle, Aunt, just call me Xiao Bei. Upon hearing this, both Lu's father and Lu's mother smiled. Lu's father then said, Xiao Bei, the reason for this video call is simple. Just now, Yin was chatting with her mother and mentioned that she has a boyfriend. As parents, we are quite curious. So, we decided to give you a video call. Lu's father felt it was necessary to explain, because in his mind, even though it was the spring festival, someone like Xiao Bei would definitely not be relaxed. It's a misunderstanding to think that being a super wealthy person means being carefree. Successful people tend to be busier, especially someone like Xiao Bei, a top-tier, wealthy individual. Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. Uncle and Aunt, I'm sorry for not contacting you this time, due to some family matters. I will definitely come to visit you later. Yin said you enjoy a little drink, so I'll make sure to have a good drink with you then. Xiao Bei said with a smile, trying to appear polite. Chapter 449. I'm here. Take a good look. After Xiao Bei had the video call with Lu Qingyan's family, her status at home greatly increased. Even Fang Haojia no longer dared to talk big in front of Lu Qingyan. The current Fang Haojia was like a different person compared to before. On the other side, in the capital, it had been 5 days since the call with Lu Qingyan. Today, Xiao Bei got up early. He originally planned to go out to have fun with his brother, Xiao Nan, but was called by his mother, Yiro. So, why don't you come with Mom to the company today? While the family was eating at the dining table, Yiro looked at Xiao Bei and said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei put down his chopsticks and looked at Yiro. He knew that his mom was planning to introduce him to the company. Xiao Bei thought for a moment and said, Mom, is your company open? Yes, today is the first day. How about going with Mom to the company? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Bei replied, Mom, how about I go in the afternoon? What do you need to do in the morning? Yiro looked at Xiao Bei puzzled. I plan to go look at some houses. Xiao Bei said calmly. Houses? Aren't you planning to live in the courtyard? Mom, I'm grown up now. I also need my own private space. Chapter 450. This is the capital, not Hangzhou, just now. The property consultant directly brought Xiao Bei to the VIP lounge. Xiao Bei was not originally meant to be received by her. But since the supervisor mentioned it in the group chat, and she saw the supervisor attending to other clients, she simply stepped up to attend to Xiao Bei. Soon, she brought Xiao Bei here. As soon as they walked in, Xiao Bei heard the other party's brazen remarks. Originally, Xiao Bei didn't want to say anything, but seeing the other party still being aggressive towards the supervisor here, he couldn't hold back. After all, this was someone from Tanghua. It was because of him that the other party had to receive him in advance. So, Xiao Bei felt he had to step up. Jing Tian's manager was a middle-aged woman named Long Xiaoxi. She was so arrogant not only because she knew Jing Tian's background, but also because she was the sister of the chairman of Tianyu Media. Although not the most prestigious family in the capital, her influence was not to be underestimated. Where wouldn't she be respected? Today, someone actually dared to treat her and Jing Tian this way, which made her very unhappy. So she looked up in search of the voice. When she saw a young and handsome man, her brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 451. Let's go. Brother will stand up for you. After hearing Jing Tian's words, Xiao Bei immediately smiled. He then said, originally, if your manager just apologized today, nothing would have happened. But as you can see, your manager has been arrogant and domineering. Giving you face. How much face do you have? Yes, this is the capital, not Hangzhou, but so what? Xiao Bei showed no respect to Jing Tian at all. When she stood up, she was still in front of her manager. Xiao Bei would not give her any face, allowing her subordinate to be so arrogant. What if it were someone else? Would they not be infuriated by this shrew? Xiao Bei believed he wasn't a warm-hearted person. Had this incident not happened because of him, he really wouldn't want to get involved at all. But since this was indeed due to him, and the supervisor attending to him was Tang Hua's person, Xiao Bei still felt the need to uphold Tang Hua's dignity. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, both Jing Tian and Long Xiaoxi were taken aback. Long Xiaoxi then looked at Xiao Bei with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Chapter 452. Jing Tian's warning. Long Tian directly brought Long Xiaoxi to the VIP room. Soon, he saw Jing Tian and Xiao Bei sitting nearby. He first smiled and nodded at Jing Tian, then turned to Xiao Bei with a gloomy expression. When he saw Xiao Bei, he was still shocked inside. He was so young. His current wealth was already comparable to his own. Thinking about the other party's achievements at such a young age, it was inevitable that he would be arrogant. However, unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong target to be arrogant towards. How dare he act arrogantly towards his sister? So today, if Xiao Bei didn't show some sincerity, he wouldn't mind tarnishing Xiao Bei's reputation. At this moment, Xiao Bei also saw Long Tian, who had just arrived, wearing a light blue suit with a red tie. Generally, many people wouldn't be able to pull off such an outfit. After all, it looked a bit flashy. But on Long Tian, and not only didn't he feel out of place, it was quite fitting. Perhaps it was because he was in the entertainment circle, a place of fame and fortune. There's a glamorous aura of the entertainment industry around him. After all, Long Tian is not just a person from the entertainment circle. He is also one of the top bosses in this circle, a rule maker. Chapter 453. Who isn't a baby anymore? As Jing Tian's words fell, 2 military vehicles arrived at the sales office. Seeing this, Jing Tian smiled slightly and then looked at Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei, as long as you apologize now, I will consider this matter as if it never happened. You've seen it, my people have arrived. Indeed, my family is military. Jing Tian looked at Xiao Bei, issuing her final warning. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled faintly. Jing Tian, you haven't seen enough. Even if your grandfather came, he wouldn't be enough in front of me. So arrogant. Jing Tian snorted coldly. She already understood Xiao Bei's attitude, so she couldn't be polite any longer. Soon, 10 soldiers in camouflage uniforms, led by a middle-aged man carrying the rank of colonel, entered the VIP room. When he walked in, he directly ignored everyone present and went to Jing Tian's side. Miss, the old master sent me to assist you. All right, Uncle Wang, take down the person in front of you. The charge is attempted assault. Jing Tian would no longer give Xiao Bei any face. She wouldn't tolerate someone who dared to mention their grandfather. But don't underestimate Jing Tian. She is not the naive, sweet girl the outside world thinks she is. Chapter 454. Letting the tiger return to the mountain, a phone call from Xiao Bei left Long Tian and Long Xiaoxi pale. Long Tian realized he was truly finished this time. He had really kicked a hardboard. If he had known that Xiao Bei was the TZ master of the Xiao family, he would never have acted this way. After all, it was just a small matter that could be resolved with an apology. Now he understood how arrogant he had just been. Indeed, one shouldn't be too arrogant. People are watching. Xiao Bei looked at Long Xiaoxi and said, I hope you can remember this lesson well. Oh, by the way, who isn't a baby anymore? Who doesn't have a powerful family member? Xiao Bei calmly said to Long Xiaoxi. He then greeted the property consultant supervisor and left. After all, since the other party did not apologize, Xiao Bei could only do this. No, it wasn't supposed to be this way. It was just that the other party didn't know what was good for them. After Xiao Bei left, Xiao Dong quickly arrived at the sales office. When he walked in, he only saw the Long siblings, the colonel, and a group of soldiers. He did not see Jing Tian. Xiao Dong was puzzled, but didn't think much of it. He assumed that Xiao Bei had let the other party go. Chapter 455. The comfort of a top second generation. Upon hearing the other party's words, Jing Tian was momentarily stunned. She called this man with a tentative attitude, but didn't have much hope. After all, the Xiao family in the capital is the top family in all of Xia country. In her eyes, the current Xiao family is like the heavens of Xia country. But the other party said just a small Xiao family. What kind of background does he have? She only knew that the man on the other end of the line was someone her grandfather wouldn't dare to offend. But she was unclear about his specific identity. After thinking for a moment, Jing Tian calmly said, Don't talk big. If you don't understand the Xiao family, you might want to learn about them first. I'll pretend I didn't hear what you just said. Jing Tian had to be cautious now. Although she didn't know why Xiao Bei hadn't taken action against the Jing family yet, she didn't believe that Xiao Bei had really forgotten about this matter. Perhaps he was currently dealing with his own issues. When he had the time, it would be the Jing family's disaster. Especially today. Her grandfather was going to the Xiao family to apologize. Thinking of the terrifying Xiao family, Jing Tian felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her heart. Chapter 456. Hanging a name at mom's company. After Yi Ro agreed to Xiao Bei, she still felt something was off. After a moment of thought, she looked at Xiao Bei and said, No, you lazy brat. No, Mom, I really can't leave right now. Xiao Bei said, feeling distressed. Hearing this, Yi Ro glanced at Xiao Bei and then gave him a pat on the head. Then what's your purpose for coming today? ISNT you who called me here? Xiao Bei chuckled. No, time is precious. I can't let you come here for nothing. Yi Ro thought for a moment and said. Xiao Bei just stared blankly at his mom, waiting for her to continue. How about this? You first joined the board of directors, and during your school years. I'll manage it for you. After hearing Yi Ro's words, Xiao Bei thought for a moment and then nodded. Seeing Xiao Bei's unwilling expression, Yi Ro couldn't help but feel angry. She then patted him on the head again. I really don't understand you. Everyone desires a position, but why does it hold no allure for you? After hearing Yi Ro's words, Xiao Bei thought for a moment. Isn't it because I want to experience the fun of being a second generation? What fun? Chapter 457. Xiao Bei's layout. Shangguan Teng in the capital, Xiao family. After resolving the trivial matter with the Jing family, Xiao Bei and the old man went to the study. Xiao Bei, the spring festival is about to end, and your layout is about to begin. The old man looked at Xiao Bei and smiled. He was extremely satisfied with his grandson. Grandpa, I know. After chatting with the old man in the study for a long time, Xiao Bei left. Starting today, he would no longer stay in the Xiao family mansion. After returning home, Xiao Bei packed his things under Yi Ro's resentful gaze and left the Xiao family mansion. He headed to the wealth mansion. After arriving at the wealth mansion, Xiao Bei freshened up and then lay on the bed, starting to contemplate the future direction. Ever since his last meeting with that old man, Xiao Bei had been thinking about the future. One thing is now certain. Among the 5 families in the capital, in the end, only one family can survive. The fortunate thing is that he is the fisherman, while the others are just loaches ready to sink to the bottom of the lake. Now he must start thinking of ways to lay out. In fact, the main task now is to eliminate the Zhang and Chun families, because the other 2 families are connected to the Xiao family by marriage. And following the incident in Country H last time. Chapter 458. The claws stretched out and then cut. Time returns to the afternoon. After Jing Tian finished a call with Shangguan Teng, she directly arrived at Hulong Mountain Villa. As soon as she arrived at Hulong Mountain Villa, Jing Tian was shocked by the scale of the Shangguan family. Although this is the outskirts of the capital, having such a large area in the capital demonstrates their strength. Just after getting out of the car, she saw Shangguan Tong waiting for her. After getting out of the car, Jing Tian looked at the young man in front of her, who was just as handsome as Xiao Bei Shui. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Shangguan Tong smiled at Jing Tian. "You're here, Shangguan Tong. Is everything you said on the phone true?" Jing Tian looked at Shangguan Tong and asked. Shangguan Tong smiled at Jing Tian and then answered off topic. "Since you're here, how about I take you to tour our Shangguan family's estate?" Shangguan Tong, I'm not in the mood for that right now. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Tong walked over to Jing Tian, smiling, and naturally reached out to hold her hand. Seeing this, Jing Tian took a step back directly, her eyes warily watching Shangguan Tong. Seeing this, Shangguan Tong's hand hung in the air, and he smiled calmly. He then looked at Jing Tian and said, "Jing Tian, you have no choice now. No one can help you except me." Chapter 459, Obtaining Evidence. Taking action against Zhang Shui. On the border of Xia country, Xiao Dong took a military helicopter overnight to the border between Xia country and M country. After getting off the plane, Xiao Dong, escorted by relevant personnel, arrived at the borderline of Xia country and M country. "Captain Xiao, are you sure you don't need our men to accompany you?" The border officer looked at Xiao Dong and seriously suggested. Xiao Dong smiled slightly. "No need. I already have a plan." "All right, wish you victory." After saying this, Xiao Dong directly took advantage of the night to infiltrate M country. The reason Xiao Dong dared to go to M country alone was not because he was bold due to his skills, but because the Security Bureau has a branch here. Why? Because those who commit crimes in Xia country escape here. Since there is no extradition treaty between M country and Xia country, if you want to bring criminals to justice, special measures and actions are required. Thus, there's a Security Bureau branch in M country. Soon, Xiao Dong sneaked into a place called Waban. This is a lawless zone and a paradise for criminals. It is filled with illegal activities, including gambling, drugs, and more. Of course, Xiao Dong did not come for these. There is an underground bank here. It's called Tianyi Bank. Chapter 460, Covert Actions. After Xiao Bei hung up the phone, he directly went out. He was now going to the airport to pick up Xiao Dong. In the capital, at a certain military airport, Xiao Dong's helicopter slowly landed on a helipad. When he got off the plane, he saw Xiao Bei and his third uncle waiting there. "Beizi, third uncle, I'm back." Xiao Dong greeted Xiao Bei with a smile. Xiao Bei looked at the weary Xiao Dong, stepped forward to hug him, and then said, "The rest is up to me. Xiao Bei vispiret in Xiao Dong Xia." Xiao Dong looked at Xiao Bei and nodded with a smile. Xiao Dong really wanted to thank Xiao Bei for the intelligence. If it weren't for Xiao Bei's useful information, Xiao Dong wouldn't have been so smooth this time. After greeting Xiao Bei and his third uncle, Xiao Dong left with his group. The third uncle looked at the departing Xiao Dong and then seriously looked at Xiao Bei. "Xiao Bei, this is a warning. Next time there is such a dangerous mission, let the dark guards handle it." At first, Xiao Xin thought Xiao Dong was dealing with matters from the Security Bureau. But it wasn't until just now, when Xiao Bei came, that he realized what Xiao Dong's mission was. Xiao Bei smiled and nodded, saying, "Third uncle, give me a few people. I need to go to place now." Chapter 461, Mysterious Flight Attendant. After hearing the words of the old partner, the elder who had just left slowly walked over. "What?" The second elder sat down by the chessboard, opened his thermos, and took a sip. "Look, this little guy is really ruthless. He wants to wipe out the Zhang family." The first elder smiled at the second elder. The second elder, puzzled, took the notebook handed to him by the first elder and initially didn't pay much attention. But as he read more content, the second elder's brows furrowed tightly. "Bastard. The Zhang family deserves to die, cultivating their own power and disregarding human lives. They even have factions laundering money." The second elder slammed the table angrily. It was extremely furious. "It seems that your cleanup is correct. Now among the 6 families, 2 have problems. If we give them more opportunities to develop, who knows what they will do in the future?" The first elder looked at the second elder, smiled silently, and slowly sipped his tea. After leaving the courtyard, Xiao Bei returned to his car. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. He started the car and left the courtyard. Xiao Bei knew that with this evidence handed over to the 2 elders, the rest was no longer his involvement. Chapter 462, Zhang Family's Dead End. Xiao Bei starts school. On a mountain at the first year, Xiao Su put down his binoculars and smiled. He then called Xiao Bei. "Young master, Zhang Shui is dead." The entire private plane exploded in midair. In the capital, on an unknown mountain, Xiao Bei, sitting on the hood of the car, smiled slightly upon hearing the voice on the phone. All right, from now on, you can withdraw from country H1 after another. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bei looked back toward the center of the capital, his eyes slightly squinting. I have submitted my letter of commitment. I just don't know if you will take action. In the capital, in the courtyard, just as the first elder fell asleep, a bodyguard came directly to his room. First elder, not good. Something has happened. The first elder, who had just fallen asleep, said to the bodyguard, "Don't panic. Take your time. I just received news from Country H. A private plane exploded over the first year, and all personnel on board died. Among them was the young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Shui." The bodyguard looked seriously at the first elder. Upon hearing this, the first elder's heart had no ripple at all. He quickly realized that this was the letter of commitment submitted by Xiao Bei. Chapter 463. Two women pick up at the airport in the capital city. An earthquake has occurred. Yes, with the Zhang family being taken away. The entire capital city has fallen into a state of tension. The Zhang family is not an ordinary family. They are one of the 6 prominent families in the capital, and they are among the top families in terms of strength. However, such a family is now under investigation. In the capital, the Chen family. Father, now the Zhang family has fallen. What about us? Old Master Chen looked at his eldest son, who had a worried expression on his face. Stay calm and don't panic. Although I don't know why the authorities are targeting the Zhang family, I can be certain of one thing. Old Master Chen said slowly while looking at his eldest son. What is it, father? That is, the capital will experience a change. The Xiao family will dominate. In fact, I suspect this matter is related to the Xiao family. Old Master Chen, leaning on his cane, said slowly. The Xiao family? Yes, ever since the 3rd generation core of the Xiao family, Xiao Bei, returned, the long-standing structure of the 6 families in the capital has been directly disrupted. If my guess is correct, the Xiao family must have major plans. And this is very unfavorable for our Chen family. Old Master Chen said slowly. The Chen family has always been at odds with the Xiao family. Chapter 464. Two women meet. The driver glanced at Xiao Bei, then looked at the 2 beautiful women sitting in a back seat. He was momentarily stunned. Then he looked at Xiao Bei with a meaningful expression. While driving, he silently gave a thumbs up to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei looked over, then smiled and lit a cigarette, nodding to the driver. The gesture meant, calm down, don't be shocked. At this moment, Ji Qinglan and Fang Qin in the back seat were still exchanging glances. Why are you here? Why are you here? The 2 asked in unison. Hearing this, Ji Qinglan and Fang Qin answered together again. Of course. It's to pick up my husband. Of course, it's to pick up my husband. Ji Qinglan looked at Fang Qin and then said, Can you stop mimicking what I say? Exactly. Is it possible that you're the one mimicking me? Fang Qin retorted defiantly. Upon hearing this, Ji Qinglan was immediately at a loss for words. Seeing Ji Qinglan's flustered expression, Fang Qin couldn't help but smile smugly. The look seemed to say, Sister, compared to me, you're still too inexperienced. Husband, who do you think is better, me or this sister? Ji Qinglan, finding Fang Qin hard to deal with, directly turned her attention to Xiao Bei, who was sitting in the front passenger seat with a mischievous expression. Chapter 465. Competing for affection when Xiao Bei entered the bathroom. Fang Qin gave Ji Qinglan a meaningful smile, her eyes filled with mischievous provocation. Even if she was open-minded, there still had to be a distinction between the main wife and the secondary wife. Just as Fang Qin was about to take the initiative, Ji Qinglan suddenly said, Sister, you have to go to work tomorrow, so you should rest early. I could take care of Xiao Bei here, and I'll definitely take good care of him. Ji Qinglan's tone was sincere, as if she really wanted Fang Qin to rest more. Sister, I'm okay. If it's a bit hard, I'll handle it. After all, I have to serve him for a long time, and I'm worried you might get tired. Fang Qin smiled slyly, looking at Ji Qinglan, and then burst into laughter. Xiao Bei, who was still preparing to take a shower in the bathroom, keenly heard the conversation between the 2 women. He glanced at the mirror and couldn't help but sigh. Only you could achieve this with a face that is only slightly inferior to the reader's. Thankfully, I'm clever otherwise. If I couldn't handle this properly, it would be a fire in the backyard. Ji Qinglan wouldn't back down, and Fang Qin wouldn't either. The 2 women were in a deadlock at the foot of the bed, with a mattress between them forming a line of defense. Chapter 466. Senior Sister Dan Xiao Bei really didn't expect that after just one winter vacation, he would reach the peak of his life. After a night without conversation. The next day, when Xiao Bei woke up, he found himself alone. Xiao Bei was taken aback. Could yesterday have been a dream? But my legs are sore, and my back hurts. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Bei directly got out of bed and opened the door. Just as he stepped outside, Xiao Bei was stunned, because the scene before him was truly shocking. First of all, the two people who were competing and getting jealous yesterday were now harmoniously dressed in pajamas, leaning against each other on the sofa in the living room. Seeing this, Xiao Bei smiled slightly. He didn't say much and directly went out. Of course, he extended his stay in the presidential suite. Arrange a car for me to take me to Hangzhou University, Xiao Bei said to the front desk lady. Upon hearing this, the lady smiled and nodded. She then took out a walkie-talkie and arranged a Rolls-Royce for Xiao Bei. After all, as a guest in the presidential suite, he had some privileges. Soon, the car arrived. Xiao Bei directly got into the vehicle arranged for him by the hotel. The reason he didn't drive his own car was that Xiao Bei was really too lazy to go home and get it. He was exhausted after a whole night. Okay? Chapter 467. Old Cheens call upon hearing the senior's words. Both of them were slightly taken aback. They then asked, "Why have we never heard of Senior Sister Dan's reputation before?" "That's because you guys from this generation are even more monstrous. If I hadn't seen Senior Sister Dan today, we would have even forgotten about this big shot." After hearing the senior's words, the two younger students smiled slightly. Then one of them asked in a rather lewd manner, "Senior, does Senior Sister Dan have a boyfriend now?" The senior looked at this younger student and scoffed. "With your little build and your IQ, do you think you can dream about a toad wanting to eat swan meat? There are plenty of outstanding seniors at Hangzhou University. Senior Sister Dan wouldn't even look at you." The senior glanced at the two and found them uninteresting, so he left directly. Meanwhile, Xiao Bei returned to the dormitory. Just as he returned to the dorm, he heard the voices of his sons. Xiao Bei pushed the door open forcefully. "Sons, do you miss your dad?" "What the heck, grandson? Do you want to revolt?" "Grandson, your tone is getting bigger. Shut up. I'm not happy right now." Zhang Zhibua and the others looked at Xiao Bei and said with a smile. Chapter 468. The unknown big hand. After Xiao Bei hung up the phone, he saw his three sons staring at him. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Xiao Bei felt a bit uneasy under their gaze. "Speak up, son. Do you have a relationship with Lao Qin? Son, do you have a special relationship with Lao Qin? Son, confess to get leniency. Resist to face severe consequences." Xiao Bei looked at his three sons and smiled slightly. "Yes, I have a relationship with Lao Qin. A teacher-student relationship, and I'm talking about you three. One counts as one. All of you go back to your mother's womb and have your brains washed properly." After saying this, Xiao Bei thought of something. "Right, for the speech, you guys can just go. You go, I want to go. It's better to keep a low profile," Wang Wei said calmly. Then let Long go, he loves to show off," Zhang Zhibua directly started suggesting. Upon hearing this, Hu Jilong was slightly taken aback. Then he had a look of despair. "I don't want to go either." "Wait, don't you love occasions like this the most?" Wang Wei asked Hu Jilong in surprise. "I do like it, but I don't have a speech draft. And now I'm somewhat of a celebrity. I can't just speak casually, right?" Chapter 469. Shanzhao shock at 8 p.m. at Lucky Cafe. When Xiao Bei arrived, there were already people in the 4A private room. This person was none other than Shan Xiao. Shan Xiao looked at the young man who came in, slightly puzzled. "This younger brother, who are you?" To be honest, when Shan Xiao saw Xiao Bei, she didn't associate him with the investor for tonight at all. Why? Because Xiao Bei was simply too young and very handsome. He also had a good demeanor. "Are you surnamed Shan?" Shan Xiao. Upon hearing this, Shan Xiao was slightly taken aback. Then she asked in surprise, "You are Mr. Xiao?" Hearing this, Xiao Bei smiled and nodded, then sat down at the table. Shan Xiao was surprised to see how young Xiao Bei was. When she heard that he was tonight's investor, her previously hopeful heart suddenly felt deflated. This person looks like a second-generation rich kid. Generally, people like this have investment power, but they can only come up with a few million. Tens of millions would actually be difficult. After all, the handsome young man before her wasn't familiar at all in Shan Xiao's impression. There are only two possibilities. Either he isn't famous enough, or he comes from a rich family, but is just an ordinary second generation. Chapter 470. Holding hands. When Shan Xiao finished reading Xiao Bei's profile, she was instantly shocked. She thought Xiao Bei was a second-generation rich kid who knew he was a genuine big shot, and he was from the same school as her. He was even her junior. What kind of big shot did I miss out on? Thinking of this, Shan Xiao quickly stood up, grabbed her bag, and chased after him. Just as she stepped outside, she saw a Ferrari slowly coming out of the parking lot. Shan Xiao focused her gaze and saw that the driver's seat was none other than Xiao Bei. So she hurriedly stepped forward. But just as she approached, Xiao Bei hit the gas and sped away. Watching Xiao Bei drive off, Xiao was stunned. Then she started pacing in place. No, I'll block him at school tomorrow. Xiao thought for a moment and said. On the other side, Xiao Bei was in a very unpleasant mood. What kind of person is this? Are they here just to play with me? Just when Xiao Bei was feeling helpless, a phone call came in. Xiao Bei looked and saw it was his counselor Qin Mingxue. He initially didn't want to answer, but after thinking about it, he decided to pick up. My best friend is a fool, but that can't represent Lao Qin being a fool. Chapter 471. Qin Mingxue's secret. Xiao Bei looked at Qin Mingxue's appearance at that moment and suddenly found his goddess counselor quite adorable. Since you said so, we made a deal that I definitely want to say anything. Qin Mingxue said, looking deeply at Xiao Bei. Then she glanced around and leaned close to Xiao Bei, whispering, First of all, Xiao is indeed facing a huge problem right now. If her company goes bankrupt, she will have to go back to Europe. Her family does business in Europe, and Xiao has a great talent for business. However, she despises what her parents do. Qin Mingxue slowly explained it in Xiao Bei. After hearing Qin Mingxue's words, Xiao Bei felt a bit helpless. So she is originally a second-generation rich kid. If it doesn't work out, she can just go home to inherit the family business. Wait, she is a second-generation rich kid. Does she really need you to plead for her? Thinking of this, Xiao Bei directly asked, According to what you said, she doesn't lack money in the first place. Why does she need my investment? Hearing Xiao Bei's words, Qin Mingxue suddenly became anxious. Xiao Bei, that is not it. The point is, you need to understand the point. Chapter 472. No more supercars at school. Xiao Bei quickly looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he finally felt relieved. He then looked at the fierce Qin Mingxue and said, Sister, I beg you, don't talk like that. We're all human. Xiao Bei said helplessly. Qin Mingxue glanced around. Under the dim light, there were many people, and although the dim light provided some cover, Qin Mingxue's face was flushed. So what do you think we should do now? Qin Mingxue said cautiously. Xiao Bei looked at Qin Mingxue's cute appearance and smiled slightly. Let us not do anything. You go home first, and I'll contact you later. Okay. Qin Mingxue felt that such matters should be left to Xiao Bei, as she wouldn't know what to do. Soon, the two tidied up their things and left. Xiao Bei naturally let Qin Mingxue get into his car. Just as Xiao Bei sat inside, he leaned over to Qin Mingxue's side. Seeing this, Qin Mingxue closed her eyes, her body trembling. You can come closer. I want to push you away. Smack. Xiao Bei directly flicked Qin Mingxue's forehead. It hurts. Qin Mingxue immediately opened her eyes, pouting as she looked at Xiao Bei. Chapter 473. A few more times would be good. After listening to Xiao Bei's last words, Dan Xiao looked at his departing figure, feeling a bit confused. However, after thinking for a moment and glancing at Xiao Bei's car, she speculated. Is it because his car isn't as good as mine that he is afraid I'll steal the spotlight? On the other side, Xiao Bei didn't return to the dormitory, but went straight to the classroom. All of Xiao Bei's classes were in the morning. Not long after he entered the classroom, Hu Jilong looked at Xiao Bei and said, Fourth, are you really not checking the class messages? What's going on? As Xiao Bei asked. He pulled out his phone from his pants. Old Qin wants you to go to her office, Hu Jilong said helplessly, noticing that Xiao Bei was still scrolling through the group chat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei put down his phone and directly told Hu Jilong, Next time, just get to the point. I don't like scrolling through messages. After that, Xiao Bei left the lecture hall. Soon, Xiao Bei arrived at Qin Mingxue's office. Because of Xiao Bei, Qin Mingxue's office had become an independent office. This was mainly because the principal considered that in the future, Xiao Bei or other entrepreneurial students from the class would need to discuss certain matters with Qin Mingxue when asking for leave. Chapter 474. Car accident. After saying goodbye to a few friends, Xiao Bei went directly to a cafe near the school and requested a private room. Not long after he sat down, someone knocked on the door of the booth. Kumin, Xiao Bei said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open, and a beautiful woman appeared before him. It was none other than Dan Xiao. See? Xiao Bei didn't stand up to greet her, but pointed to the chair in front of him. Dan Xiao walked over casually and sat down, extending one long leg to the right and crossing the other leg over it, displaying an extremely beautiful posture. She smiled at Xiao Bei and said, President Xiao, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Dan Xiao. Nice to meet you, Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei reminded Aloof. He then glanced at the time and then at Dan Xiao. Manager Dan, you have half an hour to convince me, so make good use of it. Start now. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, Dan Xiao smiled confidently. She wasn't very nervous facing Xiao Bei, even though he was a genius investor and a super rich person. So what? She had specifically researched Xiao Bei's information at home yesterday, and in her opinion, many of his investments were just shortcuts. Chapter 475, The Assassin. Bang! Crash! Xiao Bei's car was directly overturned by a small truck. Xiao Bei! Xiao Bei! Xiao Bei! On the phone, Xiao Di's voice was filled with urgency and tension. But no matter how he called out, Xiao Bei did not respond. On the Hongma Highway, just as Xiao Bei answered the call, he noticed a suspicious white minivan behind him. After experiencing the incident with Xiao Long last time, Xiao Bei had become extremely cautious. This time, when he saw the suspicious vehicle behind him, he was on high alert. Sure enough, just as Xiao Bei was preparing himself, that small minivan, like a sword leaving its sheath, charged straight towards him. Although Xiao Bei didn't have time to react, he was not worried at all. Because after the incident with Xiao Long, all of Xiao Bei's cars have been modified. Not only did they all have bulletproof glass, but most importantly, they had racing-grade roll cages. The reason Xiao Bei didn't respond to Xiao Di's inquiry was that he was too preoccupied with the current situation. Just as the car finished rolling, two men wearing devil masks got out of the small truck. Chapter 476, Intelligence Department, Shun Feng. Xiao Bei directly hung up the phone. He didn't ask who the other party was because he had more important matters to deal with. On the other side, in the city center of Modu, in an apartment, a young man with a charming smile put down his phone. So they know our identity from the capital? How interesting. Thinking of this, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Young master, we failed. The other party knows our identity from the capital. The man spoke casually, without a hint of worry. This indicated how confident he was. In the capital, the Shangguan family, Shangguan Tung, who had just turned the situation upside down, calmly replied after hearing the words, although the Xiao family is not in our circle, they still have some power. Besides, I didn't plan to let him die immediately. Otherwise, how would I enjoy Jing Tian properly? Then, 3 days later, send him one of his fingers. I think Jing Tian will love this gift. Shangguan Tung said calmly. Okay, young master. By the way, make sure he doesn't have too comfortable a time for the next 3 days, both in business and on the streets. Get things moving. Shangguan Tung lay on the bed, looking at the proud figure in the one-way glass across from him, with a lewd smile on his lips. Chapter 477. The terrifying Shangguan family Xiao Bei quickly arrived in Modu. However, he didn't contact Xiao Anin immediately, but drove with Xiao Ji towards the outskirts of Modu. In a hamburger shop on the outskirts of Modu, Xiao Bei parked the car. Stay alert. Xiao Bei told Yi. Yes, young master. After speaking, she led the team to set up defenses. Xiao Bei then entered the hamburger shop. Boss, give me an A-set meal. Okay. The boss, a middle-aged man, looked up at Xiao Bei after hearing his words, then lowered his head to start preparing the meal. Boss, is there a restroom? Xiao Bei directly asked. Right turn at the staircase, downstairs. Okay. After that, Xiao Bei went straight to the restroom at the staircase. Once inside, there was a toilet, a wash basin, and a mirror. Xiao Bei looked directly at the mirror and said, Modu makes money. Hangxing spends it. As soon as Xiao Bei's words fell, the lights in the restroom dimmed. Then, a red laser appeared, shining directly onto Xiao Bei's retina. Soon, a small green light appeared on the mirror. Very quickly, the place where Xiao Bei was standing directly started descending. Wait until Xiao Bei's head disappears below the ground. Chapter 478. You have a sense of the situation, right? Upon hearing this, Shunfeng was slightly taken aback, then excitedly nodded. Brother Shun, let's meet at Guamao tomorrow afternoon. Xiao Bei said to Shunfeng. Okay. Shunfeng replied with a smile. How could he not smile? Tomorrow, Xiao Bei would be leading them in their second venture. Xiao Bei quickly left the secret base. This place was quite hidden. After the recent events, and realizing the true dynamics of this world, Xiao Bei was genuinely ready to establish his own influence. He couldn't possibly do everything himself, could he? After leaving the secret base, Xiao Bei headed directly back to the Magic City district under Xiao Lan's escort. Inside the luxurious Tang Chun E-Pin residence, Xiao Bei took a shower and looked out at the scenery. Perhaps at this moment, others saw the bustling night view. But what Xiao Bei saw was a world full of crises. He mentally reviewed his current situation. First, he had become a pawn in the game between the upper echelons and the Huxia clan. Second, He must eliminate the remaining imperial families, absorb their resources to make the Xiao family stronger, or to make himself stronger. Third, be wary of the new enemy, the Shangwan family. Fourth, in business, he needed to develop more rapidly. And in terms of family politics, it was best to utilize the intelligence system and proceed cautiously. Chapter 479. Taking 3 beauties for Hot Pot. Xiao Bei was waiting at the entrance of the Magic City Music Academy when he received a WeChat message from Lu Qingyan and chuckled. He then directly edited a message on his phone. What can be said? What can't be said? I don't know. Lu Qingyan, who was putting on makeup in the dormitory, received Xiao Bei's message and pouted. She then replied, "When did you become so annoying? Just wait patiently, we'll be out soon." After putting down her phone, Lu Qingyan continued with her makeup. At that moment, Yi Xianya came up behind Lu Qingyan as if she had remembered something. Ice cream. Oh no, today seems to be my brother's birthday. I actually forgot. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyan, who was doing her makeup, was also stunned. She looked at the tall girl and asked, "What are you going to do now? Join us, or go straight to your brother?" "Wait a moment, I'll call and ask." After saying that, Yi Xianya made a call to her brother. "Hello, brother, what's the plan for today? Are we having dinner together? What time?" "Got it. By the way, is there a second half?" "All right, then I understand. See you tonight." After finishing, Yi Xianya hung up the phone. Chapter 480. Is it you, Suanya? Yi Xianya immediately chased after them. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the top floor of the Bulgari Hotel. Just as they entered the top floor lobby, a staff member came to greet them. "Hello, President Xiao, the usual?" "No, this time I brought 3 beauties, didn't I?" "Bring the menu. Let them order." Xiao Bei said to the restaurant manager with a smile. Upon hearing Xiao Bei's words, the restaurant manager smiled slightly. "President Xiao, please follow me, ladies." After saying that, the restaurant manager led the way. Lu Qingyan looked at Xiao Bei in confusion. "Honey, have you been here before?" "Yes, I came here with my brother before." Xiao Bei replied calmly. Previously, when he was in the Magic City, Xiao Bei had dinner with Xiao Nin every night. So he unlocked many hidden dining options in the city. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, Hani looked at him, her eyes flashing with fleeting affection as she asked, "Is the hot pot here really delicious? Is it better than the place we gathered before?" "Yes, Green Tea North. If this place isn't as good as where we ate before, we'll just go back there and save this money," Yi Xianya said while looking at Xiao Bei, although she was complaining about wanting to take Xiao Bei's money. Chapter 481. Yu Jie's thoughts. This voice carried a hint of surprise and astonishment. Xiao Bei and the others turned their heads in response. They saw a boy looking at Yi Xianya. "Yu Jie, what a coincidence." Yi Xianya immediately recognized the person upon seeing them. Yu Jie, Yi Xianya's high school classmate. Yi Xianya's biggest impression of him was that he was good at studying, not very talkative, and had no presence in class, just the typical bookworm type. Looking at him now, dressed in a suit, he looked like a successful person. "Xianya, it really is you." He naturally walked over. And when he saw Yi Xianya and the beauties beside her, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Internally, he thought, as expected, beauties are always surrounded by beauties. Just now, he felt that this back view looked familiar. Xiao Bei and the others watched Yi Xianya talking to the man without interrupting. "Haha, if you hadn't called me, I really wouldn't have recognized you," Yi Xianya said with a smile. "You've changed a lot. The old you was just a weak bookworm. Now it seems you've become successful." Yi Xianya was extremely happy to see her old classmate. Upon hearing Yi Xianya's compliment, Yu Jie. Chapter 482. Brother Xiao. Why not come work part-time at my company? Yi Xianya was taken aback upon hearing Yu Jie's words. She then smiled and said, "Sure, you dazed. You really aren't a bookworm anymore. The old you wouldn't have said something like that." Xiao Bei and the others listened to the conversation between Yu Jie and Yi Xianya. Xiao Bei didn't have much of a reaction, but his intuition told him that Yu Jie had feelings for Yi Xianya. Lu Qingyan and Hani also heard their conversation. So, the naive Hani directly stepped forward, linking her arm with Yi Xianya's and looking at Yu Jie with a smile, then turned to the tall girl and said, "Tall girl, now I believe what you said." "What?" Yi Xianya was a bit puzzled, wondering what Hani was talking about. "It's just that someone said they've had pursuers from elementary school to university. At first, I thought you were being narcissistic, but now it seems to be true." After saying that, Hani looked at Yi Xianya with meaningful eyes. Upon hearing Hani's words, Yi Xianya was slightly stunned and then playfully hit Hani. "What nonsense are you talking about? You didn't hear?" Yu Jie was talking about a long-awaited reunion between classmates. In Chapter 483, The Clown, after hearing Yu Jie's words. The three girls could hardly hold back their laughter. The reason they agreed to go shopping with him was because of the lively atmosphere, and also because he was a classmate of Yi Xianya, who knew he wanted to show off. Stretching his face out for Xiao Bei to hit, Xiao Bei looked at Yu Jie in surprise, then smiled and shook his head. Thank you, Mr. Yu, but I think my living expenses should be enough. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Xiao Bei, Yu Jie didn't want to say more. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have the chance to make him say that. How ungrateful. He was too lazy to say anything now. So he turned to the store manager. Bring out this quarter's new styles for me to see. Okay, Mr. Yu. The store manager was extremely happy. Every time Yu Jie came, he spent a large amount. Today would probably be no different. So the store manager quickly called the staff to bring over the new men's suits from Armani for the season. There were 5 sets in total. Yu Jie looked at them and said to the 3 girls, "Ladies, wait a moment, I'm going to try on some clothes." After saying that, he thought he left elegantly and headed to the fitting room. After Yu Jie left, in chapter 484, the clown is actually myself. Xiao Bei looked at the Patek Philippe store manager and nodded slightly. He didn't return the enthusiastic greeting with a smile. Xiao Bei had his own standards. At this moment, Yu Jie saw this scene and was stunned. He stood there, his outstretched hands slowly retracting. He swallowed hard. Yu Jie was able to get to where he was today, even having such a large family business before graduating. He wasn't a fool. He knew that someone who could command such respect from the Patek Philippe store manager was certainly not an ordinary person. He thought of his previous arrogance and immediately felt ashamed. However, he still held onto a glimmer of hope. So what if you, Xiao Bei, have money? Aren't you still relying on your family? And I, Yu Jie, made on my own. At this moment, he no longer felt the previous pride. He just quietly watched. Xiao Bei didn't pay any attention to Yu Jie. After all, how did his feelings relate to him? Show me the 5374300P super complicated watch. Xiao Bei had already decided to spend generously. He was definitely well prepared. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, the Patek Philippe store manager nodded slightly, not overly excited. Although the watch Xiao Bei was buying was also a top-tier Patek Philippe. In chapter 485, is it the night for the Concubine S brand? The Patek Philippe store manager took Xiao Bei's card and went directly to the cash register. As for whether it could be processed, the manager was not worried at all. After all, people in their line of work must understand the wealthy in Xia country, and Xiao Bei was one of their premium clients. After the manager left, Hani suddenly looked at the silent Yu Jie beside her and smiled. "Mr. Yu, look, even the student Xiao Bei is buying a Patek Philippe. Why don't you buy one too?" Hearing this, Yu Jie, who was in shock, lifted his head and looked at Hani. Now he understood why the 3 beauties looked down on him and didn't want him to pay. It was because they were simply not on the same level. After Hani spoke, Yi Xianya and Lu Qingyan also looked at Yu Jie. Yu Jie was now sweating profusely. He stammered, Xiao Bei, I have some matters at the company. I'll leave first." After saying that, he didn't wait for Xiao Bei and the others to respond and directly left the VIP room. Once he exited the Patek Philippe store, all his arrogance vanished. Damn it. Has Yi Xianya really been doing this well now? He muttered as he left. In chapter 486, the terrifying sixth sense of the big girl, Xiao Bei looked at the little beauty in front of him and pinched her face. "If you behave and pick a watch, maybe tonight you'll be the one making the calls." Xiao Bei smiled at Hani. Hearing this, Hani shyly nodded and then walked toward the display case. Soon, the 3 of them picked out a watch. Qingyan, remember to pick one for old Buddha and her husband. Wow, Green Tea Bei, from today on, you are my brother for life. As soon as Xiao Bei finished speaking, Yi Xianya directly sat down next to him, placing a hand on his shoulder, looking like a big sister with a bit of a gang vibe. If someone didn't know better, they might think Yi Xianya was a female gang leader. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, Lu Qingyan smiled slightly and went to pick out a women's watch and a men's watch. In total, there were 5 watches worth 5 million. The 3 girls all picked the same watch, which was 5 million. Lu Qingyan also picked a 5 million watch for Zhang Shibing, and a 5 million watch for Zhang Shibing's boyfriend. Xiao Bei decisively swiped his card. In chapter 487, Reunion of Friends at Drunken Immortal Tower. Drunken Immortal Tower is a well-known restaurant in Magic City. To eat here, you need a reservation. If you don't have a reservation, you can't eat on the same day. It is famous for its ancient and elegant dining environment and authentic salt gang cuisine. Although people in Magic City don't like spicy food too much, it's still nice to have a little kick now and then. After confirming the reservation with the big girl and her brother, the four of them strolled around the International Trade Center. Xiao Bei then drove the four of them to Drunken Immortal Tower. Just as they got out of the car, Xiao Bei saw a BMW M4 coming towards them. After seeing the car, Xiao Bei smiled as it approached. Soon, the car stopped in front of Xiao Bei and the others. The driver's window rolled down. Bei, when did you come to Magic City? The person was none other than Zhang Shibing's boyfriend, Su Penghua. Brother Su, I arrived yesterday. Xiao Bei greeted Su Penghua with a smile. At this time, Zhang Shibing got out of the car. Looking at Xiao Bei and Lu Qingyan, the three of them chatted. Green Bai, where did you take my sister to have fun today? Xiao Bei chuckled. We went for a stroll around Guomao. Bei, you guys going first. I'll go park the car. Chapter 488. Always an obvious bag. After that, Yi Feng arranged for Xiao Bei and the others to be seated. Many of the guests today were Yi Feng's friends, including some who had previously worked in the entertainment industry. As soon as Xiao Bei sat down, Lu Qingyan took the seat next to her. To Lu Qingyan's left was a girl, and Hani naturally sat on Xiao Bei's right. Then Zhang Shibing sat next to Hani, and Su Penghua sat next to Zhang Shibing. Yi Xuanya sat directly next to Su Penghua, with her brother Yi Feng on her right. Looking at the seating arrangement, it turned out that Xiao Bei and Su Penghua each had two beautiful women sitting beside them. After seeing everyone seated, Yi Feng began to introduce his friends, saying, "This is my sister, and these are her friends. They're all younger brothers and sisters," Yi Feng said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone nodded slightly. After the introduction, Yi Feng directly told the waiter, "You can serve the dishes now?" "Okay, Mr. Yi." It must be said that Zui Xian Lu has some standards to make a name for itself in the Magic City. Even the waiters here have a higher quality than in general places. Xiao Bei looked at the several waiters who came in. All three girls were very attractive, and both boys were quite handsome too. Chapter 489. Then I'll skin you alive. Huang Mingxian stopped in his tracks upon hearing this statement. He looked towards the source of the voice and saw a young man sitting between Lu Qingyan and Hani, eating while coldly staring at him. "You? Are you talking to me?" He pointed at himself. Xiao Bei did not answer his question, but directly said, "There are always people like you in this world." "Ha ha ha. What kind of person am I?" Huang Mingxian laughed, intrigued by this young man. Who dared to speak to him like this? Truly a naive young man who doesn't fear tigers. There are always people like you, who, having grasped a little power, begin to feel self-satisfied, thinking they're invincible. Xiao Bei taught it directly. Kid, you're still too young. Young people shouldn't be too impulsive, or else the consequences are not something you can bear. Huang Mingxian's words were filled with threats. After hearing him, Xiao Bei slowly put down his chopsticks, picked up the napkin that Lu Qingyan handed him, and wiped his mouth. Now you have two choices. First, apologize and walk around Yi Feng in the future. Second, I want to even give you a chance to apologize. Xiao Bei was totally furious. Chapter 490. Your subordinate offended our chairman. As Xiao Bei's words fell, Yi Feng's friends, who were confused, were shocked. Was Xiao Bei being too arrogant? That was the artistic director of Chung Tian Entertainment. A student like you actually wanted to skin him alive? Huang Mingxian, who had slightly alleviated his pain, glared at Xiao Bei. Kid, you're finished. I want to let you go. He continued, you want to skin me? Who do you think you are? After saying this, he took out his phone. I'm calling the principal of MOE right now. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Bei spread his hands. So what? Zedang Xiao Bei's audacity. Huang Mingxian smeated coldly. Do you think I don't know who you are? Don't know your name? You think it doesn't matter? You're wrong. When I, Huang Mingxian, set my sights on someone, even the king of heaven can't save you. Although I don't know your name, I know what Yi Feng's sister is called. Following the clues, I can always find you. At this moment, Huang Mingxian had already decided that he not only wanted to blacklist this kid in the industry in the future, but also wanted him out of MOE. Zhang Jian and others were quite convinced by Huang Mingxian's words. Chapter 491. I'm done. You do as you please. Zui Xianlu. Half an hour had passed since Xiao Bei made the call. Kid, where are the people you called? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Huang Mingxian looked at Xiao Bei with a smug expression. This truly was a naive young man. From the beginning, Huang Mingxian had some hostility toward Xiao Bei. Firstly, what kind of person was he to be dining at the same table as him? This was already given the kid face. Secondly, what kind of person was he to be surrounded by so many beauties? Shouldn't these beauties be following him instead? Was it just because he looked like an unattractive author? Facing Huang Mingxian's arrogance, Xiao Bei ignored him completely and continued eating. At this moment, Zhang Jian also reacted. He had just been thinking why Yi Feng would tolerate this young man treating Huang Mingxian like this. In his impression, Yi Feng was an exceedingly righteous man. Initially, he had a subjective mindset and regarded Xiao Bei as a young man with a similar background. However, now seeing Xiao Bei still calmly eating and looking at his classmates, all of whom were chatting and laughing, seemingly unconcerned, even Zhang Jian couldn't help but realize. Chapter 492. Dismiss Huang Mingxian on the spot. When Huang Mingxian saw his chairman, who was also his backing, toasting to Xiao Bei, he knew this time he had really messed with the wrong person. At this moment, his legs were trembling. Perhaps others didn't know the strength of Zhu Kejia, but Huang Mingxian certainly did. Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao Bei in horror, especially recalling his previous arrogance towards him. It felt like a series of slaps to his face. Xiao Bei saw Zhu Kejia toasting to him and smiled slightly. Zhu Jinke's attitude had already indicated a lot. Of course, Xiao Bei would accept it. He wasn't a fool who would slap a chairman in the face directly. The person who deserved punishment had received it. There was no need to make enemies for himself. This was Xiao Bei's standard of conduct. Even now, he still didn't think he was the most powerful one. After all, just yesterday, I was assassinated. The waters in this world run deep. Perhaps a person you look down on has billionaires among their friends. Such people do exist. Generally, Xiao Bei wouldn't actively provoke others. But if someone wants to cause him trouble, Xiao Bei won't hold back either. Chapter 493. Ye wan yas heartbeat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bei nodded. However, he didn't continue to inquire, but looked towards Zhang Jian. Brother Yi, who is this? Seeing Xiao Bei looking at his old friend, Zhang Jian, Yi Feng quickly introduced. Xiao Bei, this is my good buddy, my former top agent, Zhang Jian. After hearing Yi Feng's introduction, Zhang Jian also smiled at Xiao Bei. He then extended his hand. Mr. Xiao, hello, I'm Zhang Jian. I was a bit reckless just now. Xiao Bei smiled and shook his hand, saying, Brother Zhang, you're too polite. I appreciate your kindness. He directly asked, I wonder if Brother Zhang still wants to return to the entertainment industry? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jian was slightly taken aback. Then he felt ecstatic. If a young person heard Xiao Bei's inquiry, they might think nothing of it. However, Zhang Jian and his friends had been in society for a long time. Naturally, they caught Xiao Bei's underlying message. In fact, everyone present understood Xiao Bei's implication. If you want to return to the entertainment industry, I can offer you help. Mr. Xiao, I still want to. It's just that my opponents. Chapter 494. Xiao Nan is set up. Xiao Nan's words hit Xiao Bei like a bolt from the blue, instantly waking him up. Brother, where are you now? Xiao Bei didn't ask for specifics over the phone, but asked directly. At home. Okay, wait for me. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Xiao Bei looked at Lu Qingyan and Hani. The two women had been holding onto Xiao Bei's arm. So when Xiao Bei answered the phone, they both knew that something had happened to Xiao Bei's brother. Lu Qingyan looked at Xiao Bei and said, Honey, don't worry about us. You go first. Yes, honey, you go first. Hani echoed. Looking at the two women, Xiao Bei felt warm inside. His women, one and all, were quite understanding. They hardly ever made unreasonable demands. Xiao Bei looked apologetically at the two women and smiled. After I handle everything, I'll spend quality time with you. After hearing Xiao Bei's words, the two women exchanged smiles. Lu Qingyan gazed affectionately at Xiao Bei and said, Your matters are important. We have plenty of time in the future. Don't worry about us. The popsicle was right, Your Majesty. Don't worry. We'll flip our card whenever you want.